Chapter 75. Mission accomplished, yet misfortune strikes. In another direction, several players intruded upon the scene, but trailing closely behind them were dozens of pursuers from the Davis family. Among them were 5 or 6 extraordinary beings. Both exits were blocked, leaving them encircled in the square, a dire predicament indeed. Jiang Chen. The main hall is guarded by 6 extraordinary beings. We stand no chance, Wan and the others gasped as they approached, their spirits dampened. 30 players had ventured to seize the main hall, yet only they had returned. The abilities of those extraordinary beings were exceedingly bizarre, resulting in many players meeting untimely ends without understanding how. Observing their numbers reduced to less than 1/5 of the original, Jiang Chen's expression grew grave, and he decisively led them to take refuge against a wall. "Buy me a minute. We still have a chance for a turnaround," Jiang Chen declared. Opposing them were now 8 extraordinary beings and several dozen formidable half-undead. Wan and her companions could hardly fathom how Jiang Chen intended to break free. However, seeing the earnestness in Jiang Chen's eyes, they ultimately chose to take a gamble. "Let's do this. After all, the worst outcome is death, and if we can take some of them down with us, it's worth it." The players' morale surged, and they each drew forth their last remaining trump cards. While some bought time, Jiang Chen finally attempted to construct the bone tomb. Indeed, he had transported the bone tomb blueprint into the darkness. Yet whether he could assemble it here remained uncertain. He retrieved the bone tomb construction crystal. Relief washed over him when the construction prompt appeared. If he could build it, hope for a reversal flickered back to life. Investing 500 skeleton soldiers, 25,000 bone coins, 60 death energy crystals, is it possible to construct a level 3 building, bone tomb? Yes. The black mist reappeared, enveloping Jiang Chen within. Upon witnessing Jiang Chen produce the construction crystal, Wan suddenly recalled a rare type of building among the players, a special structure with offensive capabilities. Such buildings, upon reaching level 3, possessed ultimate abilities comparable to that of a lord that a glimmer of hope ignited within her. "Friends, let's put in a final effort and ensure they don't disturb Jiang Chen." The response was a cacophony of boisterous shouts from the players. "Let's take them down. Feel my cannon fire." Though the remaining few were nearly exhausted, they erupted with astonishing fighting spirit at that moment. One half-undead attempted to breach their defenses, only to be detonated by a player clutching a bundle of explosives, resulting in grievous injuries. "Brothers, I'm Baba. Remember my ID. You wretched spirit, can't you choose a better name?" A player retorted, but the other could no longer hear him. Gradually, the number of players dwindled, yet they managed to prevent the encircling crowd from inching closer to Jiang Chen. After all, for fewer than 10 players to hold off 8 extraordinary beings and 50 or so half-undead for a minute was a commendable feat. I could see that moment. The black mist finally dissipated, and the imposing white skeletal head was revealed for the first time to the indigenous people of this other world. Wan, quickly come in," Jiang Chen called from atop the throne of bones. Yet, there was no response. The sense of foreboding washed over Jiang Chen that I'm no coward. A player's shout suddenly pierced the air. Soon after, a slight figure was hurled into the bone tomb, as if thrown by someone. Jiang Chen recognized her. It was Wan. Boom! An explosion resounded from outside. "What about the others?" Wan remained silent, but her sobs spoke volumes. "I understand." Jiang Chen's visage darkened. His calm tone belied the fury simmering within. So many had perished. It was time for this damned family to vanish. The giant skull rose abruptly, its 2 flames of black fire ruthlessly gazing upon the ants below, leaving all members of the Davis family awestruck by its colossal presence. They tilted their heads back, swallowing hard, and then scattered in terror. "Not a single one shall escape." Jiang Chen's roar erupted from the giant skull. Investing 300 skeleton soldier corpses, 2,000 bone coins, 200 death energy crystals, 100 bronze crystals, successfully crafted a special architectural facility, the bone bronze sword. A colossal bronze sword, exceeding 5 meters in length, swept through the air, reducing a dozen Davis members to mere pulp, not even affording them the chance to scream. Striding forth, several more were crushed beneath his feet. The giant sword swung with abandon. Even those who sought shelter within buildings found no refuge, cleaved asunder by its might. One half-undead attempted to leap from a height onto the giant skull, yet his movements were laid bare under the spider's vision. The skeletal giant's claw caught him midair, clenching mercilessly as blood oozed between its fingers. The slaughter raged on, and in the end, only a few extraordinary beings managed to flee, while Jiang Chen chose not to pursue. The 2 most formidable threats were absent from the main hall, presenting an opportune moment to complete the side mission. Leaving behind a carpet of corpses, the skeletal giant trudged heavily toward the steps of the main hall. Bowing its head, Jiang Chen and Wan leaped forth, landing on the steps. The grand doors of the main hall loomed magnificently, yet upon closer inspection, the carvings depicted scenes of unspeakable horror from the depths of hell. Together, they pushed open the doors, revealing a massive inverted crucifix standing at the center of the hall. It was drenched in coagulated blood, forming a ghastly figure that sent chills down one's spine. Rationality, 10. Is this the statue of the evil god? Jiang Chen dared not tarry, extracting the Book of Torment and opening to the first page. Each word he scanned felt insufferable due to the conditions for completing the ritual. The text read, "Sacrifice 10 of your kind, or willingly offer your own soul." Whichever option, it demanded the death of his own people. Wan had also read the same text. Their eyes met, and she offered Jiang Chen a gentle smile, warm and reassuring. "Jiang Chen, you've been the one exerting effort all along. Now it's my turn." Understanding her intent, Jiang Chen hurriedly reached out to stop her. "Don't do anything foolish. Remember, there are still members of the Davis family here. I can easily capture 10 of them instead, but it's futile. They're all half undead. We have no time left. Don't try to comfort me, Jiang Chen." With that, she took a step back, positioning herself on a blank spot within the array, leaving Jiang Chen grasping at air. It was as if the spot had been deliberately designated for a sacrifice. An intangible black mist suddenly manifested, swirling around her, forcefully repelling Jiang Chen as he attempted to pull her away from that position. "Jiang Chen, may I know your name?" Before the black mist enveloped her completely, Wan inquired of Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen. My name is Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you are so lazy that even in choosing a name, you couldn't be bothered to think," she teased warmly. Wan vanished, leaving nothing behind, more thoroughly than any player that had disappeared before Dada. Jiang Chen felt his fury surge to an unprecedented height. Side mission. Endless suffering has been completed. Task settlement in progress. Your contribution to this mission is 41. Overall evaluation, S. Additional reward, 1 silver crystal treasure chest. Rewards can be claimed after exiting the dungeon. Do you wish to exit the dungeon now? No. Jiang Chen resolutely declined the opportunity to teleport at that moment, his teeth clenched in determination. Had the mission been accomplished? No, for him, it was far from complete, for he had yet to witness the annihilation of the Davis family. Chapter 76. The Curse of Agony Brother. Have we located the beacon? It has been destroyed. Countless tendrils writhed upon the ground as the second elder approached the head of the Davis family, clutching the lifeless body of a woman. The once pristine white robe lay tattered, the fatal wound piercing her neck. The Codex of Agony has yet to be retrieved. It remains with that squire. Do not fret. Adams and the others will apprehend him. He is likely already beyond the realm of the living, his soul destined to wander eternally in the abyss of darkness. A cruel smile played upon the lips of the Davis patriarch, yet in the next moment, his expression transformed drastically. Several extraordinary beings had suddenly lost communication. This is dire. The two hastily made their way towards the square, only to be met with a scene of carnage, bodies of their kin strewn across the ground. The Davis patriarch's roar echoed with fury. These were the very foundations of the Davis family. Their untimely demise is a catastrophic blow to our clan. Curse that accursed church. I shall not rest until I exact my vengeance. Brother, do not let hatred cloud your judgment. Our immediate concern should be to lead the remaining kin to safety. Other members of the church are already upon us. The second elder's assessment was rooted in his confidence in Jiang Chen's abilities. He could not fathom how a mere ant, unacquainted with the extraordinary, could single-handedly slay so many of their kin. There must be others at play, individuals whose strength posed a significant threat to the two brothers. They had to escape swiftly or risk being pursued by even more adversaries. However, should they wish to flee, they could only take 1/3 of the giant palace with them, for their perceptive range could accommodate no more. If the remaining sections retained a new beacon, their flight would only invite further peril, though filled with resentment. The Davis patriarch conceded the wisdom in his brother's words. While we still have the Green Mountains, we need not fear the absence of firewood. This vendetta would one day be avenged, but not in this moment. Yet, as they gathered the remaining members of their clan, an event unfolded that made their blood boil with rage. Outside the giant palace, oil lamps were being extinguished one by one. Without the admiral's light, the giant palace would only sustain its basic speed, losing its ability to traverse the darkness swiftly. With a crash, the nearest oil lamp shattered, revealing the true culprit, a towering skeletal giant. Who would have thought that the exalted church would resort to necromancy in the shadows? What sets us apart? The second elder seethed. Now, escaping with their kin seemed a distant dream. He resolved to eliminate the one controlling the skeletal giant to avenge his family. The tendrils beneath him proliferated wildly, swiftly enveloping the entire square. Just as the second elder prepared to confront the skeletal giant, Jiang Chen sat upon the bone throne with a sardonic smile. When the blade falls upon your heads, you begin to condemn. Yet what were your own actions in the past? This time, not only shall I slay your kin, but you two old fools shall not escape either. As he spoke, a cubic box was ejected from the giant's cranium. With a crack, it shattered upon the ground, and blinding sunlight pierced through the darkness once more. Yet this light brought more than illumination. It heralded the awakening of ancient beings that had lain hidden in darkness for countless epochs. They had not ventured far. The second elder froze, a cold sweat trickling down his back, as he sensed a terrifying presence behind him. Struggling to turn, he was met by an eye larger than the entire giant palace, its crystalline surface resembling an immense barrier. The obsidian vertical pupil greedily absorbed the rays of sunlight. The body it belonged to was so massive that it rendered the full scope of its form beyond comprehension, akin to viewing a leopard through a narrow pipe. Indiscernible light. A sound erupted from the behemoth, igniting a tempest within the minds of all who heard it. The nearest second elder's upper body erupted into a mist of blood, leaving only a mass of tendrils, followed by the demise of those nearby. Ancients. The Davis patriarch's gaze reflected despair. Unless a true deity descended, none could contend with the ancients. Their existence predated even the goddess of holy light. With a thunderous crash, the giant palace tilted. As one of the giant's legs that had upheld its balance was severed, the sound of gnashing teeth echoed through the darkness, followed by the ominous sound of swallowing. With another resounding crash, yet another leg was lost, and the platform above plummeted to the ground. Jiang Chen, manipulating the skeletal giant, grasped the structure to barely maintain equilibrium. Yet another ancient approached, its gaping maw undulating ominously in the shadows. Having severed the escape route for the entire Davis clan, Jiang Chen deemed it prudent to depart. Remaining any longer would be perilous. Consequently, he disassembled the skeletal giant, reclaimed the crystalline structure into his backpack, and activated the system panel to initiate teleportation. A column of white light enveloped Jiang Chen. The long-awaited district channel seemed to have received a signal, just as he anticipated returning to Sector 501 in the next moment. A furious roar reverberated. You think to escape after slaying so many of my kin? I shall not allow you to return unscathed. Embrace the embrace of our Lord, haha. The Davis patriarch had gone mad, having lost all his kin. Thus, as the perpetrator of their deaths, Jiang Chen must perish. I offer myself as a sacrifice. Invoking the gaze of the great sovereign upon all living beings present, hell of all beings. With a violent explosion, the Davis patriarch was reduced to a mist of blood. His final moments seemingly filled with endless agony. Yet his curse took effect, interrupting Jiang Chen's teleportation from the instance. No matter how fervently he clicked on the attribute panel, there was no response. You have been locked. Teleportation function cannot be activated. Damn it, system, have you gone mad? Jiang Chen cursed vehemently. In the next instant, his physical form suddenly went haywire, collapsing to the ground, his eyes losing focus. Meanwhile, the surrounding ancients fled in a frenzy as if they were mice evading a cat. In a desperate bid to escape the curse, the giant fish relinquished its eye, its massive maw biting off its own tongue. Countless ancients in the distance paid a heavy price in their retreat. They understood that the curse itself was not the true terror. The horror lay in the entity that the curse was tethered to. They fled, yet Jiang Chen could not. You have suffered pain transcending human limits. Health, 100. Talent. Lone Brave has been triggered. Strength, 2. Agility, 1. You shall not perish from any attack for the next 3 minutes. Countdown, 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Agony, agony, agony. Agony, 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 agony. I long to die. The torment that pierced his soul was 1,000-fold more excruciating than any physical suffering, as if his very essence were being torn asunder. Within the sea of consciousness, Jiang Chen remained upon a golden vessel, relentlessly battering his head against all that was hard. The unbearable pain, exceeding his threshold, made him yearn for a swift demise. It was only at this moment that he realized the 3 minutes of immortality were, in truth, a torment in itself. Yet the most torturous aspect was that his sensory perception was heightened to 1,000,000-fold, rendering each passing second akin to an eternity. The agony that transcended all limits resulted in the disintegration of Jiang Chen's soul. Chapter 77. The Divine Encounter. The Divine Encounter. The Divine Encounter. Snap. A finger was snapped. Immediately, a beam of radiant light descended from the heavens, illuminating the golden vessel, and the dispersed souls began to coalesce once more. Jiang Chen's consciousness returned, granting him the ability to think, albeit only to a limited extent. The torment he was destined to endure remained unabated. His gaze fell upon the girl seated opposite him in the small boat. Perhaps due to the reassembly of his soul, many memories flooded back to him. This golden vessel was not unfamiliar. It was his 4th visit, yet upon returning to reality each time, all recollections of this place, including the girl before him, vanished without a trace. Who exactly are you? He inquired, his wariness of her undiminished despite her repeated interventions to save him. What she sought was undoubtedly far more significant than his own life. The girl, however, did not respond, engrossed in a book of unknown origin, seemingly indifferent to his plight. You, Jiang Chen attempted to speak again, but the excruciating sensation tearing at his soul intensified once more, accompanied by a novel shift. The sea, without warning, erupted into monstrous waves, tossing the golden vessel about, while the clouds above were stained crimson, bathing the world in a sanguine glow. The apocalyptic scene heralded the imminent arrival of a dreadful entity. Suddenly, the world trembled violently, and the sky was rent asunder, the fissure rapidly widening. In an instant, an incomprehensible litany of prayers entwined around Jiang Chen's ears, penetrating his soul and amplifying his suffering. From the crevice emerged a head formed of reddish-brown mist, devoid of facial features, save for an inverted crucifix radiating a blood-red light. At that moment, Jiang Chen comprehended that the pain was escalating because the source of the curse had arrived. Having received no offerings from the faithful, it descended in a phantom form to inspect the situation itself. The cursed ruler casts its gaze upon you. Sanity, 100. The sea lashed violently against the golden vessel, attempting to capsize it. Yet curiously, Jiang Chen's side had already been engulfed by the water, leaving him clinging desperately to the vessel's frame to avoid being swept away. In stark contrast, the corner where the golden-haired girl sat remained untouched, as if she were an unyielding anchor, steadfastly returning to her position no matter how the boat swayed. Current sanity, 10. Ha ha ha. The phantom in the sky mocked, having discovered the reason for the lack of offerings. There was another presence. The girl set aside her book, meeting the gaze of the cursed ruler. The golden vessel finally stabilized, allowing Jiang Chen to release the nails that had dug into the frame, but when he looked up, he found the girl who had been across from him had vanished, leaving only a few books behind. Suddenly, blinding light burst forth from the depths of the sea, illuminating the entire expanse of the ocean of consciousness. In the next moment, the waters surged, and a colossal entity emerged from the depths. It was a golden phantom, its 12-winged angelic appendages proclaiming its identity. It resembled the statue Jiang Chen had seen in the church. She was the radiant goddess. Why was she here in this place? Jiang Chen was perplexed. His thoughts were thrown into disarray, a tempest swirling in his mind. The golden vessel was lifted into the air by a mysterious force. Had it not been for the searing pain constantly reminding him, he might have failed to notice. At that moment, the boat appeared to transform into an arena for the two divine entities, with Jiang Chen as the coveted prize. Countless tendrils composed of blood mist descended from the sky, each one embedded with souls shrieking in agony, yearning to escape. Yet now they surrounded Jiang Chen, leaving him no avenue of retreat. Merely brushing against one of the tendrils caused his soul to spill forth once more. However, with that contact, he began to understand why the cursed ruler was deemed an evil god. It wielded dominion over all suffering in the world, while simultaneously bearing the weight of that anguish. These torments drove it to madness. The curses were nothing but a means to transfer its pain. Now, having found a plaything that could not perish within 3 minutes, how could it possibly let this opportunity slip away? An endless torrent of suffering flowed into Jiang Chen's soul through the tendrils, inflicting upon him agony 1,000-fold greater than before. His soul's disintegration accelerated, as if he were on the verge of melting away. At that moment, the radiant goddess scattered her light upon Jiang Chen, causing the dissipating soul fragments to coalesce once more. Yet the contest between the two had only just begun. The cursed ruler intensified its infliction of pain, while the radiant goddess continued to fortify Jiang Chen's soul. Neither paid heed to his suffering. It was inconsequential, for they were indifferent to the feelings of mere insects. What mattered was the contest of their respective dominions. No, I must save myself. As fragmented consciousness flickered back, Jiang Chen resolved to undertake a perilous gamble. He would summon another. Joy. Feast. Joyous feast. Consumes all magical power. Forcibly deducts the sanity of all living beings in the vicinity, bestowing the will of joy, including the caster. Range and duration depend on the consumed magical power. With a chance to summon the phantom of the spider matriarch. Sanity, 10. Having expended all magical power, you activated the skill, Joyous Feast. Current sanity, 1. The atmosphere, once suffused with a red glow above and a white luminescence upon the sea, was disrupted, engulfed by a pink mist that filled the space. The third entity had arrived. It had left behind divine techniques, waiting patiently, and at last, the human it had longed for summoned it. Thus, it came, brimming with delight. It was the mistress of beauty, joy, and all arthropods, the spider matriarch. No sooner had she appeared than 6 delicate hands lunged toward Jiang Chen. Yet before they could reach him, 3 arms decayed, transforming into putrid blood, while the remaining 3 were severed by suddenly materializing wings. Although this caused little damage, it made her acutely aware of the current predicament. Trepidation filled her 3 pairs of eyes, particularly towards the phantom of the 12-winged goddess. Last time, it was this very being that had thwarted her. This time, there were even more adversaries, each with greater power upon their arrival. The spider matriarch, realizing she had no chance of victory, contemplated retreat. She wished to flee, but Jiang Chen, sensing the shift in balance brought by her arrival, moved closer. The inherent will of joy enveloped him, causing him to forget the pain. He could not allow the spider matriarch to be at a disadvantage. So he willingly embraced the power of joy, enabling her to gain an upper hand in the contest. Seeing Jiang Chen approach, the spider matriarch abandoned her intention to flee and join the fray. However, this was accompanied by an even greater surge of pain from the cursed ruler, overwhelming even the will of joy. The radiant goddess fortified Jiang Chen's soul further while simultaneously mitigating the effects of joy to preserve his sanity. Meanwhile, the spider matriarch worked diligently to diffuse her joyous mist. For reasons unknown, neither chose to strike at the other, granting Jiang Chen the opportunity to maneuver. Whenever one side appeared weakened, he would draw near, seeking a balance. Amidst this four-way contest, a new equilibrium emerged, one that exerted minimal influence upon Jiang Chen. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. Congratulations, player, on completing the divine encounter ritual. You have transcended the ordinary, shattering the limits of your foundational attributes, and may continue to gain experience for advancement. You have forged an entirely new path of transcendence. The Emperor. Chapter 78. We shall meet again. Transcendent Path, Emperor. Ability 1, Balance. You may allocate the highest value among the 5 foundational attributes to the other 4 attributes. The newly allocated highest attribute must be greater than or equal to the other 4 attributes. This ability is limited to the blank state. Ability 2, Domination. You can specify 50 units to possess a strength of 3, designate 500 units for a strength of 2, and command 5,000 units with a strength of 1. Ability 3, Sovereignty. You gain a status just below that of a true deity, and no other paths can be accommodated henceforth. Within a certain range, those who harbor hostility towards you and possess a lower status will have all attributes reduced by 2. For each transcendent being that submits to you, your experience gained for all attributes will permanently increase by 5, along with acquiring a fragment of the abilities of your subjugated followers. The game commenced on the 18th day. Zhang Weijian paced back and forth in a state of anxiety. A few players who had consumed the sleep potion had awakened, only to be met with pain 100-fold more intense than before their slumber. One by one, they pleaded with their comrades to end their lives. Compassionate allies could only administer a second dose of the sleep potion, granting them eternal rest in their dreams. Meanwhile, the situation for players trapped in darkness was equally dire. The friends list had been scrolled through repeatedly. Each absence signified a player's demise. Thus far, no less than half of the IDs had vanished. That accounted for over 10,000 players. Should the mission fail, the situation would worsen dramatically. The player count in District 07 would be halved, and the remaining players would be left in utter despair. With each passing thought, Zhang Weijian felt an overwhelming urge to drag out the obstinate player who refused to eat durian, to drink his blood and feast upon his flesh. Alas, that player had sacrificed his soul to the malevolent deity after unleashing the curse, leaving no opportunity for vengeance. Zhang Weijian had prepared for the worst and dispatched individuals to make contingency plans. That would entail having the awakened players consume the transcendent potion. If the mission were to fail, at the very least, he aimed to rescue those players ranked higher on the leaderboard. He had secured the recipe for the Snow Woman potion from Otsutsuki and had intended to lead the expedition to the snow-capped mountains in search of the primary ingredient, the heart of the Snow Woman. However, the Lucky Star insisted he remain as the commander at the headquarters, thus entrusting the leadership to her. Trust in my fortune. I am indeed the Lucky Star. The thought of that girl's silly words as she departed filled Zhang Weijian with concern. It had nearly been 3 days. Why had she not returned? Time was running out. Meanwhile, the surviving players fervently wished for a miracle to occur. As Zhang Weijian anxiously awaited, his earliest follower, Old Chun, gradually began to awaken. Observing this, Zhang Weijian halted, clutching a bottle of sleep potion, his hands trembling uncontrollably. If it were possible, he truly wished to spare Old Chun from death, but to alleviate the psychological burden on his comrades, he resolved to personally escort Old Chun on his final journey. However, the agonizing cries he had anticipated did not materialize. Instead, Old Chun appeared as if he had indulged in a deep slumber, stretching languidly with an expression of utter comfort. Squad leader, why are you looking at me with such strange eyes? Old Chun mumbled, still dazed and unable to recall the memories of 3 days prior. He merely noticed Zhang Weijian's eyes wide with astonishment, soon to be replaced by an outpouring of unrestrained joy. They had succeeded, Zhang Weijian exclaimed, tears of excitement welling up in his eyes. Yet, he did not forget his responsibilities. He promptly approached the synthesis platform, placing a hand upon it. This method had been discovered by the Lucky Star. By touching the synthesis platform while viewing images, one could avoid succumbing to the curse. As he opened the chat interface, a multitude of congratulatory messages flooded in, indicating that the players awakening thereafter had not been affected by the curse, and those in the realm of the deceased were gradually returning. However, they seemed disoriented, as if they had traversed through an eternity, incapable of providing any information in the immediate aftermath. As long as they return, that's what matters, Zhang Weijian reassured himself, simultaneously clicking on Jiang Chen's ID. Thankfully, Chen had not been deactivated. A sigh of relief escaped him. In District 427, the land of the deceased, within a sunlit room, a petite girl appeared. She gazed at her body and the surroundings with wide-eyed curiosity, then opened the chat interface according to her fragmented memories. Chen, she murmured. In the darkness, the interrupted teleportation resumed automatically. A beam of light enveloped Jiang Chen's slumbering form, whisking him away from that place. Time passed, and a pair of iron boots stepped into the ruins of the giant palace. The newcomer, clad in a black priest's robe, seemed to possess a clear objective, striding directly toward a corner of the ruins. There, they unearthed the corpse of a blonde woman. A white glow emanated from their palm as it pressed against her chest. After a brief contact, color returned to her skin, and the gaping wound in her neck healed swiftly under the radiant light. Thank goodness one cannot truly die in the Black Calamity, or I would have no way to repay the debt I owe you. The blonde woman's eyelashes fluttered, and as she opened her eyes, a weathered visage greeted her. Just a single glance was enough for her to feel as though her very soul had been ensnared. He exuded an infinite charisma, his eyes as profound as the starry sky, seemingly filled with untold stories. The sight made the blonde woman's heart race, her cheeks flushing. How much longer will you lie there? The man interrupted her reverie. The blonde woman then realized she had been resting in his embrace and hastily rose, her face growing even redder. Avoiding his gaze, she stammered, "Did you save me?" "As you can see, that appears to be the case. My name is Trokia, a combat priest belonging to the Third Night Order of the Church. And you are?" Trokia regarded the familiar priestly robe adorning him, suspecting he might be a bishop overseeing a significant region of the church. However, the man's response left her astonished. "I am merely an ordinary priest outside the church's official ranks, with a humble chapel of holy light." At that moment, the corpses of the deceased members of the Davis family, once thought lifeless, began to resurrect. Their bodies grotesquely morphed into various forms of dark guardians, surrounding the two. Just as Trokia prepared for battle, she heard the man snap his fingers. Snap! All the mutated corpses disintegrated into ash, vanishing into the vast darkness. Trokia stared wide-eyed at the scene before her. This man possessed incredible power. In Trokia's mind, he gained an additional layer of enigmatic allure. "I feel as though I have seen you somewhere before. Is that so?" The man chuckled lightly. "Indeed, we have met, but in your future." With a casual gesture, he opened a portal, light streaming forth into the darkness. "It is time for you to return to your own era." At that moment, Trokia remained unaware of the significance of being able to precisely open a portal to a specific time and space within the darkness. She merely felt a twinge of reluctance. Having just made his acquaintance, "Will we meet again?" "Yes, we shall meet again." Jiang Chen wore a gentle smile. "In your future lies my past." Chapter 79, The Astonished Leon. Jiang Chen had returned. Leon discovered him lying motionless in the sacred light life pool. Had it not been for the overwhelming aura of holy light enveloping him, Leon might have believed him to be deceased. "How long have I been unconscious?" 2 days. "Counting from the moment I found you." Inside the level 3 cabin, Jiang Chen leaned against the headboard, still draped in a blanket. A glance at the countdown revealed that there were 9 days and 18 hours remaining until the night of the full moon. This meant it was now 6 p.m. on the 20th day since the game's commencement, and the sky outside had darkened. The scene from the third meeting lingered vividly in his mind. The terrifying spectacle would likely haunt him for the rest of his life. Yet, from that calamity, he had fortuitously stepped into the extraordinary sequence. However, were he to face it again, he would not dare to do so. This time, fortune favored him, as the 3 summoned were perfectly balanced against each other, allowing him to survive in the narrow margins. Next time, it might not be so. He opened his attributes panel. Name, Jiang Chen. Age, 24. Extraordinary path, Emperor, exclusive to Emperors. No longer constrained by legendary or heroic bottlenecks. Abilities, Balance, Dominion, Sovereignty. Strength, 12, 10, 1. 19,000, Heart of Justice 1. Pix Gloves 1. Constitution, 14, 12, 1, 19,000. Blessing of Radiance 1. Tentacle Belt 1. Agility, 13, 10, 1, 17,000. Gale Boots 2. Wings of Radiance 1. Perception, 15, 14, 1, 21,000. Six-Eyed Mask 1. Spirit, 26, 25, 1, 32,000. Heart of Light 1. Mana, 26, 26. Sanity, 100. Stamina, 100. Life, 130. Talents, Survival, Lone Warrior, Stability, Against Bug Killers, Radiant Body, Charismatic. Initial Embrace of the Bloodbat, Temporary. Spells, Iron Body, Spider Vision, Spider Silk Puppetry, Joyous Feast, Source of Curses. Talent, Radiant Body, a blessing from the Radiance, granting immunity to any form of curse henceforth. Spell, Source of Curses, advanced version of the Hell of All Things, consumes all sanity to inscribe an inverted cross upon all living beings within sight, causing them to bear part of the curse's agony, with a certain probability of summoning the curse's phantom. Talent, Charismatic, you possess an allure of 50 towards the opposite sex and 25 towards the same sex. Talent, Initial Embrace of the Bloodbat, a temporary talent bestowed by the Bloodbat servant, allowing the possessed to acquire the ability to transform into a vampire. The attributes panel had undergone a significant transformation, and Jiang Chen scrutinized it for a considerable time. First was the newly acquired ability, Balance. He could freely allocate his highest attribute, but the distribution must always remain greater than or equal to the other 4 attributes. In other words, He could allocate 14 points from his highest spiritual attribute to the other 4, maintaining all values at 14 or 15. This effectively mitigated his shortcomings, and in a crisis, he could augment a single attribute. Jiang Chen stroked his chin, thoroughly pleased with this ability. The only downside was that after modifying his attributes, there was a 1-hour cooldown before he could make further adjustments. Next was Dominion. Leon, come here for a moment. After reviewing the description, he beckoned Leon over. With his right hand resting on the skeletal frame, he closed his eyes. Leon was perplexed by Jiang Chen's request, feeling strange to have a large man grasping his hand. However, that sentiment quickly dissipated as he sensed a surge of pure light energy flowing from Jiang Chen through their connected hands, significantly enhancing his strength. Name Leon. Category, Undead. Extraordinary Path, Paladin. Strength, 8. Constitution, 25. Agility, 9. Perception, 16. Spirit, 21. This was astonishing to Leon. What kind of power is this? It could elevate a person's strength without any side effects. Moreover, he felt his own essence of light expanding considerably. He had never heard of any path's ability capable of such feats. Could it be a new path? Leon gazed at Jiang Chen, aware that every creator of extraordinary paths had left a significant mark in history, deserving reverence even from the Pope. He never imagined he would one day witness one in person. Being chosen by the goddess was indeed remarkable. Leon, your eyes. Jiang Chen exclaimed in surprise, as he noticed the flames of spirit within Leon's eyes had transformed into a golden hue. This revelation brought joy to Leon, as he believed it signified the goddess's renewed favor upon him. Let him think as he wishes. Jiang Chen continued to explore his new abilities. Increasing Leon's strength by 3 points had consumed 3 points of mana. If each unit consumed this much, how long would it take to exhaust all the slots? However, Jiang Chen felt that using bone coins might also be an option, which he would test later. Sovereignty allowed him to gain full attributes upon inciting hostility, and it didn't specify an upper limit. This ability was extraordinarily overpowered. Jiang Chen inhaled sharply. Then, his expression brightened. Such a bug was his to wield, and he feared nothing. Furthermore, after selecting Leon, a status notification indicated that his experience gain speed was 5, while his light attribute attacks increased by an additional 6. Did being selected by Dominion imply submission? He pondered whether it could transcend regions. If it could, once the extraordinary players multiplied, he could stack passives. Oh, I still have 2 extraordinary potion recipes here, which are of no use to me now. Perhaps I should consider selling them to the Alliance. Surely, the old squad leader would offer a fair price for the 2 recipes. As for the newly acquired abilities, Radiant Body is a wonderful talent that will shield him from curses, enabling him to speak freely in the chat channels. Charismatic, while it allows attraction to the opposite sex. What on earth does attracting the same sex imply? He had no interest in that. A rather useless talent. The source of curses. Jiang Chen noted the last few words, which stated a certain probability of summoning the curse's phantom. Thanks to the lessons from the Spider Matriarch, he interpreted a certain probability 100. If it could be avoided, he would prefer to treat it as if he had never obtained it. Lastly, the initial embrace of the bloodbat, temporary. Arise. Jiang Chen commanded coldly. Do I need to invite you? Inside the cabin, it was only Jiang Chen and Leon, but Leon understood that this remark was not directed at him. Suddenly, a small incision opened at Jiang Chen's wrist, and a golden stream of blood emerged, coalescing into a humanoid form. However, despite losing so much blood, Jiang Chen felt no dizziness. Instead, his initial life limit of 130 began to decline. Leon raised his spear, alert and cautious. What was he doing? I merely wished to linger within you a while longer. A woman with long, flowing black hair appeared beside Jiang Chen's bed. She blinked her large, dark eyes, gazing at Jiang Chen with an expression filled with infatuation. Chapter 80, Iris. Faced with the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar woman, Leon thrust his spear forward. Yet, Jiang Chen intervened. Those big eyes? He queried, bemused. Indeed, it is I. Delicate, snow-white hands covered her mouth, and her eyes were filled with a blush of shyness. Just a single glance was enough to leave one's throat parched, igniting an overwhelming desire for water. Identification, Bloodbat Attendant. Type, Relic, Living. Rank, Epic. Durability, 2, 100. 000, 2, 100, 000. Wearing effect. Upon merging with the Master, life limit increases by 30, life recovery speed by 200. And bestows the talent Bloodbat Embrace. When the talent Bloodbat Embrace is activated, transforms into a vampire. Perception 5, Agility 3, Spirit 6, Light Resistance 50. During transformation, inherits all vampire abilities. Attacks inflict additional light attribute damage. Name, Iris. Category, Undead. Extraordinary Path, Imperial Attendant. Strength, 18, Constitution, 21. Agility, 28, Perception, 26. Spirit, 12. Imperial Attendant. This extraordinary path is birthed from the Emperor, bound to the Emperor, and cannot harbor rebellious intent against the Emperor. Ability 1, Complementary Growth. The closer the distance to the emperor, the faster the growth rate of both parties' constitution and agility attributes, maximum 200, restricted by the emperor. Cannot exceed limits until the emperor reaches the next tier. Ability 2, shared honor and shame. Can share certain talents of the emperor, currently shared talent, radiant form, charismatic presence. When the emperor's life value drops below 50, the imperial attendant's vitality autonomously flows to the emperor until the emperor's life value is restored to above 50. This ability can be freely paused by the emperor. Epic Iris, imperial attendant. The sudden appearance of 3 notifications left Jiang Chen increasingly astonished. With such figures, even Leon might find it challenging to contend. How did you acquire a corporeal form without being a bracer? Jiang Chen scrutinized the enchanting woman before him, whose every frown and smile could captivate hearts. She possessed blood-red eyes, and her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall. Her skin bore an unnatural pallor, seemingly devoid of blood, while her lips resembled ripe cherries. Utterly captivating. It was as if she had been kissed by the goddess of beauty, for not a single flaw could be found upon her visage. Hee hee. Aren't you curious how I was reborn? Iris chuckled, her laughter tinkling like delicate chimes. Jiang Chen couldn't resist lowering his gaze. The tight Gothic ensemble did little to conceal her exaggerated curves. He quickly turned his head away, unwilling to gaze further. Even with a mental attribute soaring to 26, he found it nearly impossible to resist her overwhelming allure. The talent charismatic presence was indeed terrifying. Was it them? Jiang Chen recalled his audience with the triad, during which he wore the bloodbat bracer. At that time, she was merely a sealed soul, yet she managed to complete the divine audience ritual. To his surprise, the large, expressive eyes belonged to a woman. The atmosphere in the small room grew somewhat awkward. One person, one bone, and one blood clan member. Leon scrutinized Iris with a discerning gaze, while Iris's eyes directed an almost tangible thread of attraction towards Jiang Chen, who sat uneasily. Ultimately, it was Iris who broke the tension. May I have a word with this holy knight outside? Jiang Chen glanced at Leon, who nodded in agreement to the request. Go ahead. To be honest, Jiang Chen feared a confrontation between the two, especially since Leon had recently threatened Iris. Without being familiar with Iris's character, he couldn't be sure whether she would hold a grudge. Therefore, after Iris and Leon exited the small room in succession, Jiang Chen peered through the window to observe their every move, abandoning his surveillance only when the Cathedral of Holy Light obscured his view. Once inside the cathedral, the scene he had dreaded did not materialize. On the contrary, Iris stood with her back to the statue of the radiant goddess, while Leon knelt before her on one knee, leaning on his lance. I greet the Archbishop. Iris, clad in a long black Gothic gown, graciously accepted. Subsequently, she spoke in a cool, aloof tone, divine oracle. Jiang Chen surmised that Iris had completed the divine audience ritual, although he was unaware of which deity she had encountered. However, at that moment, Leon comprehended that it was the radiant goddess. Moreover, the goddess seemed to hold her in significant regard, for she had not only helped her reshape her corporeal form, but had also conferred upon her the hidden title of Archbishop, a position only accessible to the radiant faithful. Thus, in Leon's eyes, the vampire who should have been considered an aberration radiated a source of light power comparable to that of an archbishop. Inside the small room, after listening intently without witnessing any altercation, Jiang Chen felt a sense of relief. Of course, he was not concerned about any conspiracies, as one was constrained by the bone crypt, and the other was suppressed by the emperor's path, making it improbable for them to engage in actions detrimental to him. He could rest assured as a companion. Thus, he began to attend to other matters. He opened his backpack, revealing 2 distinct boxes. Silver crystal chest. Opening it yields resources more abundant than those of a bronze crystal chest. One was obtained from completing a side quest, while the other was a reward for the second main quest, searching for the source of the 3 calamities. Current exploration progress of Wriggling Darkness, 11, of which you contributed 103. Reward, 1 silver crystal chest. Please claim it from your backpack. Jiang Chen opened both chests in succession. He subsequently unearthed a treasure and a recipe. Identification, golden hammer. Type, treasure. Rank, superior. Durability, 36,000, 36,000. Wearing effect, can restore 5,000 durability daily. Repair range, treasure, relic. Building, inspired by a plumber's hammer capable of mending all. Bone reinforcement liquid scroll, can create bone reinforcement liquid, enhancing bone density. The golden hammer? It equates to the ability to repair 2 high-grade items each day. While it may not be used in combat, its effect is commendable, alleviating concerns about damaging equipment in the future. But how should this bone reinforcement liquid be utilized? It should enhance physical constitution, he speculated. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. What if he used it on the skeleton soldiers? If the liquid could modify the fragile bone structure of the skeletons, their combat prowess. He examined the raw materials, primarily the corpses of the skeleton soldiers. However, the manufacturing process was exceedingly complex, leaving almost no possibility for replication. Fortunately, he possessed the scroll. He would attempt to produce a batch shortly. Next, he opened the friend chat interface, intending to reassure his old class monitor and inquire whether he had any interest in the 2 extraordinary potion recipes. Old class monitor, you finally replied. No one has been able to reach you these past few days. Everyone is quite worried. Jiang Chen encountered some trouble, but it's all resolved now. Old class monitor, Wan told me that thanks to you, we avoided severe losses this time. Upon seeing the familiar name, Jiang Chen suddenly froze. Wait, who did you say? During this side quest, he had witnessed Wan sacrifice herself to the cursed sovereign. How could she possibly still be alive? Wan. The only ones who survived after finding the evil god statue were you two, right? Impossible. She couldn't still be alive. Therefore, the one currently alive must not be Wan. Just as he was about to warn the old class monitor to be cautious, an unexpected friend sent him a message. Wan, you mustn't say. In an instant, Jiang Chen felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Chapter 81, Wan. She can see my chat interface. Jiang Chen arrived at this terrifying conclusion. How else could she have known about her conversation with the old captain? So is she? In that fleeting moment, he contemplated a myriad of thoughts. The warm conclusion was that a sacrifice was made to the cursed deity, and he was the only one privy to this information. Therefore, the current Wan must be connected to the cursed deity, and it seemed she possessed system privileges. Why wouldn't she allow me to speak of it? What consequences would arise from revealing it? Was the cursed deity involved behind the system as well? Overwhelmed with thoughts, Jiang Chen mustered his courage and replied with a message. Who are you? I am Wan, but I am also an apostle serving the sovereign. Have you forgotten? I once gifted you 40 sunlight boxes. This was a phrase Jiang Chen had spoken to the real Wan, and hearing it again now sent chills down his spine. Why won't you let me speak of it? What is your purpose? I cannot divulge that, O favored of the divine. When the time is right, you shall know. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. She refers to me as the favored of the divine? Have I drawn the cursed deity's attention? His expression darkened. Being targeted by the cursed deity was far more distressing than death itself. If possible, he would have wished to venture to District 427 and eliminate this apostle of the cursed deity. Yet, the reality was that Jiang Chen was powerless against Wan. Not only could he not cross districts, but his chat interface was also under her surveillance. She was like a ticking time bomb, hidden among the player community. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt a profound sense of helplessness. He could only wait for the district merger to find a solution, hoping that she wouldn't cause any trouble in the meantime. Old captain, why the silence? Are you busy? Jiang Chen hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal the truth. But his intuition warned him that even if he sent the message, Wan would likely delete it midway. Ultimately, he abandoned this plan. It's nothing. However, he couldn't help but inquire, how was the side quest completed in Wan's words? The old captain paused, then recounted the intelligence Wan had brought back. It was the tale of Jiang Chen leading a group of players through peril to discover the statue of the evil god, and how he, through indomitable will, resisted the corruption of the evil god's will and destroyed it. They merely altered the final sacrificial segment, attributing all credit to Jiang Chen, molding him into a hero. It was no wonder that upon waking, Jiang Chen found his backpack filled with valuable supplies worth millions, all gifts from other players. By the way, I have 2 formulas for extraordinary potions. Are you interested? Zhang Weijian's attention was instantly captured. Currently, he possessed 1 formula for the Snow Woman potion, which he had already crafted, but the Snow Woman path had a slight flaw and was not suitable for everyone. Thus, the 2 formulas Jiang Chen held were in high demand within the alliance. Jiang Chen's terms were a top-tier item or above, preferably with a rapid enhancement effect. However, the vast alliance could only offer 1 such item, as not everyone was like Jiang Chen. Their acquisition of this top-tier item was largely due to luck. Identification, TNT, Great Shield. Type, Treasure. Grade, Top Tier. Durability, 32,000, 32,000. Wearing effect, Constitution 2, can transcend extraordinary limits. Can withstand all physical attacks with less than 20 points of strength and absorb the impact caused by the attack, which can then be released as a concentrated strike equivalent to 30 points of strength. Please stand clear after installing TNT to avoid accidental injury. Usage requirement, Strength 10. Image, a beast-faced great shield, shaped like a lion's head. While it lacked the desired enhancement effect, its energy accumulation feature struck a chord with Jiang Chen, prompting him to accept this trade, albeit at a slight loss. The old captain then produced a spellbook and proposed a deal for capturing 30,000 skeleton soldiers in exchange for the 2nd potion formula. Song of the Siren. Upon reading, automatically learn the spell Song of the Siren. Current readable times, 1, 2. The old captain stated that the Song of the Siren, when released, could inflict a debuff of -1 strength and -1 agility on all living beings that heard the song, lasting 10 minutes. Before using it, he must remind his teammates to plug their ears. Jiang Chen pondered, would it even affect the skeleton soldiers? Their auditory system differed from that of humans. Their every action relied on spiritual fire. Ultimately, the 2nd transaction was also successfully completed. though Jiang Chen added a verbal condition that after the district merger, the alliance's extraordinary beings must help him stack a buff. He did not elaborate on the reason, merely stating it would benefit both parties, and Zhang Weijian did not press further. The Snow Woman potion already has a finished product. Would you like a share? Under normal circumstances, the extraordinary path could vary, and if Jiang Chen desired it, Zhang Weijian was willing to provide a portion of the Snow Woman potion for free. However, there is a flaw. I wonder if you can accept it. He assumed Jiang Chen was on an ordinary path, but in reality, the emperor's status only permitted him to tread one path to the end. What flaw? Out of curiosity, Jiang Chen still wished to understand. If a man drinks it, he will shrink internally and transform into a woman. Don't ask how he knew. Just know someone had already consumed it. Instantly, Jiang Chen felt a chill. What man could accept such a side effect? Zhang Weijian thought the same, but what if? So he mentioned it. If it was a no-go, then so be it. Both parties obtained what they desired, exchanged a few pleasantries, and concluded the conversation. District 121. After Zhang Weijian closed the chat interface, his expression turned serious. Wanwan had issues. He immediately summoned the advisory team from District 66 to analyze Jiang Chen's cryptic hints. The fact that Zheng Chen did not directly state anything in the conversation indicated that the other party possessed the ability to monitor the chat interface. Currently, it was uncertain whether the other party had other permissions, but precautions were necessary, suggesting the implementation of a codebook system. This side quest was related to the evil god's curse, and the likelihood of the other party being connected to the cursed deity was as high as 90%. Without clarity on the other party's strength and motives, it was advisable not to act rashly. One could only say that the alliance, as an organization primarily composed of military personnel, exhibited commendable vigilance. Jiang Chen merely hinted at something, and they had already deduced the accurate answer and devised a counter-strategy. After ending the call, Jiang Chen took a lantern and stepped outside. He needed to recover the mined by the skeleton army over the past 5 days tonight. With less than 10 days until the full moon, he had to hurry to the Storm Canyon, lest he run out of time. Coincidentally, Iris had just finished her conversation with Leon and transformed into a golden bloodbat, flying to Jiang Chen's side to take over the task of protecting him. What Leon was up to is still uncertain. Chapter 82, 30 Points of Strength. Jiang Chen had yet to enter the mine when he spotted 2 skeletons idly sitting by the mine's edge. One was frequently tossing a fishing hook into the pit, disturbing the skeleton soldiers working below, while the other cradled a skull in both hands, lost in thought. A few days prior, Jiang Chen had taken the bone tomb, leaving the 2 skeletons without work and shelter, rendering them utterly idle. Jiang Chen cleared his throat. The 2 skeletons turned around upon seeing Jiang Chen's return and immediately rushed over, pointing at him with their bony fingers, their jaws clattering ominously as they seemed to unleash a torrent of expletives. Jiang Chen interpreted their fervent gestures as a wish for his success, and promptly returned to the war chariot to construct the level 3 bone tomb. The 2 skeletons eagerly dove inside. At the moment when the fishhook penetrated the well, Xiaobai appeared to experience a profound spiritual elevation. With 2 flames of spirit burning fervently, the engineer's progress was similarly remarkable, paying them no further mind. Jiang Chen utilized the bone strengthening essence scroll on the bone tomb synthesis platform, incorporating the requisite materials. He then proceeded to the mining pit. Upon reaching the bottom, he discovered that iron ore had accumulated into a small mountain, while over 10,000 skeleton soldiers continued their excavation nearby. In addition, he stumbled upon several corpses of pseudolords, among which were 4 undead, indicating that Leon had not been idle during his absence. With the accumulation from before his departure, he was merely 3 undead lords short of the desired 15, allowing for the imminent upgrade of the bone tomb. Jiang Chen eagerly anticipated the effects of the level 4 bone tomb. He commanded all skeleton soldiers to cease their labor and assemble outside the pit. He then climbed to the summit of the mine to commence the collection, which was markedly different from collecting bone coins. A collapse of, or could indeed prove lethal. After 4 arduous hours, his arms ached tremendously. However, the yield was substantial, with the ore decomposing into over 1 million iron ingots and several thousand pieces of obsidian, equating to approximately 3 million bone coins. Ultimately, he left half of the skeleton soldiers to continue mining while the skeletal army set forth once again. Leon led a cavalry contingent, the reins of 12 undead steeds taut, the wheels emitting a grating creak as they rolled slowly. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen remained at the bone tomb, rolling up his sleeves to continue producing soldiers. At that moment, his already fatigued arms voiced their protest. Just as Jiang Chen prepared to take a moment's respite, Elise, who had been trailing behind, suddenly stepped forward, her delicate, fair hand resting on Jiang Chen's shoulder to assist him in relaxing. Her technique was refined, instantly easing his previously tense muscles. "Elise, you need not do this. I shall be fine shortly," he remarked, feeling that their relationship was not yet intimate enough for such proximity. Moreover, at that moment, Jiang Chen was seated on a makeshift bench while Elise stood, resulting in his head inadvertently resting against something soft above him. "It is quite all right, my master. I find joy in this," Elise replied, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Jiang Chen speculated that her ritualistic behavior had been somewhat influenced by the joyous will of the Spider Queen. Let it be, he thought. Identification, bone strengthening essence. Type, potion. Quality, superior. Durability, consumable. Usage, biologically ingested, providing a sustained 4,000 points of physique experience. Usable up to 3 times. Ineffective thereafter. For external application on the undead. Mix with a substantial amount of pure water at a ratio of 200:1 and soak for 1 hour. Opening the silver treasure chest yielded the superior potion formula, leading him to feel somewhat shortchanged. Jiang Chen gazed at the small vial before him, incredulous that it contained the essence of 15 skeleton soldiers. At most, it could yield 12,000 experience points, barely sufficient to elevate 1 physique point. Fortunately, it could still be utilized for the skeleton soldiers. The challenge lay in the fact that he lacked sufficient barrels to soak the skeletons. Should I perhaps excavate a large pit? He mused. After all, waiting an additional hour would not be too burdensome. And the skeletal army had not progressed very far before they halted once again. Jiang Chen then retrieved the TNT Great Shield, eager to test its potency. Just as he stood to depart, his right hand was grasped, and turning to see Elise. With a puzzled expression, he inquired, "What is it?" "Master, I submit to your command," she declared, and he almost forgot that she was the second extraordinary being by his side. Name, Elise. Type, undead. Extraordinary path, Imperial Servant. Strength, 18. Physique, 21. Agility, 28. Perception, 26. Spirit, 12. The crimson glow in her eyes shimmered with a golden light, revealing even more terrifying attributes. Now, even a high-ranking lord would likely find her a formidable adversary. However, the enhancement of his ally's abilities was undoubtedly a boon for him. "Elise, attempt to strike me," he urged, brandishing the TNT Great Shield as an invitation for her to attack. "Please be cautious," she advised, lifting her delicate hand to strike the shield. Not using her full strength, Jiang Chen felt no recoil, indicating that she was holding back. "Use your full strength," he insisted, eager to determine the limits of the TNT Great Shield. Seeing the shield's defensive capabilities, Elise released her restraint, conjuring a golden spear imbued with potent light attribute damage. In that moment, Jiang Chen sensed a life-threatening danger, his instincts urging him to evade. Boom! The golden spear struck the surface of the shield, erupting in a dazzling golden halo. Crouched behind the shield, Jiang Chen felt as though he had collided with a fearsome beast. Despite most of the impact being absorbed by the shield, his body was still propelled backward several meters, leaving deep grooves in the ground. This was merely the result of a fraction of her strength. He could scarcely imagine the devastation a full-force strike with 30 points of strength would unleash. At this moment, he noticed a progress bar appearing behind the shield, indicating it had advanced by approximately 1/20th. "Elise, continue." 3 minutes later, the progress bar finally filled, and Elise, having exerted herself fully, was slightly panting, her chest rising and falling rhythmically. Jiang Chen handed her a bottle of stamina recovery potion, uncertain if it would be effective for her. After she drank it, her flushed cheeks returned to normal, suggesting it was indeed beneficial. Finding a flat area, he placed the lion's head shield face down, setting it to explode in 1 minute. He then observed as the beast's mouth seemed to come alive, clamping down on the earth, its eyes gradually glowing red. Jiang Chen quickly retreated to 100 meters away. As the minute countdown concluded, a resounding boom reverberated through the air. In an instant, the ground quaked violently. The nearby skeleton soldiers stumbled and fell, their bodies unsteady. Countless ashes soared into the sky, creating a cloud of black dust. He quickly pulled out a cloth to cover his mouth and nose. He had prepared a piece for Elise, but upon seeing her conjure a black veil, he retracted it. Once the dust settled, a shocking sight greeted him. The carefully chosen flat ground had vanished, leaving behind a deep pit with a radius of approximately 60 meters, as if it had been trampled by a meteor. Even Elise stood wide-eyed in astonishment. Chapter 83. Is this still the skeleton soldiers I know? Hallelujah. The pool for soaking skeletons was complete. Now, he needed to fill it. Jiang Chen first tossed 6,000 skeletal frames into the pit, then began purchasing fresh water from other players. As the game had progressed, fresh water was no longer as exorbitantly priced as at the start. 1 bone coin could now buy a cubic meter. Thus, he ordered 3,000 cubic meters, only for the vendor to notice his ID displaying the general and promptly refund the water fee, expressing gratitude for saving his life during the last side quest. Treating this order as his way of repaying the favor, his words were filled with appreciation, overflowing with warmth. Jiang Chen scratched the back of his head, a smile creeping onto his lips. He hadn't spent any money and had managed to acquire 3,000 cubic meters of fresh water for free, feeling somewhat pleased with himself. Then, water was poured into the pit. Although much was absorbed by the scorched earth, the overall quantity was sufficient to submerge all the bones. What is this sensation of being a chef, simmering a broth of bones? He couldn't help but voice his thoughts. With a ratio of 1:200,000, A 100 milliliters vial of potion would approximately require 150 bottles. He poured all the concentrated liquid produced from the synthesis table into the pit, and soon the entire pool transformed into a milky white hue. Jiang Chen exclaimed, "Oh no, it has truly become a bone broth." Beside him, Iris stifled a laugh. During the hour of waiting, Jiang Chen was not idle. He retrieved the blasted TNT shield. Durability, 21, 754-32, 000. It had lost over 10,000 durability. If it weren't for the golden hammer, this shield could only be used thrice at most, right? With a sigh, he took out the golden hammer and gently tapped the surface of the shield, instantly reducing the scratches by half. If the durability could be restored, then perhaps a tap while piloting the skeletal giant could instantly regenerate it? Jiang Chen pondered, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Iris. Durability, 2, 100, 0002, 100, 000. Suddenly, a bold idea struck him. An hour later, the bone broth reverted to clear water, while the skeletal framework below emitted a lustrous sheen. He instructed the skeleton soldiers to retrieve all the skeletal frames, and the main force continued to advance. They had notably lightened since their original weight. Jiang Chen lifted a newly soaked skull with one hand, tested its weight, and subsequently placed it onto the synthesis table. Upon activation, he utilized the Dominion ability. The soul fire of this skeleton transformed, akin to Leon, from its original green to a complete golden hue. Identification: Radiant Skeleton Soldier, Imperial Guard. Strength, 9, Constitution, 7, Agility, 7, Perception, 6. The Emperor's most loyal soldiers. Wherever the Emperor points, that is the direction in which they advance. To harm the Emperor, one must first tread over their corpses. Their overall strength far surpassed that of ordinary humans. Was this truly the skeleton soldier I once knew? Jiang Chen recalled his first encounter with a skeleton soldier, one whose attributes were all below 5, a pitiful combatant. Yet now, any ordinary player would hesitate to claim a guaranteed victory against them. Alas, such soldiers could only be produced in a limited quantity of 48. Hallelujah. Suddenly, this radiant skeleton raised its arms and recited an odd phrase. Wait, did the skeleton soldier just speak? After a moment, he realized it wasn't that the skeleton could talk, but rather he could understand what it was saying. The radiant skeleton then shouted heresy and, in the name of the Emperor, charged directly at the engineer and Xiaobai. The poor engineer nearly found himself disassembled on the skeletal processing table. Fortunately, Jiang Chen intervened just in time to prevent this farce. Upgrade us. Xiaobai and the engineer protested in unison, threatening to withdraw their services otherwise. If you refuse, there are plenty of bones to spare, Jiang Chen murmured in jest. Nevertheless, he expended 2 Dominion quotas for them. Xiaobai, Strength 8. Engineer, Strength 10. They were now capable of self-defense, but it seemed he would need to soak them in the pit again later. The 2 employees were quite satisfied with their newfound strength and returned to their tasks. However, this served as a reminder for Jiang Chen that the radiant skeleton might not get along with the ordinary skeletons, necessitating their separation. The new skeleton soldiers possess remarkable intelligence, Iris remarked. She had been nearby during the incident, and the radiant skeleton had hesitated before charging at the engineer, perhaps intimidated or recognizing that Iris was also one of Jiang Chen's subordinates. In any case, its level of intelligence was commendable, demonstrating its own judgment. Indeed, Jiang Chen concurred. He speculated that the bell tower's ultimate ability might not affect the radiant skeleton, as they no longer qualified as truly evil creatures. An hour later, hallelujah, dozens of radiant skeletons collectively praised every few minutes. Their distinctive golden soul fire coalesced into a vibrant spectacle against the scorched earth. Listening to the joyous sounds emanating from behind the war chariot, Jiang Chen couldn't help but cradle his forehead. The atmosphere had taken an odd turn. Leon had just reported that in the span of this hour, there had been no fewer than 5 small-scale monster attacks. And that was without having built a church to attract aggro. Yet, these creatures were undeniably powerful, clad in the brand new armor prepared by Jiang Chen. They could even take on 3 ordinary monsters at once. Protected by 46 fully armored Tysons, he felt an overwhelming sense of security. 3 days later, Jiang Chen had amassed 4,000 radiant skeletons. Among them were 46 Imperial Guards, 500 personal guards, and 500 elite troops, with the only difference being slightly lower strength. The ordinary skeletons had been nearly depleted over 3 days of relentless activity, and Jiang Chen planned to use up all Dominion quotas before activating the ordinary skeleton knights. Additionally, he had finally gathered 15 Lord-level monster corpses, allowing for the upgrade of the bone mound. Materials required: 10,000 skeleton soldiers, 1,000 bone currency, 2,000 death energy crystal cores, 15 Lord-level undead creature corpses. Proceed with upgrade? Yes. Jiang Chen responded eagerly. Identification, special building, giant corpse, level 4 structure. Place the skull on the synthesis table. By injecting death energy, it can be endowed with soul fire. Once reattached to the skeleton frame, it can become a normal skeleton soldier under the control of the bone mound's master. This effect is shared with the Netherwell. Current available units: Ordinary Skeleton Soldier, Skeleton Knight, Undead Horse, Skeletal Giant, Lich Mage. Note: after multiple uses, death energy in the synthesis table must be replenished with death energy crystal cores or bone currency. Special building facilities: Netherwell. It is said that this well connects to the underworld, allowing for the fishing of skeleton soldiers with special bait. Bone processing table can transform ordinary skeleton soldiers into units with special abilities. Bone throne. Sitting on the throne allows control over activated skeletal giants. Bone bronze sword. Exclusive equipment for skeletal giants. Blank building facilities. 2. Due to the influence of special buildings, the Bone Mound Master is imbued with death energy, increasing the probability of attracting undead creatures by 60. Durability: 180, 000, 180, 000. To advance to the next level, materials required: 100, 000 skeleton soldiers, 5, 000. 000 bone currency, 6, 000 death energy crystal cores, 1 king level undead monster corpse. Players beware. As this building is a special structure, it has no stealth effect. Please remain vigilant at all times. Chapter 84, Level 4 Bone Mound. I must be the first in the entire server to upgrade a special building to level 4. Jiang Chen mused. There were no initial upgrade rewards, as that lucky star, that girl, had already elevated ordinary buildings to level 5, with no special material restrictions, thus allowing for rapid upgrades. The synthesis table now featured a new unit, the Lich Mage. Leon, do you know where to find Lich Mages? Based on his understanding, they were those entities that multiplied the more they were fought, as the undead calamity was no laughing matter. If he acquired this unit, Jiang Chen could fully unleash his strategy of overwhelming numbers. However, Leon's description aligned with what Jiang Chen was already aware of. The only drawback was that Lich Mages were difficult to locate. Although their numbers were substantial, they were elusive in the paradise, always hiding in obscure locations. Well, since Leon has spoken, it seems that I must leave it to fate. He ventured into the Bone Tomb's interior, seeking 2 newly available facility slots. Detected empty facility slots. Investing materials: 300 iron blocks, 60 bronze crystals, 2,000 bone coins. Can construct an exclusive facility, Bone Wind Machine. Bone Wind Machine, capable of extracting death energy from the Netherwell. Detected empty facility slots. Investing materials: 500 iron blocks, 10 silver crystals, 30,000 bone coins, 1 skeleton mage corpse. Can construct an exclusive facility, Death Energy Condenser. Death Energy Condenser can condense the death energy extracted by the Bone Wind Machine into tangible death energy crystal cores. The 2 facilities are actually complementary machines that can produce death energy crystal cores? That is not too shabby. It did not meet Jiang Chen's expectations. He had waited in vain for so long. However, the ability to produce death energy crystal cores requires some experimentation. If the yield is substantial, it could alleviate the costs of activating skeleton soldiers, substituting death energy crystal cores for bone coins for charging. Recently, he had spent over 1 million bone coins solely on explosive soldiers, continuously pouring in funds, yet reaping pitiful returns. If he could save on that, it would relieve some pressure. After all, Jiang Chen had barely 4 million bone coins left, excluding supplies. And upgrading the Bone Tomb to level 5 alone required 5 million bone coins, not to mention needing a corpse of a king-level creature. How long has it been? And he was already fretting over insufficient funds again? And where was he supposed to acquire a king-level corpse? Jiang Chen felt lightheaded, pondering when this ordeal would end. I'm exhausted. Let's hasten the district merger. After venting his frustrations, Jiang Chen tested the synthesis station's functionality. If he could transform ordinary skeletons into liches, that would be splendid. Yet, as expected, that was not possible. Instead, he made another discovery. The activation speed for skeleton soldiers had increased. Originally, it took 15 seconds for ordinary skeletons and 1 minute for skeleton knights. Now, both times had been halved. That was certainly a piece of good news. The 2 machines were not yet constructed, as he was still short 1 skeleton mage. However, there was no rush. Skeleton mages were not as elusive as liches, and he could encounter one every few days. With a bit of luck, he might find one tonight. The Bone Tomb had already reached level 4. While the church remained at level 2, holy light stones were indeed hard to come by. Jiang Chen had yet to gather the 100 holy light stones needed for upgrading the church. Were it not for Leon's assertion that the paradise did not produce holy light stones, he would have led his skeleton army to dig 3 feet into the ground. Elise, prepare me a cup of tea. Of course, master. Elise smiled sweetly, conjuring a sacred flame in her palm to begin boiling water for Jiang Chen. Despite numerous corrections, Elise still preferred to refer to him as master. Uncertain if the other party harbored some hidden proclivities, he allowed her to continue. Identification: small jar of tea. Type: potion. Quality: premium. Durability: consumable. After consumption, it invigorates the mind, combats fatigue, and increases mental attribute experience by 300 points. Each pot can be consumed up to 5 times, with effects diminishing successively. A maximum of 1 pot can be consumed within 24 hours. Additional consumption has no effect. Small jar of tea, crafted by a master. You deserve it. A box of small jars of tea could provide a maximum of 1,250 points of experience, obtained from Jiang Chen's third weekly leaderboard treasure chest. Though it was merely a premium potion, he had opened a total of 24 jars. Consuming them all would nearly boost his mental attributes again. As for the items from the second weekly leaderboard treasure chest, well, they had been sold by Jiang Chen, as they held no practical value. Identification, blood-dyed sky, sword. Type, treasure. Quality, superior. Durability, 500/500. Equipped effect, when drawn, a blood light spanning 1,000 miles appears in the sky. The earth is engulfed by a sea of blood, and countless wronged souls wail in rage, as if one were in hell. Special effect lasts for 3 seconds. Cooldown time 6 hours. And then, that was it. It appeared quite impressive, but upon examining the damage, it was even inferior to most premium gear. In other words, it was merely an illusionary piece of equipment, with effects lasting only 3 seconds, leaving Jiang Chen feeling utterly disheartened. He promptly listed it in his personal shop. Unexpectedly, this seemingly worthless item was snatched up fervently, ultimately purchased by Long Outyin at a staggering price of 80,000 bone coins. At that moment, in District 66, within the misty forest, blood, dyed, sky. As the melodramatic voice echoed, a cataclysmic scene unfolded. The ambushed pseudo-lord, upon witnessing the illusion, froze in place, forgetting to flee. Thud, thud. Several teammates seized the opportunity to strike down the immobilized creature, paralyzed by fear. Ha ha ha, coolness is a lifelong affair. Long Outyin laughed heartily, his hands on his hips. Were he in Jiang Chen's position, with such a flamboyant piece of equipment, he would never dream of selling it. Keeping it for oneself would be far more advantageous. Beside him, the strategist gazed at his foolish leader, silently lamenting. Had it not been for Long Outyin's unique talent, he would have never agreed to let him squander money so recklessly. Talent, terror strike. The stronger the fear the opponent feels towards you, the lower the damage caused by their resistance. Shifting the focus back to District 501. Ahead lay a dense, eerie forest. An eerie forest? What on earth is that? Listening to Leon's report, Jiang Chen set aside his current task. The eerie trees were special creatures that grew beneath the Great Rift, with their vines serving as weapons. Now, they had formed a dense mass, obstructing our path. After Leon's thorough explanation, Jiang Chen grasped the nature of these eerie trees. In essence, they were merely a forest that had undergone distortion, becoming aggressive and transforming any living creature that wandered into their midst into nourishment for their roots. However, this phenomenon had not been present during Leon's previous passages. It had only emerged recently. How long ago did you pass through here last? 30 years. Jiang Chen. 30 years, huh? That explains a lot. However, he was unsure how long this forest extended. If it stretched too far, taking a detour could be troublesome. Elise, take me up to the sky for a look. Chapter 85, Whipping Willow. Identification, Whipping Willow. Category, Aberrant Creature. Strength, 10. Agility, 2. Perception, 5. Danger rating, a vicious creature among trees, present in countless terrifying tales. Their vines tend to appear in the most unexpected places, and flames can inflict tremendous damage upon them. With a magnificent pair of golden bat wings unfurled from her back, Elise embraced Jiang Chen tightly as they soared into the sky. The Whipping Willows. Jiang Chen observed the densely packed willows below with a furrowed brow. On the surface, they appeared to be ordinary willows, their trunks and leaves gray, seemingly posing no threat. However, a closer inspection revealed that each willow trunk bore a closed human face. In the dim corners, the ground's vines writhed silently like serpents. They were concealing themselves, weaving traps, ready to ensnare any prey that approached, ensuring that none would return. The skeletons of creatures surrounding the roots served as testimony to this. Sniff. The tip of Elise's nose twitched. It was the scent of her master. Behind her, Elise appeared entranced, a faint flush gracing her cheeks as her thighs instinctively tightened. However, Jiang Chen remained oblivious to her state. Elise, let us venture further ahead. At that moment, Jiang Chen and Elise soared to an altitude of 100 meters, granting them a clear view of the forest's depth, extending approximately a mile inward. Navigating through it posed considerable challenges, so he wished to ascertain whether the forest stretched far or not. If it were not extensive, they could take a longer detour. With powerful wing beats stirring up a tempest, their figures glided swiftly along the river-like expanse of trees. After they departed, the group of attacking willows below opened their blinking eyes, their grotesque faces betraying unmistakable disappointment. It was a pity they had not been deceived. Over an hour later, Jiang Chen and Elise returned to the army's encampment, his expression far from sanguine. Given Elise's flying speed, they had traversed at least 80 kilometers, barely glimpsing the forest's end. In other words, for the skeletal army to circumvent it would take no less than 3 days. Yet Jiang Chen lacked such luxury of time. Presently, their only recourse was to cut straight through. However, he added, before that, I can first clear a narrow path for the army to traverse. Jiang Chen then set about shopping in the regional channel. 10 minutes later, he and Elise ascended once more, this time aiming directly for the opposite bank, discarding wooden barrels from the air along their route. The attacking willows below mistook the falling barrels for their quarry, eagerly waving their vines to catch them. However, as the number of willows competing increased, the vines began to lash out at their companions in a frenzy. Crack! The barrels struck the ground and shattered, releasing a viscous liquid. Upon realizing it was not the desired prey, the willows promptly lost interest. Unbeknownst to them, the thick liquid had seeped into the roots below. Spanning 500 meters, Jiang Chen dropped a barrel every 5 meters, forming a narrow pathway. That should suffice. Having expended corpse oil worth 100,000 bone coins, Jiang Chen drew his revolver, aiming at a willow thoroughly drenched in the viscous substance, and fired. Bang! The mithril bullet penetrated the tree trunk, failing to deliver a fatal blow, yet the subsequent explosion reduced it to a mere stump. The blast ignited the nearby corpse oil, and flames surged like a dragon, swiftly coursing along the trail. The inferno engulfed any willow touched by the oil, and each one shed its disguise, howling in agony. The vines, originally intended for hunting, now flailed in desperation, attempting to extinguish the flames. Yet, being wood themselves, they only served to fuel the fire further. This ignited nearby willows that had not come into contact with the corpse oil. Consequently, to Jiang Chen's astonishment, willows in the distance withdrew their roots from the scorched earth and fled. Jiang Chen, what the? Are you not trees? How can you run? Though their speed was modest, they still retreated several meters per minute from the fiery path. This was hardly good news. If Jiang Chen led his army through the fire path and those willows returned, therefore, they had to seize the moment before the flames extinguished. Jiang Chen decisively dispatched Leon and his cavalry to clear obstacles from the path, allowing the main force to advance directly. He then commanded all skeletons to march forward in rows of 6. Fortunately, most were radiant skeletons, possessing a higher intellect to comprehend commands, preventing chaos. Nonetheless, the line extended to a kilometer. Clop, clop, clop. The radiant skeletons marched in unison, while Jiang Chen, under Elise's protection, ascended into the sky. Compared to the skeletal soldiers, he clearly attracted more ire but dared not approach too close to the ground. However, Jiang Chen underestimated the attacking willows. Whoosh! A massive stone whizzed past him. Had it not been for Elise's quick reflexes, he would have been struck. With a piercing gaze, he scanned the forest for the assailant. Soon, a tree comparable in height to the others caught his attention. Though it appeared similar in stature, it was merely a guise. Its true form was colossal, with a trunk several meters thick. On its bark, a grotesquely exaggerated human face grinned at Jiang Chen, seemingly delighted by its recent ambush. Identification: Deceptive Tree, Lord Level. Type: Aberrant Creature. Strength: 24. Agility: 6. Perception: 16. Danger Assessment: An evolved form of the attacking willows, possessing greater intelligence and far more troublesome than its predecessors. However, the human heads on it are exceptionally valuable. At that moment, the golden right eye alerted Jiang Chen to the presence of high-value resources nearby, corresponding to an epic level. The direction pointed directly to the deceptive tree. Human head fruit, a highly valuable potion material. Consuming it directly grants substantial mental attribute experience. His gaze fell upon the tree's branches, which bore over 1,000 such fruits. These not only provided mental attribute experience, but could also be used to concoct potions. This was precisely what he needed. The higher his mental attributes, the more points he could allocate to others. Having encountered it, he could not let it slip away, even if it was a lord. Just then, Leon returned on horseback. Leon, do not mind me. Continue leading the skeletons forward. Just leave me 500 radiant skeletons. Perhaps because Jiang Chen was under Elise's protection, Leon did not object. Chapter 86, Unity. Can the stats of Lord-level monsters now be displayed? Jiang Chen pondered, stroking his chin. No, it's that I've reached a level where I can perceive Lord Monster's power. He began to comprehend the system's identification mechanism. If a monster reached a level capable of effortlessly eliminating you, knowing its stats became less significant, unless you could withstand a few blows, which was precisely Jiang Chen's current state. However, should he encounter a king-level creature, he would likely still be met with 3 question marks. The deceptive tree resumed its assault, hurling stones with vines as thick as utility poles, casting them toward Jiang Chen and Elise with great force. Without needing Jiang Chen's command, Elise instinctively lifted him to a height beyond the tree's reach. Meanwhile, the leading skeletons were nearing the edge of the deceptive woods, and it would not be long before they all reached the opposite bank. Just as Jiang Chen had anticipated, some of the attacking willows stirred restlessly, but the flames lining the path had yet to fully extinguish, with their companions still ablaze, causing them to hesitate. Jiang Chen narrowed his gaze. Against such slow-moving foes, as long as he did not enter their encirclement, he would essentially be a living target. Yet, since he desired the human head fruits from the deceptive tree, he could not rely on fire attacks any longer, or it would all be in vain. It appeared he would have to engage it directly. Jiang Chen declared, drawing his radiant longsword. its silver blade shining even more brilliantly than before. This sword had accompanied him since the very first day of the game. And after the divine encounter, it had undergone a transformation, evolving into a supreme weapon. It must have been during the divine encounter that he was graced by the radiant goddess's aura. Identification, radiant longsword. Type, relic. Grade, exceptional. Durability, 18,000, 18,000. Wearing effect, a person of righteousness shall receive the blessing of radiance, gaining 1 strength, 1 constitution, 1 spirit, and 1 agility. Infused with a significant amount of light power. It can unleash a wave of light attribute sword energy, effective within a range of 10 meters, dealing damage equal to 18 times the wielder's strength, the closer the distance. The greater the damage, with additional damage inflicted on malevolent beings, usable 6 times every 24 hours, 6. Guardian Wings. After utilizing the Holy Light Slash, a pair of guardian wings will coalesce around the user, condensing with each use. He beheld the goddess and understood his mission, to guard by your side, akin to wings. An increase of 4 attribute points at once is the most substantial enhancement among all of Jiang Chen's possessions. Ability, balance, activation. Adjusting attribute distribution. Spirit, 8. Strength, 7. Constitution, 1. Name, Jiang Chen. Strength, 147, 10, 4,847, 8,000. Heart of Justice, 1. Pit Gloves, 1. Brilliant Holy Armor, 2. Constitution, 141, 12, 13,932, 19,000. Blessing of Radiance, 1. Tentacle Belt, 1. Agility, 13, 10, 1882, 17,000. Gale Boots, 2. Wings of Radiance, 1. Perception, 15, 14, 632, 21,000. Six-Eyed Mask, 1. Spirit, 26, 8, 25, 5,483, 32,000. Heart of Light, 1. Not yet finished. Jiang Chen consumed another vial of Berserker Potion, elevating his strength to a terrifying 22 points. With only 15 points in Constitution, he seemed unable to withstand the overwhelming disparity in power. His veins bulged like serpents, perilously close to rupture. Elise, merge with me, Jiang Chen thought, convinced that Elise could easily take down the Nightmare Tree solo, leveraging her astonishing agility to reduce it to a state of helplessness. However, he was eager to test whether he could slay a lord while unleashing his full might. Very well, master. Elise's lips curled into a smile, and she opened her cherry-like mouth to reveal sharp fangs. With a swift bite to Jiang Chen's neck, golden blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Jiang Chen grunted, what are you doing biting me? Aren't we supposed to merge? Yet he sensed no malice from Elise. Rather, he experienced an exquisite pleasure. With a soft moan, his heart raced, and his toes reflexively curled. He could do naught but allow her to partake of his blood. He vaguely recalled Leon once mentioning that when a vampire feeds, their hollow fangs inject a neurotoxic agent into their prey. Could this be the sensation he was experiencing? Slurp. As if tasting the delicacies of the mortal realm, Elise reluctantly released her hold, her tongue lingering as she savored the flavor. Ready to work? Jiang Chen said with an air of nonchalance, feigning discomfort. Elise's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, apologizing for her momentary indulgence, then transformed into golden blood, flowing into Jiang Chen's body through the 2 small punctures on his neck. How could it feel even more pleasurable than before? Jiang Chen's mind raced. He could distinctly feel his constitution and agility attributes accelerating. Could it be that merging was the ultimate solution? Previously, he felt it would be strange to have anyone else within him. Now, he realized he had been overly reserved. What was the big deal about merging? It wasn't as if he would lose a piece of flesh, perhaps just a bit of bodily fluid. The attribute panel displayed the initial embrace of the blood bat once more, prompting Jiang Chen to activate the talent directly. Spirit, 6, Agility, 5, Perception, 3. His formerly brown irises seemed to be stained with blood, transforming into the same blood-red hue as Elise's, both alluring and perilous. 2 hollow fangs descended from his upper jaw, his skin pale and bloodless. His nails darkened and elongated by over 2 centimeters, as if they could easily pierce flesh. It felt as though transparent bat wings sprouted from his armpits, though obscured by his armor, remaining temporarily unseen. Blood. I crave blood. At that moment, Jiang Chen experienced an unexpected thirst, a need for blood to quench his throat. This desire, however, was feeble and easily suppressed by his willpower. Would he develop a thirst for blood? And the craving intensified over time. He wondered if the influence would persist after reverting to his original form. This humble one does not know, Elise within him replied. For no human had ever attained a temporary initial embrace, and such an embrace was granted solely by pure-blood vampires, not a subpar version of extraordinary potions. Both initial embraces and extraordinary potions are permanent, and users invariably succumb to an insatiable thirst for blood. Only those with the strongest will can resist becoming slaves to blood like the vampire kin. It seemed this transformation should not be overused. Jiang Chen had no desire to become a lunatic obsessed solely with blood. He then activated spider vision. The world shifted to shades of black and white. Perception 2. At this moment, Strength 22, Constitution 15, Agility 18, Perception 20, Spirit 18. Alright, let us have a battle. Without Elise's flying assistance, Jiang Chen plummeted toward the ground with force. Chapter 87. Elise is a bit of a tease. Upon witnessing Jiang Chen's descent, the attacking willows below extended countless vines, attempting to seize his body midair. Even the Nightmare Tree Lord was no exception. Yet, just as they were about to make contact with Jiang Chen, a cascade of starlight flashed by, leaving all the vines grasping at nothing but air. Transformed into a being of starlight, Jiang Chen weaved effortlessly through the attacking willows. With none of the countless tendrils able to touch his form, his speed left the attacking willows astonished. However, as he approached the Nightmare Tree Lord, the thousands of human heads dangling from its fingers simultaneously turned to face him. Like newborns, their mouths gaped wide open. Then came the cacophony. Wah, wah, wah. A piercing scream, more jarring than a baby's wail, erupted from the thousand voices overlapping, threatening to shatter one's sanity. Sanity, too. Jiang Chen was compelled to revert from his starlight form, hastily covering his ears with both hands. The cacophony struck his mind like 1,000 steel needles. Meanwhile, the surrounding attacking willows fared no better, shrieking in response as if they were afflicted by the noise, confused and unable to determine where to block. Just then, a sound like the breaking of wind approached. A vine as thick as a telephone pole lashed out, bringing with it unimaginable destructive force. It was an attack from the Nightmare Tree Lord. From a god's eye view, Jiang Chen perceived this oncoming assault, but the dissonance of the heads continued to wail, severely hindering his reaction time. He could only manage to turn around and raise his TNT shield behind him. Bang! Jiang Chen's form was sent hurtling away, crashing through dozens of attacking willows before finally coming to a halt. Fortunately, most of the force was absorbed by the TNT shield, and with armor protecting his body, he sustained minimal injury. Life, 3. Master, are you alright? Elise's concerned voice echoed in his mind. Yet, for reasons unknown, the voice carried a tone of restraint. It's nothing. Just unexpected that this fellow possesses the ability for mental assault. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and rose, considering it not entirely fruitless as he had at least acquired a crucial piece of intelligence. However, why did he experience a sense of pleasure when his body was struck? Did he, perhaps, revel in being hit? No, that emotion did not originate from within himself, but rather from within, from Eliza? At this moment, Jiang Chen's eyes widened. A storm brewed in his mind. Eliza, a submissive masochist. The image of Eliza was irrevocably transformed in Jiang Chen's mind. Typically, as long as she did not face him, Eliza embodied the archetype of a stoic, refined woman, who could have anticipated that she was, in fact, a. Jiang Chen smacked his forehead, though covered by a helmet. Well, she was also under the influence of the curse during the divine encounter. It was unreasonable for her to be solely affected by the spider matriarch. Upon reflection, having encountered the curse, the cost of merely becoming a masochist seemed rather trivial. Yet, the thought of a refined, Yandere masochist sent shivers down his spine. Nearby, several aggressive willows advanced, but he swiftly severed their vines with a few strikes. Crimson sap flowed from the severed ends, resembling real blood. At that moment, the 500 glorious skeletons Jiang Chen had summoned arrived, intercepting the aggressive willows that sought to assail him. Although the willows were powerful, Jiang Chen's skeletons were not to be underestimated, especially since they harbored animosity towards him. In a situation of all attributes at level 2, the skeleton soldiers, leveraging their superior mobility, quickly cleared a space around them. The matter concerning Eliza could wait. The current task was to confront the Deceptive Tree Lord. He commanded all the skeletons to eliminate the aggressive willows surrounding the Deceptive Tree Lord, creating a space for a one-on-one confrontation. Upon receiving the command, the glorious skeletons shouted fervently for the Emperor, eradicate the heretics, and charged fearlessly into battle. Soon, the Deceptive Tree Lord found itself isolated, with all aggressive willows thwarted by the skeletons. The skeletons did suffer losses, but Jiang Chen was unconcerned. He could always resurrect a new batch. At this moment, the Deceptive Tree Lord realized the precariousness of its situation, struggling to extricate its roots from the scorched earth, attempting to break free from the encirclement. But Jiang Chen was no mere decoration. With a burst of 18 agility points, he moved with lightning speed, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. Simultaneously, he charged the glorious longsword in his hand, ready to deliver a punishing blow to the Deceptive Tree Lord. Sensing the threat Jiang Chen posed, the Deceptive Tree Lord finally regarded this prey with seriousness. Hundreds of vines lashed out, each imbued with terrifying strength, given Jiang Chen's physique. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. However, he was not to be underestimated. With his spider vision activated, he effortlessly discerned a safe passage amidst the converging vines. With a thud, his iron boots struck against the thrashing vines, and with a deft maneuver, Jiang Chen leapt through an opening above, narrowly escaping danger once again. Only when faced with unavoidable attacks would he draw his longsword to carve a path. Thus, Jiang Chen danced on the precipice of peril, employing agile leaps and a lithe form as he inched closer to the Deceptive Tree's core. This scene elicited a grimace from the grotesque face upon the tree's trunk, which then controlled a vine to seize a human head resembling a baby from its branches, hurling it at Jiang Chen with ferocity. This head, more vociferous than the other fruits upon the tree, seemed to wail, perhaps aware that its time was short upon being cast from the branch. Watch out! Eliza's voice echoed within him, but Jiang Chen had already perceived the deceptive tree's movements from a divine perspective, effortlessly evading the projectile. Why was the spider vision still alerting him? Before Jiang Chen could react, a loud thud echoed. The head did not strike him, but the moment it detonated in midair. Right beside him, the explosion did not produce physical harm, but rather targeted his psyche. If Jiang Chen's mental attribute had still been in the 20s, the impact would have been negligible. However, with only 18 points now, he was inevitably hard-controlled for a second. His mind momentarily froze. The previously innocuous vines now frenziedly ensnared him, enveloping him in a cocoon and tightening as they sought to suffocate him. Yet, the gear he wore was not without merit. Despite the overwhelming pressure causing metallic strains, it held steadfast until Jiang Chen regained consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, Jiang Chen wasted no time and activated the starlight form. Although he reverted to his original form after merely half a second, it was enough to liberate him from his predicament. Observing the deceptive tree lord preparing to employ the same trick again, Jiang Chen calculated the distance between them, finding himself within 10 meters. His right hand gathered energy. Holy light slash. The encroaching vines were dispersed by the sudden burst of sword energy, a devastating strike propelled by his impressive power of 22 points. Amplified by a base multiplier of 18. All vines in its path were severed, and vivid red sap splattered across the ground. A genuine vacuum was thus established between Jiang Chen and the deceptive tree lord. Even though the deceptive tree lord exerted all its might to resist, it still could not withstand the force, losing a crucial branch atop its head. At that moment, the grotesque face was painted with fear, the earlier mockery gone. It had finally succumbed to fear, but Jiang Chen would not grant it the opportunity to redeem itself. With a fierce stomp, his iron boots dug into the ground, and in an instant, he left behind a golden flash. In a heartbeat, he was at the side of the deceptive tree lord, and within its terror-stricken gaze, he unleashed his mightiest strike once more. This time he would not miss. Crack! Jiang Chen's sword sliced past the deceptive tree's trunk, and time seemed to freeze at that moment. Splatter, splatter, splatter. The deceptive tree lord's trunk was completely severed, blood-red sap erupting from the stump like a volcanic eruption. In this battle, Jiang Chen emerged victorious. Chapter 88, Blood Magic. A quarter of an hour later, Jiang Chen caught up with the main force. Before that, he had recovered the deceptive tree lord's corpse, along with the thousands of human heads hanging from it. Human head fruit, a high-value magical medicinal material that can provide a substantial amount of mental attribute experience when consumed directly, usable once every 24 hours. Additional consumption is ineffective. Sitting in the war chariot, Jiang Chen extracted a human head fruit. However, this fruit resembled a real baby, incessantly crying when held, inducing considerable psychological pressure to consume it. To prevent a repeat of the previous explosion, Jiang Chen plunged a dagger vertically into the crown of the baby's head, instantly silencing it. A mixture of red and white sap flowed from the baby's mouth, which Jiang Chen did not dare waste, collecting every drop in a container. He then split the fruit in half and consumed it piece by piece. The taste was unremarkable, akin to eating a child. Those with weaker psychological fortitude would likely retch due to the uncanny valley effect. After finishing, he wiped his mouth, feeling a chilling sensation in his brain, as if his skull had been lifted, allowing his thoughts to disperse freely, a rather refreshing experience. Once the effects subsided, he opened his attribute panel to check, discovering that his mental attribute had increased by over 650 points. Survival 50, Evil Aloe Juice 10. Jiang Chen calculated. One fruit grants 650 experience points, and with 1145 fruits remaining, that amounted to 740,000 experience points. If he could only consume one per day, it would take 3 years to finish. He summoned Iris, handing her a fruit and inquiring whether she could consume it to ascertain its effects. To his astonishment, Iris's right hand transformed into golden blood, enveloping the head fruit entirely, allowing for its immediate absorption without the need for slaughter. Fortunately, there was no gruesome scene of a beautiful woman feasting on an infant. Otherwise, he would have found it difficult to face her in the future. Iris closed her eyes to sense the change and remarked, "My mental prowess has indeed increased. I am grateful for your generous gift, Master. As long as it proves useful, it compensates for your deficiency in mental strength," he replied. "Henceforth, we shall have the allocation of head fruits, providing one to Iris daily." Jiang Chen was unconcerned about this expenditure. After all, they were his loyal subordinates, and their enhanced power would ensure his own safety. However, he pondered how to bolster Leon's strength, given that he was a mere skeleton. Thus, he called upon Leon himself to discuss potential methods for enhancing his abilities. Leon contemplated momentarily before stating, "The power of skeletal undead originates from spiritual fire, which is the essence itself. My spiritual fire is of the light attribute. So being near you or submerging in the holy light life pool would increase the intensity of my spiritual fire. Although Jiang Chen's body radiated some degree of light power, it was certainly not comparable to the holy light life pool, which fundamentally served as a facility for producing holy light, with holy water merely being its manifestation. Leon had refrained from mentioning this to Jiang Chen, not wishing to delay their journey. Jiang Chen felt a warmth in his heart. Indeed, Leon was a genuinely kind soul. Even moving Jiang Chen, a grown man. I apologize for the inconvenience. I shall entrust you with the local holy light church once we arrive. Up to this point, he had observed Leon's unwavering dedication, and the least he could do in return was to help him escape this cursed place. Ideally, he would also find a way to restore his physical form. As their conversation concluded, Leon resumed leading the way. At that moment, Iris suddenly spoke. Master, I observed your battle today, and I hope you might consider learning blood magic. Intrigued, Jiang Chen wondered what magic could be learned without a spellbook. Iris then elaborated on several of the simplest blood magics: blood control, blood explosion, blood puppet, bat transformation, and blood healing. She provided context by relating them to Jiang Chen's battle, illustrating how advantageous blood magic could have been. For instance, prior to engaging in combat, one could utilize blood puppet to create a multitude of blood bats to approach the malevolent tree's essence and subsequently invoke blood explosion. The only cost would be a slight loss of blood, effectively minimizing the risk. Even if incapacitated by a mental attack, it would pose no threat. As long as the proficiency in bat transformation was sufficiently high, one could instinctively release the bats, and even upon being struck by the tree's vines, they would shatter into hundreds of smaller bats. As long as one bat managed to escape, true death would not ensue, making it an excellent means of escape. Jiang Chen, captivated, sought Iris's guidance. However, she explained that blood magic could only be learned upon transforming into a vampire. Consequently, she bit into his neck once more. This time, without his holy armor, he discovered that his bat wings not only sprouted from his armpits, but also connected to the outer sides of his thighs. Once fully unfurled, his wings spanned 5 meters, and with a flap, they were capable of lifting him, an adult male. Yet, after clumsily flying 6 meters upward, he realized a harsh truth. Before mastering blood magic, he first needed to learn to fly. Let go of your mind, and allow me to guide your flight. Iris's voice resonated. Jiang Chen relinquished control over his body without resistance. He soon sensed another consciousness taking over, yet he could easily reclaim control if he desired. Under Iris's guidance, Jiang Chen swiftly ascended to several hundred meters in the sky. As the wind caressed his face, he felt an exhilarating surge of emotion. The freedom of flight is an unattainable dream for countless humans, yet at this moment, Jiang Chen realized it, a feeling anyone could understand. However, while he gazed at the earth below, his body unexpectedly lost control and began plummeting rapidly. It is the cursed summoning. It calls to me, and I cannot regain control. Iris suddenly exclaimed, her voice trembling as if she were enduring excruciating pain. Damn it, of all times. Jiang Chen's heart raced. They were at an altitude exceeding 1,000 meters. Falling from such a height, survival was an impossibility, especially since he had lent his holy armor to Leon. Thus, if he wished to save himself, he would have to master his body and learn to fly. As the descent accelerated, air rushed into his mouth and nose like a fierce gale, making it difficult for him to keep his eyes open. Yet, this was not a moment for panic. He needed to calm his mind to ensure he did not make a mistake. A person falling from 1,000 meters has at most 21 seconds to react, and 10 seconds had already elapsed. Thus, he had but one chance. First, he twisted his body and spread his wings. As the wings unfurled, the immense wind resistance nearly broke his arms, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. By increasing the surface area, his falling speed noticeably decreased. However, they were still in freefall. Jiang Chen made an effort to open his eyes, unwilling to shut them. The ground loomed larger before him, only 300 meters remaining. Recall the sensation of flying with Iris, he urged himself inwardly. Finally, following that instinctive feeling, he flapped his wings. Below, Leon was riding at the front of the troop. Hearing commotion from above, he looked up just in time to see Jiang Chen transformed into a colossal bat, making a sharp turn at a height of 50 meters above the ground. Practicing flight, are we? That noise is rather alarming. Best not to attract any flying creatures. Chapter 89, A Dark Past. The blood magic was not learned today, as after Jiang Chen safely descended, Iris, feeling guilty, fled prematurely. After such a dramatic turn of events, Jiang Chen realized afterward that he had been deceived. In truth, there had been no summoning of a malevolent deity. It was merely Iris's ruse to hasten his learning of flight. Had Jiang Chen not been startled, he would have remembered that they were in a state of mutual understanding, capable of sensing each other's pain, and he would not have been fooled. Realizing this ignited a fury within him, half directed at his own foolishness. Was such a matter truly a subject for jest? He genuinely thought he was going to die? I would never allow you to perish, Iris retorted. Yet, when he turned to confront her, she had already transformed into hundreds of small golden bats and scattered, making it impossible to discern her true form. With no outlet for his frustration, he suddenly spotted a group of crackling monsters nearby, and his gaze hardened. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen, wielding the sinful bone cutter, rejoined the main force. The blade was faintly smeared with red and white substances. He dismounted a radiant skeleton and took its place, riding alongside Leon at the forefront. Leon assumed he was merely fatigued from flying and began discussing other topics. At our current marching pace, we will reach Storm Canyon in no more than 3 days, several days ahead of schedule. The primary reason is that our current skeleton soldiers have all leveled up, achieving a marching speed of 5 kilometers per hour. After exhausting his quota of dominion, Jiang Chen temporarily decided against activating new skeletons, as he would inevitably fall behind. He understood the situation. Currently, Eliza was too apprehensive to meet him, thus he could not delve into blood magic and planned to learn something else instead. Leon, teach me some mounted combat techniques, he requested. With the night of the full moon drawing ever closer, he could not afford to waste time. Any enhancement of his strength, however slight, was invaluable. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's desire to learn mounted combat, Leon adopted a stern teaching mode, unlike Eliza, who preferred to provide shortcuts. Leon emphasized the importance of mastering the fundamentals, advocating for a steady and methodical approach. Initially, he instructed verbally. However, upon encountering monsters, they transitioned into practical application. Throughout the process, he mandated that Jiang Chen refrain from using items or spells, relying solely on the skills he had just acquired to confront the creatures. This array of restrictions significantly heightened the difficulty for Jiang Chen, who at times found himself nearly unseated by a few minor foes. Nonetheless, there were benefits. After an afternoon of practice, Jiang Chen had learned to leverage the skeletal steed beneath him, enhancing his strength by 2 to 4 points. Leon remarked that this was not the limit. Truly adept knights could achieve a synergy between rider and mount, resulting in a combined effect greater than the sum of its parts. Can you achieve this rider-mount synergy, Leon? Jiang Chen inquired. No. I have changed mounts twice and am still in the adjustment phase, Leon replied. As a paladin of the church, he had never engaged in low-level skirmishes. Jiang Chen wisely refrained from asking why he had changed mounts, as that would have suggested a lack of understanding. Thus, they practiced throughout the afternoon, sparing no monsters that crossed their path, even confronting a pseudo-lord, which they ultimately overcame after a fierce battle. Regrettably, it was not a skeletal mage. That night, Jiang Chen returned to the bone crypt, weary and drained. After battling the eerie tree lord during the day and engaging in combat with minor creatures all afternoon, compounded by 2 sleepless nights, even his extraordinary physique succumbed to fatigue. Upon entering, he was greeted by the delightful aroma of a meal. Eliza had prepared dinner. Smiling as she awaited his return, to an onlooker, she might appear to be the quintessential devoted housewife. Yet, only Jiang Chen knew that this woman was not only a masochist, but also a blend of Yandere and cunning, merciless when it came to deceiving her allies. He resolved not to allow such antics to recur in the future, grumbling his displeasure about the lack of prior warning. Is that so? Have I angered you? Do you wish to discard me? She responded, her eyes sparkling with a delusional affection, her cheeks flushed with excitement, and her knees unconsciously rubbing together. Hey, call 110. We have a pervert here, Jiang Chen exclaimed. He was unimpressed by Eliza's exuberance, dismissing her joy without ceremony. After all, she was centuries old. What was the point of mimicking a young girl? However, he dared not voice this thought, fearing a barrage of blades aimed at him. After all, these vampires understood their own anatomy better than humans did. Of course, Eliza was still quite pleasing to the eye when silent, as she was now, offering Jiang Chen a bowl of steaming rice, with a table laid with stir-fried dishes, silently accompanying him. This scene, even in the past, would have only graced his dreams. How wonderful it would be if this were not the apocalypse. He mused internally. By the way, Eliza, how did you learn to cook? He asked. I browsed through your memories and attempted to replicate your preferences, she replied. Jiang Chen paused, chopsticks halted midair. You looked through my memories? Does that mean you've seen my private thoughts? Seemingly sensing his apprehension, Eliza smirked. Even without delving into your memories, I have seen everything during the Black Calamity. Jiang Chen was suddenly reminded of the harrowing past he had endured during the calamity, having spent too long in darkness, his psyche somewhat unstable. And embarrassing incidents such as running around naked were not uncommon. He had even resorted to harassing the big-eyed girl out of sheer boredom. Who could have guessed they would become companions now? The thought made his face flush. Never mind, let it all end, he said, staring at Eliza's mischievous smile. Let us keep this between us and not tell Leon, I beg you. Eliza replied, My lord, do you not wish, for I will not speak of it. This is our little secret, she assured him. Jiang Chen retreated, bowl in hand, feeling uncomfortable at her proximity, the warmth of her breath brushing against his face. Do you not know how captivating I can be? She teased, devouring the meal before him with a swift efficiency. And then he dove into the makeshift bed he had set up in the bone crypt, falling into a deep sleep, leaving Eliza with a look of disappointment. She gazed at the nape of his neck. You've eaten well, but I have yet to feast. Both vampires and bloodsuckers shared a commonality, a lack of taste. Save for blood. Jiang Chen's golden blood, imbued with a radiant aura, was considered more toxic than holy water among other bloodsuckers, yet to her, it was a delicacy. However, seeing that even in slumber, Jiang Chen's brow remained furrowed, Eliza reluctantly decided to forego her meal. Missing a couple of meals would not matter, as she had survived centuries without issue. Yet, she lamented, "Oh, why must your divine decree be for me to become his companion?" Chapter 90, The Red Monster? Jiang Chen had barely slept for 3 hours when Leon roused him, although his spirit was currently at 25 points. Allowing him to feel invigorated after just 1 or 2 hours of sleep, he still awoke feeling groggy. "We are being watched," Leon announced. Instantly, Jiang Chen shook off his drowsiness, adopting a serious demeanor, for Leon never jested. "Where are they? What is their strength?" "At minimum, a lord-level entity. But its movements are peculiar. Most importantly, I cannot sense any malevolent aura emanating from it. Typically, the evil essence of the monsters in the paradise was difficult to conceal. Yet Leon only detected the commotion at the end of their formation before realizing the presence of the foe. By the time he arrived, the adversary had vanished, leaving only a fleeting red silhouette while absconding with several radiant skeletons. A chill ran down Jiang Chen's spine. Leon's perceptive abilities were considerable, and if even he could not detect this entity, it indeed posed a significant threat. "It seems they are targeting the radiant skeletons," Leon deduced, noting that the foe had charged directly at the radiant skeletons without any intention of attacking the bone crypt. Of course, it was also possible that the entity aimed to wear down Jiang Chen's forces before launching a final assault. Regardless, both scenarios were unfavorable. Being targeted by a lord skilled in stealth would unsettle anyone. The trio, 1 human, 1 skeleton, and 1 bloodsucker, quickly devised a plan, determined to unearth the lurking threat. Eliza dispatched her bloodbat puppets to act as scouts in search of the target. Meanwhile, Leon led the troops onward, although their formation had noticeably contracted. Jiang Chen opened the map of Zone 501. Should any skeletons discover the enemy, their presence would be marked on the map, thus, under their vigilant watch. The red monster struck again after half a day. Before them loomed a grotesque creature, its body adorned with blood-red tendrils, lacking a definitive shape as if it were merely a mass of flesh that had somehow attained sentience. The reason Leon had yet to detect its presence was due to the creature's remarkable ability to mimic, akin to that of an octopus lurking in the depths of the ocean. However, what puzzled Jiang Chen was that upon seeing it, the system's identification feature failed to activate. This implied that the entity was not a monster. But what then could account for the writhing, colossal tentacles? Was it merely a matter of distance? As Jiang Chen pondered this enigma, Leon and Eliza had already engaged. Yet, rather than closing in, they chose to bombard it with spells. The creature towered at 5 or 6 meters, aptly described as a mountain of flesh. Eliza's blood explosion spell and Leon's beam attack struck it, tearing gaping wounds into its form and sending countless fragments of flesh flying. The monster's bulk began to diminish, yet it seemed indifferent to this loss, extending its tentacles to ensnare the radiant skeletons that rushed forward to attack. The skeleton's assaults proved futile. A sword strike would create a gash, only for it to heal almost instantaneously. Instead, the skeletons were ensnared and hurled into the gaping maw atop the creature's head, resulting in the very flesh that Leon and Eliza had stripped away being replenished. Jiang Chen quickly commanded the skeletons to withdraw, realizing that their numbers were more of a hindrance than an asset in facing this beast. However, it was too late, despite its imposing size. The crimson creature moved with astonishing speed, its tentacles ensnaring the skeletons and dragging them into its mouth. Then, another horrifying realization struck Jiang Chen. He observed that the flesh that had been torn away was reassembling and returning to the creature, causing it to grow even larger. This meant that their previous attacks had been entirely ineffective, and they were suffering losses instead. "Eliza, catch!" he exclaimed, tossing her 2 barrels filled with corpse oil. If they could not slay it, they would incinerate it to ashes. Following Jiang Chen's instructions, Eliza ascended into the air and doused the creature's entire form with the oil. She then employed her trusty revolver rose to ignite the corpse oil. Under Jiang Chen's watchful gaze, the creature indeed caught fire. However, the ignited areas sprouted new flesh, forming additional tentacles that all retreated into its vast mouth to feed. This was an extinguishing method Jiang Chen had never anticipated. Yet, what was even more unacceptable lay ahead. The consumed tissue soon regenerated, and despite the creature having lost a significant amount of mass, it had grown even more formidable due to the energy-infused corpse oil. "Are you kidding me? 100% digestion rate." Jiang Chen cursed vehemently. They needed to find a way to halt its regeneration, or else his thousands of skeletons would soon prove insufficient. Physical attacks were useless. Fire couldn't kill it. Where the hell was its weakness? In an instant, he recalled the venomous spider liquid he had previously used against the iron-eating worm. He summoned Eliza back down, retrieving a sealed glass vial of the potent liquid from his system backpack. "Throw this into its mouth, but be cautious not to get any on yourself." His insistence was not mere nagging. Having witnessed the venom's devastating power, he was determined to protect his comrades from harm. Fortunately, Eliza proved reliable in this critical moment. With exceptional agility, she navigated through the writhing tentacles, targeting her mark, and smashed the glass vial into the creature's mouth. The bottle shattered, successfully delivering the toxin inside. Jiang Chen quickly called his two allies back, urging them to avoid any misfires from the frenzied monster. Perhaps due to its extraordinary digestive abilities, Jiang Chen did not have to wait long. Merely 30 seconds passed before the venom began to take effect. The creature, which had been voraciously devouring skeletons, abruptly ceased all movement, its tentacles thrashing wildly and demolishing everything around it. It writhed in agony, as if it had ingested molten lava, its insides erupting in torment akin to a volcanic eruption. In a desperate attempt for self-preservation, it thrust its tentacles back into its mouth, not to consume, but to excavate the flesh within. The monstrous mass began to excavate itself like a bulldozer, expelling chunks of flesh that were followed by billowing clouds of white steam, the toxin still wreaking havoc. Before long, the expelled flesh disintegrated into a viscous green liquid, sizzling ominously on the scorched earth. Eliza was taken aback, having never witnessed the effects of the venomous spider liquid before. Now, recalling Jiang Chen's warnings, she felt a rush of apprehension. After all, the venom had once reduced a Lord-level iron-eating worm to nothing but a steel shell. Just when Jiang Chen believed the tide had turned, the monstrous mass unexpectedly displayed its tenacity. After shedding a significant portion of flesh, it somehow revived. However, it no longer dared to engage Jiang Chen and his companions, its form slithering away. Yet, in losing so much mass, its true form was laid bare. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. What in the world? This creature is a special building. Chapter 91, Flesh Workshop. No wonder the system had not triggered a prompt. It was a unique structure. To confirm, Jiang Chen opened his map. Indeed, it displayed a red marker identical to player buildings, moving, indicating he had not misjudged. Finally, he had encountered a second special building. How rare. A moment of reflection crossed his mind. Throughout the expedition, he had recovered 36 small abodes, averaging 3 to 4 per day. However, with only 10 special buildings allotted per zone, a ratio of 100:1, it was only logical that it had taken so long to find another. This living structure, free from player control, explained its remarkable resilience. Moreover, given the indestructible nature of the synthesis platform, this creature was theoretically immortal. How enviable. Jiang Chen gazed at the undulating mass with gleaming eyes. If he could seize control of it, it would be tantamount to acquiring a Lord-level enforcer. And it could continue to grow. That was the crux of the matter. I must possess it, he declared resolutely. Eliza, appearing displeased, remarked, "Is my allure so lacking that even an ugly monster surpasses me? I have a method to control it. But I require your cooperation." He instructed Eliza to intercept the flesh creature, preventing its escape, while he and Leon ventured into the bone crypt. There, he deposited materials into the synthesis platform to activate the skeletal giant, directing Leon toward the bone throne. "Leon, you shall command the skeletal giant. Pry that creature's mouth open for me." Obediently, Leon took his place upon the bone throne, and at that moment, the skeletal giant underwent a transformation. As though it had exchanged souls. With great strides, it approached the flesh creature, summoning a massive white bone sword with a gesture of its right hand. With several swift strikes, it cleaved away substantial portions of the creature's body, sending them flying far from its form. It was far more agile than when Jiang Chen controlled it. Faced with the towering skeletal giant, the flesh creature found itself at a loss. It could neither consume nor combat it, and with Eliza persistently harassing it, escape was not an option. It could only engage in a final, desperate struggle. With a flurry of strikes, the creature's true form was finally fully revealed. It was a crimson edifice, its walls neither stone nor steel, but rather resembling flesh, constantly writhing, splitting, and growing new organic tissue. The roof had been torn off by a monstrous entity, serving as an entrance for the delivery of sustenance, while the four walls functioned as its stomach. Swift and decisive, Jiang Chen urged. The cost of piloting the skeletal giant was exorbitant, with every fleeting second burning through thousands of bone coins. Sensing the opportune moment, Leon hesitated no longer and plunged his sword deep into the creature's gaping maw, driving it straight into its stomach, pinning it in place. Immediately, the skeletal giant thrust its hands into the monster's cavernous mouth, forcibly prying it open to prevent it from closing. Maintain control, do not let it thrash about. Hold on for 10 minutes. I shall return shortly. With that, Jiang Chen donned his radiant holy armor, transforming into a cascade of starlight, and dove into the creature's belly. Upon reaching the stomach, Jiang Chen couldn't help but jest. Are there truly inhabitants in here? The walls of the stomach incessantly secreted a foul, corrosive liquid, and the space was scarcely 10 cubic meters. Should anyone be trapped inside, they would likely be digested in the next instant. Thank goodness you weren't assigned to another player. Otherwise, that would have been unfortunate indeed. In this cursed land of the dead, acquiring a refuge unfit for habitation would surely drive that player to madness. As if sensing a presence intruding within, the villous linings of the stomach began to grow wildly, expanding to the thickness of a serpent within moments. The entirety of Jiang Chen's field of vision was consumed by these appendages, which writhed toward him with the intent of obliterating him from within. Yet how could Jiang Chen remain idle? He unsheathed his brilliant longsword, relentlessly hacking away at the oncoming tendrils. He severed dozens of such appendages, but those that fell to the ground swiftly reconstituted, melding back into the fleshy walls. More vexing still, the corrosive liquid within the stomach had begun to accumulate, rising ominously. The radiant holy armor offered no protection against water. At that moment, only 3 minutes had elapsed, leaving another 7 to secure true dominance. To avoid being submerged in the corrosive liquid, Jiang Chen scattered rocks across the stomach's floor, creating a foothold. However, this left him immobile, unable to evade the approaching tendrils. Why is this 10-minute wait so interminable? In times of torment, time always drags on. Health 1, health 1, health 1. Some of the corrosive liquid seeped into the crevices of his armor, eating away at Jiang Chen's skin, causing him to grimace in pain, yet still within tolerable limits. Well, at least it's not as strong as the curse of the slaughtered. Having endured the torment of the slaughtered's curse, Jiang Chen had significantly raised his tolerance for pain. Just then, a figure plummeted from the gaping hole above. It was Elise. Upon seeing Jiang Chen struggling amidst the corrosive liquid and the fleshy tendrils, a look of indignation crossed her face, directed, of course, at the flesh creature. However, she refrained from acting impulsively, for using her blood explosion technique in such confined quarters would likely harm Jiang Chen. Instead, she transformed into a swirling cloud of golden blood mist, merging into his wounds. Blood healing, she invoked, employing her vampiric magic within Jiang Chen's body. With no time to consume potions while battling the fleshly tendrils, Elise's healing was a timely boon. Beneath his armor, the areas scorched and ulcerated by the corrosive liquid rapidly rejuvenated, sprouting fresh tissue, and even his skin began to heal. Well done, Elise. You've been a tremendous help, Jiang Chen praised, resuming his onslaught against the encroaching tendrils. It is but my duty, Elise replied, her voice tinged with delight. Only 2 minutes remained. At that moment, the corrosive liquid had reached his heels, yet Jiang Chen could not elevate his footing any further. To ascend would mean leaving the stomach, rendering all prior efforts moot. Thus, he opted to transform into a starry form, soaring within the creature's belly. Given his mental fortitude, sustaining this for 2 minutes should pose no issue. As his mental energy waned, the system notification finally appeared. Congratulations, player. You have successfully conquered the special structure, Flesh Workshop. Identification, Special Structure, Flesh Workshop, Level 3. This building is the only living structure in the entire server, and due to its uniqueness, it lacks dedicated facilities. The synthesis platform has completely integrated into the structure itself, boasting exceptional growth potential. Ability 1. Consume powerful magical beasts, with a certain probability of inheriting their traits. Ability 2. Every piece of tissue that falls from it gains self-awareness, albeit under the control of the workshop and its master. Durability. Permanent. As long as a piece of tissue exists, it cannot truly perish. Due to the influence of this special structure, its master has a craving for meat-based sustenance at 50. Materials required to upgrade to the next level. A corpse of a king-level aberrant creature. Players be advised. As this is a special structure, there is no cloaking effect. Please remain vigilant for your safety. Chapter 92. Arrival at the destination. The Flesh Workshop. Now a level 3 structure. Upon exiting the monster's body, Jiang Chen gazed at the system notification with wide eyes. It was his first encounter with a refuge capable of self-upgrading. To elevate to level 4 required a king-level corpse, which implied that prior to reaching level 3, it had already devoured a lord. The more he contemplated, the more incredulous it seemed. Before consuming a lord-level creature, it undoubtedly lacked the current power it now wielded. This indicated that in its second-tier state, it was merely akin to a pseudo-lord. How, then, had it managed to vanquish a lord? His gaze continued to scrutinize. And upon noting its immortality, he recalled the earlier siege by over 4,000 radiant skeletons, alongside Elise and Leon unleashing their full might with little effect. It became clear to him, it likely ground down a lord through sheer attrition. With this realization, Jiang Chen's admiration for the Flesh Workshop deepened. Who wouldn't appreciate a subordinate capable of overcoming foes beyond their immediate rank? Boom, boom, boom. Several explosions erupted. Jiang Chen turned to see Elise chastising the Flesh Workshop, with Leon joining in as well. The Flesh Workshop, once so brash, was now reduced to a frightened creature, cowering in fear. Observing this, Jiang Chen felt it was his responsibility as a superior to maintain harmony among his subordinates. He approached, saying, "That's enough. It acted wrongly before. But now it has become our own. Let bygones be bygones." But it just devoured the radiant skeletons. Leon interjected. What? Jiang Chen felt as if the sky had fallen. During the assault on the Flesh Workshop, it had consumed around 1,000 radiant skeletons. How could it still be yearning for more? To put it into perspective, the cost to create a single radiant skeleton was a staggering 180 bone coins, equating to a loss of 200,000 coins, not to mention the over 600,000 spent to subdue it and activate the skeletal giant. Damn it! Jiang Chen stormed toward the flesh workshop, determined to teach it a lesson and instill some sense into it. Otherwise, the skeletal soldiers he crafted would never suffice to satiate its appetite. Hey, you over there. Come here, I need to have a word with you. As the master beckoned, the flesh workshop bounded over like an exuberant puppy, stirring up clouds of dust in its wake. Is it time to eat? Jiang Chen sensed the message conveyed by the flesh workshop in his mind. Instantly, he felt a wave of frustration, especially as he noticed it inching closer to the radiant skeletons. Thus, Jiang Chen erupted in fury, severing a small piece of flesh from the blood flesh workshop before retrieving a glass jar. Remember, you must obey. The consequences of defiance are exemplified like this. He delicately dripped a drop of deadly spider venom onto the writhing morsel on the ground, causing it to convulse violently. Hissing sounds erupted as wisps of white smoke wafted through the air, leaving only a puddle of corrosive liquid behind. The small red-haired dog trembled in fear. Based on the pain relayed from the flesh, it was indeed the very poison that had tormented him so mercilessly moments ago. That sensation was one he wished never to endure again in this lifetime. Consequently, whatever Jiang Chen uttered next, it responded with eager nods. In truth, Jiang Chen possessed other methods to remedy its plight, notably the Book of Torment acquired from the Davis family, which documented numerous malevolent rituals capable of rendering one's existence akin to hell. However, due to its association with curses, Jiang Chen had no intention of employing it. Then what shall I consume? Inquired the blood flesh workshop, as it required substantial energy to mobilize. Neglecting to feed it promptly would result in a swift decline in its power and a corresponding shrinkage in its form. Jiang Chen stroked his chin, having become its keeper. He naturally had a responsibility to provide sustenance. This was not an insurmountable issue, as he commanded a multitude of skeletal soldiers who could be dispatched to hunt. Yet, the monsters they hunted would be consumed by it, thereby diminishing his own earnings. Once this dilemma was resolved, the main force continued onward. At this juncture, the number of skeletal soldiers had dwindled from a peak of 15,000 to just over 3,000, necessitating the creation of an additional 2,000. Alas, another substantial expense loomed. Just then, he felt a sudden softness against his back. It was Elise, who had draped herself over his shoulder. I am anemic. This was a consequence of overusing her blood explosion technique. Her eyes fixated hungrily on his neck, the intent unmistakable. Considering Elise's commendable performance thus far, even aware of her ulterior motives, he could only relent. Jiang Chen preemptively consumed a vial of healing potion to prevent himself from being drained of blood. With a soft pop, his right eye squinted slightly. A brief pang of pain was followed by the sensation of blood flowing out of his body. Glancing at the empty bottle in his hand, he suddenly felt quite foolish. Why hadn't he simply allowed Elise to drink the potion directly instead of experiencing it himself? What had he become? 3 days later, on the 26th day of the game, Jiang Chen finally arrived at his destination, the Stormy Canyon. Before him loomed 2 majestic mountains piercing the clouds, with winds howling through the valley between them, bringing forth icy snow and creating a bone-chilling gale of at least level 6. The icy blast stung his exposed face, robbing him of the scant warmth he had left. Though the temperature at the mountain's base was still in the teens, here it plummeted by 30 degrees, and further ahead, who knew how much lower it would fall? Leon, are you certain this is the place? Jiang Chen, bundled in cotton clothing, felt as if he were on the verge of freezing. A glance around revealed that he seemed to be the only one uncomfortable with the cold. Leon looked up, confirming the landmarks in his memory, and assured, indeed, this is the spot. If we proceed further, there is a windless area where we can take refuge. Very well, onward we go. Upon reaching this point, Jiang Chen finally comprehended why Leon had chosen to set up camp here. Just walking on the ground was met with a level 6 gale. The winds at higher altitudes would surely be even more ferocious. Flying creatures would struggle to take flight in such harsh conditions. And the ascent followed a single path, an archetypical terrain that was easy to defend yet hard to attack, unless the magical tide could dismantle the mountains on either side. Holding this position until the regional merge would not be overly difficult, battling against the fierce winds. The group advanced for half a day before Jiang Chen discovered that the small canyon he had glimpsed from afar was indeed several hundred meters wide. Fortunately, the skeletal soldiers were clad in heavy armor. Otherwise, their own weight would have been swept away long ago. When the fierce winds suddenly diminished, Jiang Chen understood they had arrived at their destination. As for why a windless area existed here, he soon learned the reason. Ahead stood a fortress constructed of ice and snow, its white walls resembling a grand barrier against the sky. Suddenly, a figure made of ice and snow materialized in the white expanse. Identification: Snow Maiden, Lord Pseudo. Type: Elemental Being. Strength: 8. Agility: 14. Perception: 16. Danger Assessment: Elves dwelling within the snow. Any daring to intrude upon their snowy realm shall be frozen into exquisite ice sculptures. Chapter 93: The Forgotten Snow City. The moment the Snow Maiden appeared, she fixated on the only living being among the multitude of undead. She raised her icy, spear-like arm, and hundreds of icicles shot forth at high speed. Leon raised the TNT shield, crashing it down in front of Jiang Chen just in time to block the incoming assault. The Snow Maiden? I knew we would encounter such a creature. Jiang Chen felt grateful for his prior preparations. Wherever there was snow, the presence of a Snow Maiden was inevitable. Thus, before ascending the mountain, Jiang Chen had consulted Lucky Star about how to deal with this type of monster. Given her experience in the matter. In fact, on the second day after their departure, Lucky Star had encountered a Snow Maiden, but had spent a significant amount of time devising a strategy against her. As an elemental creature, the Snow Maiden could disintegrate into ice and snow upon being struck, only to reassemble elsewhere, making her exceedingly difficult to confront. However, Lucky Star ultimately discovered a method of dealing with her, weapons forged from flowing flame iron. The scorching surface of flowing flame iron could swiftly deplete the Snow Maiden's internal icy power, preventing her from maintaining her elemental form. Thus, upon the Snow Maiden's emergence, he immediately produced over 100 flowing flame swords, all crafted in the old Captain's forge. Identification: flowing flame sword. Type: treasure. Grade: superior. Durability: 180/180. Wearing effect: contains a large amount of firepower, highly effective against monsters with low fire resistance. Distributing the swords among his skeletal soldiers, they began to chant fervent cries of annihilation aimed at the Snow Maiden. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, astonished. These skeletons have other words in their vocabulary? He was perplexed. He had not witnessed such enthusiasm when confronting other monsters. Did they require specific foes to trigger their vocal effects? Returning his gaze to the Snow Maiden, he scrutinized her slender form composed of ice and snow. Upon closer inspection, she indeed possessed a unique charm. What on earth? Elise, why are you pinching my waist? It's nothing. My hands are cold, just stretching a bit. The battle swiftly yielded results. Within mere minutes, the Snow Maiden was forced to revert to her true form, unable to sustain her icy body, and was shattered into fragments of ice by the radiant skeletons. As she was composed entirely of ice and snow, no corpse remained. Yet she left behind something else, an elemental heart, or it could also be referred to as a Snow Maiden's heart. This item was an extraordinarily precious alchemical ingredient, primarily used for crafting Snow Maiden potions. The old captain, possessing the recipe, would gladly pay 30,000 bone coins for each heart. Jiang Chen planned to search further to see if any other Snow Maidens remained, hoping to replenish his significantly depleted treasury. However, just as he moved to retrieve the Snow Maiden's heart, a creature's movement was quicker than his own. A red tentacle darted past Jiang Chen's side, snatching the Snow Maiden's heart and bringing it toward its maw. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. This was a staggering 300,000 bone coins. How could he allow it to be consumed? Drawing forth his radiant longsword, he severed the tentacle and simultaneously tossed a small glass vial into the mouth of the primary culprit. With a sharp crack, the vial shattered, releasing a toxic liquid. The flesh workshop writhed in agony, hastily scraping off the piece of flesh. The vial Jiang Chen had thrown contained a drop of lethal spider venom. While it posed no threat to life, it was certainly sufficient to inflict some pain. Honestly, after just 2 days of indulgence, it had already forgotten the lessons learned from its previous overindulgence, truly a source of worry. He bent down to retrieve the heart of the Snow Woman from the ground. Then, addressing the nearly revived flesh monster with a fierce glare, he warned, "If you continue to be disobedient, I shall treat you to some candy filled with surprises." Jiang Chen had previously shown it the candy, so it understood what he meant. Immediately, it covered its mouth with all its tentacles. After delivering this lesson to the flesh workshop, the group proceeded into the windless zone ahead. Here, the ground was not blanketed by snow, revealing charred black soil that stood in stark contrast to its surroundings. "Leon, what is the story behind this ancient city?" Jiang Chen inquired as he gazed up at the ancient city, sealed in ice. The walls towered at an imposing height of 50 to 60 meters. It would not be an exaggeration to call it an impassable chasm. Only by witnessing it firsthand could one truly grasp its grandeur. Leon seemed to drift into memories, his tone tinged with melancholy as he replied, "This place was originally a forward outpost against the paradise, a miraculous construction forged by the alliance of the church and the human empire. However, after the arrival of the Black Calamity, everyone vanished." His voice grew somber at this point, for it included Leon's friends and former colleagues. He had served in this city for an extended period, harboring profound sentiments for it. "Everything is irretrievable now. The last time I returned was a century ago, when this city still had a significant portion unfrozen. Now, all that remains is this wall before us." As one person and one skeleton looked up again, they noticed a frozen slope extending from behind the wall, with wind and snow sweeping across it, creating a serene, windless area. It was easy to imagine that this slope would eventually collapse, burying the last remnants of glory of this city. "Let us set up camp first. Tomorrow, the two of us will venture further back, lest we find ourselves ambushed by monsters." Jiang Chen was always apprehensive about what might be sealed within this city, but Leon had repeatedly assured him of its safety. So he decided to set aside his concerns and commenced building the camp. He first positioned 2 special buildings at the foot of the colossal city, placing the Cathedral of Holy Light a bit further out. Surrounding these two structures, he constructed 2 layers of city walls. Should the outer wall fall, they could retreat to the inner wall for continued defense. All materials were sourced from level 4 cottages, totaling 40 structures. The newly built walls stood 7 to 8 meters high, dwarfed by the grand fortifications behind them, yet they would suffice to fend off monsters. The reason he did not construct level 5 cottages was the exorbitant cost of 400,000 coins each, which Jiang Chen simply could not afford. Moreover, had it not been for the most expensive materials required to upgrade the level 4 cottages, iron blocks that he possessed himself, he might not have been able to construct even those. Unfortunately, he was the only player in this area generating income, unlike others who could pool resources. As for the flesh workshop, Jiang Chen sent it down the mountain to hunt for food, planning to call it back the day before the full moon. It was simply too voracious to maintain. Once the walls were completed, he produced several dozen large iron plates, each weighing over 100 kilograms. He instructed the skeleton soldiers to affix these plates to the walls for additional reinforcement. He even drove hundreds of massive iron stakes deep into the ground in front of the walls, aiming to thwart any underground moving monsters, such as the devouring beasts. Gazing at the fortified little city, Jiang Chen finally displayed a satisfied smile. However, the price of this satisfaction was that his wallet had been entirely emptied. Chapter 94, Players Before the Crisis. On the 27th day of the game, time was becoming increasingly pressing. Upon awakening, Jiang Chen's foremost thought was to amass wealth. Currently, his backpack held a mere 300,000 bone coins, accrued from selling the heart of the snow woman the previous day. Thus, he activated 1,000 inexpensive ordinary skeletons and sent them out to scour the world for snow women. Fortunately, 2 machines capable of producing death energy crystals had been constructed, allowing him to activate the skeletons with just a skeletal frame. Their output was approximately 2,000 units daily, translating to a daily income of 240,000 bone coins. The Holy Light Life pool generated 40,000 daily. His personal shop brought in 150,000, and the potions produced amounted to around 20,000, totaling just 210,000. Yet, the items he wished to purchase were numerous. The blacksmith shop's latest small firearms cost 300 coins each, requiring at least 500 units, amounting to 650,000. Additionally, he desired 50 energy cannons, costing 100,000, and the light armor for the skeletons, which had a processing fee of 300,000. When calculated, the shortfall was immense. Yet, only 3 days remained. In pursuit of wealth, Jiang Chen listed the toxic spider venom in his personal shop with the note, "Toxic spider venom, highly corrosive, lethal," with a record of slaying Lord-level monsters. As he could not post images, the photo of the iron-eating worm's empty shell could not be showcased. Nevertheless, due to Jiang Chen's reputation, players were still willing to make a purchase. Before long, the venom was bought by Deep Blue, netting Jiang Chen a profit of 30,000 bone coins. This transaction was not exploitative. It was indeed capable of killing conventional lords. He then issued a bounty, seeking human head spider venom, 2,000 bone coins per liter, unlimited purchase. The yield from 5 human head spiders would suffice to gather a liter, and he anticipated players would seize this opportunity, as all were in need of bone coins to procure resources from one another. At that moment, a red dot unexpectedly appeared on the map, its brightness indicating a power level akin to a pseudolord. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with hope. Heaven bless, it must be a snow woman. Grabbing his weapon, he hastily ventured out, with Iris following closely behind. Leon wished to join them, but Jiang Chen held him back, insisting he remain in the life pool. Zone 66. The old squad leader opened the system panel. Current remaining player count, 240, 525. He sighed deeply. The death toll had surpassed half. Originally, there should have been an additional 30 to 40,000 survivors, but according to the Alliance's statistics, the recent durian calamity had directly caused 5,000 deaths. 2,000 players had become lost in the darkness while completing quests. Nearly 10,000 had perished due to team members being infected by curses. Behind each number lay a vibrant life. Moreover, there were more severe indirect impacts. The durian calamity had engendered a crisis of trust among players, drastically reducing information exchange and resource trading. Were it not for this incident, Jiang Chen's personal shop's transaction fee would have easily earned him 500,000 bone coins daily. Now, all players harbored a deep-seated loathing for not eating durian, yet the instigator had already perished, leading their ire to focus on those who had recklessly shared photographs during the side quests. This group, though not large, still comprised 1,000 or 2,000 individuals. This was also a source of concern for the old squad leader. Failing to address them would only inflame the anger of other players. Yet they remained a vital force in resisting the monsters and could not be easily discarded. As the commander of the Alliance, Zhang Weijian not only had to consider the interests of the Alliance, but also the well-being of all players. Thus, he designated a crime against humanity for this particular group of players. However, he stipulated that no organization was permitted to execute them without due process. They were required to atone for their offenses under the supervision of various district alliance branches. Informed the chat representatives to announce a few basic recipes. Zhang Weijian instructed his subordinates. The chat representatives, as their name suggests, were players responsible for communication within the major district channels, a role newly established following the Durian disaster, and one that nearly every respectable organization would employ. They had become the principal actors in the chat interface, tasked with gathering intelligence, trading resources, and liaising with other organizations. The purpose was to mitigate risks should another catastrophe akin to the Durian disaster occur. The aim of announcing the recipes was to enhance the overall survival capabilities of players, as they were on the brink of facing their most formidable challenges yet. Zhang Weijian believed that if they could endure this trial, subsequent ones would prove relatively easier. In District 103, the Misty Forest, Deep Blue's expression turned grave as he reported, "Captain, the price of iron blocks has surged to 27 coins. Should we purchase?" Without hesitation, he decisively responded, "Buy. Not only iron blocks, but the prices of all resources were climbing daily. If they refrained from purchasing today, tomorrow would render them even more unaffordable." Everyone was preparing for the final confrontation. Summon the leaders of the other organizations. I have matters to discuss with them. Currently, in District 103, all players were primarily concentrated in two locations, one with Deep Blue and the other at the Alliance branch. Those gathered here were organizations banding together to weather the impending storm. Frankly speaking, as a citizen of the Great Xia, Deep Blue preferred collaborating with the Alliance, given its superior overall strength, enhanced equipment, and the unity among players, which fostered a sense of belonging. In contrast, his own group often devolved into chaotic arguments during meetings, particularly the representatives from the Western District, who were the loudest and sought to monopolize power while looking down upon others. However, the geographical distance of 100 kilometers made it perilous to lead his team into a hasty journey. As all were assembled, Deep Blue's gaze swept over the crowd. Indeed, they appeared aloof and contemptuous, clearly disapproving of his role as a temporary leader. He could scarcely believe that if he were to gently propose suggestions, there would undoubtedly be dissenting voices. Yet, this was not the time for disputes. Thus, he slammed his knight's lance upon the conference table and declared sternly, "Let me make this clear. I know you do not accept my leadership. If you wish to voice your discontent, do so openly. Speak up, and I shall immediately resign and take my team to the Alliance's encampment, even if it means traveling through the night." Upon hearing Deep Blue's intent to leave, the crowd's demeanor shifted instantly. Their gathering was predicated upon Deep Blue's current standing as third in the rankings. Without his presence to maintain order, they would scatter by nightfall. Consequently, their expressions softened, and they collectively urged him not to take such drastic measures, assuring him of their willingness to follow his command. Nevertheless, Deep Blue remained impassive and stated, "Since you are willing to heed my orders, I hereby issue my first command. Assemble all players to confront the Tano monster. The Tano monster is a lord. Do you intend to lead us to our demise?" One fair-skinned player instinctively protested. However, he soon found himself cowed into silence under Deep Blue's predatory gaze, akin to a lamb encountering a lion. "What of lords? How many lords have been slain by their vassals?" Deep Blue retorted, "We require exceptional items. Without them, we shall lack the weapons necessary to confront the lord's minions." Witnessing that his imposing presence had quelled dissent, Deep Blue softened his tone, adding, "I possess a secret weapon, one that the vassal used to slay a lord." At this revelation, the crowd exhaled in relief, reassured that Deep Blue did not intend to send them to their deaths. Chapter 95, System Update and Points Mall. Extraordinary Path, The Living Dead. Ability 1. Inflict physical pain to exchange for power with the Curse Master. Method 1. Inflict torture upon oneself. The more intense the suffering endured, the greater the power gained. Method 2. Consume a modicum of mana to inscribe a curse upon a corporeal target. The more damage they sustain, the more power the caster acquires. The duration of the curse correlates with the power disparity between the two parties. Ability 2. Upon locking onto a target, read their hidden memories. Successful retrieval allows one to transform into any individual from the memory fragments. With the potency of mental power increasing as the target's sanity diminishes, success rate of memory retrieval is contingent on the mental strength disparity between the two parties. The Living Dead, the fastest growing path among the extraordinary avenues, faced resistance from various factions due to its brutal and bloodthirsty methods of advancement. However, the players paid little heed to such opposition, for their adversaries were monsters, and the harshness of their environment compelled them to seize every opportunity for rapid growth. In District 427, the Land of the Dead, a female logistics player gazed at Nuan with envy, exclaiming, "You are truly impressive now." Having embarked on the path of the Living Dead, Nuan's strength had recently escalated dramatically, enabling her to single-handedly confront pseudo-lords, making her the core of the team's offensive capabilities. Other players were green with envy, wishing they too could become extraordinary beings. If Nuan were aware of their sentiments, she might retort, "Being extraordinary is not something to envy. It comes with its own costs." For once one embarks on this path, there is no turning back. I was merely fortunate to have contributed by aligning with the vassal, she replied softly. Of course, these were mere platitudes. Only she and Jiang Chen knew the true events of that day. However, thanks to Jiang Chen's warning, the highest echelons of the alliance had become aware of the infiltration of foreign elements among the players. Yet, they remained discreet, instructing the district leader of Area 427 to maintain close vigilance. So far, she had not exhibited behavior inconsistent with that of a typical player. After dismissing her admirers, Nuan caught sight of a shadow in her peripheral vision. TCH, having assisted you so much, you still harbor hostility toward me. She was unconcerned about her exposure, which starkly contrasted with her warning to Jiang Chen that day. Upon reflection, it seemed her sole intent was to ensure Jiang Chen recognized her presence. As for her true purpose, to uncover it, one would likely need to consult the curse master. I must impart the true application of the living dead method. I labor tirelessly for your survival, Nuan mused, her brow furrowed, feeling more invested in the player's welfare than the system itself. Unlike Nuan, the other players who had accessed the living dead path received a diluted version, and without guidance, they were bound to meet their demise eventually. Hallelujah! A legion of radiant skeletons, led by Jiang Chen, ascended above Snow City. Only upon witnessing it firsthand could he be certain that no monsters could breach the rear of their camp. This Snow City was constructed atop a sheer cliff, its height soaring over 1,000 meters. Coupled with the fierce winds sweeping across the precipice, it was inconceivable for monsters to scale such heights. Yet, a pressing question lingered. Who were the original inhabitants intended to be shielded from by this fortress? Leon and I have been exiled for so long that many memories have grown hazy, Elise remarked. Leon had previously mentioned that he recalled some monstrous entities from the ocean. Jiang Chen had listened with skepticism, wondering how oceanic monsters could possibly reach the land. He dismissed it as a mere error on Leon's part. Even Leon himself harbored doubts. After confirming the safety of their rear, Jiang Chen turned back towards home. In passing, I tidied up the snow maiden atop the mountain, ultimately acquiring 5 snow maiden hearts. After selling them all, Jiang Chen's wallet felt a tad lighter. However, it was not long before he spent it all on new equipment. Damn it! Why have the prices surged again? Witnessing the prices soar by 50% since the morning, Jiang Chen ground his teeth in frustration. With still a day remaining, the rapid price increase was primarily due to certain individuals hoarding supplies and inflating costs. In such dire times, how could they still be thinking of profits? Capitalists ought to be hung from lampposts. Reluctantly, he sold a portion of his steel stockpile to amass enough bone coins to purchase the gear. Once the full moon night had passed, he would promptly make his way to the mine. He had come to realize that iron ore was the most stable form of value. That evening, Jiang Chen forwent rest, crouching in the bone pit to forge 4,000 skeleton nights, only ceasing at noon the following day. After consuming a meal prepared by Elise, he dove back into the bone pit. He had no intention of descending the mountain to clear the nearby monsters, as they would invariably come seeking him on the night of the full moon. Instead, he chose to utilize this time to create more skeletal soldiers. Thus, yet another unremarkable day passed. Time, 12 o'clock a.m., day 29 of the game. A system announcement resonated, stirring the anxious atmosphere among players. System update completed, new feature, Points Mall. Points Mall, players can purchase desired items with points earned from defeating monsters. Current leaderboard. First, General Wong, 255, 453 points. Second, King of Soldiers, 36, 842 points. Third, Deep Blue, 23, 685 points. Fourth, Adventure King, 16, 252 points. Fifth, Zakta, 14, 863 points. The newly established Points Mall offered players one last opportunity to enhance their strength at the critical juncture, seemingly an act of mercy from the system. Ignoring the reward chest issued in the 4th week, Jiang Chen immediately accessed the Points Mall to browse its offerings. Identification, Intermediate Enhancement Stone. Type, Treasure. Grade, Master. Durability, Consumable. Upon use, it can elevate items of below exceptional quality to exceptional quality and exceptional items to master quality, unlimited. Price, 250,000 points. Identification, Primary Enhancement Stone. Type, Treasure. Grade, Superior. Durability, Consumable. Upon use, it can elevate ordinary and above progression items to superior level. Price, 5,000 points. Identification, Intermediate Strength Potion. Type, Potion. Grade, Exceptional. Durability, Consumable. Upon consumption, it permanently increases strength by 2 points, can only be consumed once in a lifetime. Ineffective if strength reaches 30 points. Unlimited. Price, 10,000 points. Identification, Intermediate Constitution Potion. Intermediate Agility Potion. Intermediate Perception Potion. Intermediate Mental Potion. Vampire Potion Recipe. Can concoct Vampire Potion, 1-1. Price, 990,000 points. Werewolf Potion Recipe. Can concoct Werewolf Potion, 1-1. Price, 990,000 points. Random Special Building Scroll. Upon use on ordinary construction crystals, grants a random special building. 3. Price, 300,000 points. Random talent chest. Upon opening, grants a random talent. 10. Price, 1,000,000 points. Chapter 96. The game begins on the 30th day. The previously displayed items were all priced exorbitantly, rendering them unattainable for ordinary players. Nevertheless, the system had finally shown some humanity, providing a plethora of items within the reach of common players. Identification, intermediate healing potion. Type, potion. Grade, superior. Durability, consumable. Upon consumption, restores 60 health points within 15 minutes. And increases health recovery speed by 100 for 1 hour. Can be consumed a maximum of once every 12 hours. Else it may cause cerebral hemorrhage. Those with high constitution can mix with primary potions. Price, 500 points. Identification, healing potion. Type, potion. Grade, superior. Durability, consumable. Upon consumption, restores 60 health points instantly within 30 seconds. Can be consumed a maximum of once every 24 hours, else it will reduce lifespan. Price, 500 points. Intermediate stamina potion. Upon consumption, restores 60 stamina within 15 seconds. Can be consumed a maximum of twice within 8 hours and 3 times within 24 hours. Else it may lead to multiple organ failures. Price, 500 points. Intermediate sanity potion. Upon consumption, restores 50 sanity instantly. Can be consumed a maximum of once every 12 hours. Else it may permanently reduce mental capacity by 1. Price, 500 points. Psycho Fire Control, Premium. Consumes bone coins to produce psychic bullets. Limited to 3 purchases per person per day. Price, 200 points. Jiang Chen gazed at the dazzling array of products, biting his thumb, momentarily at a loss regarding what to purchase. If it were possible, he would desire them all. Yet, alas, he had only 250,000 points. Enough to buy just a single intermediate enhancement stone. Other players. Listen, is this even human language? However, Jiang Chen soon noticed that points could indeed be acquired through other means. This meant he could purchase them from other players. Ding. Venetian merchant, General Wang. How about a trade? I offer you bone coins for your points, at a 1:1 ratio. I'll give you 260,000. No need for change. Since your points were earned from monster kills, selling them could yield another profit. Upon seeing this message, Jiang Chen's eyes widened. Good heavens. I hadn't even thought of buying points from elsewhere, and here this person was attempting to buy from me first, and to suggest a 1:1 ratio. How dare he? Jiang Chen replied, fool, and promptly blocked and deleted him. I do not welcome such individuals here. Speaking with such types is a sheer affront to one's intellect. Following that individual, many more players expressed interest in purchasing points from him, though their offers ranged between 10 and 25, which seemed reasonable. However, Jiang Chen had no intention of selling. It appeared that the route of buying points was futile. Yet he genuinely wished to acquire that intermediate enhancement stone. He found himself in a quandary. A master-grade item could provide him with immense assistance, but purchasing it would deplete his points entirely. After much contemplation, Jiang Chen ultimately decided against the intermediate enhancement stone. After all, while a master-grade item could only enhance his personal strength, purchasing other items could at least bolster the power of his skeletal army. He spent 50,000 points to acquire 5 bottles of attribute potions, but he only consumed the mental potion from among them. Mental, too. The mental attribute was his highest, allowing him to redistribute points to other attributes through ability balancing. The higher his mental attribute, the more points he could allocate. As for the remaining 4 bottles, he intended to save them for critical moments. Consuming them now would be a waste. He also procured several primary enhancement stones to upgrade his exquisite items: the skeleton crown, spider eye necklace, tentacle belt, and pick gloves. Skeleton crown, superior. Wearing effects. Upon donning the item, from the perspective of the monsters, you will transform into a skeletal soldier, diminishing your presence by 50%. All monsters will harbor 100 points less hostility towards you, and you may summon 8 skeletal soldiers daily. Prolonged wear may lead to a decline in sanity. Spider eye pendant restores sanity at a rate of 8, and grants experience in mental attributes at a rate of 5. Tentacle belt. Wearing this increases your constitution by 1 and allows 2 mental tendrils to extend from any position on the belt with a strength value of 6. Controlled by the host. The higher your mental value, the longer the duration and the greater the extension. This can be activated 3 times daily. Ensure the belt is not too tight, lest it constrict further. Pick gloves. Grants 1 strength, and upon charging, allows the use of flame fist, unleashing a fire dragon. Prolonged wear may cause sweating in the palms. Fire fist ace. Whipping rod. Grants 2 agility and is particularly effective against dark-skinned monsters. Holding it for long periods may induce an itch to strike, necessitating 2 lashes, acquired by dismantling the corpse of the whipping willow. With an additional 180,000 points, I shall spend another 20,000 to purchase 4 types of intermediate potions. Why is there a limit of 3 on the purchase of the psychic fire gun? Jiang Chen felt that this condition was entirely aimed at him. Yet, it posed no challenge. He promptly approached the old class monitor, beseeching him to mobilize the brothers of the Alliance to utilize their quotas for the purchase, with Jiang Chen covering the points and offering 6 exquisite whipping rods as a reward. Subsequently, he expended his remaining 160,000 points to acquire a total of 800 psychic fire guns, forming a battalion alongside the 500 shotgun soldiers. The psychic fire gun consumes bone currency, whereas the shotgun requires ammunition, which must be purchased separately. Remaining points, 5 for 153. Oh, I almost forgot. There is also a reward chest. I hastily retrieved it to open. TSK, another small jar of tea. Does this item have a return feature? Without disdain, I accepted it. It was still the early hours of the 29th day, and I had 35 hours of preparation time left. Jiang Chen roused the engineer, demanding he work tirelessly to manufacture explosive skeletons. Speaking of which, nearly a month had passed, and not a trace of the second soldier type promised by the engineer had appeared. Thus, Jiang Chen, as the boss, had no choice but to exert pressure on his employee. The skeletal crown, which could summon skeletons daily, should not be wasted. After summoning them, Jiang Chen placed them directly onto the engineer's processing table. Skeletal soldier. I don't know. He said he did get an internship certificate, so I came. In the ensuing time, Jiang Chen activated all the bone frames in his backpack. Current soldier types: Holy Light Skeleton, 548. Skeletal Knight, 600. Explosive Skeleton, 800. Skeletal Gunner, 300. Ordinary Skeleton, 000. Undead Horse, 600. Extraordinary, 3. Living Structure, 1. And Jiang Chen's attribute panel reads: Name, Jiang Chen. Age, 24. Extraordinary Path, Emperor. Exclusive to the Emperor. No longer constrained by legendary or hero bottlenecks in the future. Abilities: Balance, Domination, Sovereignty. Strength, 15, 101. Heart of Justice, 1. Pick Gloves, 1. Brilliant Holy Armor, 2. Constitution, 15, 121. Glorious Blessing, 1. Tentacle Belt, 1. Agility, 13, 10. Gale Boots, 2. Glorious Wings, 1. Perception, 15, 14. Six-Eyed Mask, 1. Spirit, 28, 252. Heart of Light, 1. Mana, 27, 27. Sanity, 100. Stamina, 100. Life, 130. Talents: Survival, Lone Warrior, Stability, Bug Slayer, Glorious Body, Charismatic, Bloodbath Embrace, Temporary. Spells: Iron Body, Spider Vision, Spider Silk Puppet Technique, Joyous Feast, Source of Curse. Song of the Siren. On the 30th day at noon, Jiang Chen took a final 6-hour slumber to regain his energy for tonight's decisive battle. Chapter 97. Tide of Monsters. The moon, often perceived as bright and resplendent, holds a place in the hearts of the people of the Great Xia, even embodying a sense of homesickness. However, tonight, this image was shattered. The moon from another world possesses the gentleness of the past 29 days, alongside the brutality of the final day. The crimson moonlight cascades upon the earth, the sky shifts in hue, and the air becomes saturated with a frenzy-inducing essence. All monsters' eyes gradually turn a fiery red as they shake their heads violently, striving to escape some unseen control. Yet, they evidently fail. Slaughter, destruction, devour. The desire for annihilation within their minds is infinitely amplified. The monthly carnage begins anew. Yet this time, there is a difference. For a multitude of small red dots appear in their minds. Those are coordinates. Tear them apart. The supreme voice within their minds conveys its will. Thus, the swarm assembles, giants emerge from the forests, vampires crawl from their graves, and werewolves howl at the moon. Warning: the night of the full moon has commenced. The concealed cabins have become ineffective. All players, please ensure your safety. Warning: the fourth calamity, the red sky, has appeared. Red sky, under the red light. All attributes of monsters are increased by 1. It is dark. Do not look up. Despite the system's warnings, some players could not resist, or inadvertently gazed upwards. Directly facing the source of red, sanity, -20. Instantly, countless players were gripped by panic. After a month of relentless trials, the average sanity of the players had dwindled to 7 points, which, under normal circumstances, should not result in such a significant deduction. However, this was the source of red, the complete embodiment of the fourth calamity. Thus, even from a distance, all players felt its terror. No wonder no main quest had emerged. It turns out this one need not be sought, for the embodiment hangs above. Some stuttered in fear. Fortunately, sanity does not always diminish so drastically. If one were to stand at an altitude of 30,000 meters and look down, they would find that all players had remained on the same continent, surrounded by an abyssal ocean, albeit separated by an invisible barrier into numerous small segments. Thus, they all beheld the same moon. District 121, Misty Forest. Time, 7:03 a.m. Zhang Weijian stood atop the wall constructed collaboratively by 313 players. The city beneath him was far grander than Jiang Chen's, yet the defensive line required was also extensive. An hour had passed since dusk, during which only sporadic small groups of monsters had approached, all dispatched by the players on the walls. Not a single shot from the psychic cannon was fired. Yet, the more tranquil it became, the tighter Zhang Weijian's brow furrowed. Everyone knew that it is typically quiet before the storm. The rumbling. The stones upon the wall trembled, though their sight could not penetrate the mist. The oppressive atmosphere was unmistakable. They fixated on the boundary where the light met the fog, their grips on their weapons growing slick with sweat, hearts racing. At last, the first monster broke through the mist, entering the player's field of vision. The brutality reflected in its eyes sent chills down their spines. Following it were the second, third, and countless more. Below, a sea of crimson approached the walls. Fire! Zhang Weijian shouted. Instantly, the wall erupted in a cacophony of gunfire, a unified barrage into the mist. There is no need to aim at all, for with each cannon fired, one's personal score rises by several dozen points, and not a single shot is wasted. Under the relentless barrage of cannon fire and gunfire, the initially formidable monsters appear to be suppressed. However, these are merely the minions. The true threat lies with the Lord-level monsters. Boom. Suddenly, the wall trembles violently as a massive boulder is hurled against it. Two players, caught unawares, are struck directly by the boulder, their blood splattering across the ground. Zhang Weijian's eyes redden. Those two had been laughing and joking with him just the day before, and now they had perished so abruptly. A powerful roar erupts, and the source of this chaos emerges from the fog, a cyclopean giant. It is a lord monster. Panic ensues among the players atop the wall, for not everyone possesses the courage to face a lord-level monster as Jiang Chen does. Most of them cannot even contend with a pseudo-lord. Concentrate fire. Attack. Zhang Weijian bellows. All fear stems from insufficient firepower. As the leader of the alliance, his words seem to resonate with the others. The players, who were previously somewhat flustered, immediately regain their composure and rally their spirits. Avenge Wang Er and the others. Similar scenes unfold across various regions, although the players there appear far more disordered. After all, not every organization is as affluent as the alliance. Many lack even a handful of psychic cannons. Captain, it's bad. The giant spider is about to breach from the west. Where are the catapults? Smash it. It's no use. The catapults can't penetrate its defenses, and there are too many head spiders. Not a single player has returned from that side. Fall back to the second wall. See Emperor, the flying fish fleet has messaged that they are at the island's outskirts, asking us to come and assist them. See Emperor slays a merman attempting to charge forward, turning his robust frame towards his team. Tell them that as long as they can breach in, I will certainly lend a hand. Otherwise, it's a no-go. TCH, where were they earlier? Only now do they realize they need to seek land after being unable to endure at sea. Spitting out a thick phlegm, Sea Emperor disregards the players outside the island and plunges back into battle. As I said, where were they earlier? Sea Emperor had invited them multiple times. Yet that group believed their specialized ships could outrun any sea monster. But what is the reality? No matter how fast they sail, monsters lurk everywhere in the sea. Without finding a solid island to hold, their ship's hull could be breached. Brothers, if we survive this night, I'll bring out all my treasured wines tomorrow for a grand feast. Yes, the answer from the crew is filled with fervor. As for whether they can truly endure the night, who knows? First, let us raise the morale. Captain Ma, that big wooden guy is back. Damn it, that pest. Wasn't he at just a few cannon shots that angered him? Why must he come to trouble me as a monster? Brothers, grab your weapons, and let us take him down. That night, the battle between players and monsters raged on without respite. The number of survivors in the region plummeted rapidly, with players dying every moment. The pace of loss was almost akin to the initial days of the game. Just 3 hours later, reports emerged of cities falling, overrun by monsters, and the players defending them slaughtered. In some regions, complete annihilation occurred. Such misfortune could only be attributed to them being besieged by 5 or more lords simultaneously. Otherwise, they would not have fallen so swiftly. Conversely, unlike all the other regions, Jiang Chen in Zone 501 waited until the latter half of the night without witnessing the monster tide surging up from the mountains. Chapter 98, The Portal. How strange. Jiang Chen pondered in bewilderment. Since the emergence of the Red Calamity, up until midnight, aside from the 3 snow maidens that had previously slipped through, not a single monster had approached. It was known that the number of player cities breached by monsters had exceeded 100. One could imagine the ferocity of the monster tide. Although Jiang Chen felt sympathy for their plight, being in a different zone, he was powerless to assist. Could it be that I chose my position too well, preventing the monsters below from climbing up? A sense of joy welled within him. He wished to maintain this situation indefinitely, ideally until the night concluded. That way, he could safely weather this crisis. However, ever the pragmatist, he did not allow himself to grow complacent. Instead, he summoned a few bloodbat puppets to act as his eyes and ears. Since the bloodbat puppets could share vision with him, they were particularly convenient to utilize. Manipulating the bloodbat puppets, he felt perplexed, for he observed a humanoid creature clad in a black robe ascending from the mountains. It leaned on a staff, making a muffled sound in the snow. Surrounded by a faint aura of death, it struggled against the harsh wind. It appeared to pose little threat. Yet, the more it seemed so, the the less Jiang Chen dared to underestimate it. He directed a small bat to fly near it. Blood explosion. After several days of instruction from Eliza, although Jiang Chen could not yet unleash the various bloodline spells instinctively, he could still perform simple casts with ease. The small bat detonated, its power considerable. Jiang Chen had other blood bat puppets nearby, so he observed clearly. Yet, for some unknown reason, the figure in the black robe did not evade. It absorbed the explosion without flinching. This made him feel quite uneasy. As the snowflakes settled, it became evident that the black-robed figure remained unscathed, as if the earlier explosion had inflicted no damage upon it. The wind and snow billowed its robe, revealing its true form to Jiang Chen. Identification: Lich, Lord level. Category: Undead. Strength: 12. Under the red calamity, all attributes are 1. Agility: 12. Perception: 26. Danger assessment: transformed from a human using forbidden magic. Each one is a highly intelligent scholar, adept in various necromantic spells. Exercise extreme caution upon encountering. Do not allow it to come into contact with too many corpses. A lich. Jiang Chen felt a jolt of fear. It was a lord-level creature, not a mere pseudo-lord elite. He had been relentlessly searching for these beings over the past few days, but they were adept at hiding, leaving no trace behind. He never anticipated encountering one on this full moon night, and one even stronger at that. Fortunately, it was the first to arrive. Had it been lurking in the shadows, waiting for a multitude of monsters to perish before unleashing a necromantic disaster, it would have been troublesome indeed. He patted his chest, relieved. But before he could continue using the small bat to monitor the Lich Lord, the Lich suddenly turned its gaze towards his puppet. Instantly, Jiang Chen lost all connection with his puppets. Shocked, he silently lamented. What a clever tactic. One could only commend the ingenuity of a monster transformed from a human scholar. Even with its greatest advantage gone, it possesses myriad other means. He could only hope to resolve this Lich swiftly, otherwise, it would spell endless troubles. Jiang Chen did not have to wait long as the Lich exited the canyon ahead and soon entered a windless zone. That moment became Jiang Chen's opportunity to strike. Yet inexplicably, as the Lich approached within 1 kilometer of the city wall, it suddenly halted. Coughing, its decayed voice emitted a peculiar laugh, leaving Jiang Chen uncertain of its intentions. However, his instincts screamed of danger, urging him to prevent whatever was about to transpire. Ability balance activated, adjusting base attributes, strength 6. Constitution 2. The spider's vision activated, perceiving at level 2. The innate bloodbat embrace activated, agility 3, perception 5, spirit 6. Swiftly consuming a vial of berserker potion. Strength 1. Current values, strength 22, constitution 17, agility 16, perception 20, spirit 30. At this moment, Jiang Chen was undoubtedly in his most formidable state, for he must thwart the Lich Lord with utmost speed. His body swiftly transformed into a cascade of starlight, and under the tripled velocity granted by the resplendent holy armor, Jiang Chen's speed transcended even the extraordinary limits, grazing the threshold of legend. As he reformed his body above the Lich, he summoned all his strength to wield the radiant longsword. Holy Light Slash. This very strike had once cleaved the treacherous Tree Lord, a fellow lord of monsters, in half. Surely it would prove even more effective against this seemingly frail Lich. Bang! Yet reality did not unfold as Jiang Chen had hoped. The golden sword energy collided against a transparent barrier, advancing not a single inch. How could this be? He believed that even a creature with a constitution of 30 could not withstand this blow. What manner of being was this Lich? Was its magical shield truly so formidable? Jiang Chen, unwilling to concede, struck twice more, but apart from solidifying the radiance of his shield, he achieved no further effect. Jiang Chen, come back. Suddenly, Leon, stationed atop the city wall, shouted urgently. Jiang Chen was perplexed by his anxious tone, but heeded the warning nonetheless. Just as he turned to depart, the previously unbreakable shield shattered abruptly. It was not his doing. The Lich had voluntarily retracted it. Roar! A beastly growl erupted from behind the Lich Lord. Unbeknownst to him, a portal had materialized behind the Lich, silent and unassuming. Jiang Chen's heart sank in horror. No wonder the Lich had refrained from counterattacking. It was preparing a portal. But from whence did the creatures within the portal originate? A horrific giant, grotesquely decayed, clawed its way out with impatience. Identification: Plague Lord, Lord level. Category: Undead. Strength: 26. Agility: 15. Perception: 23. Danger assessment: It can create plagues suitable for any race. No race will welcome it. Upon sighting it, flee as far as possible without hesitation. Fortuitously alerted by Leon, Jiang Chen might not have emerged unscathed had he faced 2 lords simultaneously. Upon returning to the city wall, the 2 lords did not rush to attack. Instead, the Plague Lord positioned itself beside the Lich. Something was amiss. Leon suddenly remarked with gravity. What was amiss? Monsters under the Red Calamity could not maintain rationality, yet here they were, collaborating, an impossibility under normal circumstances. The unfolding events had surpassed their expectations. and Jiang Chen sensed that a more ferocious tide of monsters awaited him than in other regions. Regrettably, he could not venture to the foot of the mountain, otherwise he would witness countless monsters congregating below. Races that would typically devour one another upon sight were now coexisting peacefully, as if awaiting something, only springing into action upon the portal's appearance. Chapter 99, Taking Initiative. Observing the orderly emergence of monsters from the portal, Jiang Chen's eyes brimmed with anxiety, unrest, and indignation. He had prepared meticulously, yet who could have foreseen that the monsters would unite and utilize a portal? They opted to circumvent the howling winds of the gorge rather than confront them head-on. The campsite he had traversed hundreds of kilometers to secure had become a mere farce in their presence. Moreover, the creatures emerging from the portal did not immediately succumb to their instincts and unleash slaughter. Instead, they guarded the Lich, the sole wielder of the portal. These anomalies reeked of something profoundly wrong. Thus, Jiang Chen's first reaction was to suspect that the system had targeted him. It seemed to have escalated the difficulty upon recognizing his capacity to survive the Red Calamity. The last time he felt this way was during the assault led by the Spider Matron and her army. After 20 days of tranquility, he had thought the system had relented, only to discover it had been biding its time for something monumental. Damn, Jiang Chen was incensed. The difference between an organized, disciplined tide of monsters and a disorganized, chaotic one was worlds apart. For Jiang Chen, who commanded an army of skeletons, the latter could be endured. However, the former was akin to a hellish challenge. He felt an urgent compulsion to eliminate the Lich Lord. The Lich had expanded the portal to 5 meters and intended to relocate it. If he did not act swiftly, he would face increasingly ferocious assaults from the monstrous tide. Leon did not oppose Jiang Chen's proposal, recognizing the peril posed by the Lich. Jiang Chen then leaped from the city wall, entered a small room through the back door, and activated the decomposition function at the synthesis station. The towering wall diminished by a segment, and the skeletal army surged forth like a relentless tide through the breach. "Charge with me," he bellowed to the skeleton warriors. In truth, he need not have shouted. He communicated his commands through instinctive resonance. But voicing his fury was necessary for catharsis. Thus, District 501 witnessed a scene entirely distinct from all other regions. Players were boldly launching an assault against the monstrous tide. Were other players to hear of this, they would undoubtedly exclaim, "Impossible. It must be a trick." No player would dare charge at a tide of monsters. Yet, the reality was undeniable. Jiang Chen's elite skeletons, strength 8, mounted their undead steeds and charged fearlessly into the monster ranks, with Jiang Chen himself leading the charge, followed closely by tens of thousands of skeletal warriors. Ironically, the monsters, originally poised as the aggressors, formed a defensive formation in response to the skeleton army's onslaught. Boom, boom. The towering skeletal giants, over 10 meters high, vaulted over the city wall, joining the charge, piloted by Leon. The formidable physique of the skeletal giant compensated for his shortcomings, granting him the strength to contend with Lord-level monsters. Furthermore, Jiang Chen unleashed the living construct from the flesh and blood workshop and even allowed Eliza to vacate her vessel. To ensure the Lich's demise, Jiang Chen revealed all his trump cards, liberating every ounce of high-tier combat power at his disposal. On the battlefield, the ominous swath of monsters contrasted starkly with the brilliant legion of skeletons. Just as the two sides were on the cusp of collision, a harmonious melody suddenly resonated. Spell, Siren Song activated, reducing all monster strength by 1 and agility by 1 for a duration of 10 minutes. Additionally, all monsters present harbored animosity toward Jiang Chen, the sole player, resulting in a total attribute reduction of 2. After accounting for the enhancements from the Red Calamity, the attacking monsters averaged a decrease of 7 base attributes. Under such significant diminishment, the leading skeleton cavalry pierced through the heart of the monstrous tide like a blade. In an instant, limbs and bones flew asunder. Yet, it was evident that the skeleton cavalry held the upper hand, for they charged with the wind at their backs, while the opposing monsters battled against it. In this comparative ebb and flow, the skeleton cavalry surged forth like a tidal wave, with some cavalrymen skewering multiple monsters in a single thrust of their lances. However, this situation did not persist for long, as the number of skeletal cavalry engulfed by the tide of darkness was still insufficient, and they were soon devoured entirely by the relentless onslaught. After all, the rear was a portal, continuously spewing forth an unending stream of fiends. Yet, the assault was not solely reliant on the skeletal cavalry. The infantry in the back took up the mantle of attack. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire rang out, and one monstrous creature after another fell lifeless to the ground, either struck in their corporeal forms or having their skulls shattered. The already disordered ranks of the fiends were thrown into further disarray. However, the emergence of blood seemed to awaken their suppressed brutality. These creatures no longer adhered to the commands echoing in their minds, recklessly charging towards the advancing skeletal army, intent on slaying the skeletal archers. But they were moving against the tide, having to brave fierce winds while facing the bullets of the gunmen at every turn. Often, they fell before they could even approach the skeletal legion. Moreover, Each skeletal marksman was guarded by melee skeletons, making it impossible for them to come close before their supply of bone coins ran dry. The skeletal army advanced step by step. The fiends emerging from the first portal could not keep pace with the rate at which they were being slain, seemingly indicating a favorable turn of events. Before long, they would be able to press forward to confront the Lich Mage and join forces to eliminate it. Just then, behind the first portal, another swirling portal appeared, even larger than the previous one. At the behest of the Lich Lord, the Plague Lord began to advance towards the skeletal army. This Plague Lord resembled a colossal mummy, its body swathed in bandages, yet its form was grotesquely decayed, leaving a foul liquid in its wake wherever it traversed. It seized a regular skeletal soldier and, after a few bites, devoured it. Moments later, it plunged its bandage-clad arm into its own body, as if reaching into its stomach, and tore out a piece of putrid flesh. It examined this morsel with a glimmer of satisfaction in its eyes before forcefully tossing it into the ranks of the skeletal army. Instantly, the skeletal soldier, tainted by the rotten flesh, turned from white to purple, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The other nearby skeletons soon followed suit, succumbing to the infection and changing color. It was as if a dye had been added to clear water, and this coloration rapidly spread throughout the skeletal army. By the time Jiang Chen noticed, over 1,000 skeletons lay still upon the ground. How could skeletal soldiers also be infected by the plague? Jiang Chen felt as if his worldview had been shattered. Nevertheless, he quickly used his senses to command the surrounding skeletons to retreat, though the effect was not particularly significant, as the plague sporadically erupted from other locations. Holy light. Holy light can halt the spread of the plague, Leon reminded him from atop the bone giant. But where could one find holy light now, unless they retreated to the church? Suddenly, Jiang Chen recalled that the golden radiance emitted by his glorious skeleton might qualify as holy light. With a desperate hope, he disbanded his elite troop and mingled them with the skeletal army. Finally, the plague ceased. The glorious skeletons served as a firewall, preventing further transmission. Yet now, the pressing issue was that the tide of darkness had intensified once more, and Jiang Chen's side had lost nearly a third of their skeletal knights due to the plague. The Plague Lord was proving to be a nemesis for Jiang Chen's singular race army. If it were to create glorious skeletons, the plague would be unstoppable. Chapter 100, The Lord's Battle. It is imperative that it does not come into contact with the glorious skeletons, Jiang Chen thought resolutely. Through the recent events, he also realized that the Plague Lord generated the corresponding plague virus by consuming skeletal soldiers. If it succeeded in devouring a glorious skeleton, the consequences would be dire. Elise. I understand. Elise often shared a mental connection with him, so a mere exchange of glances conveyed Jiang Chen's intent. Unfurling her bat-like wings and harnessing the wind, Elise swiftly approached the Plague Lord. With a swift motion of her right hand, she condensed her blood into a golden spear. Thud! With a precise throw, it pierced through the Plague Lord's abdomen without fail. Yet, the assault was far from over. Elise exclaimed, blood explosion technique. Boom! The Plague Lord, initially intent on capturing a glorious skeleton, felt its abdomen swell dramatically under the combined assault, resembling a balloon. Were it not for its inherent resilience as a lord, this blow would have easily ruptured its belly. The foul liquid seeping from beneath the bandages increased, and the Plague Lord glared at Elise, its eyes brimming with murderous intent. With a furious roar, it lunged at her. Yet, Elise was unperturbed. She deftly evaded all its attacks while continuously seeking opportunities to strike back. Her agility stat soared to 28 points, revealing its true terror only after she separated from Jiang Chen. The Plague Lord found itself being relentlessly beaten back, utterly devoid of countermeasures. To assert that Elise had no weaknesses would be a falsehood. Her low mental resistance was indeed a drawback. However, the Plague Lord evidently lacked any means to exploit that weakness. Just as she was on the verge of securing a lordly kill in this battle, an enormous hand appeared, interrupting her momentum. With a single slap, it obliterated the surrounding fiends into a bloody pulp. Had Elise not sensed the danger in advance and transformed into hundreds of tiny bats to scatter, she too would have faced severe injury. Identification, Corpse Giant, Lord level. Classification, Undead. Strength, 28. Agility, 22. Perception, 25. Danger assessment. A giant's corpse, eroded by death energy, retains its original combat instincts, rendering it extremely dangerous. The corpse giant stood around 10 meters tall, far less imposing than the bone giant. Yet, for reasons unknown, its flesh had not decayed. Appearing similar to ordinary flesh aside from its pale exterior, it could even manipulate its facial muscles to express various emotions. Upon emerging from the portal, it immediately targeted Elise, the strongest presence on the battlefield. Missing its first strike, it swung a heavy hammer with its other hand, aiming to crush Elise where she had gathered. Faced with the impending blow, Elise had no choice but to evade once more using her bloodbath technique. However, the ensuing trouble was beyond her expectations. The corpse giant's terrifying combat instincts allowed it to predict her next landing point each time, leaving her with no opportunity to retaliate. A stark contrast to her previous encounter with the Plague Lord. Just as the corpse giant raised its hammer once again, its attack was suddenly halted. for a colossal sword, interlaced with bronze and bone, stood firmly before the hammer's descent. Your opponent is me. Leon, piloting the bone giant, arrived to provide aid. He had initially been assisting the skeletal army in their steady advance, but upon witnessing Elise in distress, he realized that only he could confront such an adversary. You go assist Jiang Chen. I will handle this. Understood. Elise nodded in acknowledgement before departing the battlefield. Unfortunately, the interference from the corpse giant allowed the plague lord to escape. The corpse giant, however, did not impede Elise's exit, for it had found a more worthy opponent in Leon. With eyes fixed upon the cockpit, the corpse giant brimmed with battle fervor. This adversary is formidable. The clash was imminent. The bronze sword met the heavy hammer, the thunderous din resonating across the entire battlefield. A multitude of monstrosities clutched their heads, emitting anguished wails as blood trickled from their ears. However, the skeletal soldiers remained undeterred, seizing the opportunity to harvest the lives of the creatures. Thunderous roars echoed as a colossal skeletal giant collapsed, inducing a localized tremor at the mountaintop. Unexpectedly, what appeared to be an even larger skeletal giant succumbed to its adversary in a contest of strength. This was an inevitable outcome, for the skeletal giant was not a true overlord. Fortunately, Leon, vigilant in battle, ensured that the giant did not fall in the direction of the skeletal soldiers, instead crushing a multitude of monstrosities beneath its weight. The corpse giant, riding the momentum of victory, raised its heavy hammer to smash the skeletal giant's form. Anticipating this move, Leon elevated his bronze greatsword and deftly deflected the blow at an acute angle, causing it to crash against the side of the skeletal giant. Subsequently, the bony foot delivered a powerful kick to the abdomen of the corpse giant, propelling it away while the skeletal giant swiftly regained its footing. The two giants resumed their standoff, each having discerned the other's attributes and combat style. Thus commenced the true battle, as their massive weapons clashed once more. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen found himself ensnared by a lord. Identification: Bone Demon, Lord level. Category: Undead. Strength: 23. Agility: 20. Perception: 25. Danger assessment: do not attempt a war of attrition with it, lest you question your very existence. This demon, composed entirely of bones and standing at a mere 3 meters tall, indeed lived up to the system's ominous warning, nearly causing Jiang Chen to doubt his own capabilities in combat. No matter how he struck, be it severing its arms, legs, or even its head, the next moment, they would regenerate. Its skeletal form was more resilient than flesh, seemingly capable of infinite rebirth. Because of this creature, Jiang Chen's advance was stymied. Were it not for the Emperor's status significantly reducing the demon's attributes, he might not have been able to endure its onslaught. Coughing violently, the bone demon mocked him, igniting a flame of frustration within Jiang Chen. You can regenerate infinitely, can you? I'll find you a worthy opponent. With that, Jiang Chen led the bone demon toward the flesh workshop. Over at the flesh workshop, it was having the time of its life. Not only was Jiang Chen no longer restricting its freedom, but he was also treating it to an all-you-can-eat buffet. Indeed, to it, the tide of monsters was akin to a grand feast. The onslaught of the tide was but a minor inconvenience, as it reveled in devouring the little ones with delight. To ensure a more satisfying meal, it even leaped into the midst of the tide, its myriad tendrils ensnaring the surrounding monstrosities before tossing them into its cavernous maw. Consequently, the flesh workshop had grown far beyond the size Jiang Chen encountered initially, transforming into a veritable mountain of flesh. Red-haired pup, I brought you a gift, food that can grow indefinitely. Interested? Food. Infinite growth? Initially intending to feign ignorance of Jiang Chen's words, the mention of those two special terms instantly ignited its interest, as if it had eyes to gleam with excitement. Where's this infinitely growing food? Chapter 101, Jiang Chen's Second Legion. The bone demon remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Upon witnessing Jiang Chen leap atop a mound of flesh, it was overwhelmed by derisive amusement. Did it think that hiding there would spare it from death? Your life is forfeit. Yet, it failed to notice that as it climbed the fleshy mountain, numerous tendrils had already encircled its rear. By the time it realized, it saw Jiang Chen's eerie smile and found itself ensnared in a morass of flesh. In its despairing gaze, countless tendrils buried it alive. TSK, such a lack of intelligence. But then again, if the bone demon possessed wit, it would not be a bone demon. However, at that moment, an unusual stirring emanated from within the flesh workshop. The bone demon, having been consumed, was not dead. Rather, it wore a sinister grin, having successfully executed its cunning plan. Such a massive mound of flesh on the battlefield could not possibly escape its notice. The instant it was lured over by Jiang Chen, it discerned his intentions. Thus, the bone demon's actions were merely a ruse to infiltrate the flesh workshop and eliminate this foe from within. Organs are often the most vulnerable points of flesh-based beings, a fact the bone demon was immune to. Let's start by piercing through its belly. It thought. Its bony spikes grew at an alarming rate, rendering it akin to a white hedgehog. After a considerable time, how come I still haven't pierced through? No, this can't be right. I've infused so much mana. Drip. A drop of acidic fluid fell upon its arm. In the blink of an eye, that arm was corroded away by more than half, as if it had encountered sulfuric acid. At that moment, it finally comprehended why its bony spikes had yet to breach the flesh workshop's belly. The rate of growth of its spikes paled in comparison to the corrosive speed of the acid. In fact, to encourage further growth of its bones, the interior of the flesh workshop had deliberately withheld its tendrils from interfering. The flesh workshop, who wouldn't cherish a self-replenishing food source? Yet, it was too late for the bone demon to realize its folly. Its own cleverness had dug a great pit for itself. Nay, a grave. Observing the flesh workshop swell and quickly shrink, Jiang Chen patted his chest, almost convinced he was about to be countered. Fortunately, it was merely an illusion. Had he known the bone demon willingly entered, his assessment would have shifted from a mere lack of intelligence to an utter absence of wit. No one understood the potency of the flesh workshop's acidic fluid better than him. Those who voluntarily entered the maw of the flesh workshop were nothing short of fools. Jiang Chen mused. That instance doesn't count. I inherited a new ability. Suddenly, the flesh workshop communicated with Jiang Chen telepathically. What ability? The flesh workshop demonstrated its newfound power. Before Jiang Chen's eyes, a small blood and flesh creature split off from the flesh workshop. Unlike before, this one did not resemble a puddle of goo. It had taken on a distinct form, a humanoid shape. Bone generation. The entity I just split off can possess a skeletal structure. The system had previously introduced that the flesh workshop has a chance of inheriting abilities from the monstrosities it devours. The mimicry ability it had employed earlier was inherited from a lord-level creature. Now, witnessing this second ability, Jiang Chen glimpsed boundless possibilities. If the flesh workshop could continuously generate individuals, each possessing a degree of combat prowess, it would effectively create a new unit to rival the skeletal army. While the previous flesh creatures had also inherited abilities from the main body, they lacked the intelligence of the original and were relatively sluggish. It could be said that any monster could evade their attacks. However, the situation had changed. The flesh creatures now evolved from soft-bodied beings to vertebrates, significantly enhancing their mobility. Even if they were slightly weaker, their numbers could compensate. The current tide of monsters provided ample sustenance, allowing the flesh workshop the potential for infinite division. Swallowing hard, Jiang Chen suddenly felt that the portal ahead was not as urgent to close as he had previously thought, for he had uncovered an equation. Everything I currently do is for my own safety, but how can I ensure greater security? Naturally, the fewer monsters there are, the safer it becomes. Presently, an increase in monsters translates to more food, which leads to a larger flesh workshop, resulting in more diminutive flesh creatures, thereby generating an increased number of soldiers capable of slaying these monsters, ultimately reducing their numbers. Thus, a paradox emerges. The more monsters there are, the fewer there will be, and the safer I become. With this in mind, it seems that by eliminating the few lord-level monsters that pose a threat to me, this wave of monsters would become manageable. It felt as though I had opened the door to a new world, and the more I pondered, the more feasible it appeared. Little red-haired pup, let us discuss something. Why not produce more of those small creatures? Unlike other structures, the flesh workshop possesses a consciousness, and as its master, I primarily ensure it does not turn against me. However, more often than not, it behaves like a mischievous child in need of coaxing. No, the flesh workshop resolutely declined. Why not? Because if I split into too many individuals, I will weaken. If I weaken, I cannot contend with formidable food, and if I cannot conquer strong food, I shall go hungry. Going hungry will diminish my size, and once I shrink, I can no longer split into individuals. Hence, I refuse to starve. A new equation emerged. The more I split, the less I can split. So, that's how it thinks. Yet, this did not daunt me, and I gently persuaded it. Look, there is an abundance of food here, but you certainly cannot consume it all by yourself. Therefore, you can split into several more individuals to assist you in feasting. Once they are satiated, you can devour them, thus increasing your size, right? I declared, the more you split, the larger your volume will become. The flesh workshop suddenly comprehended. How astute. Why didn't I think of that? You are truly clever, master. Accepting my guidance. The flesh workshop instantaneously split into thousands of individuals, significantly reducing its own size. The speed of producing these creatures surpassed that of the bone tomb, activating skeleton soldiers. With the addition of these flesh monsters, the skeletal front line, which was on the verge of collapse, began to push back once more. Do not attack our own skeletons, I commanded, exercising control over these flesh monsters. However, to ensure a steady output of troops from the flesh workshop, I allocated half of the flesh monsters to refrain from combat. They would solely consume the corpses of the fallen monsters, and upon reaching a certain size, they would return to the main body, allowing it to continue splitting into new smaller individuals. During this time, I also witnessed the terrifying capabilities of the flesh monsters. Although their combat strength was relatively weak, their inherited grotesque traits from the flesh workshop granted them remarkable self-repair abilities. Even when their bones were fractured, they could mend themselves by consuming their own flesh. To truly eliminate them, one would need to either exhaust all their flesh completely or employ highly corrosive poisons. There were indeed monsters on the battlefield with venomous attacks, albeit in limited numbers. Little did I know that during this monster tide, my forces were not dwindling. Rather, they were multiplying. Chapter 102. All for Loyalty. After escaping from the corpse giant, Alith approached my side, her beautiful eyes fixed on the continuously splitting flesh creatures from Beelzebub. Filled with curiosity, it was rather cumbersome to constantly refer to the flesh workshop, so I gave it a nickname, Beelzebub. It was fitting, indeed, corresponding to the sin of gluttony. Unlike Leon, Alith had delved into my memories and gleaned some information about special structures. Coupled with her own insights, she speculated about the essence of these unique edifices. Thus, her curiosity regarding Beelzebub's abilities was merely that, curiosity, without the shock one might expect, for these special structures were indeed formidable. Meanwhile, the Lich had opened the third portal. The energy expended to activate these gates had consumed nearly half of its mana, and should I land a few strikes on it now, its shield might not withstand the blows. Yet, all was worth it. It watched with satisfaction as a torrent of monsters surged through the portal. At that moment, the influx of monsters reached a staggering rate of over 100 per second. It would not be long before the peculiar skeleton soldiers controlled by that human were entirely obliterated. When that time came, the lords would surely clash over the human's life. And the more monsters that perished, the more ample the supply of troops would be for it. The Lich plotted in its mind, casting a furtive glance at the battlefield. Yet, despite having summoned so many monsters, why had the battlefield not yet filled? Due to the overwhelming number of monsters and its position at the rear, it could not perceive the situation clearly. It assumed the conflict was fierce up front, resulting in significant monster attrition. Hence, to expedite the conclusion of the battle, it began preparations to open the fourth portal. More monsters, more corpses, and consequently, more undead. The Lich's inability to grasp the situation stemmed from its rearward position, but the Plague Lord, who had just returned from the front lines, had a complete understanding. The monster line had not advanced because, in addition to the skeleton soldiers, a second unit had suddenly appeared, one that was exceedingly difficult to handle. However, the Plague Lord did not take this lightly. Even if a new unit had emerged, it would simply devise a virus specifically targeting them, rendering them powerless. Cuckoo. I am the true ruler of this battlefield. To prove itself to certain entities, it devoured several nearby monsters to restore its injuries, as the damage inflicted by Alith had been significant. Yet, this left the ordinary monsters in a dire predicament. Having evaded death by skeletons and not being consumed by the flesh creatures, they instead faced the unfortunate fate of being devoured by their own leader. Once its injuries were nearly healed, the Plague Lord strode forward, seizing the opportunity to capture a satiated flesh creature attempting to return. It tossed the creature directly into its mouth, chewing a couple of times before swallowing. Next came the waiting period for its omnipotent plague-ridden stomach to digest the morsel. Once the time elapsed, it would be able to generate a virus tailored to the consumed monster. This tactic had never failed. No monster had survived after being infected with the virus it produced. Surely, this time would be no exception. Burp. The Plague Lord let out a satisfied belch. But a fleeting sense of unease crept in. Its stomach had not produced the corresponding virus. Instead, only normal digestive fluids were present. It felt as if it had merely consumed an ordinary meal. Like a regular meat meal. Something was amiss. It decided to try again. Thus, it captured another flesh creature and consumed it, only to receive the same result. This is not right. Could it be that my abilities have failed? The Plague Lord found itself engulfed in self-doubt. In truth, the reasoning was simple. However, the Plague Lord preferred to suspect that its powers had faltered rather than contemplate that the flesh creatures were not monsters at all. They were splitting bodies of Beelzebub. And upon the demise of the original, any of the split forms could potentially transform into a new entity. Thus, in a sense, the flesh creatures should be classified as player structures. Though they were mobile living edifices, at their core, they remained mere masses of flesh. Thus, the Plague Lord's abilities were indeed not in error. It had genuinely produced a digestive fluid capable of combating fleshly monstrosities. Just when the Plague Lord, in its obstinacy, sought to attempt a third time, it suddenly beheld a radiant skeleton approaching, cradling something in its bony arms. The sight resembled a sheep voluntarily stepping out of its pen. A cruel smile crept beneath the Plague Lord's bandages. Since the Crimson Demon was temporarily unmanageable, it would first eliminate these bothersome luminous skeletons. It seized the peculiar radiant skeleton without a hint of doubt and unceremoniously devoured it. Absurd. While the luminous essence might be rather distasteful, consuming it would merely yield a slightly spicy sensation. What have I to fear? Yet, the Plague Lord remained oblivious to the iron ball cradled within the radiant skeleton's grasp, which even Beelzebub, known for its formidable digestive capabilities, would flee from at first sight. This object was a specially crafted confection by Jiang Chen, designed to counter specific demons, filled with a venom potent enough to slay a lord. By the time the Plague Lord ingested it, the poison had nearly corroded through the iron shell. The Plague Lord displayed an expression of enjoyment, as the anticipation of its ability activating often filled one with delight. The spiciness in its stomach indeed signified the ingestion of a light attribute. It paid little heed to it. However, as time fermented, That sensation gradually morphed into an unbearable sting. Only then did the Plague Lord come to a horrifying realization. There is poison in this meal. Yet, its awareness arrived too late. The toxin had pervaded its entire being and was already manifesting its effects. The Plague Lord's body began to decay rapidly. Even its bandages starting to unravel. Its entire form was on the verge of liquefaction. "Save me," it cried as it dashed towards the Lich, the only one with miraculous magic who could potentially rescue it. In its frantic run, it hastily snatched a few small demons to consume, hoping to alleviate the effects of the poison. But with its stomach corroded, how could it possibly retain any digestive capacity? Ultimately, the Plague Lord never reached the Lich. It collapsed along the way, its carcass trampled into oblivion by countless passing demons. Following Beelzebub's first kill of a lord, the radiant skeleton achieved its second kill. Though it perished, all was for the sake of loyalty. One can only wonder who shall claim the third kill. Regardless, Jiang Chen was no longer in a rush. He stood by Beelzebub, merely clearing away the minor creatures that approached, occasionally encountering pseudo-lords. Yet, none posed significant threats, especially with Elise at his side for protection. Chapter 103, The Fifth Lord and the Bug Slayer. In another battlefield, two titans clashed, the sheer force of their combat preventing any nearby demons from approaching. Jiang Chen felt a pang of concern, for he had exhausted all his resources before the battle, retaining only 3 million bone coins. He allocated 1.2 million to the Bone Crypt's synthesis platform, distributing the remainder to the skeleton soldiers to equip them with energy cannons and spiritual fire. Calculating the time, the skeletal giant could endure a maximum of 3 more minutes. Could Leon defeat the skeletal giant within those final moments? Just as he worried about Leon, an ominous sense of crisis surged within him. Simultaneously, Elise's anxious voice reached his ears. "Be careful." Bang. Health. 1. Jiang Chen was flung backward, colliding against Beelzebub's fleshy barrier. Had it not been for a sudden surge of strength at the last moment, he would not have had time to raise his sword in defense. Sensing its master under attack, Beelzebub finally proved reliable. Its soft, pliable flesh enveloped him and swiftly repositioned him, preventing the assailant's second strike from landing on Jiang Chen. A deep cross-shaped gash appeared where he had just been, penetrating the flesh over a meter deep. Had Jiang Chen not been moved, he might have been cleaved into 4 pieces. The ferocity of the assault was terrifying, and Jiang Chen had yet to even see the adversary's location. Boom. Elise took action. The instant appearance of her blood explosion spell forced the assailant to retreat, disappearing into the sea of demons. Puff. Jiang Chen broke through the flesh barrier, emerging from another part of Beelzebub's body. "Elise, where's the attacker?" he inquired urgently. He had heard Elise's movement, but saw no sign of the assailant upon his exit, leaving him uneasy. In that moment of ambush, he felt the threat of death, and the opponent's speed was astonishingly swift. It has melded into the tide of demons. Elise's response rendered Jiang Chen restless. With the enemy concealed and him exposed, being targeted by such a stealthy killer was far from favorable. The only intelligence he had gained was that the assailant was related to bugs, as a talent had been activated. Talent: Bug Slayer activated. Power 4, Constitution 3, Agility 2. Perception 3, Spirit 4. It was indeed this sudden activation of talent that allowed Jiang Chen to barely withstand the opponent's lethal strike. He recalled that the assailant had aimed for his head. Had his head been severed, it was uncertain whether Lone Hero would still be in effect. It was a blade mantis, remarkably swift. Elise conveyed the information she had perceived, her emotional turmoil palpable. Almost, due to her negligence, her master had nearly lost his life. Unforgivable. Thus, she unleashed all her senses, vowing to extract and slay it from the tide of demons. "Elise, do not act impulsively." Jiang Chen hastily soothed her. In confronting a concealed assassin, allowing emotions to sway too greatly could provide the enemy an opportunity, with catastrophic consequences. Therefore, for Elise's sake and his own safety, Jiang Chen had to restrain the bloodline noblewoman from engaging the blade mantis in combat. Just then, the assassin re-emerged. The twin blades cross suddenly appeared behind Jiang Chen. Clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated. A lion's great shield had intercepted the attack, and this time, Jiang Chen remained completely still. Clearly, the assailant had not anticipated the sudden appearance of a shield behind him, but the assassin's composure led him to immediately prepare to withdraw. "You think you can strike me twice and simply depart?" The spider's vision activated, and from a godlike perspective, Jiang Chen had already locked onto the blade mantis. Identification: Blade Mantis, Lord level. Type: Mechanical, Aberrant creature. Power: 18. Agility: 30. Perception: 26. Danger assessment: This is an opponent that appears and vanishes without a trace, often. You realize it has come when your head has already fallen. Truly worthy of the name Blade Mantis. From Jiang Chen's perspective, the Blade Mantis resembled an actual blade. Viewed from the front, its thickness was utterly indistinguishable. Only from the side could one barely discern that it was a mechanical creature resembling a mantis, standing nearly as tall as an average adult. Furthermore, its agility attribute had reached the pinnacle of Lord-level monstrosities. No wonder Elise, despite possessing a full attribute reduction of 2, had been unable to thwart its ambush. A quintessential assassin with maximum agility points, Jiang Chen assessed inwardly. Just as the assailant prepared to withdraw, Elise, who had remained silent until now, suddenly detonated a few droplets of blood beneath its feet. Though minimal in quantity, the damage was substantial. Astonishingly, the blade mantis, with its razor-thin body, managed to evade most of the damage. However, Jiang Chen and Iris shared a profound connection. Without waiting for the blade mantis to make its next move, Jiang Chen charged forward, wielding the TNT shield with great force. The impact sent up a cloud of dust. But the blade mantis managed to escape. Despite his innate talents, Jiang Chen's agility attribute was a mere 15 points, rendering him incapable of matching the swiftness of the blade mantis. Yet, Jiang Chen was not alone in battle. Iris, seizing the moment when Jiang Chen's strike missed, swiftly conjured 2 golden short swords. In an instant, she engaged the blade mantis in combat, preventing it from retreating into the tide of magic. The sound of metal clashing filled the air. Had it not been for Jiang Chen's spider vision, he would have struggled to discern the fierce battle unfolding before him. In truth, after the enhancement of his talents, Jiang Chen's individual strength had already reached the level of most lords, with his current attributes reading: Strength, 25, Constitution, 20, Agility, 15, Perception, 20, Spirit, 24. Though 4 of his attributes had reached the threshold of 20 points, it was the lackluster agility that hindered his participation in the high-speed skirmish between Iris and the blade mantis. This combat experience made Jiang Chen realize that he could no longer focus solely on stacking strength attributes. Agility was equally crucial. As the battle intensified, Jiang Chen was acutely aware of the escalating stakes. Although both Iris and the blade mantis exhibited comparable perception and agility, it was the strength attribute that decisively overwhelmed the latter. Why, then, was Iris the one being suppressed? Despite wielding dual blades, she had inflicted minimal damage on her opponent, while the blade mantis had left numerous scars upon her. The gothic dress she wore became tattered under the onslaught, and a near-fatal strike almost blinded her, leaving a long gash across her beautiful visage. Suddenly, enlightenment struck Jiang Chen. It was the absence of hostility. The blade mantis had retracted its aggression towards him upon entering its duel with Iris, regaining its full attributes. Consequently, Iris's attacks were consistently a fraction too slow to land. What a formidable creature! It could withdraw its hostility after locking onto an opponent. Action was imperative. Without recklessly joining the fray, an act that would only hinder Iris, Jiang Chen decided to alter the battlefield environment. Let us not forget, this was Jiang Chen's domain, while the blade mantis was merely a solitary assassin with a single blade. Such a clear advantage could not be overlooked. Ball, divide the flesh of the skeletal form, he commanded. Although Ball had somewhat diminished in size, it had not shrunk excessively, as the front lines were continually replenishing its mass with returning flesh monsters. If all the smaller flesh monstrosities at the front line returned to their original forms, Bale's size would actually exceed its previous maximum by 2-fold. Jiang Chen, having conceived the means to expedite its growth, commanded the creature with great authority. As a result, numerous boneless minions swiftly emerged. Jiang Chen instructed these minions to surround the 2 combatants, ensuring no gaps remained and attempting to spread their bodies across the battlefield. Thus, should the blade mantis step upon a flesh minion, it would ensnare its legs, immobilizing it. Though the blade mantis held an advantage against Iris, it had become aware of Jiang Chen's intent to constrict its mobility. If it allowed this plan to come to fruition, it would surely be the one to falter. The blade mantis was not foolish. To break through the encirclement, it suddenly intensified its attacks, forcing Iris to retreat. Subsequently, its silver plating unfurled, unveiling 4 slender, translucent wings. It sought to flee the scene. However, Iris was no ordinary combatant. The moment Jiang Chen initiated his plan, she had already prepared for the blade mantis's potential escape. Therefore, the instant it spread its wings, Iris zipped past with blinding speed, severing 2 of them and rendering it flightless. The blade mantis recoiled in pain, but in doing so, it inadvertently stepped onto a flesh minion, the crimson substance immediately climbing its legs. Typically, the blade mantis could extricate itself from such creatures in less than a second. Yet, this time, an adversary with comparable speed stood before it, enough time for Iris to execute multiple actions. As Iris crossed her swords, poised to behead the blade mantis, she suddenly heard Jiang Chen's voice calling out, "Wait." Iris halted and swiftly distanced herself from the blade mantis. Noticing its lack of unusual movements, she glanced at Jiang Chen with confusion. "It is already under my control," he elucidated. In his line of sight, countless threads resembled those of a marionette entangled around the blade mantis's body. Spider silk puppetry consumes 5 mana points, allowing control over any creature with a strength attribute lower than one's own. The duration of control correlates to the difference in strength attributes between the 2 parties. This skill, due to its limitation of only being able to control creatures with strength attributes lower than his own and requiring a 1-second lock-on within visual range, had seldom been utilized by Jiang Chen. Little did he expect that this battle would reveal it as the MVP. His previous actions had all been aimed at creating the conditions for this spell, with a strength attribute difference of 7 points. Jiang Chen was confident in his ability to control the blade mantis for 10 minutes, time enough to assassinate a lich lurking behind the tide of magic. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, the titanic struggle continued. Leon, observing the dwindling energy reserves, recognized that the skeletal giant could muster only one final strike. Abandoning defense, he resolved to sacrifice his own well-being in a thrust directed at the heart of the skeletal giant. Through the preceding battle, he had discerned the reason for the skeletal giant's seemingly undying form. Though its body had perished, its heart continued to beat. Piercing that heart would sever the source of the skeletal giant's power. However, the skeletal giant was not blind to the skeletal giant's imminent demise. Thus, it cleverly evaded Leon's final strike, swinging its colossal hammer to crash down upon the back of Leon's neck with all its might. Crack! The shattered body crumpled to the ground, the massive skull rolling away. This battle I have won. Although the victory was not glorious, a win was still a win. As the victor, the skeletal giant picked up the colossal skull from the ground, intending to make its contents the crowning jewel of its collection. Yet, when it peered through the eye sockets of the skull and found no trace of Leon, the voice of judgment echoed from above. Divine judgment. Leon, wielding the spear of judgment, radiated a brilliant light, piercing the heart of the skeletal giant like a falling star, and reappeared behind it. With a series of splattering sounds, scalding blood erupted from both ends of the skeletal giant, who met its demise once more. Crash! The heavy hammer fell alongside its master. Leon departed, as if slaying the skeletal giant were a trivial affair. Oh, indeed, such giants were not even worthy of a glance during Leon's lifetime. A casual thrust could take down 7 or 8 of them. After a prolonged battle, he had managed to dispatch just one. It was remarkable he did not lament his diminished prowess. On the battlefield, 3 lords had been slain, 1 subdued, with only 1 remaining. At this moment, the lich had opened 5 portals, and the monsters from the mountains below were about to surge forth. How could the battle still not be over? This thought stirred a sense of confusion within it, yet it soon dismissed such concerns. Surely, many monsters had perished by now. It was time for you to witness the terror of the lich's kin. The mere anticipation of all living beings suffering under the onslaught of undying spirits filled it with excitement. With a flicker of the ring on its left hand, thousands of death energy crystals materialized before it. The lich then activated its innate ability, enveloping the snowy mountaintop in an aura of death, interwoven with the unique magic of the lich race. Let the world feel the wrath of the deceased. The lich lord spread its arms wide, welcoming the sight of the resurrected dead. After a prolonged wait, aside from a few corpses nearby rising once more, the battlefield did not unfold as it had envisioned. The lich lord appeared almost comical in its actions. Where are all my corpses? To quell its burgeoning confusion, it stepped forward into the fray. There, it beheld the red-skinned, flesh-hungry monstrosities, swarming like famished souls, rushing towards any fallen monsters to devour them. Even the bloodstains on the ground were licked clean. The only corpse left untouched was that of a skeletal giant, but it was pinned down by a larger mass of flesh, rendering it incapable of heeding the lich's call. In a fit of exasperation, as it unleashed dark magic upon the flesh-hungry creatures, a sudden realization struck. The lich's left hand, adorned with the ring, was severed with a swift blow. Chapter 105. A resounding victory. Are you mad? The lich, now missing an arm, seethed with rage. Although it harbored ill intentions towards the other lords, it naturally felt displeasure when they turned their aggression upon it first. Yet soon, as a practitioner of dark magic, it discerned that the blade mantis was under external control. This meant its adversaries did not harbor a genuine desire for enmity. Under normal circumstances, the lich might have taken some time to free the creature from its bindings, but this was not the time. It had sensed something amiss on the battlefield. The red creatures multiplied with each passing moment, while its own forces dwindled. Nearby, a peculiar skeletal soldier approached, spear in hand. It seemed that the lich was the last of its kind. A retreat was imperative. After assessing its precarious situation, the lich made a choice, albeit reluctantly. Bang! The blade mantis attacked once more, but was thwarted by a protective shield. In the end, the lich could only watch as it escaped through a portal, which subsequently sealed behind it. It had fled. Leon returned to Jiang Chen's side and remarked, "The lich is cunning. Let it escape. If we clear the remaining monsters on the mountaintop, we should be safe." Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively, signaling that all was well. Upon reflecting, Jiang Chen found it hard to believe that the tide of monsters had passed so swiftly. From the onset of battle to this moment, barely 2 hours had elapsed. And aside from the incident with the blade mantis, he had not faced any real crisis. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, with 4 hours until dawn. The monsters could return at any moment. Thus, during the subsequent operations to eliminate the monsters, neither he nor the bone and bloodkin joined in, conserving their strength for any unforeseen events. Let's take down the blade mantis, Jiang Chen instructed Elise. The blade mantis was still under his control, but was on the verge of breaking free. To prevent any mishaps, he urged Elise to eliminate it beforehand, also allowing her the chance to exact her vengeance. Yes, master. With dual short swords in hand, Elise dismantled the struggling blade mantis into metallic fragments, all while it gazed at her with desperate eyes. The blade mantis was defeated. Thus, of the 5 lords who attacked the camp, 4 had been vanquished, and 1 had fled. Yet, Jiang Chen remained puzzled by one matter: how the monsters of Zone 501 had retained their sanity during the Red Calamity. Even in the absence of a controlling lord, they behaved as they always had. Day 31 of the game. Time, 6 o'clock a.m. Amid Jiang Chen's unease, the Black Calamity receded, and the Red Calamity came to an end. The monthly cataclysm had passed, and Jiang Chen emerged victorious. However, unbeknownst to him, even after the Red Calamity concluded, the coordinates in the minds of all monsters remained intact. This meant that for Jiang Chen, each forthcoming day would still be a Red Calamity. That man is still alive. As the Red Calamity ended, the surviving players embraced each other in tears. Only those who had experienced the Red Calamity could truly appreciate how precious this hard-won victory was. The endless horde of monsters seemed to stretch on without end, and the Lord-level monsters, appearing and vanishing at will, took with them their companions each time they manifested. Night lasted only 12 hours. Yet the sun at 6 o'clock seemed eternally reluctant to rise. Fortunately, they had ultimately survived. As they touched their still-beating hearts, a sense of unreality washed over them. However, when the players adjusted their states and prepared to rebuild their homes, they were horrified to discover that the player ranked first on the leaderboard was still alive. No one understood the terror of the Red Calamity better than they did. And it was precisely this understanding that led them to believe no one could survive such a disaster alone. Such an achievement could not be accomplished by mere individual prowess. Yet, when faced with reality, they could only gape in disbelief, eventually uttering a single phrase: "He is simply a god." Zone scoreboard. First place, General 587, 364 points. Second place, War King 39, 053 points. The rising points could not be fabricated. He had truly faced the tide of monsters alone and lived to tell the tale. Current total number of surviving players, 168, 457. 80,000 had perished in a single night, a figure more absurd than the first day of the game. Observing the dwindling player count, Jiang Chen felt a pang of sorrow. Zone 501 was no longer the area with the fewest players, as 106 zones had been completely annihilated, leaving not a single survivor. The players from these 103 zones accounted for half of the total deaths, primarily from the slower developing regions. What thoughts would the old squad leader have upon receiving this intelligence? After all, every zone had members of the Alliance. Congratulations to all players for safely surviving the first full moon night. Rewards have been calculated. Please check your inventory to claim them. Long ago, during the first system update, it had been hinted that the top 50 players on the leaderboard would receive special rewards. However, whether due to the system's mercy or other reasons, that night, every player who earned over 1,000 points received a treasure chest. The items obtained were of high quality, with the fortunate few even acquiring exceptional artifacts. Jiang Chen looked at the silver crystal probability treasure chest he had received, filled with anticipation. Upon opening it, a purple luminescent orb emitted a captivating glow, corresponding to master-level items. His heart raced, and his hands trembled. Finally, he had a stroke of luck. As he reached out to touch the purple orb, it transformed into a peculiar book in his hands. The cover was pitch black, bound with an unknown metallic material, its surface uneven and etched with strange patterns. The longer he gazed at it, the more he felt his sanity slipping, as if he were staring into the abyss. Embedded in its center was a murky, chaotic gem that appeared extraordinary. Identification: Book of the Abyss. Type: Relic. Rank: Master. Durability: 30,000. It is imperative that it remains undamaged, lest unforeseen consequences ensue. Wearer effect: 1. Knowledge capture. By expending mana, the user's soul plunges into the abyss, randomly acquiring a piece of knowledge. Scope: ranging from the divine to the postpartum care of sows. The more mana invested, the longer one can wander. But be forewarned, one must return before the mana is entirely depleted. Effect: 2. Knowledge inscription. Consumes sanity to inscribe learned skills, transforming them into a new tome of magic. This process is exceedingly taxing, with a mere 8 chance of success. Description: within the abyss lies an inexhaustible reservoir of knowledge, perhaps to be rediscovered in your hands. Yet remember, the acquisition of knowledge comes at a cost. There is a certain probability of attracting the attention of extraordinary entities while in use. This item offers no enhancements. Yet even Jiang Chen could not suppress a gulp at its potential. If wielded wisely, it could salvage every player. Chapter 106, The Ring of Fantasies. Identification: Ring of Fantasies. Type: Relic. Grade: Master. Durability: 60,000, 640,000. Wearer effect: consumes mana to create desired objects, under the influence of malevolent forces. Created items have a certain probability of distortion, resulting in unpredictable effects. After stowing away the Book of the Abyss, Jiang Chen retrieved an ancient ring. The ring itself exhibited a verdant bronze hue, adorned with what appeared to be a pillar, yet upon closer inspection resembled a tree. This ring belonged to the Lich Lord, though its left hand, which bore the ring, had been severed by a blade-wielding mantis. Thus, it was now Jiang Chen's. Initially presumed to be a spatial item, he was astonished to discover it was such a remarkable artifact. At the time, the Lich Lord had casually waved a hand, conjuring a multitude of death energy crystal cores, easily leading one to false assumptions. Could it truly create what I desire? Jiang Chen resolved to test its efficacy. What did he need most at present? After a moment of contemplation, an image of the desired item formed in his mind. Snap! A holy light stone fell to the ground, materializing before Jiang Chen. If there was one thing he urgently required, it was indeed a holy light stone, having searched for so long without success. Mana 1. Jiang Chen picked up the holy light stone and subsequently employed the system's identification feature. Holy light stone, a special material imbued with immense light power, applicable for building upgrades, forging light attribute weapons, etc. The description mirrored that of the holy light stones he had previously acquired. Jiang Chen's expression brightened with delight. At last, he would no longer fret over the elusive holy light stones. If it could create holy light stones, then what about the corpses of monsters? Your mana is severely insufficient. Please refrain from harboring unrealistic fantasies. Fine, Jiang Chen conceded that his desire to conjure a king-level undead body was indeed somewhat unrealistic. But was this response not excessively human-like? The prompt had not emanated from the system, but rather from the ring of fantasies, leading Jiang Chen to speculate. Could it be a living artifact? After all, he had one right beside him, which justified his conjecture. Yet, no matter how he attempted to engage the ring in conversation, it remained utterly unresponsive, akin to a mere inanimate object. Beside him, Elise remarked, "Here we go again. The master is having another episode. He used to pester me like this." Seeing that the ring of fantasies remained silent, Jiang Chen had no choice but to abandon his inquiries and set about utilizing it for profit. Snap! A bone coin fell to the ground. Mana 1. Gazing at the bone coin and then at the ring of fantasies, Jiang Chen's instincts warned him that it was merely toying with him. He had previously witnessed the Lich wielding it, effortlessly conjuring thousands of death energy crystal cores. If it were like Jiang Chen, producing only one item per mana point, then the Lich must possess at least tens of thousands of mana. If that were the case, the Lich would require no assistance from other lords, capable of single-handedly overpowering all of Jiang Chen's companions. There must be mechanics I am unaware of, Jiang Chen vowed, diligently studying the ring of fantasies. Ultimately, he did discern a vital principle. One must first infuse mana and vividly imagine the desired object in one's mind. Otherwise, the ring of fantasies would cunningly deduct mana according to its own whims. What a schemer! To test this strategy, Jiang Chen expended all his mana and now felt a throbbing pain in his head. Why didn't the system store offer mana potions? The incessant wait for mana to regenerate was truly irksome. Jiang Chen's current mana total stood at 27 points, requiring 24 hours for full recovery. Regardless of how much is consumed, the recovery period remains 24 hours. This was a fact he had previously tested. Regarding the capabilities of the Ring of Fantasies, Jiang Chen summarized a few points. First, the value of materials does not necessarily correlate with the mana required. For instance, while market price for stone is 5 bone coins per unit, within the Ring of Fantasies, 1 mana could conjure 20 units of stone, yet only 10 bone coins. This likely pertains to the energy inherent in the material. Bone coins harbor special energy, whereas stone does not. This was Jiang Chen's hypothesis. Second, one cannot create objects they have never encountered, lest distortion occur. Jiang Chen attempted to conjure something he had never seen, resulting in a blob of slime-like goo, exceedingly slippery. The system classified it as a monster, yet did not specify its utility. Beelzebub took a taste and promptly spat it out, declaring it unpalatable. Third, the Ring of Fantasies can customize items, but requires detailed specifications for each parameter, as well as blueprints and sufficient mana. This capability is greatly restricted, not only testing one's artistic skills, but also necessitating an understanding of balancing the values of various tiered items. Otherwise, the resultant item would be unsatisfactory. Identification, Dead Man's Bandage. Type, Treasure. Grade, Fine. Durability, 150, 150. Originally, he intended to customize an item to enhance his mana recovery speed, but due to an error in inputting the values, it transformed into this peculiar object. With his mana depleted, Jiang Chen had no choice but to stow this item away, along with the Dead Man's Bandage, into the Tears of the Goddess. Subsequently, Jiang Chen began to tally his other acquisitions, most of which were remnants of lords and pseudo-lord monsters. Having passed through Beelzebub's mouth, receiving even a remnant was quite fortunate, as it could still yield a system treasure chest. Detected item as proof of slaying a lord-level monster. System grants an additional drop of 1 bronze crystal treasure chest. Detected item as proof of slaying a lord-level monster. System grants an additional drop of 1 bronze crystal treasure chest. Detected item as proof of slaying a Lord-level monster. System grants an additional drop of 1 bronze crystal treasure chest. A total of 9 treasure chests dropped from the pseudo-lords, which Jiang Chen opened all at once. Congratulations. You have obtained 2,000 bone coins and 20 pieces of cloth. Congratulations. You have obtained 300 iron blocks and 300 bone coins. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 roll of Dead Man's Bandage. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 primary enhancement stone. After opening 7 treasure chests, the haul consisted of basic materials, with only 2 items of significance. Wearing effect. Upon wrapping the wound, the bleeding ceases. It merely prevents further blood loss. The wound remains and requires prompt treatment. Jiang Chen possesses blood control magic, rendering this equipment of little use to him. Hence he placed it in his personal shop. Next came the remains of 2 lieutenants. Toru Dalpan Tonglong Shri T1, Shri Haijiran Bonjir Shri T1. Congratulations. You have received 12,000 bone coins, 50 light silver steel, 1 ton of giant blood, and 1 mechanical tome. The item detected is a kill certificate from a Lord-level monster. The system additionally drops 2 bronze crystal chests. Chapter 107, Talent, Survival. Another mechanical tome? Jiang Chen picked up the magical tome and compared it with the previous one, discovering they were both the first volume. Is it due to my failure to read that they keep arriving? Jiang Chen wore a look of disdain. Reading was out of the question. He was inherently at odds with tomes bearing tome in their title. He stowed away the 2 tomes and turned his gaze to the other item that had dropped. Giant blood, a precious material, can be utilized in potion crafting. Direct consumption can enhance physical constitution, but significantly diminishes sanity. Consuming over 50 milliliters within 24 hours may lead to heart distortion. Glancing at his attribute panel, strength, 15, 11, 6,257, 18,000, Heart of Justice 1. Pick Gloves 1, Radiant Holy Armor 2. Constitution, 15, 13, 16,432, 19,000, Glorious Blessing 1. Tentacle Belt 1. Agility, 13, 10, 3,961, 17,000, Gale Boots 2, Glorious Wings 1. Perception, 14, 1823, 21,000, Mask Removed. Spirit, 28, 27, 5283, 34,000, Heart of Light 1. His constitution was on the verge of leveling up, making the giant blood quite timely. Speaking of which, how many means do I have to gain experience? Jiang Chen counted on his fingers. Evil Aloe Juice provides 10 to all attributes. Survival gives a base of 50 to all attributes. A small jar of tea offers 1250 spirit experience daily, with 51 jars remaining. The head fruit provides 650 spirit experience daily. Spider Eye Amulet grants 5 spirit attributes. And Elisa's ability offers up to 200 experience in constitution and agility. That should be all, right? Additional contributions welcomed. With so many items, Jiang Chen found himself momentarily uncertain. Oh right, there's also the bone strengthening solution, which increases 4,000 constitution experience per bottle. He slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about it. After exhausting his previous stock, he had not manufactured new ones and had even overlooked the 3 bottles he intended to use. In truth, it was a matter of distressful forgetfulness, a mix of laughter and tears. He needed to produce another batch of solutions today, not only for himself, but also to replenish the skeletal soldiers. This campaign had resulted in significant losses. Jiang Chen was left with only about 1,000 radiant skeletons. It could be said that the latter stages relied on the fleshly minions to endure. The solution should be consumed at an opportune moment to maximize the benefits of the survival talent. Jiang Chen had come to realize that this seemingly low-profile talent was actually the most beneficial to him. For instance, last night, the enhancement from the survival talent surged to between 10 to 20 times, resulting in a total experience gain of 8,000 points from a single battle, while an average player only gains around 400 points daily. If they were to learn of Jiang Chen's rapid growth, they would likely be consumed by jealousy, collectively afflicted by envy. Reflecting on the initial days, his aspirations were merely to reach Strength 3, Constitution 3, Agility 2, Perception 1, and Spirit 1 by the end of the month. Now, it can only be said that such aspirations were far beyond his wildest dreams. Unbeknownst to Jiang Chen, when he confronted the shadow of the evil god, the survival talent had amplified his experience by hundreds, even thousands of times in a brief span. Thus, his spirit attribute rose at an astonishing rate. In essence, the most rapid path to his growth was through the encounter with deities. However, the risks associated with such encounters were immense, and Jiang Chen dared not attempt them lightly. Before him lay 2 chests, which he promptly opened. Both chests contained floating orbs of yellow light, indicative of exceptional quality. He reached out to touch one, and a set of silver light armor unfolded in his hands. Feeling almost weightless, its design resembled that of a slain blade mantis, each detail crafted to minimize wind resistance. Identification, Mantis Light Armor. Type, Treasure. Quality, Exceptional. Durability, 24,000, 24,000. Wearing effect, Agility 3, reduces pressure from body weight by 30. Consuming stamina allows the back mantis wings to unfurl, speed 50. Strength and perception attributes must meet standards. Otherwise, normal turning at high speeds is impossible. Jiang Chen stored his radiant holy armor in the transformation pocket watch, intending to try on the mantis light armor. However, this light armor also came with a layer of black bodysuit, forcing Jiang Chen to remove his clothing and set the tentacle belt aside. After donning the bodysuit, he began to attach the pieces of armor. The protected areas included only his arms, torso, waist, and below the knees. The protective effect was far inferior to that of the radiant holy armor, but once clad in the light armor, Jiang Chen felt an overwhelming sense of ease. He not only felt the armor's presence was negligible, but also experienced an illusion that with a mere jump, he could soar into the skies. Stepping outside the small dwelling, he ran a couple of laps around the camp to test its effects, and he was quite satisfied. At full speed, his velocity fluctuated between 20 and 22 points, and could be sustained for 10 to 15 minutes. However, turning felt somewhat awkward. Likely due to his unfamiliarity with the current speed, it was not a significant issue, as practice would remedy it. The agility points added by the gale boots were overshadowed, but the 25 speed bonus remained intact, not affecting his ability to use items. As for the radiant holy armor, Jiang Chen planned to return it to Leon. He was a pragmatist. When in a team, he could not monopolize all resources. It was far better to let all items shine in their own right. Moreover, if Jiang Chen required it later, Leon would not deny him. Returning to the small room, he gazed at the final orb of light before extending his hand. A pulsating crimson heart appeared in his grasp, roughly the size of a watermelon, requiring both hands to cradle it. He could feel its intense heat radiating through his palms. Identification: pulsating giant heart. Type: aberrant organ. Wearing effect: after surgical replacement of the original heart, stamina cap 30, stamina recovery rate 200, life recovery rate 100, no immune rejection reactions occur. Aberrant organ. Is this something obtainable from a system chest? Jiang Chen was taken aback, but he quickly accepted this reality. Just because it had not existed before did not mean it could not exist in the future. It merely indicated his limited exposure. However, would this thing not be fatal if implanted in an ordinary person? The heart, the size of a watermelon, made Jiang Chen shudder at the thought of the physique required to accommodate it. Although he envied the effects it could provide, Jiang Chen would never consider implanting it into himself, setting aside the uncertainty of whether his thoracic cavity could even contain it. The mere notion of removing his own heart was unacceptable. With his current capabilities, such a surgery was entirely unfeasible. Furthermore, it was an aberrant organ. Who knows what consequences would arise from such an implantation? Nonetheless, he could not simply disregard it, as that would be a waste. Jiang Chen gazed upon the heart, which, devoid of blood within its 4 chambers, could only function like a bellows, incessantly inhaling and exhaling air. Why not try adding some giant's blood? Chapter 108. The Infinite Train Number. Jiang Chen cautiously infused a small amount of blood into the giant heart, wary of potential mishaps. However, upon the addition of blood, the heart responded as if fuel had been poured into an engine. Not only did its contraction accelerate, but the surrounding temperature also rose. And even the 2 blood vessels on the heart began to grow, radiating outwards to form additional vessels. Had the blood not been depleted, it seemed likely that the growth would have persisted indefinitely. Jiang Chen pondered as he touched the newly formed vessels on the heart. If it could sprout blood vessels, then it should also be capable of generating flesh, right? Absolutely, interjected Eliza, reclining against the bed. The giant's heart theoretically holds the potential to regenerate into a giant. But perhaps it would be more beneficial to give it to Leon, she remarked nonchalantly, her right foot resting upon her left ankle, devoid of any decorum, while her slender fingers meticulously peeled the dead skin from her lips, occasionally revealing a look of satisfaction. This was a matter Jiang Chen felt he needed to consult Leon about, so he summoned him. After explaining the function of the giant's heart, he allowed Leon to deliberate. Leon remained silent for a considerable time, visibly conflicted. After all, it was a grotesque organ, an abomination that contradicted his beliefs. Yet, utilizing it could expedite assistance to the goddess, becoming her ally. Jiang Chen waited patiently, while Eliza refrained from disrupting his contemplation. Leave it to me. Leon finally spoke after an extended pause. Before departing, he requested 2 barrels of giant's blood from Jiang Chen. However, he did not seek assistance from either Jiang Chen or Eliza. He had his own methods for dealing with the heart. Once Leon had left, Jiang Chen opened his properties panel. Remaining points: 327, 364. The remaining points differed from those on the leaderboard. The leaderboard displayed the total, while this reflected Jiang Chen's usage. Currently, his points were sufficient to cover some high-ticket expenses: 250,000 for a mid-level enhancement stone, and 300,000 for a random special building scroll. If this had been yesterday, Jiang Chen would have undoubtedly chosen the mid-level enhancement stone without hesitation. However, after experiencing a turnaround thanks to Beelzebub's terrifying abilities, he reconsidered. Even if it involved a gamble, he felt compelled to take a chance. with only 3 opportunities for special building exchanges available across the entire server. The outcome should not disappoint, right? With this thought in mind, Jiang Chen clicked to purchase. Points deducted, 300,000. Congratulations, you have received a random special building scroll. Having spent the 300,000 points, Jiang Chen took a deep breath and utilized the scroll on a construction crystal. Special building construction crystal requires 2,000 iron blocks, 4,000 stone, and 5,000 wood to construct the special building. Infinite train number. Infinite train number? A train? Jiang Chen questioned. Yet, it seemed he had a limited supply of iron blocks left. Rummaging through his backpack, he found only 500 units, falling short by 500. Then he recalled the several tons of steel plates affixed to the city wall and quickly instructed his skeletons to dismantle them. After breaking down one piece, he managed to gather the necessary amount. Tong Ekai 2,000, Shilao 4,000, Mulao 5,000, Gongxin, Chonggong, Dajin, Tosu Janju, Wushan, Lirchohao. Janding, Tosu Janju, Wushan, Lirchohao, Yiji Janju. First, any energy-containing items such as bone coins, corpse oil, monster corpses, and special materials can be placed into the synthesis station to activate the infinite train number. The more fuel added, the greater the pulling power and speed of the train. Second, any building connected to the infinite train number will transform into a carriage. The more carriages there are, the slower the train proceeds. Transforming a special building into a carriage does not affect its functionality. Durability, 2,000. Special building facility, firebox. Firebox contains flames capable of burning anything. All fuel will convert into propulsion for the infinite train number. This building facility has fused with the synthesis station. Do not place materials intended for decomposition within it, as the consequences will be yours to bear. The flame will extinguish automatically once it leaves the firebox. The infinite train number will emit a tremendous noise when in motion, with a high probability of attracting nearby monsters. Materials required for leveling up: 5,000 iron blocks, 8,000 stone, 10,000 wood. Player notice: as this building is a special structure, it lacks any concealment effect. Please remain vigilant. Ordinary small houses converted into carriages are considered part of the same entity and similarly lack any concealment effect. Before Jiang Chen stood an antiquated steam locomotive. His fourth special building. Though merely a medium-sized engine, in Jiang Chen's eyes, it was a magnificent creation of heavy industry. He had not gambled incorrectly. This was precisely what he desired. Eagerly, he longed to drive it across the wilderness. Surely, the area atop the mountain would suffice for a run, wouldn't it? He thought. Regardless, he couldn't dwell on that. He was ready to revel in the experience. Jiang Chen pulled open the door and stepped inside the locomotive. The front half offered merely a cramped 4-square space, presumably the driver's compartment, while the rear was more spacious, likely intended for fuel storage. In the front compartment, he spotted the control levers, whistle, and brake lever, all positioned to the left. The right side housed a slightly warm firebox, containing only a small flicker of an orange flame. This must be where the fuel is added, he assumed. He proceeded to toss in 100 or so death energy crystal cores, which he could now produce on his own, so he felt no remorse using them as fuel. Initially worried that adding too much material might extinguish the tiny flame, he quickly realized he had overestimated the situation. Before contacting the fuel, the flame was merely a flicker. But as the fuel was introduced, it rapidly expanded into a roaring blaze. Had it not been confined to the firebox, it might have consumed the entire locomotive. Nonetheless, the internal temperature surged, causing Jiang Chen to break into a sweat. Why isn't it moving? Warning. Boiler empty. Please immediately replenish water source, or the durability of the infinite train number will diminish. Damn, I forgot about that. How could a steam engine function without water to convert into power? Jiang Chen's excitement had momentarily clouded his judgment. After a flurry of activity, he finally filled the boiler to a satisfactory level. Boom, boom, boom. High-pressure steam entered the cylinders, converting the piston's linear motion into rotational movement of the driving wheels through the connecting rods. The 8 wheels began to turn, and the steel tracks ahead continuously appeared, only to vanish again beneath the wheels, as if they would never reach an end. Jiang Chen pulled the whistle, and a plume of thick white smoke erupted from the chimney atop, marking the first roar of heavy industry in this otherworldly paradise. Toot, toot. I'm not sure if it existed before, but for Jiang Chen, it was a first. The infinite train number, let us go. The young man atop the locomotive shouted exuberantly. Laughter flowed freely from his lips. Jiang Chen knew that with this train, distance would no longer be a burden. He could now begin preparing for the second expedition. Chapter 109. The Community Merger Card and the Turmoil. Jiang Chen hung his head low, unable to lift it due to Leon's reprimand. The reason being he had crashed the train into the city wall, nearly causing Leon, who happened to be atop that very wall, to meet his demise. Who could have imagined that a mere desire to change direction would cause the infinite train to soar into the sky? Jiang Chen mused to himself. Indeed, the infinite train had ascended. To be precise, As long as the tracks could be laid down, the train could traverse any terrain. And these dreamlike tracks possessed the remarkable ability to span the void. Should Jiang Chen find himself unable to contend with the monsters in the future, he could simply drive away, exclaiming, "I've taken to the skies. How will you pursue me?" The sole drawback was the exorbitant fuel consumption, rendering prolonged flight unfeasible. Without further ado, Jiang Chen discreetly departed, leaving a note for Leon about his intentions for a second expedition, providing him with a psychological heads-up. Time, 9:47 a.m. The first day of the second month in the game. After attending to all matters within the camp, Jiang Chen finally established contact with the Alliance. Unaware that a significant event had already transpired in the regional channel. Identification, subregion merge card. Type, treasure. Grade, legendary. Durability, consumable. Effect, upon use. Allows the selection of any 4 game zones to merge, limited to the same regional area. Cannot select different map game zones, once selected. The zone cannot be used again with the subregion merge card. Note, after merging game zones, monsters will likewise be allocated to the newly merged game zone. Please use with caution. As previously mentioned, the system rewarded all players who achieved over 1,000 points during the Moonlit Night with a treasure chest. Although these were bronze-grade probability chests, given the large population base, they yielded something extraordinary, the subregion merge card. The quantity was limited, with only around 80 cards emerging from the entire 07 district, roughly 1 card distributed per 5 zones. Players were ecstatic, having anticipated that the remaining days would be exceedingly arduous, as each zone currently boasted an average of only 400 players. Surviving the next 3 months with such numbers would be a daunting challenge. However, with the emergence of the subregion merge card, each zone would host 2,000 players, surpassing the initial game population. Players who had once felt despondent after the tide of monsters now regained their confidence and collectively set their sights on a particular special zone. Although that zone contained only 1 player, he had accomplished feats unattainable by all others, rendering him equivalent to 1,000 players. Friends from other zones. Don't even think about it. Jiang Chen is one of our players from the land of the dead, huh? Though it was uncertain whether he would be allocated to the same zone as Jiang Chen. Witnessing players from the other 2 maps scramble for opportunities elicited a sense of secret satisfaction. At the same time, a quiet prayer emerged within. To the brothers who obtained the subregion merge card, do your best to ensure I am placed in the same zone as Jiang Chen. However, a startling revelation soon emerged, leaving all spectators in disbelief. Zone 501 is not available for selection, declared a player possessing a subregion merge card. No way. Is there a mistake? Fool. The fact that it cannot be selected indicates it has already been snatched up by someone else. Which brother is so quick? Don't be shy. Step forward and let us see you. I promise not to roast you. Many players lamented the fact that Jiang Chen had already become someone else's teammate. Nevertheless, the players from the land of the dead still held onto a sliver of hope, as there were 4 zones that could potentially pair with Jiang Chen. Yet, it remained uncertain whether that player was intimidated by the multitude or for some other reason, as no one emerged to disclose which 4 zones were paired with Jiang Chen. By the way, hasn't anyone used the merge card yet? Why is no one sharing about the changes? My answer is that there are no changes because I just used one. Could it be that the official merging will only commence after all the merge cards have been utilized? That seems likely. At that moment, the leader of the Alliance made a public statement in the regional channel. The old squad leader remarked, all brothers who have obtained merge cards, please refrain from using them immediately to enhance the overall survival rate of players and foster a spirit of mutual assistance. The Alliance hopes everyone can strategically arrange the combat power of each zone and heed collective directives. For specific procedures, please discuss on the Alliance spokesperson's message board. His announcement was prompted by a primary concern, the allocation of combat power. It was evident which zones possessed greater strength and larger populations, simply from observing the regional channel. If a player with a merge card were to consolidate all the powerful zones with their own, what fate would await the weaker zones? Would they not be forsaken? If such sentiments were to proliferate among many, it could very well lead to another catastrophe akin to the Durian crisis. Thus, in the brief time following the emergence of the subregion merge card, he discerned the underlying issues. Regrettably, human nature is often selfish. While most could comprehend the squad leader's intentions, who would willingly gamble their life for the sake of others? Why sacrifice an opportunity to ally with a strong zone for the sake of unrelated individuals? Even the squad leader's own Zone 121 had been preemptively selected by others, as it was the strongest division aside from Zone 501 and also the headquarters of the Alliance. Consequently, the squad leader only managed to collect around 13 merge cards, all of which were drawn by Alliance members, voluntarily submitted by those who trusted him. In order not to betray their trust, after judiciously utilizing the remaining merge cards, he issued a resolute announcement in the regional channel. To those who disregard the matter, the Alliance will take charge. From this day forth, members from Zones 33, 48, 76, and the other 65 zones will enjoy a 5 discount when purchasing supplies from the Alliance store. This directive was primarily aimed at appeasing and compensating these players, ensuring that even if they did nothing each day, they could still manage to make ends meet as traders. The alliance would only incur a minor loss in profits per order, but such disasters as the Durian crisis must not be allowed to recur. Furthermore, the sales of alliance goods might even see a boost. Ultimately, following this incident, the alliance's prestige elevated further. And that is how things stand, Jiang Chen thought. Glancing at the chat records sent by the squad leader, almost able to visualize the troubled expression on the middle-aged man's face across the chat interface. The squad leader had genuinely been concerned for all players, to the point of being utterly worn out. Thank you for your hard work. Jiang Chen offered a comforting remark. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed throughout the 07 district, a sound reminiscent of the earth being torn asunder. The players understood that the merging of subregions had commenced. From an altitude of 30,000 meters, the view of the 07 district revealed the land beneath, where pieces of earth appeared to be a chaotic puzzle, disrupted and reassembled. Mountains were torn apart, rivers diverted, and disparate terrains fused together in an exceedingly irrational manner, akin to a divine creation. However, the players situated within the smaller segments felt no tremors, only a sporadic resonance in the air. As a result of this commotion, certain formidable monsters that had previously been dormant began to awaken. Chapter 110, The Unfinished Red Calamity. The regional channel was already alive with images of the newly merged map, naturally posted by players sitting at the synthesis platform. The overall area had expanded fivefold, with players primarily concentrated in 5 positions. To converge swiftly, they would need to set out simultaneously from all 5 directions toward a single point. However, even with simultaneous departure, they would require no less than half a month to traverse the entire distance. Awaiting the players would be a new trial. On this side, Jiang Chen joyfully opened the regional map, pondering who his teammates might be. He was eagerly anticipating the revelation. Although he was accompanied by Leon and Eliza, they were not from his homeland, rendering it difficult for Jiang Chen to feel a sense of belonging in this place. Now, however, he was to have teammates. He opened the map, but it remained unchanged. Closing it, he rubbed his eyes, convinced he was experiencing an illusion, a sense of foreboding returning. No. Let us take another look. It was still the same, no changes whatsoever. Doubting his luck, he glanced at the number of players in the subregion. 1,000. Jiang Chen exclaimed, "What on earth?" uttering a cry of anguish. In the major district channel, a flurry of messages ensued. Hurry, hurry. There's a prize guessing game. Which subregion will Jiang Chen be assigned to? After the merger of District 07, only 80 subregions remained, 29 in the Mysterious Sea, 31 in the Misty Forest, and 20 in the Land of the Dead. The Land of the Dead had fewer players primarily due to the high casualties in the last side quest. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such a low count. Is there even a need to guess? It must be the new District 79, as they have the least players. With one less subregion, it was a logical deduction, but surprises were always lurking. Unbeknownst to all players, although the numbering after District 79 had been discarded, scrolling further down revealed the last one, District 501, 1000. Many friends messaged Jiang Chen, inquiring about his subregion. What could Jiang Chen say? That he had been overlooked by the system again? With a sigh, Jiang Chen expressed his helplessness. Other players were bewildered. What is going on? Jiang Chen, why are you still in District 501? If being left behind once was an accident, then being left behind a second time. Jiang Chen, did you offend the system in some way? Someone timidly asked. Jiang Chen remained silent, pondering what he had done to incur such wrath from the system. Yet soon enough, he would realize this was not the worst situation, for even graver challenges lay ahead. Leon, the tide of monsters is upon us. Jiang Chen stared blankly at the blue-haired, golden-eyed handsome man who had suddenly entered the small house. Wait, who are you? The stranger cast him a peculiar glance and replied, I am Leon. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized the man from head to toe. The voice was unmistakable, the aura familiar, and the dazzling holy armor he wore was indeed correct. But wasn't he Leon a skeleton in his memories? How had he transformed into a human? And such a striking one at that? Jiang Chen felt a twinge of inferiority. His own attractiveness was not to be underestimated. Seemingly sensing Jiang Chen's confusion, Leon explained, I have reshaped my body using the heart of the giant. This is my true form. There is no time for further explanations. The tide of monsters is rapidly approaching. Get up and repair the damaged walls. With that, he grasped Jiang Chen firmly, urging him to hasten the repairs. Eliza followed suit, seemingly having anticipated Leon's transformation. Name Leon. Class, Undead. Extraordinary Path, Paladin. Strength, 21, 18, Dominion 3. Constitution, 26. Agility, 22. Perception, 16. Spirit, 21. Extraordinary Path, Paladin. Ability 1, Radiant Guardian. All attacks carry an additional 30 light attribute damage, capable of consuming all bodily energy to unleash an attack that surpasses one's own damage by threefold. Ability 2, With Me. Binds all light attribute soldiers under one's command. They share glory and losses, allowing the aggregation of all light attribute soldiers' power to launch a decisive strike. The more light attribute soldiers, the stronger the impact. Ability 3. Knight's Heart. When a knight begins to steadfastly guard something, their stamina cap rises to 30, stamina recovery speed becomes 200, and mental resistance 100. Conversely, they lose all power if they waver. Leon's strength had returned? No, it should only be partially restored. In life, he had been a legend. His power no less than it had been before. Moreover, upon examining the abilities of the paladin, Jiang Chen was astounded. The paladin class was nearly designed for challenging formidable foes, balancing sustainability and endurance while maximizing lethality. Furthermore, ability 2, with me, complemented his own ability 2, Dominion, almost perfectly. Leon, can you gather the strength of all the radiant skeletons to slay the king? Jiang Chen inquired while repairing the walls. I cannot. My body would be the first to be torn apart by the overwhelming force, Leon replied. Jiang Chen understood, under the right conditions, he could indeed achieve invincibility beneath the king, provided he did not encounter a king-level monster. With the synthesis platform at hand, the damaged walls were swiftly repaired, and the infinite train was relocated behind the walls. How many monsters are there below? Jiang Chen asked. More than last night. How many? He thought he had misheard. Hadn't the red calamity already passed? How could a tide of monsters greater than last night's emerge? Determined to verify, Jiang Chen allowed Eliza to enter his body, transforming into a vampire, and soared into the stormy skies towards the mountains. Only by witnessing it firsthand could Jiang Chen comprehend that Leon had not been jesting. At the foot of the mountain, an overwhelming mass of monsters swarmed, resembling a dark cloud enveloping the entire base. There must be at least 100,000. Jiang Chen's lips twitched. During the outbreak of the red calamity, only 70,000 had appeared, yet now, after its passing, there were even more. Moreover, Jiang Chen had the unsettling feeling that the monsters below were aware of his presence in the sky, their eyes raised in unison, baring their fangs. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Chen wondered how they had detected him while he hid behind the clouds. Had they always known his location? The more he pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. Knowing he was hiding on the mountain was one thing, but how could they pinpoint his exact position in the sky? As if the coordinates of players during the red calamity had never vanished? A piercing shriek echoed as a flying monster charged towards him. Chapter 111. Deep collaboration with the Alliance. The monsters congregating at the foot of the mountain grew increasingly numerous, and Jiang Chen found he had no energy left to observe them. He emitted a sonic wave, a fundamental skill of the vampire. The approaching flying monsters were immediately disoriented by the sound wave, plummeting from the sky, with only a few managing to regain their balance. Jiang Chen refrained from pursuing them, as more flying monsters were rushing towards him from a distance. In the air, his strength could not be fully realized, and being besieged would prove perilous. Retracting the massive bat wings formed from his arms, he plummeted towards the mountaintop, only extending his wings again right before crashing into the valley. Even so, a fierce gale pushed him back several dozen meters before he finally came to a halt, and he surmised that the flying monsters would not be able to catch up. With only 15 minutes before the tide of monsters would reach them, Jiang Chen gazed down from his vantage point on the mountain. He observed the swarm of monsters flowing like a dark river, converging towards the mountain gorge, where they formed an even more formidable current. The tide of monsters climbed steadily, but the fierce winds at the mountaintop would further deplete their stamina, rendering them less of a threat. Unlike last night, this tide lacked the assistance of a teleportation portal to conserve stamina, making their overall strength even weaker than before. With this realization, Jiang Chen turned and hurried back to the camp. The lightweight armor, designed in the likeness of a mantis, significantly reduced his wind resistance, allowing him to return to the camp's walls with minimal exertion. Meanwhile, the tide of monsters trailing behind him was now visible from the ramparts. Beelzebub, your snacks have arrived again, and in greater numbers than last night. Upon returning to the camp, Jiang Chen sought out Beelzebub first. Since the skeletal army had yet to be summoned, the primary force in this battle remained Beelzebub's avatars. After reclaiming all of its doppelgangers, Beelzebub's weight was no less than 500 tons, resembling a colossal mass of flesh, towering above even the level for city walls. Upon hearing Jiang Chen mention the arrival of another wave of snacks, the behemoth began to sway, presumably in delight. Without needing a prompt from Jiang Chen, Beelzebub proactively split itself into multiple forms. Each avatar was considerably larger than those from the previous night. If one were to assess their attributes, their strength would likely exceed 8 points. They surpassed Jiang Chen's skeletal knights in might, though they lacked in agility and were unable to don armor. With a fresh influx of troops, Jiang Chen approached Leon. Seeing Leon in a corporeal form still felt somewhat disconcerting to Jiang Chen. Moreover, with his newfound physicality, Leon had grown taller. His once 2-meter frame now stood at least 2 meters 1, requiring Jiang Chen to look up during their face-to-face conversations. I'll leave the outside to you. I am going to create new skeletal soldiers. Understood. With Leon's current power, threats below the king level posed no risk to him, allowing Jiang Chen to feel at ease. However, he decided to keep Eliza stationed on the walls as a precaution, ensuring Leon would have backup should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Upon returning to the bone mound relocated within the walls, Jiang Chen accessed his personal shop and issued a bounty, seeking skeletal soldier corpses, 15 bone coins each. Requirements: intact condition, unlimited collection. His backpack had long since lacked skeletal frames, necessitating new purchases for the creation of additional skeletal soldiers. However, given the current decline in player numbers, he was uncertain whether he could fulfill his needs. Thus, he reached out to the old squad leader. Squad leader, I require your assistance. The squad leader quickly responded, brother, whatever you need, just say the word. I'll do my utmost to help. The squad leader's enthusiasm had intensified, largely due to the 2 extraordinary potion recipes Jiang Chen had previously sold him. Thanks to those recipes, the Alliance had gained hundreds of extraordinary members, preventing them from being utterly powerless against Lord-level monsters. Especially the Dragon Man potion, which could be crafted using the hearts of lizard-type monsters, albeit with limited growth potential thereafter. Jiang Chen briefly explained his current predicament to him, trusting the squad leader not to divulge the information. Zhang Weijian's expression upon hearing this was one of disbelief. What? The system has flagged this? Yet monsters across the entire map still know your coordinates? And there are already 100,000 monsters surrounding you. Oh my goddess Nuwa, have you desecrated the ancestral graves of the system, or what? You've become the target of a relentless hunt. At this moment, the squad leader finally grasped the gravity of Jiang Chen's situation. He realized that, were he in Jiang Chen's position, he wouldn't last even 10 minutes. Yet Jiang Chen still managed to spare time for a conversation. You've worked hard, he remarked. Jiang Chen felt a sudden sense of familiarity. Had this scenario occurred before? I require skeletal soldier corpses, an abundance of them. Ideally, you could dig a large pit to soak them in. I'll send you a recipe shortly. It was merely a recipe for a bone-strengthening solution, yet its provision was crucial. After all, if players continued to fall, who would capture skeletons for him? Shouldn't you be focusing on how to survive the oncoming tide of monsters? Zhang Weijian expressed concern, noting that they had encountered far fewer monsters with their hundreds in the previous night. Not a concern, Jiang Chen replied lightly, sending 4 words that silenced all Zhang Weijian's potential objections. He spoke the truth. With Beelzebub present, ordinary monsters indeed posed little threat, but caution was warranted against Lord-level monsters. Thus, Jiang Chen needed to maintain a sufficient number of glorious skeletons to ensure Leon had ample strength to draw upon. Zhang Weijian fell silent, reflecting that Jiang Chen had always navigated through adversity in this manner. The events he had experienced would be met with disbelief from any other, yet he had undeniably prevailed. One could not argue against it. When Jiang Chen uttered the words not a concern, Zhang Weijian instinctively believed him. This was the undeniable prestige of the foremost player. After much contemplation, Zhang Weijian made a bold proposal. Brother, I have a suggestion that I hope you can accept. What suggestion? Jiang Chen inquired eagerly, knowing that the squad leader's terms would never be disadvantageous to him. This was the reputation he had built as the leader of all players. Zhang Weijian organized his thoughts and articulated, from now on, any resources you desire, as long as they can be purchased with bone coins. The Alliance will strive to provide them for you free of charge. No cost incurred. All resource allocation will prioritize your requests. This was a momentous decision. Even as the highest commander of the Alliance, he had never received such treatment. By doing so, he aimed to firmly bind Jiang Chen to the Alliance's chariot. Although Jiang Chen had already joined the Alliance, the relationship between them was more akin to a partnership, with Jiang Chen never having reported his actions to him. This delicate relationship limited the assistance the Alliance could derive from Jiang Chen. Upon hearing the squad leader's proposal, Jiang Chen was deeply moved, as it essentially meant that the remaining 20,000 players of the Alliance would revolve around him, providing a singular logistical support. Moreover, given Beelzebub's presence, Jiang Chen found it increasingly difficult to acquire bone coins from monsters. The squad leader's offer perfectly addressed his immediate dilemma. What must I give in return? Jiang Chen asked. Chapter 112, Infinite Train Number 2. Jiang Chen had an expectation in mind. As long as it did not exceed that expectation, he would be amenable. Soon, the squad leader presented his terms. From today onward, you will allocate 2% of the points gained from killing monsters to the Alliance. He proposed this condition for a reason. As the Alliance's highest tier weapon was only of exceptional quality, and their numbers were limited, they were in urgent need of superior grade weaponry. However, to obtain high-tier weapons, one required intermediate enhancement stones, each worth 250,000 points. Where would those 250,000 points come from? While the Alliance still had around 20,000 members, allowing for seemingly rapid point accumulation, one must not forget that increased earnings also meant increased expenditures. Even if each member contributed a portion daily, the total would still be meager. If Jiang Chen could accept this condition and truly manage to defeat 100,000 monsters today, the Alliance could potentially gain a windfall of 100,000 points, which could be freely distributed. Although 100,000 points sounded substantial, for Zhang Weijian, it was a gamble, betting on Jiang Chen's daily efficiency and character, hoping he would not deplete the entire Alliance in one go. 2%, Jiang Chen pondered. realizing that such a point allocation would enable him to exert influence over a vast organization of 20,000 individuals, making them work on his behalf. This is undoubtedly a remarkably advantageous deal, and it appears that the alliance stands to incur significant losses. Are you certain you have made your decision? He inquired. Unlike himself, the old commander bore the weight of responsibility for the entire alliance. I have made my decision, the old commander asserted with resolute conviction, wagering his position as the highest-ranking commander of the alliance. Shall I begin requisitioning resources then? Jiang Chen remarked in a rather flippant tone, primarily because he was unsure whether the other party had truly acquiesced. Speak up. Anything within the alliance's capabilities will be gathered for you promptly, came the reply. With the other party's assurance that this was no jest, Jiang Chen wasted no time and boldly began to list his demands. Currently, I urgently require 5,000 skeleton soldier corpses, and furthermore, all skeleton soldier corpses the Alliance acquires in the future should be allocated to me. Additionally, I need 5,000 iron blocks, 8,000 stone materials, and 10,000 wood. These are immediate necessities, and there are more to follow. In total, Jiang Chen demanded resources valued at 3 million bone coins. And this was merely for today. As the chat interface displayed the resources Jiang Chen required, the old commander could not help but twitch his eye. Are you sure you wish to proceed? He asked once more. Taking a deep breath, the old commander smiled. The gamble had indeed escalated. Nevertheless, he typed, please wait. I will gather it for you immediately. Jiang Chen patiently awaited the outcome. In truth, his request for these resources was a strategic consideration. The current market value of points stood at 15 to 18 bone coins. This meant that even if today the old commander managed to secure 100,000 points from Jiang Chen, he would still incur a loss. If he accepted, it would indicate a willingness for long-term cooperation rather than merely seeking short-term gains. Surprisingly, merely 15 minutes later, he received a system notification. You have received resources from player old commander. 5,000 skeleton soldier corpses, 5,000 iron blocks, 8,000 stone materials, 10,000 wood. In just 15 minutes, all the resources Jiang Chen requested were at his disposal, leaving him momentarily stunned. It should be noted that today marked the first day following the Red Calamity, and all resources were exceedingly precious. The value of the materials Jiang Chen requested was typically 3 million, but in reality, it exceeded 5 million. The fact that the old commander managed to procure these items in a mere 15 minutes underscored the alliance's substantial resources and highlighted the importance placed upon him by the entire alliance. Is there anything else you require? Should I gather more? The old commander inquired casually, though only he understood the tumultuous events of those 15 minutes. Commander, have you lost your mind, or have I? Are you not aware of the exorbitant prices of resources at present? Gathering these items would deplete the alliance's coffers. I refuse to participate. I too refuse. I do not wish to gamble my fate on an individual. I do not consent either. As the highest commander of the alliance, I command you now, immediately, gather the resources for me, and if I have misjudged, I shall step down. Whoever reneges shall be deemed a coward. Ultimately, the resources were assembled, with his subordinates shamelessly beseeching the alliance leaders from other sectors, enduring a torrent of insults in the process. Witnessing the old commander's audacious facade, Jiang Chen felt it would be impolite to further interject. Nonetheless, he felt a surge of joy. The sensation of being trusted was indeed delightful. He then returned the 5,000 skeleton soldier corpses, requesting assistance in digging a pit for them, as the winds and snow atop the mountain made excavation and watering quite challenging. Of course, to ensure the old commander and his team had something to account for, Jiang Chen provided him with the formula for the bone-strengthening solution and generously lent him the TNT shield for easier digging. Meanwhile, in the newly established District 01, amidst the fog, a middle-aged man suddenly halted. Zhang Weijian reflected on the invaluable formula Jiang Chen had sent him, one capable of enhancing each individual's physique by 1 to 2 points. He understood its worth, especially since it had been procured from a silver treasure chest. Old Chen, I am sending you a formula. Please provide an explanation to the sector commanders. If anyone needs to explain, it should be you. I refuse. Hey, young one. It was merely a few scoldings. This is the price of growth. Lucky Star stifled a laugh at the bickering duo, while the muscular man beside them appeared lost in thought, perhaps overwhelmed by the reprimands. Their team was required to traverse over 100 kilometers daily, navigating a fog rife with magical beasts, for a total journey of 20 days, just like the other 4 teams. Returning to District 501. During the hour-long wait for the skeleton soldier corpses to soak, Jiang Chen kept himself occupied. He approached the infinite train with the resources provided by the old commander. Among the items requisitioned was a portion specifically intended for upgrading the infinite train. Invest 5,000 iron blocks, 8,000 stone materials, 10,000 wood. Do you wish to upgrade the special building, infinite train? Yes. Identification, special building, infinite train, level 2. 1. By investing bone coins, corpse oil, magical beast corpses. and special materials containing energy into the synthesis platform, the infinite train can be activated. The more fuel utilized, the greater the pulling force and speed of the infinite train. Fuel combustion efficiency, 15. 2. Any building connected to the infinite train will transform into a carriage. The more carriages, the slower the infinite train's speed. The transformation of a special building into a carriage does not affect its functionality. Durability, 10,000, 10,000. Special building facility, firebox. Firebox contains a flame capable of burning anything. All fuel will become the driving force for the infinite train's advancement. This building facility has merged with the synthesis platform. Do not invest materials intended for disassembly. Otherwise, the consequences are yours to bear. The flame extinguishes automatically once it leaves the firebox. Blank special facility slot 1. When the infinite train is activated, it produces a tremendous noise with a high probability of attracting nearby magical beasts. Materials required for upgrading to the next level: 20,000 iron blocks, 40,000 stone materials, 60,000 wood, 100 burning stones. Attention players. As this building is a special construction, it lacks a concealment effect. Please remain vigilant for your safety. Ordinary cabins transformed into carriages are considered part of the same entity and likewise lack a concealment effect. Congratulations. You have successfully constructed a Level 2 special building, the Infinite Train. Chapter 113. Jiang Chen's little train is on the move. The newly reborn Infinite Train was significantly larger than before, and upon inspecting its power mechanisms, Jiang Chen noted that they appeared increasingly advanced. However, despite searching throughout the interior of the train, he could not locate the newly added blank facility slot, ultimately discovering it at the front of the external locomotive. Invest 500 iron blocks, 50 bronze crystals, 2,000 bone coins. You can construct a special building facility, the crushing ram. Jiang Chen had sufficient resources for this, so he promptly invested the materials. 500 iron blocks, 50 bronze crystals, 2,000 bone coins have been invested. Do you wish to construct the special building facility, the crushing ram? Yes. As Jiang Chen confirmed the order, a searing mass of liquid metal materialized at the front of the locomotive, gradually coalescing into the shape of a blade. Before long, a pitch-black ram adorned the front of the train, its vertical blade-like edge chillingly cold, rendering the already steampunk-styled locomotive even more perilous in appearance. Yet, Jiang Chen regarded it with evident satisfaction. Crushing ram, as the name suggests. This is specifically designed to collide with living beings, leaving any creature unfortunate enough to be struck in a disarrayed state. Durability, 8,000, 8,000. Capable of upgrading alongside the infinite train number indefinitely. Jiang Chen mused with a touch of dark humor whether the train, now equipped with the ram, could potentially obliterate Lord K, or if a ship was a requisite for such a feat outside the city. The roars of battle echoed as the monsters had long since engaged with Beelzebub's avatars. Suddenly, Jiang Chen felt compelled to test the might of the second-level infinite train number. Leon, I wish to drive the train. He indicated towards himself and then the newly added ram. The implication was unmistakable. Leon wore an expression of reluctant acceptance. Yet he surveyed the battlefield, noting the absence of any Lord-level monsters, and finally acquiesced with a strained agreement. Very well, but your operational range is confined to the mountaintop. Okay, Jiang Chen exclaimed, eager to take the controls. He hastily climbed into the cockpit and began to frantically toss supplies provided by the old squad leader into the firebox. The flames roared to life, causing the temperature in the cockpit to rise significantly within moments. Beep, beep. The pressure gauge's needle moved, reaching operational capacity. Jiang Chen sounded the whistle, and white steam billowed from the chimney, signaling to all that the Jiang Chen Express was about to embark. The driving wheels began to turn, producing a thunderous rumble upon the fantastical tracks. Just as Jiang Chen prepared to close the iron door, Iris flew in. I must guard your side. Jiang Chen had no objections. Having an extra pair of hands was welcome, though he presumed that her role in ensuring his safety was a given. Iris's large eyes flitted over the various dials and gauges like an inquisitive child, particularly lingering on the control levers, revealing her desire to give them a try. However, it was imperative that he personally handle the initial collision. Chuckles. Securing the door, Jiang Chen filled the rear fuel compartment with bone coins and assigned Iris the task of monitoring the furnace. He found himself scratching his head in the cockpit, perplexed by the array of switches. Although he had some prior experience, he was hardly familiar with their functions. This lever should move us forward, right? He mused, fiddling with various switches. To his astonishment, he actually managed to start the train. Moreover, he discovered that the control lever of the infinite train was distinct from those of other trains. It resembled an aircraft control yoke, capable of elevation. The infinite train surged forward. However, being still within the city walls, it was about to collide with them at high speed. Pull up. Jiang Chen grasped the control lever, exerting all his strength to avoid yanking it off. Just as the front of the infinite train was about to crash into the wall, the track successfully extended, soaring high above the city walls, allowing the train to shoot straight into the sky. The nearly vertical track defied gravity, and although the train did not fall, Jiang Chen, confined in the cockpit, felt the weight of gravity pressing him against the rear wall. Fortunately, his strength was sufficient, and he promptly adjusted his posture to crawl toward the control lever, directing the train downward. "Iris, are you all right?" Jiang Chen turned to inquire. "I am unscathed." Iris's voice came from the fuel compartment, tinged with excitement. "As long as you're fine," Jiang Chen focused on steering, his gaze fixed through the two windshields at the dark horde below. The monsters beneath had also noticed the flying contraption above, their mouths agape, revealing sharp teeth. Aware that their target lay within the train. "What are you staring at?" "Here I come," Jiang Chen roared, directing the infinite train into the fray. The colossal locomotive rampaging through the monster tide. Those monsters caught in front of the train were either sliced to pieces by the icy ram or crushed into a pulp beneath the wheels. The monsters that had been evenly matched against Beelzebub's avatars were reduced to mere rubble before the might of the infinite train. Splatter, splatter, boom. The path of the infinite train was littered with bodies that could not be reassembled, attracting numerous bloodthirsty minions eager to feast. "This windshield wiper is quite commendable," Jiang Chen remarked. As many monsters met their demise, blood splattered across the windshield, obscuring his view. However, after activating a wiper-like device, the situation improved significantly, keeping the windshield pristine with a swipe every 3 seconds. "Iris," Jiang Chen called out again. "I am here. Crank the power to maximum. I want to see how fast the infinite train can truly go." "Understood. 10 minutes, and then it will be your turn." "Yes, master." Her tone carried a note of excitement. Jiang Chen chuckled and shook his head. Despite Iris's mature appearance, he had come to realize that her psychological age was not much greater than his own, perhaps even younger. She displayed an insatiable curiosity towards all of Jiang Chen's novel devices, outstripping even the most inquisitive child, always yearning to give them a try. He speculated that she must have been sealed away at a very young age, stirring a twinge of sympathy within him. Yet, this emotion dissipated swiftly as he recalled the unsettling glint in Iris's eyes when she exhibited her Yandere tendencies, causing him to shudder involuntarily. For instance, ever since Leon acquired a corporeal form, Iris had consistently positioned herself between him and Leon, as if guarding against something. Overall, interacting with Iris was quite pleasant. If only she could shed her Yandere, submissive, and cunning traits. On the city walls, Leon observed the two reckless souls below with a sigh. These two are quite the characters. Chapter 114, Old Squad Leader. It's happening. Zhang Weijian had a rather unpleasant afternoon, his face flushing intermittently. Old Chen discerned that the squad leader had once again been berated by the divisional commander in private messages. Despite being the highest commander, he was currently being scolded like a subordinate. A humiliation akin to receiving a resounding slap across the face for a man already in his 50s. Sigh. Old Chen sighed. Why bother? While everyone acknowledges Jiang Chen's capabilities, who can guarantee that he will consistently maintain the killing efficiency he displayed last night? This isn't solely about personal strength. Luck plays a significant role, and the monster tide doesn't occur continuously. Based on Jiang Chen's scoring pace from last month, he averaged merely 20 to 30,000 points a day, of which the Alliance could only claim a maximum of 4,000. At the cost of Jiang Chen acquiring supplies worth 5 million bone coins from the Alliance daily. It was evident that the Alliance was making one-sided contributions. The squad leader was being foolish. Nevertheless, despite the scolding, no one dared to suggest that the old squad leader stepped down after losing a bet. The Alliance had yet to disband largely due to his efforts in maintaining cohesion. If he were to step down, no one would accept a new leader. Squad leader, please refrain from making such impulsive decisions next time, at the very least. Consult with us and the divisional commanders before reaching a conclusion, Old Chen earnestly advised Zhang Weijian. However, at this moment, the old squad leader was blinded by anger, trapped in a gambler's state, unable to heed any advice. Go, go, go? What do you know, you rascal? My current investment is akin to providing timely assistance. Waiting for others to achieve results before investing is merely embellishing the already splendid. At that point, we would truly establish a cooperative relationship as they venture forth. Where else would they go? Although he was scolded in a fit of anger, the old captain remained lucid, for he understood that if development proceeded gradually, the strength of the Alliance would indeed grow, yet by then, the people might no longer be around. Let us not forget, in this world teeming with monsters, lives are extinguished daily. There is no time to allow for leisurely development. Thus, one can only take an unconventional approach. If you do not gamble, eventually, you will have no opportunities left to wager, and what then can you bargain with? Of course, this line of thinking is beyond the comprehension of young Chen, who only knows that the Alliance is about to face hard times due to dwindling funds. Alas, Captain, you ought to take a look at the Alliance's official website. Many are discussing your affair with Jiang Chen down below. The Alliance's official website essentially serves as a platform for the selected leader, with their personal store panel designated as an exclusive communication channel, where posting images is prohibited, yet other players are free to express their thoughts. What nonsense is this? The old captain's eyes widened, and his brow furrowed as he hastily opened the Alliance's official website. There. He saw messages scrolling incessantly. The Alliance has suffered a significant loss this time. 5 million resources exchanged for a mere 2 to 3,000 points daily. Is the captain trying to make me laugh? I've never seen business conducted like this, and this is just the daily amount. If this continues, won't the Alliance be drained dry? To be frank, Jiang Chen's actions this time are indeed excessive. Just after the Red disaster, another great migration is upon us. Everyone is struggling. A little less could be accepted, but the demands are too great. It's utterly disgraceful. I believe Jiang Chen has once again been abandoned by the system, leading to a psychological imbalance. You shall not insult the great Jiang Chen. This is not how business is conducted. As the old captain read these messages, genuine anger welled within him. Which little brat leaked this information? Does he not understand the concept of quietly amassing wealth? Initially, he had planned for the Alliance to operate discreetly, waiting to recruit players after regional players converged to strengthen the team. Now, it could no longer be concealed. However, if other players were aware of his inner thoughts, they would scoff. Let them handle such wealth. I am unworthy to partake. Clearly, public opinion did not favor the old captain, and even in his private group. When he questioned, no one admitted to leaking the information. Yet, just as everyone regarded the situation as a joke, the time struck the hour, and the regional points leaderboard was updated. Immediately, everyone was left dumbfounded, for the points of the individual at the top of the leaderboard had dramatically changed once again. First place, Jiang Chen 712, 684 points. Second place, King of Soldiers 39, 267 points. For a long while, no one dared to speak. Did I just misread that? An increase of 130,000 points in 1 hour. Where did Jiang Chen get so many monsters to slay? Has his monster tide not yet subsided? Is this person even human? Has he been killing since last night? Doesn't he tire or need rest? Goodness, I just realized, the old captain must have earned at least 20,000 points in that hour. If we stretch the time a bit longer, what then? Not only the players, but even the old captain was taken aback. Wait, brother? This hasn't even been an hour, and you've given me such a surprise? I'm nearly frightened. Do you not wish to take a break before continuing? Jiang Chen, I wanted you to see a swift return on investment. And you're not pleased? The old captain, I am almost dizzy with happiness. In truth, this was not even Jiang Chen's fastest pace. He had completed the slaying of 70,000 monsters last night in merely 2 hours. Had it not been for the monsters today needing to climb the mountain, his speed could have been even greater. For he now possessed an infinite train, a veritable monster harvesting machine, annihilating everything below the rank of pseudo-lord. The thrill of operating this train was exhilarating. Yet it wore down quickly, given its limited durability. Each time Jiang Chen noticed the durability nearing depletion, he had to return to the city walls, repair it, and then take turns with Eliza before heading back out, for he certainly did not wish to be consumed by the monster tide. The two reveled in this playful endeavor. For hours passed. At this juncture, the game map transitioned into night, and most of the monsters had ascended to the mountaintop, only to be cleared out. Jiang Chen's total points soared to over 980,000, a velocity akin to a rocket, causing all players monitoring the situation to shift from initial shock and envy to eventual numbness, an unruffled calm. What? Jiang Chen's points increased by another 50,000? Oh, I see, that's just how it goes. There were indeed envious organizations wishing to sponsor Jiang Chen, yet he declined them, asserting that he needed the points for himself. Thus, the only cooperative organization at present remained the Alliance, significantly enhancing the old captain's reputation. Jiang Chen was not oblivious to the world. He had certainly seen the comments on the Alliance's official website. Therefore, when tallying points that evening, he made a very public summary, announcing to all players in the regional channel that he had already transferred the 100,000 points owed to the Alliance. This action was evident to all, a show of support for the old captain, causing other organization leaders to envy him greatly, for he had gained such a trustworthy friend. Indeed, although Jiang Chen publicly declared that he was already a member of the Alliance, everyone understood that his connection to the Alliance was largely due to the old captain. Thus, they regarded their relationship not as one of hierarchy, but rather as a friendship. Old captain, do you wish for such a formidable ally? Then assist him when he has nothing. Jiang Chen had not forgotten that upon discovering he was the only one in the entire region, he himself doubted how long he could survive. It was the old captain who first encouraged him, even gifting him 2 pieces of jerky that were considered quite precious at the time. Chapter 115, the third master level item. The old captain's private group, Zone 03. Captain, I might have spoken a bit too loudly earlier. I apologize, it's just about the point distribution. Zone 07. Captain, don't listen to him. This guy has been insulting you terribly. I felt uncomfortable just hearing it. Unlike me, I feel for the captain. I haven't uttered a single curse. Zone 19. You shut up. You're the one who curses the most. Captain, regarding these points, Zone 72. I think they should be given to me. At this moment, the old captain's private group was in uproar, reminiscent of a chaotic scene where a traffic officer caught a fan, igniting a battle among multiple police stations to seize the person. If they could communicate face-to-face at this moment, they might have already engaged in a brawl. The argument arose due to the points gifted by Jiang Chen, although it was only 100,000. Everyone could see that it was merely a day or two away from accumulating enough for a mid-tier reinforcement stone. However, the allocation of this mid-tier reinforcement stone became contentious. While others were displeased with the resources Jiang Chen had demanded during the day, they had indeed contributed. And this was not confined to one zone. Every zone had contributed. Therefore, the situation was far from favorable, and a powerful weapon for protection was urgently needed. Allocating it to any one zone would be deemed unfair by the others. Thus, the only one capable of making a decision at this juncture was the old captain, who held the highest prestige. Though his assertions may not bring satisfaction to all, they effectively silenced the vast majority of dissenting voices. In an instant, the old squad leader's position within the alliance grew increasingly secure. Oh, it has been quite some time since I have received such commendation. Zhang Weijian was momentarily flushed with joy, his face beaming with pride. Did you all not mock me before? Now, how does it feel to have your faces slapped? Simultaneously, he expressed his gratitude to Jiang Chen in his heart, acknowledging that the current situation was largely due to Jiang Chen's support and willingness to stand by him. With such a brother by his side, his plans could be expedited. Yet, amidst the laughter, he could not afford to neglect his responsibilities. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Weijian commenced his actions within his private group. He first unleashed a torrent of scolding upon the district leaders, returning the grievances he had suffered that day in full measure. The dozens of leaders, who appeared so illustrious to outsiders, were now being reprimanded like quails, terrified to utter a single word. Of course, the old squad leader was not merely venting. His intention was to instill a sense of fear in these unruly leaders, ensuring that no one would dare to contradict his forthcoming directives. No, this was certainly not a case of settling personal scores, absolutely not. Once the first intermediate enhancement stone is secured, it shall be allocated to Zone 79 first, as they currently have the fewest members. I have spoken. Who is in favor? And who is against? Just as he finished speaking, the leader of Zone 79 leapt forward, joyfully exclaiming, I am in favor, wholeheartedly in favor. The other district leaders thought to themselves, you sly one, benefiting while pretending to be virtuous. Once the districts are merged, we shall surely make you pay. Seeing no opposition, the old squad leader reached a conclusion, and the matter was thus settled. The meeting did not disband immediately. Each district reported on their current migration progress and personnel situation, all of which the old squad leader meticulously noted in his mind. As the meeting drew to a close, he privately addressed the leader of Zone 32, stating, the second enhancement stone will be allocated to you. He did not elaborate on the reason, yet the leader understood perfectly. This was due to the necessity of keeping a certain individual under constant surveillance. Returning our attention to Zone 501, after a day of play, Jiang Chen refrained from aimlessly wandering outside that evening, primarily due to the ongoing siege by monstrous entities, leaving him with nowhere to roam. He was currently situated in a modest room, reflecting on the day's accomplishments. Today he had amassed a total of 470,000 points, transferring 100,000 to the old squad leader, and having a remaining balance of 30,000, which allowed for a total of 400,000 usable points. According to the ratio previously agreed upon with the old squad leader, he should actually transfer 940,000 points. However, Jiang Chen preferred to round it to a more aesthetically pleasing number, reasoning that he could always request another batch of supplies from the squad leader later. In any case, he would not suffer any losses. Next, he contemplated how to best utilize these points, although he yearned to save up to 1 million for a random talent. Today, as circumstances had been rather peculiar, with not a single lord appearing. Therefore, in order to preempt any potential schemes from the system, he needed to swiftly convert his points into tangible power. Should he choose the intermediate enhancement stone or a special building? Jiang Chen pondered. At present, he was more inclined towards a special building, as the four he possessed, Holy Light Cathedral, Bone Tomb, Flesh Workshop, and Infinite Train, were all exceptionally powerful and had been his trump cards in previous situations. Yet, the allure of the random prefix was simply too striking. Having just won a gamble as the chief of an African tribe, he was not bold enough to tempt fate again. It was not that Jiang Chen lacked courage. Rather, his luck had been notoriously fickle. Thus, to err on the side of caution, he opted for the intermediate enhancement stone, which would at least allow him to designate an enhancement for a particular piece of equipment, and it was 50,000 points cheaper, making it easier to accumulate the next 300,000. When it came to selecting the weapon for enhancement, Jiang Chen faced yet another decision. Currently, his arsenal included common, spider silk gloves, fine, desire TT, superior, gale boots, skull crown, spider-eye gem, six-eyed mask, whip, peak gloves, tentacle belt, revolver rose, tear of the goddess, flowing flame sword, golden right eye, transformation pocket watch, exceptional, radiant longsword, mantis light armor, resplendent holy armor, judgment spear, TNT great shield, sinful bone cutter, giant war hammer, a weapon dropped by the corpse giant, too massive to wield at present, Golden Hammer. Master, Ring of Dreams, Book of the Abyss. Epic, Bloodbath Attendant. To his astonishment, Jiang Chen marveled at how many items he had amassed without even realizing it. Should other players catch a glimpse of his inventory, they would undoubtedly be driven to madness with envy. Most players would cherish a single superior item to the point of clutching it in their sleep. Yet for Jiang Chen, such items merely constituted the lower tier. As he had already wielded epic gear, although it was a living relic, it could certainly be counted as his own, couldn't he? Which piece of equipment should he choose? He deliberated on which upgrades would provide greater enhancements to his power. Naturally, he could only select from exceptional items, as anything superior was beyond his reach, while anything inferior would be a waste. Ultimately, Jiang Chen chose the piece that had accompanied him the longest, the Radiant Longsword. It had never disappointed him. Identification, Radiant Longsword. Type, Relic. Grade, Master. Durability, 270,000. Equipped effect. A person of justice gains the blessing of radiance, granting 1 strength, 1 constitution, 1 spirit, 1 agility, 1 perception. It contains a vast amount of light energy, capable of unleashing a wave of light attribute sword energy with an effective attack range of 15 meters, dealing damage equal to 21 times the wielder's strength, with closer proximity resulting in greater damage, and inflicting additional damage to evil beings. Usable 6 times every 24 hours. 6. Wings of Protection. After using the Holy Light Slash, a pair of protective wings will coalesce around the user, accumulating 1 point for each use. Temporary talent. Endless Life. Partial using this sword, each enemy slain restores 1 point of lost stamina. She is on the verge of awakening, yet still requires 1 more half. She shall reveal to you where to find her. Compared to before, this sword had become even more sacred. Although it was night, Jiang Chen felt as though the darkness was illuminated by its presence. The moment he grasped the long sword once more, a coordinate appeared in his mind. Chapter 116, Cathedral Level 3. 39, 90, 75, 116, 39, 72. This was the coordinate bestowed upon him by the Radiant Longsword, and suddenly, Jiang Chen recalled someone mentioning these numbers to him. That person was the Radiant Goddess. In an instant, an overwhelming chill surged up his spine, penetrating to his very core. A storm brewed in Jiang Chen's mind. He had always believed that the Radiant Longsword was a weapon assigned to him by the system. Yet it now appeared that the Radiant Goddess had long been orchestrating events. She had been watching me from day one. Cold sweat broke out on his back. And the more he contemplated, the more terrifying it became. First the Radiant Longsword, then the Cathedral, Leon, Eliza. It seemed he was surrounded by individuals connected to the Radiant Goddess. What was her true intention? What could I possibly possess that she covets? As Jiang Chen was lost in these thoughts, a pair of delicate hands slipped over his shoulders, encircling his neck from behind. Eliza's entire form leaned against his back. I mean you no harm. Her hair cascaded over Jiang Chen's face, tickling him. Feeling the softness at his back, Jiang Chen chuckled softly. I certainly know you harbor no ill intentions, but what the Radiant Goddess plans remains a mystery to me. The Holy Light Stone would be ready to accumulate through the Ring of Dreams by tomorrow, yet Jiang Chen hesitated to upgrade the cathedral. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset and arrived at a decision. The church, offered without charge, is an opportunity too precious to overlook. Even if it were a sugar-coated shell hiding a bomb, I would savor the sweetness and expel the explosive. Although it may seem overambitious to engage in a contest with a formidable opponent, I, Jiang Chen, possess the means to establish connections with other malevolent deities, if necessary. We could convene for another feast. My gaze drifts toward the jubilant banquet and the source of curses. I remain uncertain within, for I cannot guarantee that those two would heed my call. All right, Iris, it's time for you to dismount my back. Do you trust me now? I still feel uncertain. How about? Suddenly, Iris procured equipment that had fallen from the fighting willow and thrust it into Jiang Chen's hands, her eagerness palpable. Jiang Chen glanced at the gear in his grasp and then at Iris's expectant face, and his expression darkened as he dismissed her. I see your probing is but a pretense. Your true affliction is evident. Having sent Iris away, Jiang Chen regained his composure. That coordinate. I must investigate. He sensed that there lay a fragment of the truth regarding the universal game. Reflecting on his experience gained that night, he recognized that certain potions indeed yield the best results at critical moments. Constitution, 19, 134, 16,886, 23,000. Glorious Blessing 1. Tentacle Belt 1. With 3 vials of bone-strengthening essence. Bolstered by his survival talent, the vial aloe juice, Iris's support, and his royal 4-fold enhancement, he amassed over 80,000 experience points, resulting in a staggering increase of 4 points in his constitution. Regrettably, due to the absence of a lord or other reasons, the survival talent's enhancement only granted a 3-fold increase. Had it been akin to yesterday's scratches, he dared not imagine the experience he could have accrued. Jiang Chen lamented. I feel as though I've missed out on a fortune. Had I known the augmentation would be so meager, I wouldn't have consumed all 3 vials at once. The following day, the siege of monsters continued. Though it lacked the scale of the previous day, with only a few thousand reaching the summit each hour. Beelzebub's avatars sought fresh blood and flesh, but they had to resort to theft to obtain it, as the abundance of avatars rendered it nearly impossible to feast otherwise. It appeared that Beelzebub had reached its growth limit, maintaining a weight of 800 tons, despite a steady influx of avatars returning to replenish its sustenance. Jiang Chen surmised the necessity for an upgrade. However, he could not acquire a monarch-level monster nor wish to encounter them at this juncture. So he resolved to allow Beelzebub to linger at this level for a while longer. Today, Jiang Chen intended to upgrade another building. He arrived at the Cathedral of Holy Light and paused to pay homage at the statue of the Goddess of Radiance. Regardless of your intentions, your repeated rescues from peril are sincere. Circumventing the statue, he approached the altar. Invest 1,000 iron blocks, 10,000 stone, 500 wood, 30,000 bone coins, and 100 holy light stones. Do you wish to upgrade the special building, the Cathedral of Holy Light? Yes. A resplendent golden radiance enveloped the Cathedral of Holy Light once more. The light was gentle and pure. Jiang Chen noted that both Leon and Iris knelt on one knee in reverence, while even the radiant skeletons danced with excitement. It appeared that he had been significantly permeated by this divine essence, he mused to himself. As the light dissipated, the Cathedral of Holy Light re-emerged, showcasing grandeur, opulence, and brilliance. Raising his gaze, he observed that the cathedral now stood approximately 18 meters tall, with two spires replacing one, symmetrically positioned on either side. To support the soaring structure, several flying buttresses had been added. The most luminous feature atop the cathedral remained the bell tower, which Jiang Chen believed could now vanquish even pseudo-lord-level monsters. Identification, Special Building, Cathedral of Holy Light, Level 3. Within the radius of Holy Light, all monster strength is reduced by 20, with a coverage diameter of 300 meters. All types of monsters harbor an increased hostility of 100 towards the cathedral's master. Durability, 30,000, 30,000. Special Building Facilities, Pool of Holy Life, Bell Tower. Pool of Holy Life. Generates 2 liters of holy water every hour, ceasing upon reaching capacity. Entering it allows for gradual recovery of health. Current holy water stock, 64. Bell Tower. Exclusive facility of the Cathedral of Holy Light. Continuously accumulates the power of light, and upon activation, can directly eliminate all monsters below Lord level within the Holy Light's radius, with a cooldown of 72 hours. 2 blank special facility slots available. Materials required to upgrade to the next level: 10,000 iron blocks, 50,000 stone, 800 wood, 300,000 bone coins, 500 holy light stones. Attention players. As this building is a special structure, it possesses no concealment effect. Please remain vigilant at all times. Upon entering the upgraded cathedral, Jiang Chen promptly sought the blank facility slots. He soon discovered the first position adjacent to the goddess statue, or rather, upgrading the goddess statue would grant him this special facility. Invest 80 holy light stones, 200 stone, 1 source void stone, 50,000 bone coins to upgrade the statue of the goddess of holy light. Statue of the goddess of holy light. May the holy light bless you. Upon activation, it can lead the Cathedral of Holy Light to perform a distance-ignoring teleportation conditions. Must occupy at least 1 player building aside from the Cathedral of Holy Light. After teleportation, the positions of the Cathedral of Holy Light and the player building will be swapped within 10 seconds. Cooldown period is 72 hours. Teleportation. The mere thought of such a capability left Jiang Chen utterly speechless. It was simply too enticing. Chapter 117, Leon's Homesickness. Originally, with the addition of the bell tower as a formidable weapon, Jiang Chen was curious about what facilities a level 3 cathedral could offer that might surpass the bell tower, only to be astonished to discover this teleportation skill. With a cooldown of merely 3 days and the ability to ignore distance, he read the system's description with increasing delight. Now, he truly feared no encirclement by the tide of monsters. With the infinite train in hand, Jiang Chen's travel time had been greatly shortened. Yet due to the system's persistent exposure of his visibility, he remained apprehensive about monsters ambushing him en route. However, now it was different. With the bell tower clearing the area and the holy light teleportation, even if surrounded by 1,000,000 monsters, he would regard them as inconsequential. There was but one prerequisite. He needed to upgrade the goddess statue and ensure that his occupied huts were spread across every corner of the map. Otherwise, the teleportation function could not be utilized. 80 holy light stones could be produced in a day, but where could he find a source void stone? Previously, upon acquiring the dream ring, Jiang Chen discovered that 1 point of mana could create 3 holy light stones, and he could recover 27 points of mana daily. A perfect quantity, yet the most crucial material, the source void stone, he had never even laid eyes upon. In times of uncertainty, consult the class leader. With the backing of such a grand organization, Jiang Chen was not foolish enough to search for it on his own. Class leader, have you ever encountered a source void stone? The old class leader quickly replied, wait a moment, I will inquire. Jiang Chen's request was disseminated to every member of the alliance, and upon hearing it was for Jiang Chen, they all sprang into action. particularly the various team leaders. After failing to locate one in their area, urged their members to actively seek assistance elsewhere, all in hopes of being the first to find a source void stone, thereby earning merit in the eyes of the class leader and securing priority for the next enhancement stones. Regrettably, they were not in the same area, otherwise they would have surely used a sweeping kick to take down their teammates. One team leader gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Outyen, I have a favor to ask. Do you have a source void stone?" "None. Sorry to bother you." "Deep Blue Brothers, do you have any source void stones?" Yes, it's for Jiang Chen. Could you help me take a look?" "Thank you so much. What is going on with the Alliance members? You all seem quite busy, searching for something, I presume?" "It appears to be the source void stone that Jiang Chen requires." "What?" "Whoever manages to find the source void stone for Jiang Chen will be rewarded with a mid-tier enhancement stone." Perhaps Jiang Chen was unaware of the considerable influence he had, as his need for a source void stone had stirred the entire Zone 07 into a frenzy to assist him in the search. However, the rumors escalated to such an absurd level that Jiang Chen could hardly bear to confront them. Fortunately, the individual who ultimately located the source void stone was a member of the Alliance. Otherwise, it would have been quite the predicament. The old captain remarked, "I've transferred the item to you. It was just extracted from a treasure chest by Lucky Star." Wiping away non-existent perspiration from his brow, Zhang Weijian exhaled a sigh of relief. He had narrowly avoided the rumor that the player who found the source void stone would become the Alliance's next successor. With the source void stone secured, he was still short a few holy light stones, though that was of little concern. A mere day's weight would suffice. Jiang Chen then began his search for a second blank facility location. Invest 20 iron blocks, 20 holy light stones, 1 echo stone, 10,000 bone coins to construct a special facility, the hymn phonograph. Hymn phonograph. Once activated, it will play the music Archangel in a continuous loop, resonating with all light attribute beings within a 500-meter radius, granting attribute enhancements, Strength 1, Agility 1. Effects commence after half an hour of continuous play. Ceasing the music results in immediate loss of effects. Evil beings that hear it will have their hostility increased by 100. Gasp. Once again, an exceptionally powerful device. Jiang Chen inhaled sharply. A collective enhancement, with no upper limit, would further bolster the radiant skeletons. Glancing at the materials required for the hymn phonograph, he realized he possessed the necessary echo stone, obtained from a previous treasure chest. With all materials in hand, he decided to proceed with the construction of the hymn phonograph. As it consumed only 20 holy light stones, which would not impact the upgrade for the goddess statue scheduled for tomorrow. Invest 20 iron blocks, 20 holy light stones, 1 echo stone, 10,000 bone coins to manufacture the special building. The hymn phonograph? Yes. Upon Jiang Chen's confirmation, a phonograph materialized in the space originally designated for the choir within the church. He approached it eagerly, noting that it resembled a vintage gramophone from the last century, complete with a golden metal horn and a brown-red base, atop which rested a record. A spring-driven mechanism? After a brief examination, Jiang Chen quickly deduced its operation. He manually wound the spring, positioned the steel needle onto the record, and flipped the switch. As the spring unwound, the record began to spin, and a melodious hymn slowly filled the air. "O omnipotent Archangel, in the early morn, our voices rise, piercing the clouds to reach the heavens. Holy, holy, holy. Grace and majesty, glory and praise, belong to the one true God. Holy, holy." Jiang Chen closed his eyes, allowing himself to absorb the entire cycle of music. The hymn resembled the innocent voices of a choir of children, and by the time he opened his eyes again, he found Leon had also entered the church, drawn by the enchanting melodies. As Jiang Chen looked at him, the imposing figure removed his helmet, cradling it in his arms, his lips moving as if overwhelmed with emotion. On the verge of tears, after all, he had not heard such a melody since awakening several centuries ago. Jiang Chen could empathize with Leon's sentiments. For there exists a term in Daxia, hometown dialect. Hallelujah. Leon raised his hands high, an outpouring of profound emotions condensed into a single exclamation. As a knight, he could not weep, especially not before the goddess. It seemed the phonograph was responding to him, as it resumed the refrain of holy, holy, holy. The grand 12-winged goddess statue observed this poignant scene. The game had entered its second month on the third day. Time, 11:22 a.m. The goddess statue had completed its upgrade, granting Jiang Chen the ability to teleport freely. Thus, he turned his attention to another task, to scatter ordinary cottages across the entire map. To this end, Jiang Chen and Leon conferred throughout the night, strategizing their expedition. Jiang Chen determined the endpoint by visualizing the coordinates in his mind. Leon then designed several routes based on that endpoint, from which Jiang Chen selected one. This particular route would pass through a previous large-scale mining area, and along the way, there existed a volcano. According to the information Jiang Chen had acquired, the level 3 infinite train could find the required fuel stones there. The total length of the expedition route was 13,000 kilometers, with plans to complete it within 24 days. Stop, stop, stop. Jiang Chen commanded from the rear, directing as Eliza piloted the infinite train, making contact with player buildings one after another. Remarkably, any player building that was touched by the train-S coupling would instantly transform into a wheeled carriage, linking to the infinite train behind it, each possessing its own distinctive characteristics. For instance, the Holy Light Church transformed into a carriage that bore a strong ecclesiastical style, with sacred statues etched all over its exterior. Thanks to this convenient ability, Jiang Chen no longer needed to disassemble special buildings before transporting them, saving 10 of resource consumption, and facilitating the use of each special building's facilities along the expedition route. Chapter 118, The Second Expedition, Departure. Your weight is excessive, we must shed some of it. Jiang Chen reprimanded Beelzebub. The weight limit for a single carriage on the infinite train was 60 tons, yet this creature weighed a staggering 800 tons. Without eliminating a significant portion of its mass, it simply could not be accommodated. Beelzebub, however, wore a reluctant expression, clearly unwilling to comply, as it had taken several days to achieve its current size. Be good. As your master, I can help you grow once. I can certainly do so a second time. Listen well, or I shall treat you to some filled candies ultimately, after a combination of persuasion and subtle threats. Beelzebub acquiesced to transform the majority of its mass into clones. These clones were then dispatched to roam freely in the wilderness below, leaving the home base under their protection. Beelzebub morphed into a solid mass of flesh at the end of the last carriage, yet it surprisingly extended tentacles from its surface, indicating that its transformation into a carriage did not impede its ability to consume. The other two special buildings were positioned as follows. The bone crypt was located just behind the front, while the church was situated amid all the carriages. Jiang Chen counted the number of carriages, a total of 10, consisting of 3 special buildings and 7 ordinary buildings. The additional carriages were intended to transport the radiant skeletons. Aside from the bone crypt and flesh workshop, which could not accommodate passengers, the remaining carriages provided 150 empty seats. If they squeezed, they could fit 200. No, wait. How could skeleton warriors be considered humans? Each carriage could actually hold 500 of them. Thus, it was settled. Are you asking where the remaining 500 skeletons are if 4,000 were already allocated? Jiang Chen replied. Can't we just have 200 on the outside of the carriages? Perhaps we could learn a thing or two from the third brother. Fortunately, they were mere skeletons, occupying minimal space. Otherwise, 8 train cars would scarcely suffice to accommodate 550 skeleton soldiers. Leaving behind only a humble cabin at the camp, Jiang Chen gathered all his resources for yet another expedition. In stark contrast to the grandeur of his first venture, this one appeared rather meager and somewhat absurd, yet it was indeed remarkably swift. The journey that previously required an entire day was now completed in less than 2 hours. Omnipotent Archangel. In the morning, our songs ascend through the clouds to the heavens. Holy, 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 hallelujah. Accompanied by the melodious strains of the phonograph and the sporadic antics of the gleaming skeletons, this extraordinary journey commenced amidst jubilant revelry. Below, the monsters that had just scaled the mountain peak gazed in awe as the dreamlike train whizzed overhead. Damn it. 3 hours later, they arrived at the first supply point of the expedition, the enigmatic woods. Why was this referred to as a supply point? Simply put, they were trees. And trees could be used as firewood. Thus, they were valuable. Although the old squad leader had stated that the Alliance's supplies were up for grabs, he was not one to squander resources. Since firewood could be collected along the way, he would not trouble anyone unnecessarily. From a distance, Jiang Chen spotted the enigmatic woods stretching across the horizon. They had caused him considerable trouble in the past, and today was the time for retribution. Brakes are failing. Help me, Mr. Weeping Willow. I'm just kidding, shouted Jiang Chen. The Weeping Willows responded, don't come near us. With a thirst for vengeance, Jiang Chen piloted the infinite train into the enigmatic woods, crashing through with wild abandon, twisting and turning. The train's collision with the trees was reminiscent of an axe cleaving through wood with unstoppable force. Faced with the colossal industrial locomotive, the Weeping Willows forgot to resist or simply found themselves unable to do so. Often, before they could uproot themselves from the scorched earth, they were shattered by the train. The arriving gleaming skeletons collected the remains as firewood. What a thrill, Jiang Chen shouted, releasing the pent-up breath from his chest. He rampaged through the enigmatic woods for 2 hours, and not a single Weeping Willow stood within a 10-kilometer radius. The only reason he paused was to wait for the gleaming skeletons below and to retrieve the fallen Weeping Willow corpses. A red tendril stealthily extended from the train car, snatching a Weeping Willow corpse from the ground and dragging it into the flesh and blood compartment. Jiang Chen noticed, but chose to feign ignorance. The child's thick skin was extraordinary. If one did not expose it, it would merely nibble away in secret. If confronted, it would unabashedly feast before one's eyes, making it impossible to intervene. So, he let it be. Besides, Beelzebub hadn't eaten for several hours and had already lost considerable weight. A little sustenance wouldn't hurt. Jiang Chen disembarked, collecting all the corpses gathered by the gleaming skeletons into his backpack before moving on to continue his tree-crashing antics. This expedition was bound to consume an unknown amount of fuel, Thus, spending a little time to save a significant amount of fuel was a trade Jiang Chen was more than willing to make. The group lingered there for the better part of the day, leaving the 80 miles of enigmatic woods in utter disarray. They did encounter the enigmatic tree lord, but under the combined assault of Jiang Chen, Leon, and Iris, the enigmatic tree lord could only retreat in humiliation. Defeated Lord Class Monster Corpse X3, Human Head Fruit X4, 000. Points X400, 000. The human head fruits could be sold to the Alliance. Observing the abundance of human head fruits that were far too many to consume, Jiang Chen began to plan. He now possessed no less than 5,000 human head fruits. Even if one were to be consumed daily by 2 undead, it would take over 4 years to finish them all. Therefore, distributing a portion to aid fellow players in the organization would not affect Jiang Chen in the slightest. Naturally, it would not be a gift without strings attached. Although Jiang Chen could freely take any supplies from the Alliance, he had exchanged points for them. Fairness was essential, and he believed in clear accounts among brothers. Otherwise, the Alliance would become overly reliant on him, transforming into a colossal infant, something Jiang Chen wished to avoid. A reasonable internal price would benefit both sides. He planned to set aside 4,000. If the squad leader could consume them all, they would be given to him. If not, a portion would be shared with other organizations. Having concluded their foray into the enigmatic woods, Jiang Chen continued on his journey. Oh, true to its nature as a wooden monster, it burns long and steady. Watching the flames dance, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 119, Return to the Iron Mine. The nights in the land of the dead are perilous, as the monsters become more active after dark and encounters with Lord-class monsters are more likely. In the pitch-black night, one often hears the roars of monsters, but tonight was different. Joyous, sacred music shattered the silence. Omnipotent Archangel. In the morning, our songs ascend through the clouds to the heavens. Holy, holy, holy. The monsters despised this sound and directed their utmost malice towards the infinite train traversing the night. Jiang Chen, the monsters are coming. Leon shouted from the driver's cabin. Hearing his voice, Jiang Chen immediately replied, "Got it, leave it to me." Under Jiang Chen's command, the energy cannons aimed at the hordes of monsters encroaching from both sides of the train. Boom, boom, boom. The cannon fire reverberated, causing the train cars below to shudder, shaking the entire train. Fortunately, the cars were sufficiently hefty, suffering little impact. However, the gleaming skeletons inside might not have fared as well. But then again, they were already skeletons. What more comfort could they desire? The monsters on either side halted their pursuit due to the barrage and were swiftly outpaced by the train, which sped away at 30 kilometers per hour. By the time the dust settled and they sought the train's trail again, it had vanished without a trace. Unfortunately, the corpses of the monsters that had been obliterated could not be recovered. Jiang Chen sighed atop the train. We cannot afford to stop. If we do, an unending tide of monsters will be waiting for us. Once he had established hidden cabins across the entire map, he would no longer be pursued by monsters. At that point, he could shoot and shift locations, treating the monsters on the map as mere dogs to be walked. Jiang Chen had already begun to anticipate that scenario. Due to being targeted by the system, Jiang Chen's player visibility had not ceased to be exposed after the Red Calamity. Instead, it persisted, leading to continuous harassment by monsters. However, now that he possessed the teleportation feature of the Holy Light Cathedral, he could leverage this trait for countermeasures. Currently, monsters from all over the map were converging towards him. Once he teleported to another location, who knew who would break formation? As the monsters finally caught up to Jiang Chen, the 3-day cooldown period had elapsed. This cyclical pattern allowed him to walk the monsters like dogs. Suddenly, the train jolted slightly, as if it had run over something. Leon, did we hit something? We were going too fast to notice. Only Beelzebub knew what it was, for it was a pseudo-lord-class monster lying in ambush along the infinite train's path. However, it had underestimated the difference in size between itself and the train, ultimately becoming a soul beneath the wheels. As the last train car passed, Beelzebub snatched it up to feast. As long as there were no Lord-class monsters blocking the way, Jiang Chen held no fear. Even against a single Lord-class monster, his side's high-end combat power was unyielding. Jiang Chen leapt into the gap between the train cars, entering the bone-carved, skeleton-themed car. Then he sat beside the synthesis platform and commenced the creation of ordinary skeleton soldiers. Once completed, he left no trace behind and chose a strategic location to directly discard them from the carriage. The purpose behind this action was straightforward: to secure visibility. There was no expectation for these skeleton soldiers to impede the pursuers. Rather, their mere presence wandering within a designated area would allow Jiang Chen to ascertain whether any monstrous entities were in pursuit on the map, thus ensuring a safer selection for future teleportation points. As the train roared past, it left behind thousands of skeleton soldiers, dispersing outward, while Jiang Chen's map became increasingly vivid. It was not until noon the following day that Jiang Chen and his companions arrived at their second supply point, a large iron mine they had previously visited. During their last departure, they had left several thousand skeleton soldiers to mine here, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Should their yield be insufficient, they would have to linger here for an additional day or two. And time was not a luxury they could afford. Taking advantage of the absence of pursuers, the train came to a temporary halt. Jiang Chen observed through the map that the skeleton soldiers he had left behind were still diligently at work, albeit in diminished numbers. As the carriage door swung open, the radiant skeletons poured out, beginning to survey their surroundings. Upon descending into the mine once more, Jiang Chen was greeted by a sight even more bountiful than he had anticipated: mountains of raw iron ore, far exceeding what he had initially taken. The weight on his mind was finally lifted. With such a substantial quantity of iron ore, it should suffice for at least a month. Jiang Chen estimated that if he were to sell this iron, it could yield a minimum of 7 million bone coins. Naturally, under normal circumstances, he would not choose to sell. For precaution, Jiang Chen resolved to remain here for another day. Firstly, collecting the ore would require 5 hours, and secondly, he needed to replenish the number of skeleton soldiers engaged in mining. Initially, he had left behind 5,000 skeletons. Now, there were fewer than half remaining. Upon inspection, most had been crushed by collapsing ore, while others had exhausted their spiritual fire and reverted to mere bone frames. He decided to create an additional 3,000 skeletons and to construct a small shelter, given that this was an important supply point, making future returns less arduous. With plans finalized, he turned his gaze toward Leon, who intuitively understood and took the luminous skeletons to fend off the encroaching tide of monsters outside. Eliza also remained close to Jiang Chen. As per her agreement with Leon, one of them must always be responsible for ensuring Jiang Chen's safety. Just as Jiang Chen prepared to descend into the mine to collect the ore, he glanced toward the last carriage of the train, where Beelzebub had already disembarked. Ready to venture outside in search of food, Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. He still had 4 corpses of lords on hand, which he could consider feeding to Beelzebub to see what abilities might be acquired. Upon hearing that his master intended to provide him with a snack, especially one of lordly caliber, Beelzebub joyfully bounded over like a hefty child. Jiang Chen extracted 3 corpses of the enigmatic tree lords from his backpack. Having previously sold the heads for 250 bone coins each to the old commander, netting him 5 million bone coins. At 250 bone coins each, the price was quite reasonable. He recalled that at the beginning of the game, the Sea Emperor had him sell blood fruit for 500 bone coins each. Jiang Chen's head fruit had no consumption limit, theoretically fetching bids of 3,000 bone coins, eagerly sought after by many. However, his amicable relationship with the Alliance played a significant role in his decisions. Beelzebub extended several blood-red tendrils, attempting to consume all the tree corpses at once. But Jiang Chen intervened. One at a time, he admonished, for the ability Beelzebub could inherit was a matter of probability if he consumed them all at once. What if he inherited nothing? Although Jiang Chen was uncertain if this method would be effective, the psychological comfort it provided was still valuable. As expected, upon devouring the first enigmatic tree lord, Beelzebub inherited nothing, save for a slight increase in weight. The same was true for the second. It was only upon Jiang Chen offering the third that some changes began to manifest. Beelzebub's originally blood-red form transformed into a blackened, hardened state. My body has become wood-like, he communicated to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen tapped on it, noting the absence of the metallic clanging sound. Yet it was undeniably sturdier than ordinary wood. While not an extraordinary ability, it allowed Beelzebub to generate high-defense wooden clones for combat, while his flesh clones could handle the remains of defeated foes. Overall, it compensated for the previous inadequacies in defensive capabilities of his clones. Chapter 120, The Monkey Calamity. Jiang Chen descended to collect the ore, but in the midst of his task, he struck himself in frustration. I should have created skeleton soldiers first before collecting the ore. This way, they could have mined more during my absence. What a foolish blunder. At times, Jiang Chen found himself laughing at his own antics. However, realizing his mistake wasn't too late, he swiftly returned to the bone grave carriage to commence the creation of ordinary skeleton soldiers. While everything progressed smoothly on Jiang Chen's side, a disaster was quietly unfolding not far from his vicinity in District 78. The events traced back to 2 days prior. Given that District 78 was numbered so late, it indicated that its overall strength ranked among the weakest. Fortunately, this district housed a branch of the Alliance, and as the Alliance's elder brother, the commander would not abandon it. As long as we regroup with the Alliance branch, we will be safe. With such thoughts in mind, the 4 players congregated in this district hurriedly made their way to the agreed-upon location. However, during their migration, one member inadvertently tripped over a monstrous corpse. Ah! He screamed, rapidly retreating on hands and knees. Simon, what is happening? His teammates rushed over, scanning their surroundings with wary eyes. There, Simon stammered, pointing ahead where a monstrous corpse lay. It was nearly invisible unless one looked closely. Goodness! His teammates were equally startled, for that deceased monster was a pseudo-lord-level creature they had encountered before, responsible for the deaths of several teammates. It was no wonder Simon had screamed at the first sight of it. Among them, the strongest, their captain, bravely approached, kicking the monstrous corpse cautiously but eliciting no response. It's dead, he sighed in relief, But a moment later, anxiety crept back in. If such a powerful monster has perished, does that mean its slayer is nearby? If we encounter them, the 5 or 6 of us may stand no chance. His teammates were evidently aware of this possibility, standing back to back while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. However, the dense mist of the forest obscured their vision. After several minutes passed with no monsters appearing, they gradually lowered their guard and began to inspect the dead creature, hoping to deduce what had slain it. Yet, after a thorough examination, their confusion deepened. Their conclusion was baffling. This pseudo-lord-level monster had starved to death. Even he struggled to believe it. Yet the lack of any wounds and the emaciated state of the body confirmed the shocking reality. They decided to stow the corpse in a backpack to present to the captain for discussion. Even if no conclusions were drawn, it would still yield a bronze treasure chest. Despite knowing the corpse raised suspicions, the captain was unwilling to pass up the opportunity presented by a pseudo-lord's remains, if fortune favored them. They might even uncover a superior item. Thus, they remained alert to their surroundings as they made their way toward their temporary camp. They remained oblivious to the fact that a seemingly harmless little monkey with large eyes had stealthily climbed onto them, skillfully maneuvering to remain within the blind spots of their vision, eluding any suspicion from the team members. Each of the 6 team members was carrying at least 3 of these large-eyed monkeys. As they continued their journey, they finally breathed a sigh of relief upon reuniting with the players at the temporary camp. What is going on? Have any abnormalities been detected ahead? A guard, alerted by the peculiar behavior of the squad, inquired. The team leader instructed his companions to return first while he proceeded to report the situation to the captain. Accompanied by the guard, the team leader arrived at a secondary building, which was nothing more than a standard structure. To avoid attracting the attention of monsters and to minimize material consumption, the entire temporary camp consisted of only 50 to 60 such small houses, typically accommodating 7 or 8 individuals per room. After the guard made his report, the team leader entered the room and encountered Jiang Yang, the leading captain of the temporary camp. Interestingly, he was a close friend of Jiang Chen and had previously traded supplies through the chat channel, albeit under system IDs, preventing them from recognizing each other. However, given Jiang Chen's understanding of his friend's capabilities, it came as no surprise that he had managed to rise to the position of team captain. Jiang Chen recalled how, during his time in the hospital, his friend had ascended to the role of student council president, frequently visiting him to boast about his achievements. Is there something that requires reporting? Jiang Yang asked, gazing at the team leader. Instead of directly disclosing the intelligence he had gathered, the team leader produced the corpse of the pseudo-lord from his backpack. Thud! The emaciated body hit the desk with a resounding thump. What is this? Jiang Yang scrutinized the strange corpse, conducting his own examination. Did it die of starvation? He was familiar with pseudo-lord level monsters, yet the notion that such a creature could perish from hunger was perplexing. This was precisely why the team leader had opted to present the body rather than articulate his suspicions, knowing that presenting his analysis would likely yield little credibility. Jiang Yang began to take this matter seriously, with others also stepping forward to investigate, yet they could not discern any clarity. Find a safe location and let us dissect its abdomen to investigate, Jiang Yang commanded. If it did die of starvation, its organs would exhibit clear signs of failure, even if it is a monster. Ultimately, the revelation astonished everyone, for the creature truly had starved to death, its stomach devoid of any food remnants. Meanwhile, in the unseen corners, the population of large-eyed monkeys gradually multiplied. Dinner is served. I placed it on the table, Simon announced as he and his companions returned to their team's quarters, each retreating to their beds to rest. Although there had been no combat, the oppressive atmosphere had demanded their full concentration, depleting energy levels comparable to that experienced during battle, prompting them to close their eyes and recuperate upon arriving at the camp. It was only when their stomachs began to rumble that they remembered mealtime. Simon, where's the food you prepared? Didn't I leave it on the table? Simon climbed out of bed, gazing at the empty food container, engulfed in self-doubt. Yet he distinctly recalled finishing his meal before lying down to rest. In the invisible corners, the number of large-eyed monkeys continued to swell. Chapter 121, The Resident Monkeys. While Simon remained perplexed about the whereabouts of his meal, a commotion erupted outside. The team members hastily ventured out to assess the situation. Outside the building, 2 other teams were at an impasse, weapons drawn, the air thick with tension, as a confrontation seemed imminent. Observant team members sensed the brewing conflict and dispatched someone to summon the captain, while several members attempted to mediate, urging the parties to lower their weapons to prevent any accidental injuries. When Jiang Yang arrived in a hurry, the group collectively exhaled in relief. Observing the standoff, he glared at the 2 squads, demanding, "Now, what is so pressing that it cannot be resolved privately? Are you unaware of the gravity of the situation?" Standing between the 2 teams, Jiang Yang's voice, filled with indignation, resonated in the ears of everyone present, causing the members of both squads to avert their gazes, unable to meet his penetrating stare. Ultimately, one of the team leaders explained the circumstances. Our team spent contribution points to receive a share of sweet fruit. But before we could consume it, the second team stole it and refuses to acknowledge it. Contribution points are a system implemented by most organizations, rewarding beneficial actions such as completing tasks or submitting points. These points can be exchanged for supplies or rare items within the organization, with the sweet fruit being a valuable resource that provides a momentary reprieve from worries, granting a fleeting sense of peace in the oppressive environment and possessing no side effects, even granting a small boost to mental attributes, making it highly sought after among players. However, the second team vehemently disagreed with this characterization. Nonsense. The sweet fruit we possess was just acquired by us. You can verify with the warehouse manager, as there are records. I believe your team has simply forgotten after indulging in it. Silence, Jiang Chen shouted, immediately silencing the bickering individuals. He grasped the underlying reason for the heightened tensions. Such matters could have been clarified with a simple inquiry to the warehouse manager, yet the second team's leader had exacerbated the situation with his provocative remarks. He summoned the warehouse manager to the scene, who confirmed in front of everyone that the fruit did not belong to the second team. He then instructed the first team to apologize to the second team for the misunderstanding and commanded the foul-mouthed second team leader to extend apologies to everyone in the first team. While the misunderstanding was temporarily resolved, a new issue arose. Where had the first team's supplies vanished? This question suddenly reminded Jiang Chen of the pseudo-lord that had starved. Could there be a connection? Soon after, multiple reports of thefts emerged within the camp, with the missing items all being food. And the frequency of these incidents increased over time. Where did the jerky I just took out go? My pot of porridge has also disappeared. As more and more individuals reported unusual occurrences, Jiang Chen finally recognized that something strange had infiltrated the camp. Why isn't it showing up on the map? He pondered. With so many pairs of eyes within the camp, it seemed implausible for any entity to evade detection, even if it were a stealthy creature hiding in the shadows. It should not have been able to commit theft repeatedly under the watchful gaze of so many individuals, yet the map had not indicated a single red. Everyone, secure your food items in your backpacks and pack your belongings. We are relocating to a different site. Although the reasons behind the lurking entity's behavior, stealing food rather than attacking people, remained unclear, Jiang Yang's intuition warned him that staying here was no longer viable. Upon issuing the command, the entire team sprang into action, swiftly disposing of all items that might leave a scent within 3 minutes. The squad set off once again. Yet this time the atmosphere was palpably unsettling. Team members felt as though something was watching them from the shadows, as if something were clinging to their backs, rendering everyone exceedingly tense. In their anxiety, some felt the urge to eat, prompting one individual to retrieve a sweet root, intending to relieve their stress through chewing. However, when the food approached their lips, they found themselves biting into nothing. The sweet root they had just taken from their backpack had vanished. A ghost, they exclaimed, startling their nearby teammates. Startled, he found himself in a state of panic, ultimately tumbling into a nearby shallow pond. Under normal circumstances, he would have felt no concern for such a shallow body of water, as he was a proficient swimmer and could easily ascend to the surface with just a few strokes. However, this time, submerged in the water, he felt as though a multitude of small creatures were desperately clinging to his head, preventing him from surfacing to breathe. In a fleeting moment, he seemed to discern what those creatures were. Could they be monkeys? Suddenly, with a resounding splash, a large hand pierced the water's surface, rescuing him from his aquatic plight. Cough. Cough. I have urgent news to report. He spluttered, expelling the lake water that had invaded his mouth and nose. Identification, hermit monkey. Classification, monster. Strength, 1. Agility, 10. Perception, 12. Danger assessment, a monster lacking hunting capabilities. Do not underestimate it. While it does not attack directly, it possesses another method to lead you gradually toward demise. Upon reviewing the intelligence presented by his subordinates, the group finally comprehended the nature of their predicament and collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. As long as this creature could not directly take their lives, there remained a potential solution. Yet, they seemed to overlook the fact that the last victim to fall to these creatures was a pseudo-lord. Jiang Chen and his companions pondered various strategies, now certain that every member of their team had been parasitized, as they each felt a peculiar pressure on their backs. As night approached, they sought a secure location to address their issues. Their initial thought was to resort to poisoning. Since the monkeys would not overlook any food, they decided to lace their provisions with poison. To prevent the hermit monkeys from discovering the tainted food, Jiang Chen isolated himself in a small room. Securing all doors and windows, he retrieved supplies from his backpack, including a vial of poison obtained from a venomous serpent-like monster. Jiang Chen meticulously coated the small pieces of food with the toxic liquid and then distributed them to each team member through the system's gifting channel. Provided that the hermit monkeys did not share a collective consciousness, the creatures outside the cabin would remain oblivious to their treachery. As all team members received their food, they collectively pretended to consume it, only for the morsels to vanish once they reached their lips. Success. Relief washed over their faces. However, before they could bask in their triumph, a series of mocking whistles echoed around them, deriding their futile efforts. Is it so difficult to simply coexist with our parasitic guests? It seemed to convey. Chapter 122. Teaching until death. The cacophony of whistles tormented the team to the brink of madness, perhaps due to their exposure. The hermit monkeys ceased their pretense entirely, even attempting to seize their drinking water, as if intent on claiming their lives. Zhang Yang and his companions exhausted every means at their disposal, yet they found themselves helpless against the relentless onslaught, whether through poison or the expansion-inducing powder that reacted with water. Certainly, there were more extreme measures available, but those would jeopardize the lives of his team members, making them unfeasible for the time being. The curvature of their backs, sagging under the weight of their burdens, indicated the growing number of hermit monkeys within their camp. Typically, these diminutive creatures would refrain from starving their hosts, as a dead host would leave them without a place to reside. Thus, they would only pilfer small amounts of food during meals, ensuring their own survival while remaining undetected. However, the troubling aspect lay in the hermit monkeys' astonishing reproductive capabilities. Given ample sustenance, they could proliferate from a mere handful into a thriving population within a day. Once their numbers swelled while the quantity of food provided by the hosts remained static, competition for resources commenced. If one refrained from seizing food, other monkeys would, ultimately leading to the host's starvation. This fate was akin to that of the emaciated lord encountered by the Simon team. Currently, all members of Zhang Yang's group found themselves in a state of hunger, having gone an entire day without sustenance. A swift resolution to the monkey predicament was imperative. Zhang Yang resolved to seek external assistance. Otherwise, they would either perish from hunger or fall prey to other monsters, unable to defend themselves. Naturally, his first choice was the Alliance. Given its esteemed reputation, he was willing to pay any price to save his comrades. Upon receiving the distress call, the old commander braced himself, nearly fearing a repeat of the Durian disaster, given the hermit monkeys' reproductive abilities. However, Zhang Yang had considered this scenario and, having determined that hermit monkeys spread through contact and not via the system, he had reached out for help. The Alliance, relieved, pooled their collective wisdom to provide suggestions to Zhang Yang and dispatched some specialized supplies, yet nothing proved effective. Most methods had already been attempted, and the hermit monkeys exhibited an extraordinary resistance to toxins, rendering poison ineffective. If only we had a snow maiden among our ranks, one of them lamented. The snow maiden possessed the ability to create frost, freezing everything nearby. Though the hermit monkeys could not be seen, they would still remain on their hosts, meaning the snow maiden's indiscriminate powers would affect them. Are there any snow maiden potions left in the warehouse? The old commander inquired. Although snow maiden potions were in high demand within the Alliance, should a situation like Zhang Yang's arise, he would not hesitate to sell a vial. None remain. The last production was quickly exchanged by team members, and we have exhausted the primary ingredient, the snow maiden's heart. Thus, acquiring a snow maiden potion depended on whether any teams encountered the snowy mountains. However, even if the ingredients were found, the team in Zone 78 might not survive long enough to benefit. The wilderness harbored too many dangers, and their weakened group struggled to protect themselves. In frustration, the old commander sought out Jiang Chen, who had previously supplied snow maiden hearts, hoping to ascertain whether he had any remaining stock. While he had none, Jiang Chen learned from the old commander about the predicament facing Zone 78 and the cause of their plight, prompting him to consider offering assistance within his means. Understanding the hermit monkey's characteristics, Jiang Chen instinctively thought of poisoning them, a habit he had cultivated. However, he recalled that he possessed highly toxic spider venom. Uncertain of how it compared to Zhang Yang's concoction, considering the corrosive nature of his venom, he deemed it necessary to dilute it significantly before use. Feeling it was too risky, thus, he sought counsel from Leon and Elise regarding potential solutions. Surveying the group, he noted that they appeared to be in a similar predicament without any apparent cause for concern. First was himself, a master of poisoning. The spider venom would equally punish any gluttonous individual. Next was Leon, whose essence was that of a necromancer, requiring no sustenance. Should a hermit monkey attempt to cling to him, it would first face starvation, just like the skeletal army he commanded. Furthermore, Leon could transform into a stellar form, effortlessly shedding all hermit monkeys clinging to him. Then there was Elise. Jiang Chen suspected this cunning woman would not seek to escape by transforming into a small bat. Instead, she might maliciously feed the hermit monkeys her blood, followed by a blood explosion. Boom. That image would surely be exquisite. As for Beelzebub, well, where did those little snacks come from? Jiang Chen shared details about the hermit monkeys with the duo, only to discover they possessed even greater knowledge on the matter, clearly having encountered them before. Leon remarked, the most troublesome aspect of transporting supplies is encountering such magical creatures. If left unchecked, they can devour all provisions. Fortunately, the method to deal with them is rather straightforward. What method? Jiang Chen inquired with curiosity. Lion's mane mushroom. Is that the lion's mane mushroom I am familiar with? Leon elaborated. Lion's mane is a common fungus found in the forest, characterized by its white appearance and tendency to grow on trees. It is harmless to humans and, in fact, quite delectable. However, for monkey-like creatures, consuming it induces hallucinations, allowing them to perceive tiny beings and emerge from their invisible state. Consequently, They are led by the sweet dreams of these illusions to climb trees and meet their demise, ultimately sprouting new lion's mane mushrooms from their corpses. Moreover, these monkey-like creatures possess no resistance to lion's mane. Among all available food, they will invariably choose it first. Therefore, supply caravans typically place a considerable number of lion's mane mushrooms atop their provisions. Having shared his solution, Eliza quickly interjected, "I also have a method that is even swifter." "Oh, what method is that?" "Arousal potion." Ignoring Jiang Chen's peculiar expression, Eliza continued, "The parasitic monkey is an exceedingly lascivious creature. Once satiated, it seeks companionship indiscriminately, regardless of gender or age, at any given moment. Thus, upon encountering an arousal potion, this inherently lewd creature will engage in copulation until death. The most potent arousal potion in existence is the blood of you and me." At this juncture, Eliza fixed her gaze on Jiang Chen and sensually licked her crimson lips. Was she referring to her innate charisma, the remnants of the Spider Queen's pleasure-infused power within their blood, or perhaps both? Regardless, Jiang Chen chose not to adopt Eliza's method. Instead, he provided his venomous spider fluid along with Leon's solution to the team leader of District 78, cautioning him to exercise utmost care when utilizing the venom. Chapter 123, The Eyes of the Parasitic Monkey. Zhang Yang never anticipated that his plea for external assistance would attract the attention of the formidable general. Furthermore, the individual personally imparted to him a method to resolve the monkey crisis, leaving him momentarily astonished, for this was a person capable of overcoming a calamity single-handedly. However, the name reminded him of a friend, and he wondered if that individual had managed to endure until the onset of the nationwide game. "Gather Team 1 and Team 3 leaders. I have matters to discuss with them." Without hesitation, Zhang Yang relayed Jiang Chen's description of the lion's mane mushroom to them, instructing them to search the forest. The lion's mane mushroom might not be found immediately. He would first test the efficacy of the poison provided by the general. Truth be told, Zhang Yang held little faith in this poison, as the previous potent toxins sent by the old captain had yielded the same result when used against the parasitic monkeys, ineffective due to their high resistance. Nevertheless, Zhang Yang approached the task with a spirit of experimentation as he opened the glass jar sent by Jiang Chen. The moment he did, a pungent, rancid odor permeated the room, and within moments, the previously mosquito-infested space was rendered eerily quiet. Zhang Yang was momentarily speechless, astonished by the potency of the venomous spider fluid. Just the vapor alone had such an effect. What terror must the poison itself possess? Gazing at the thick, dark green solution within the glass jar, Zhang Yang nervously swallowed. He recalled the general's repeated admonitions and hastily covered his mouth and nose with a clean, damp cloth. This substance required meticulous care, lest it lead to catastrophic consequences. The venom must be diluted 100-fold before use, and glass containers were mandatory throughout the process. No longer doubting the general's warnings, Zhang Yang meticulously followed every instruction. Ultimately, he immersed the food in a corrosion-resistant solution. As soon as the food made contact with the diluted poison, the parasitic monkeys had not yet seized the opportunity. But Zhang Yang quickly provided them with a chance to do so. Merely having the food soaked for a brief moment, Zhang Yang extracted it with tweezers. Was such a short duration sufficient for the toxin to permeate? Zhang Yang felt a twinge of concern regarding the potency of the poison. Little did he know that if the food remained in the venomous spider fluid for too long, it would corrode, becoming irretrievable. This was precisely why Jiang Chen had advised him to use food with higher corrosion resistance. The food he held soon vanished, and Zhang Yang understood that the unseen parasitic monkeys had struck. He could not fathom how they possessed such bizarre abilities. He hadn't even blinked, yet the food had disappeared right before his eyes. 3 seconds after the food had vanished from his grasp, Zhang Yang heard squeaks in his ear. Unlike the whistles of provocation or courtship, this sound was sharper, resembling the anguished cries of parasitic monkeys under attack. Thud, thud, one by one hand-sized, peculiar little monkeys fell from Zhang Yang. Only then did he finally glimpse the appearance of the parasitic monkeys that had tormented them for an entire day. They were roughly the size of ordinary monkey infants, but with notably larger eyes that occupied half of their faces. Zhang Yang counted. Over 20 parasitic monkeys had dropped from his person alone. No wonder they had devoured the food so quickly. The thought of having been infested by them for more than a day sent a chill down his spine and made him feel nauseated. Some of them were still alive, rolling around while clutching their bellies, while others clung desperately to their kin as if this act would somehow spare them from death. Even more pitiful were those who blinked their large, sorrowful eyes, appealing for salvation from the host they had tormented all day. Alas, all their efforts were in vain. The venomous spider fluid showed no mercy. Within a minute, all the poisoned parasitic monkeys had perished, their abdomens corroded by the venom, oozing a foul-smelling green liquid. Zhang Yang was once again astounded by the efficacy of the venomous spider fluid. This was merely the diluted version, and it was already more potent than the toxins they had previously used. What would it have been like if it had not been diluted? In that moment, Zhang Yang's mind began to race. He was reluctant to waste this jar of poison and contemplated saving it for dealing with Lord-level magical creatures. He wondered if the general sold such venom. If so, he should stock up. As he pondered, he recalled that Jiang Chen had always been selling the venomous spider fluid. But it often sold out as soon as it hit the shelves, purchased by a few organizations that were aware of its effects, leaving outsiders largely unaware of its existence. Eye of the parasitic monkey can be used to concoct special potions. Direct consumption will diminish a portion of rationality and provide a slight boost to perception experience. At that moment, a notification suddenly appeared before Zhang Yang, leaving him astonished as his eyes began to gleam with excitement. On the night of the 5th day of the 2nd month of the game, you have received supplies from player Chiang, 3,124 eyes of the parasitic monkey. Upon seeing the notification, Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that District 78 had resolved the issue, and this was their reward for him, which he gladly accepted. Seizing the opportunity while creating skeleton soldiers, he casually retrieved one from his backpack, examining it in his palm. It was the size of a glass marble, entirely black, lacking even a crystalline quality. The eyes and still bore remnants of untrimmed nerve endings, giving it a slightly unsettling appearance. Jiang Chen, undeterred, tossed it into his mouth like a jelly bean. As he bit down, the eye burst, releasing an indescribable liquid. In any case, it was not palatable, carrying a somewhat fishy and rancid flavor. He grimaced as he swallowed it down. Rationality, 3. Upon glancing at the attributes panel, I noted an increase of 21 experience points compared to before consumption. At that moment, Jiang Chen possessed only a double enhancement from the survival talent and a 10-point royal authority boost. Thus, I estimated that a single hermit monkey's eye typically offers 9 to 10 experience points, which seems somewhat meager. However, considering that there is no limit to the consumption of hermit monkey's eyes, and given my rate of mental recovery, consuming 100 or so each day would pose no issue. By this reckoning, I could amass over 2,000 experience daily, which is quite substantial. Regrettably, the quantity was too limited. He and Elise, along with Leon, could finish creating them in just 3 days. Ding. At that moment, the team leader from Area 78 opened a message. Chiang. Hello, Mr. Jiang. May I inquire if you have received the items? Yes, thank you. Jiang Chen discerned that the other party was attempting to ingratiate himself. Such occurrences were frequent, and he had grown accustomed to them. However, had he known that the individual was his close friend Zhang Yang, his interest would have surged, and he would have playfully demanded that the latter refer to him as father. Conversely, had Zhang Yang been aware of Jiang Chen's identity, he would undoubtedly have responded in a similar jest, unabashedly requesting the toxic spider venom Jiang Chen possessed. Indeed, it was a case of seeking something for nothing. Not a single bone coin would he consider parting with. Unfortunately, both parties were communicating via IDs, and following the Durian disaster, players were increasingly wary of revealing their real names. What if a curse could be cast based on one's true name? Chapter 124, A Noble's Collection. Chiang. I should be the one expressing gratitude. Had it not been for your assistance, my team and I would likely have faced annihilation. By the way, are you satisfied with the items? Jiang Chen detected an underlying tone and promptly inquired, do you have more? How much? I can offer you a satisfactory price. If you desire them, there is no need for payment. I merely wish to exchange some of your poison for hermit monkey's eyes, establishing a long-term trade. Zhang Yang had learned that Jiang Chen's poison was perpetually in short supply, and if one had to queue, it would be an interminable wait. Thus, he devised an alternative solution. A long-term trade? Jiang Chen seized upon the keyword. Indeed, we have not exterminated all the hermit monkeys. Some team members play the role of carriers. Whenever the hermit monkeys breed and disrupt the normal lives of the team, we will undertake a harvest. We will employ monkey head mushrooms for prevention. Those poison will not be used for trade. Seemingly struck by a thought, Zhang Yang added this last detail, which Jiang Chen noted with appreciation, leaving him with a favorable impression. After some bargaining, Xiaoyang agreed to provide Jiang Chen with 300 hermit monkey's eyes daily, while Jiang Chen would supply a certain quantity of toxic spider venom weekly. Both parties felt they had profited. After all, hermit monkeys could proliferate wildly with just a bit of food, becoming a primary revenue source for the team, while the production of Jiang Chen's toxic spider venom was effortless, with the materials being exceedingly inexpensive. Now, Jiang Chen had discovered methods to accelerate the growth of all his attributes. His strength was bolstered by the sinful bone knife, yielding 2,000 to 3,000 experience daily. His constitution and agility benefited from Elise's ability enhancement, reaching a maximum growth speed of 3 times. His mental acuity was supported by the small jar of tea and human fruit, guaranteeing at least 2,500 experience. Now, his perception attributes were finally complete, alleviating concerns over any growth imbalance that might present weaknesses. Generating income from the hermit monkeys marked him as an astute individual. After concluding the negotiations, Jiang Chen grew intrigued by this person, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, though he could not pinpoint its origin. Oh well, back to creating my skeleton soldiers. The next day, having sat beside the synthesis table for an entire night, Jiang Chen rose to stretch his joints, his bones crackling in protest. It occurred to him that yesterday was likely the day for the sub-region leaderboard settlement. Due to recent merging of regions, a new rule had been established. The number of reward recipients expanded from the top 3 to the top 10. However, this change held little consequence for Jiang Chen. Even if everyone in Area 501 were eligible for rewards, he alone would still claim them. Invincibility often carries with it a sense of solitude. Jiang Chen mused dramatically. With that thought, he turned to search for the figures of Elise and Leon, his gaze furtive. Not spotting them, he patted his chest in relief. Grateful not to have been overheard. TSK. Nearby, the fishing little white observed him with a shake of the head, his jaws clicking. The expression seemed to say, "Oh, isn't this the invincible brother?" In an instant, Jiang Chen felt a murderous intent. This fellow could not be allowed to remain. Seizing Little White's fishing rod, he engaged in a fierce struggle. After 300 rounds of combat, he successfully subdued him. Little White, the gap between us is merely 1,000,000,000 points. With 30,000 years of training, you might just catch up to me, huh? Standing triumphantly upon Little White's skull, with fingers alight with cosmic energy, Jiang Chen laughed heartily. Elise, dinner's ready. Suddenly, Elise poked her head out from the back door of the carriage. Jiang Chen, oh. Instantly, he reined in his laughter. As if the foolish persona from moments ago was not his own. Elise withdrew her head back into the second compartment. Her gaze directed at him with a hint of peculiarity. The engineer by the processing table cast a disdainful glance at the two. Finally quiet. My second troop type is nearly complete. I hope you won't cause any disruptions at this juncture. Sighing, Jiang Chen kicked Little White aside, muttering, "It's all your fault. Making me lose face so greatly." From his backpack, he retrieved the bronze probability treasure chest awarded by the system, harboring no expectations of uncovering anything remarkable, and opened it directly. Identification, a noble's collection, illustrated album. Type, treasure. Grade, high quality. Durability, 800. Wearing effect. After reading the illustrated album for 10 minutes, it grants 16 points of perception attribute experience and 8 points of mental attribute experience. Can be read 3 times daily. Exceeding this limit yields no experience bonus. A noble's collection? Jiang Chen was captivated by the system's designation. Picking up the illustrated album, its colorful cover resembling a map, he pondered whether it might be a travelogue from some noble. To verify his hypothesis, Jiang Chen decided to study it meticulously. Upon opening the first page, he was astonished by the vivid illustrations contained within, his pupils narrowing in disbelief, his mouth agape involuntarily. This item. The first illustration depicted a person, or rather, the entire book was filled with depictions of women. It was simply marvelous. A knowing smile spread across his face. The reason for his elation was that the figure illustrated on the first page was the spider matron. However, she was not in the state he remembered. A mysterious artist had adorned her in the garb of a human woman, albeit in a manner that was less than proper, her movements seductive, her form alluring, captivating to behold. Coupled with her joyful expression, she was utterly enchanting, igniting an uncontrollable surge of blood. This noble was truly unbecoming. While indulging in such imagery was one thing, to use a map as a cover was utterly shameless, warranting stern condemnation. With this mindset, Jiang Chen turned to the second page. TSK. It seemed he had quite the peculiar interest. Upon scrutinizing, crossed out, the joyous consort from the first page. The second page revealed the queen of ice and snow, the Snow Maiden. This artist was indeed remarkable. The cold, frosty Snow Maiden was imbued with the brilliance of humanity under his brush, as though he had summoned a celestial goddess down to earth. A profound sense of conquest and achievement enveloped him. On the third page, at this moment, Jiang Chen remained unaware that Leon had approached from behind, glanced at what he was observing, shook his head, and departed. A true knight should not be bound by such trivialities. However, he had yet to participate in the preparatory assessments for knighthood, indicating that my expectations were perhaps too lofty. Leon had left, but another figure arrived. Eliza had waited for Jiang Chen for quite some time in the second carriage, and upon noticing his absence for a meal, she felt compelled to investigate. She then found Jiang Chen engrossed in a beautifully illustrated book, having flipped to the third page, depicting the moonlit princess, or rather, the bloodline maiden under the moonlight. Had the temperature dropped? Jiang Chen pondered, feeling a chill as he wiped the cold sweat from his back. Master, if you no longer desire that thing, I can assist you in disposing of it. Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Chen reacted like a mouse confronted by a cat, trembling uncontrollably, a pool of cold sweat forming beneath him. With great difficulty, he turned his head, catching a glimpse of a short sword at his side, seemingly poised to descend at any moment. The beautiful maiden behind him, despite her scowling visage, wore a deceptively sweet smile. Chapter 125. Next stop, Fire and Water Island. A piece of good news and a piece of bad news. The good news was that Eliza had not truly harmed him. She merely conveyed that should he ever gaze upon women other than herself again, she would have no choice but to choose a tragic end alongside him in a bid for his exclusivity. The bad news was that the illustrated book had been confiscated by Eliza. Jiang Chen exclaimed, "No, that book is so thick, and I've only read 3 pages. Just 3 pages. The previous day, after the skeleton soldiers unearthed a nest of blind mice. The captain of the Morning Sun in Zone 78 gifted Jiang Chen a basket of monkey head mushrooms, leading to today's breakfast of monkey head mushroom stew with blind mouse meat. Jiang Chen had heard that blind mouse meat was delectable, and today he would finally savor it. Eliza served him a generous bowl, and the moment he caught a whiff of the aroma, he eagerly took a hearty sip. The warm, rich broth slid down his throat. Delicious. He could hardly contain his enthusiasm. Regrettably, both Eliza and Leon, being undead, consumed only the fruits Jiang Chen provided to enhance their strength, and thus the bountiful pot of savory stew was left solely for his enjoyment. After breakfast, Jiang Chen prepared to head to the mine, intent on reclaiming the iron ore. As he had been here for over a day and needed to set off for his next destination before nightfall, he ultimately spent the entire morning gathering all the ore, which amounted to a total value of 8 million bone coins. He also collected several thousand obsidian stones, while their demand had waned. Jiang Chen was aware that upgrading to a level 5 hidden cabin would require them, so it was prudent to stockpile some. He left behind 5,000 skeleton soldiers and a modest wooden cabin as the infinite train set off once more. Next stop, Fire and Water Island. Devour, devour, devour. The fantastical tracks vanished at the rear of the carriage only to reappear at the front, the rhythmic sounds resuming. With a puff and a crack, monsters attempting to obstruct the train met their demise beneath its wheels. Leon, why is Fire and Water Island called so? Jiang Chen inquired. Because it contains both water and fire, and it is indeed an island, Leon replied. It seems you've learned to speak in riddles, my friend. Once we arrive, you shall understand, Leon assured him. As the train continued its journey, driven by the knight Leon, who, being undead, did not require sleep, this position had effectively become his domain. Leon appeared to take pleasure in observing the train traverse the wilderness. Time, 1730. Darkness enveloped the land. Jiang Chen opened the weather log for Zone 501. Location, the Land of the Dead. Time, 1730. Today's temperature, 21 degrees. Duration of sunlight, 11 hours. Wind speed, level 4. Rain is imminent. The road is wet and slippery, please reduce speed. Jiang Chen had noticed that daylight hours were diminishing since the beginning of the second month, reducing by 10 minutes initially. Now, merely 6 days later, it had decreased by an hour. Moreover, temperatures were falling at a rate of 1 degree per day. It seemed prudent to prepare warmer clothing. He unfolded the zone map, revealing the updated depiction of his travel route over the past few days. However, due to his scattered deployment of skeleton soldiers, the new map was updating at a visible pace, much like a line of dye spreading in clear water. Within the sole line of visibility on the map, a multitude of red streaks was pursuing the leading white that was clearing the path, and as time elapsed, their numbers swelled. Jiang Chen recognized this as the gathering tide of monsters. Fortunately, they could not match the speed of the infinite train, nor could they sustain their pursuit as long. Thus, his only concern lay with the creatures ahead on the road. It appeared feasible to monitor the movements of the monster tide by employing the skeleton soldiers to maintain visibility. A smile curled at the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth as he continued to produce new skeleton soldiers. A Lord-level monster obstructed their path, moving with remarkable speed and proving difficult to bypass. Leon issued a warning. There were now two solutions. Either Jiang Chen could ascend to the top of the carriage and use the psychic energy cannon to cover them, stalling the Lord monster's advance to allow the infinite train to maneuver past, or he, along with Eliza and Leon, could disembark and eliminate it before the nearby monsters could converge. How long does it take for the surrounding monsters to gather? Jiang Chen inquired. 10 minutes. Leon provided the precise estimate. Very well, let us go deal with it. 10 minutes should suffice. Jiang Chen ignited a barrel of corpse oil, the flames illuminating the darkness as he, Leon, and Eliza encircled the blocking beast. Boom, boom, boom. The radiant skeleton cannon atop the carriage fired upon the surrounding monsters, preventing them from grouping together. Heresy, exterminate. Heresy, exterminate. A thunderous roar echoed. Lightning momentarily illuminated the charred earth, revealing a pitiful figure being ruthlessly dismembered by 3 bullies. The next day, identification, external stomach, do not burn this, otherwise it will be truly lost. Type, relic. Grade, exceptional. Durability, 15,000,15,000. Wearing effect, contains 1 cubic meter of space. When filled with sufficient food, during combat, the stomach will rapidly digest the food and replenish the wearer, increasing strength by 2. Stamina recovery speed by 200, and health recovery speed by 50. Prolonged wear will induce a constant sensation of hunger. Do not allow it to remain empty for too long. Otherwise, the stomach's capacity will diminish. The item dropped by the Lord monster slain the previous night exhibited remarkable effects. Jiang Chen examined it in his hand. It was the size of a water pouch and shaped like a human stomach, feeling soft to the touch. There was only a single opening resembling an esophagus, adorned with 4 teeth at the edges. Whenever Jiang Chen reached out, it instinctively opened. It seemed to be hungry. He rummaged through his backpack and tossed in several pieces of jerky. To test its enhancement effects, Jiang Chen activated it. The moment he did, The external stomach clamped onto his lower back, and he finally understood the purpose of those 4 teeth. They were meant to anchor it into the flesh. A fleeting sting was followed by a warm surge of energy flooding through his limbs, and Jiang Chen instantaneously felt a surge of power coursing through his body. In truth, it was merely an enhancement of 2 points. This illusion stemmed from the tripled speed of stamina recovery post-amplification. Regrettably, this sensation dissipated within a mere half-minute, causing the external stomach to weakly release its grip on Jiang Chen's lower back, dropping to the ground. It appears that feeding it high-energy sustenance is imperative, otherwise, it will be unable to digest. Picking up the deflated stomach from the ground, Jiang Chen continued to study this exquisite item, nearly grasping its intricacies. Firstly, this peculiar object has a marked affinity for corpse oil and bone coins, both of which are highly digestible and provide substantial energy. It is indiscriminate with other types of food as well. However, it refuses to consume dead energy crystal cores. Even when presented to its mouth, it will tightly shut. Additionally, even when not in use, it will digest food within its system at an approximate rate of 5% of its maximum stomach volume per hour. Feeding it corpse oil or bone coins will extend the digestion time, yet it still necessitates daily feeding. Truly a voracious creature, Jiang Chen concluded. He then secured it to his belt for convenient access. Chapter 126, The Abyssal Tome. Leon, may I pose a question? Speak. Is that Holy Knight, who vanquished the spider matriarch's devotees and birthed the grotesque creatures known as the head spider and the rending beast, you? This query had piqued Jiang Chen's curiosity for quite some time, and the opportunity to inquire had finally arrived. Last night, they had slain the lord that was an evolved form of the rending beast, and Jiang Chen distinctly recalled Leon's ferocity during the encounter. A stark contrast to his usual demeanor of calm. As the train continued on its path, the scorched earth ahead shifted, hinting at something concealed beneath. However, neither of the 2 passengers noticed. After a long absence, Jiang Chen glimpsed an expression of shame on Leon's handsome visage. It was I, he admitted. During the retreat of our forces, these cultists of the vile deity obstructed us at every turn until I managed to slay their leader, the Spider-Kin, with a single stroke. Only then could we escape. Unfortunately, the black calamity was imminent, and I had no time to dispose of the body, which led to this grave disaster. With a sigh, it was evident that he harbored deep regret over the incident. Henceforth, whenever he encountered these 2 types of abominations, he would relentlessly obliterate them. Perhaps this was also the reason he had pursued the fleeing spider matriarch when they first met. However, from his account, Jiang Chen gleaned additional insights. The architects of the paradise were not solely the Davis family and their ilk. No, they primarily played the role of traitors, serving as the final implementers of the plan. The true culprits are other, more formidable devotees of the dark gods. Leon's response illuminated many of Jiang Chen's suspicions. I knew it. How could a mere family without a legendary lineage possess the power to create paradise and summon calamity? He mused internally. I had hoped to exact revenge for Leon, but the truth is far more complex than I had anticipated. Leon, what was the strength of the Spider-Kin you defeated? Leon furrowed his brow, revealing a rank that did not exceed Jiang Chen's expectations. Yet his next statement sent a wave of tension through Jiang Chen. Legendary. Although it dropped a rank upon my slaying, I fear that after all these years, it may have ascended to a monarch-level creature. One might wonder why. After spending so many years in paradise and transforming into a creature, Leon's strength had not increased. It is crucial to remember that Leon's innate energy is of the light attribute, which only diminishes in this realm saturated with death energy. Had Jiang Chen not appeared, he might have eventually fallen to the level of a pseudo-lord, at the mercy of other lords. Monarch-level creatures, though never encountered, filled Jiang Chen with a sense of foreboding upon hearing the term. He promptly sought Leon's counsel regarding the true magnitude of a monarch's power. Monarch-level creatures cannot be vanquished by sheer numbers. The simplicity of this statement plunged Jiang Chen into despair. His most significant assets at present were his skeletal army and the incessant spawns of Beelzebub. Now that Leon warned him against relying on quantity, he felt utterly bereft of strategies to contend with a monarch-level being. There is a monarch-level creature on Waterfire Island. This time, I will take you to witness it. What? Jiang Chen stared in disbelief. Had he not known that Leon would not harm him, he would have immediately turned the train around. Rest assured, that creature is currently sealed, and it is the strongest monarch I have ever encountered, capable of providing you with an excellent demonstration of monarch-level power. Although sealed, anxiety still gripped Jiang Chen. However, considering that he would inevitably face such a creature, he deemed it better to acclimate himself sooner rather than later, to avoid being paralyzed by fear when the encounter eventually occurred. I must elevate my strength. His conversation with Leon intensified his sense of urgency, akin to adding fuel to an already blazing fire. Yet, he found himself troubled over the method by which to swiftly enhance his power. This query was one that all players pondered, not just Jiang Chen. Casting a glance at his attribute panel, he contemplated the survival talent. Divine audience? No. He shook his head, discarding that notion. To provoke a boss by summoning its superior was rather reckless. Devoid of means to bolster his own strength, Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon the items in his backpack. A cursory examination revealed that most were of exquisite or superior quality, with negligible chances of inflicting damage upon a monarch-level beast. Would a master-level weapon suffice? He considered his available points. 870,000. This was the portion of his recent gains. Enough to exchange for 3 intermediate enhancement stones, or to wait until reaching 1 million to redeem a random talent. Yet, most talents were auxiliary in nature, requiring an extensive timeline, far less effective than the immediate benefits of a master-level weapon. But could a master-level weapon truly harm a monarch? At least the glorious longsword in his possession could not. It primarily enhanced Jiang Chen himself. Thus, his gaze ultimately settled upon the Abyssal Tome, a book that could allow the soul to delve into the abyss to acquire knowledge. And knowledge is power. Originally, Jiang Chen had harbored reservations about employing this perilous item. For a moment's inattention could lead to the soul's disorientation within the abyss, an admonition given by both Eliza and Leon. Knowledge can be a poison. It ensnares one, causing one to forget the passage of time. When he expressed a desire to use it, he faced simultaneous opposition from both. Yet now, the weight of his pressing circumstances compelled him to take the risk, regardless of their objections. Jiang Chen conveyed his intention to venture into the abyss to Eliza. As anticipated, she opposed the idea, yet her next words astonished him. Master, while I strongly disapprove of your engagement with the abyss, should you insist on pursuing it, I will not impede you. However, may I request a day's grace to prepare a safeguard for you? This time, Iris spoke with utmost seriousness, devoid of any intention to tease Jiang Chen. All right. Chapter 127, The Abyss. Soon, Leon also learned of Jiang Chen's desire to venture into the abyss in pursuit of knowledge, and he too refrained from obstructing him. Ding! A message from a friend arrived. Upon checking, Jiang Chen discovered it was from his former class leader. Recently, our team acquired a potion recipe and produced a batch of finished products. I believe you will find their effects quite pleasing. You have received supplies from player class leader, Mana Restoration Potion X10. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up upon seeing the delivered items. A potion that restores mana was something he had long desired, and he hadn't expected the Alliance to procure it first. It made sense, given their numbers. Moreover, the timing was impeccable, as entering the abyss through the Book of the Abyss required mana expenditure, and having mana restoration potions on hand significantly enhanced his safety. Thank you, class leader. The items have arrived at the perfect moment. No problem, as long as you like it. We're just starting production, and in a couple of days, you'll be able to acquire them freely. The benefits of deep collaboration with the Alliance were evident. Whenever something valuable emerged, his class leader always thought of him. Coincidentally, Jiang Chen also transferred his accrued points from the past few days to the class leader and inquired about the potion's ingredients, asking him to keep an eye out. You needn't worry about the materials from the sea. For some reason, Jiang Chen felt that his class leader was somewhat evasive in responding to this question. It wasn't that he suspected the class leader was concerned about the recipe's confidentiality. Based on his understanding of him, that wasn't in his nature. Rather, it seemed that the raw materials were a delicate subject, perhaps something he felt uncomfortable discussing. After pondering, Jiang Chen felt he had grasped a semblance of the truth. Now, even the most vile concoctions, like the noxious aloe vera juice, could be consumed by him without a flicker of emotion. What could possibly repulse him? Shaking his head, he decided not to press further since the class leader was unwilling to divulge. He then retrieved the recently received potion from his backpack and used the system's identification feature to inspect its effects. Identification, Mana Restoration Potion. Type, Potion. Rarity, Premium. Durability, Consumable. Consuming it immediately restores 8 points of mana. If the mana state is full, the excess effect is halved, lasting for 15 minutes. Maximum of 3 uses within 24 hours. Otherwise, the probability of physical mutation increases. In essence, if his mana was at full capacity, he could only gain a maximum of 4 additional points. Jiang Chen was decidedly displeased with the halved effect for exceeding mana capacity. Nonetheless, it was better than nothing. Gaining an extra 4 points of mana was certainly preferable to being without. A day later, Iris, who had been absent for some time, finally reappeared, though she looked considerably fatigued. Upon their meeting, she handed Jiang Chen a peculiar object, a pink, translucent stone. Bonding gem, consumable. Automatically used when the holder's sanity drops below 10, forcibly restoring 50 points of sanity in the name of love. It was to be placed under the tongue. Capable of taking effect even in a spiritual state, Iris explained wearily. She then bit into Jiang Chen's skin, allowing it to enter his body. She was utterly exhausted and needed rest. Gripping the pink stone tightly, Jiang Chen, while uncertain of where Iris had procured such a gem, trusted that it had not come easily. Hence, he resolved to exercise utmost caution while entering the abyss, determined not to betray Iris's heartfelt intentions. Are you truly prepared? Leon approached, seeking one final confirmation from Jiang Chen. Yes, Jiang Chen replied with unwavering resolve. I will safeguard your physical form. Be swift and return. And do not lose yourself in the abyss. Having witnessed scholars lost in the abyss, Leon was acutely aware of its terrifying nature. In a sense, the abyss could be deemed a form of calamity, But unlike the other four calamities, it was indifferent, with individuals willingly leaping into its depths despite knowing the dangers. With Leon's presence, Jiang Chen felt reassured about the safety of his physical body during his descent into the abyss. Nonetheless, Jiang Chen left 2 bottles of sanity-restoring potions with Leon, instructing him to administer one if he returned in a disoriented state. He opened a bottle of mana restoration potion and consumed it in one gulp. The taste was truly dreadful. What had the class leader used to concoct this? Sanity, 2. Mana, 4. Current mana, 31/27. Rubbing his nearly wrinkled face, Jiang Chen pressed the bonding gem beneath his tongue and retrieved the Book of the Abyss from his backpack. This tome possessed 2 abilities, one for acquiring knowledge and the other for inscribing it. Jiang Chen had previously attempted the latter, but had never succeeded due to its low success rate. As he infused mana into the Book of the Abyss, a small whirlpool materialized in the black gem at its center, and Jiang Chen felt as though that whirlpool was expanding within his gaze until he was drawn into its depths. Leon reached out to support Jiang Chen's corporeal form, realizing that it was not the whirlpool that magnified, but rather Jiang Chen's soul being drawn forth, creating the illusion of expansion. To Leon's eyes, a golden light shot forth from Jiang Chen's body and vanished into the gem at the center of the book. Once his soul entered the Book of the Abyss, Jiang Chen felt a dizzying sensation, and it took some time for him to regain his bearings. At that moment, he felt weightless, as if devoid of substance. Indeed, this was the case, for he had transformed into a spiritual entity. Is this the abyss? Jiang Chen's soul floated in the void, entirely bare, devoid of any adornments. The system was inaccessible, preventing him from retrieving items from his backpack. The only possession he had brought along was the gem resting beneath his tongue. Overcome by a sense of vulnerability, Jiang Chen scanned his surroundings warily. Before him lay an endless darkness, devoid of any visible end. Unlike the Black Calamity, this place was graced with a white ocean beneath him, forming a concave funnel. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it was not a true ocean but a multitude of white orbs suspended in the air, so plentiful that they resembled a sea of silver light. Mana, 1. Turning to look behind him, he spotted a whirlpool akin to that in the black gem. Jiang Chen instantly understood that this was the exit back, and maintaining this exit required mana. Thus, he had to return before exhausting his mana. The white orbs below must contain the accumulated knowledge. But how could he discern which pieces were valuable? Just as he was mired in frustration, his gaze fell upon a hole at the bottom of the funnel, where all the white orbs were cascading downwards. What captivated Jiang Chen's attention was the sight of a green orb below. Could it be that knowledge orbs, like system rewards, were distinguished by color, indicating a higher quality the deeper one delved? Without wasting any time, Jiang Chen's soul surged toward the opening. Perhaps due to the absence of weight, his soul soared swiftly, and he soon found himself near the mouth of the hole. Upon arrival, he was struck by the sheer magnitude of the opening. His soul was but a speck of dust in comparison. Peering through the entrance to the abyss, Jiang Chen beheld a scene that would be etched in his memory for eternity. Countless orbs of varying colors swirled around the abyssal passage, rotating in a mesmerizing display, akin to a kaleidoscope that dazzled the eyes. Together, they coalesced within the abyss, forming a breathtaking tableau seldom seen in this world. Chapter 128, The Poison of Knowledge. White, green, blue, yellow, purple, orange, and gold. Jiang Chen even glimpsed a vivid crimson at the innermost depths of the abyss. It became evident that he was situated at the periphery of the abyss, hardly more than a threshold, with only deeper exploration offering access to more advanced knowledge. For reasons unknown, whenever Jiang Chen gazed into the abyss, he felt as though multiple eyes were fixated upon him, an unsettling sensation that sent shivers down his spine, as if every facet of his being were laid bare. However, there was no time for hesitation. He had not forgotten the purpose of his journey. With his soul plunging into the abyss's entrance, he endeavored to capture the luminous orbs of knowledge that lay closer to the inner sanctum. He needn't fear the darkness, for the radiance emitted by these orbs was sufficient to illuminate his path. Yet, scattered low-tier orbs drifted ahead, and despite his utmost efforts to evade them, some still collided with him. Incorporating white-level knowledge orb, acquired knowledge, the procedures for weaning and raising piglets. Weaned piglets must be transferred to the nursery building on the 24th day. At the moment of contact with the orb, Jiang Chen successfully absorbed the knowledge that surged into his mind. Although he had never before encountered any information related to animal husbandry, he now felt as though he were a seasoned expert, effortlessly assimilating all the knowledge as if it were second nature. Surprisingly, the individual who had never shown an inclination for learning now experienced a profound joy in the act of acquiring knowledge, an ecstasy that transcended mere physical pleasure, as though his very soul had been elevated. Rationality 1. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen extricated himself from this euphoria. So this is the intoxicating allure of knowledge? No wonder it ensnares individuals. The effortless mastery of an entire field of expertise was an exquisite sensation, and this was merely the most rudimentary white orb. What might the knowledge deeper within feel like? Abruptly startled, he admonished himself internally, warning against succumbing to temptation. Do not indulge. Do not indulge. Magic 1. The reappearance of the notification heightened Jiang Chen's anxiety, compelling him to accelerate his pace. Incorporating green-level orb. Acquired knowledge. The principles of intercontinental missile construction. Rationality 2. Incorporating blue-level orb. Acquired knowledge. The linear conjecture regarding the temporal curve during the Black Calamity. Rationality 3. Incorporating yellow-level orb. Acquired knowledge. The formula for giant potions. Rationality 4. As he ventured deeper, the singularity of color among the orbs diminished, indicating their increasing rarity. Along the way, Jiang Chen encountered numerous orbs of different hues, garnering a wealth of unfamiliar knowledge that threatened to overwhelm him, yet simultaneously filled him with euphoric delight. In his struggle to break free from this pleasurable state, his rationality waned considerably, and the time he spent grew longer, leaving him apprehensive about becoming ensnared in this abyss and never awakening. This also resulted in a significant waste of magical energy. Having expended over a third, Jiang Chen had only just reached the layer of purple orbs, far from his desired level. He resolved to retain half of his magical energy for the return journey. One more layer. The purple orbs corresponded to mastery. Yet Jiang Chen felt it insufficient. Only knowledge of epic caliber could pose a threat to king-level magical beasts. Though aware of future opportunities to re-enter the abyss, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere that urged him to cherish each moment. Just as his magical energy approached the halfway mark, he finally reached his ideal layer, surrounded by an abundance of orange orbs, filling him with exhilaration. However, his joy was short-lived as he soon realized he was not alone. Another figure, a scholar, it seemed, appeared to be much older than Jiang Chen, also traversing the depths of the abyss in pursuit of knowledge. Yet, he remained oblivious to Jiang Chen's presence, engrossed in his own exploration of the orange orbs. Remarkably, the back of his head, his back, abdomen, thighs, and even the soles of his feet were adorned with faces identical to his own, all unbeknownst to him. As he moved, each part of his body brushed against the orbs, eliciting expressions of rapture from the faces that mirrored his own, as if in a frenzy. Crack! It seemed he had reached his limit, as the scholar's soul abruptly fractured. Like a goldfish laying eggs, hundreds of orbs, white, blue, purple, orange, and green, floated free from his being. These orbs, upon detaching from the scholar, were propelled by a peculiar force toward their corresponding tiers. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. When you probe the knowledge of the abyss covets your knowledge. For reasons unknown, Jiang Chen was suddenly reminded of this warning. He finally comprehended the origin of the countless knowledge orbs surrounding him. They were the accumulated remnants of innumerable civilizations, ultimately having contributed to the very essence of the abyss in their quest for knowledge. Some might argue that one could avoid risk by only retrieving knowledge from the outermost layers, yet Jiang Chen had initially shared this sentiment. However, after savoring the taste of knowledge, he could no longer maintain such a viewpoint. When one can seize a shortcut to grasp knowledge that others may take a lifetime to comprehend, who could resist? No one. Eventually, one would be lured by greed, daring to venture into deeper realms, becoming ever more ensnared, with the only outcome resembling that of the scholar, his soul reduced to mere fragments, expelled as refused by the abyss. This is a grand scheme, a stratagem from the abyss. Once one steps foot within, it is only a matter of time before they are harvested. Do not be greedy. Do not be greedy. Jiang Chen repeatedly cautioned himself internally. This time, he would acquire the desired knowledge and depart, returning to hand over the book of the abyss to Leon, refraining from further use. Fearing his own inability to resist, he deemed it safest to entrust it to the more resolute Leon. Jiang Chen turned his gaze toward the nearby orange orb, extending his hand to merge with it. Incorporating orange orb. Acquired knowledge. The augmentation and upgrade of mechanical cult prosthetics. Rationality 6. Cradling his head, it took a considerable amount of time for him to extricate himself. The knowledge of the mechanical cult was not what he sought. On to the next. He reached for another orange orb. Acquired knowledge. 2 methods for locating the timeline during the Black Calamity. Rationality 6. Not this one either. This time, the process consumed even more time, and his magical energy was nearing 2/3 depletion. Establishing a perilous threshold for himself, he resolved to return before his magical energy fell below 1/3. Jiang Chen had one last opportunity. Rationality below 50. You have contracted the negative state, evil sage. Chapter 129. The small boat floating on the silver sea. Evil sage. Upon contracting this state, all futile emotions and moral concepts are cast aside, no longer influenced by any beautiful things. The self is rendered indifferent to personal danger. And in perception, only the ultimate goal remains, while everything else is deemed a burden. Prolonged exposure to this state may lead to a distortion of character. This was the legendary state sought after by countless scholars. For once infected, the brain operates at maximum capacity, bodily control reaches its zenith, thoughts are unimpeded by external influences. Operational prowess is heightened, and the success rate of experiments increases by 50%. However, under normal circumstances, the probability of contracting this condition is exceedingly low, merely 1 in 10,000. Yet, within the unique confines of the abyss, this likelihood escalates dramatically. Some scholars venture into the abyss not in pursuit of knowledge, but rather to become infected by the malevolent sage. This raises a perplexing question. Is the abyss intentionally designed to entice individuals to willingly become beasts of burden for the production of knowledge, only to harvest them once they have matured? In any case, Jiang Chen currently finds himself in this very predicament, his mind clearer than ever before, impervious to the addictive allure of the luminous orbs. Thus, he is now free to act without hesitation, excluding the influence of addiction, the remaining time and magical energy. Given a single orb, would suffice for him to act 13 times, but the strength of his soul can only sustain 5 actions before it begins to fracture. Within mere moments, he comprehended everything and calculated the time required to return and the magical energy needed, as well as the number of opportunities to act in between. As he reached this conclusion, his body instinctively moved, merged with the orange orb, acquired knowledge, the hypothesis on how to utilize distorted organs for mutual balance, thereby achieving a stable ascent. Rationality 6. Merged with the orange orb, acquired knowledge, observational log on the great existence number 02. Rationality 6. Merged with the orange orb, acquired knowledge, the divine ritual of the pillar of creation. Rationality 6. When the third orb melded into his being, Jiang Chen's hand, reaching for the next target, abruptly halted, for he had discovered the knowledge he sought. Without a moment's hesitation, his soul turned and soared towards the abyss's exit. With a current rationality of 36 points and 10 points of magical energy, he surged forward at full speed, mindful to evade the knowledge orbs along the way, ensuring his rationality did not dip below 10 points, lest it trigger the bond gem to withdraw him from the state of the malevolent sage. His mind raced, the luminous soul tracing a brilliant arc through the abyss as orbs of various hues flashed before his eyes. Rationality 5. Magical energy 1. Rationality 4. Magical energy 1. His return flight was swifter than his initial journey. Were it not for his current state as a malevolent sage, enhancing his reflexes, he would have collided with even more knowledge orbs. Finally, with only 2 points of magical energy remaining, as his soul transitioned from the green luminescence into the outermost layer of white, his rationality dipped below 10 points. The pink gem beneath his tongue instantaneously transformed into a unique energy, flooding into every limb and sinew of his soul. Rationality 50. Current rationality 59. The state of the malevolent sage had concluded, yet the path ahead appeared far less arduous, as the knowledge addiction from the white orbs could now be disregarded. With only 2 points of magical energy left, he could not afford to pause. This time, he did not even attempt to evade. He barreled through the white expanse. Merged with the white orb. Acquired knowledge, the care of succulent plants. Merged with the white orb. With a sudden burst, akin to piercing through the clouds, a soul radiating golden light erupted from the silver sea, creating ripples upon the surface. Magical energy 127. In his line of sight, the vortex he had entered earlier reappeared, though it now seemed poised to close at any moment. Without a moment's delay, Jiang Chen confirmed his direction and shot towards it. Just as he was about to enter the vortex, he caught a glimpse of a small boat floating atop the silver sea. Uncertain if he had imagined it, he etched this discovery into his memory. A golden soul. How rare it was to behold. As it turned out, Jiang Chen's eyes had not deceived him. After his departure, the white boat glided lazily across the silver surface. Alas, he had escaped. Yet the golden soul remained a mere whisper of a tale he had yet to collect. The boat housed 2 figures, or rather, soul forms. However, they differed from Jiang Chen, as they were clothed, indicating their ability to bring external objects into the abyss. The 2 souls sat at either end of the boat. One rowed while the other, holding a fishing rod, dangled it into the waters below. A golden soul. They are likely members of the church. Are you not afraid of offending them? Inquired the fisherman. As he spoke, he lifted his rod, revealing that the hook was fashioned from a white bone claw, and at its end dangled a blue orb. With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, the fisherman stowed the orb into a container strapped to his waist, which was already filled with various orbs of differing sizes and colors, predominantly white and green. The church? Should I fear them? Should they be able to catch me? Then perhaps we may talk, replied the rower. By the way, Mr. Huang, I am far more curious about your origins. The fisherman cast his line once more, his brow furrowing. He was displeased with the rower's inquisitive nature. Where I come from is not your concern. The rower closed his eyes to sense the surroundings, then suddenly laughed. It's a game, am I correct? Observing the fisherman's displeased expression, the rower decided against further teasing. Mr. Huang, do you recall how much time has passed since our meeting? That exit you opened has since closed. You have delayed me for so long. What is your true intent? Nothing much. Simply that if you wish to avoid perishing in the abyss, it would be prudent to relinquish all valuable items you possess. Perhaps if you please me, I might escort you out of here. His eyes gleamed with unmasked greed, fixated on the fishing rod held by the fisherman. The rod. capable of catching knowledge orbs in the outer layers of the abyss, had long been an object of his desire, an invaluable treasure in the outside world. His confidence stemmed from his perception that the other was merely a fledgling, recently transcended, and significantly weaker in soul strength. What do you find amusing? I find it amusing that you are on the brink of death and remain oblivious. Do take a look at your soul state. The rower cast a dubious glance at his soul form, remaining vigilant against a possible attack. Yet, the fisherman showed no intention of striking. Instead, upon seeing the current state of his own soul, he was gripped with fear. What have you done to me? Why is my soul fractured? You must be a member of the fools. You should never have read my memories. The system is not to be trifled with. In the disdainful gaze of the fisherman, the rower was as if erased from existence, as though he had never been there at all. A white artifact capable of pinpointing coordinates. How splendid. Chapter 130. The Divine Ritual of the Pillar of Creation. His body jolted upright, inhaling deeply as if he were a fish returned to water after being stranded on land. Beside him, Iris gently patted his back, helping him regain his breath. How long was I gone? Jiang Chen inquired, once he had steadied himself. A whole day? A day? Jiang Chen exclaimed in astonishment. He had only spent an hour in the abyss, yet an entire day had elapsed outside. It seemed the flow of time differed profoundly between the two realms. Current rationality, 23. Jiang Chen downed a vial of rationality-restoring potion to alleviate his discomfort. What about Leon? He is in the cockpit. After I awakened, the task of watching over you was entrusted to me, Iris replied, a slight pout on her lips. Clearly miffed that Jiang Chen's first question was about a man. Jiang Chen intended to hand over the Book of the Abyss to Leon for safekeeping. It was far too dangerous, and he feared becoming overly reliant on it, thus succumbing to the abyss once more. Noticing a hint of melancholy in Elise, Jiang Chen let out a resigned smile, promptly storing away the Book of the Abyss and reassuring her, Elise, it is largely thanks to the gem you provided that I was able to return, although it ultimately led to my withdrawal from the state of the malevolent sage. At that moment, my rationality was teetering on the brink. Had it not been for the bond gem pulling me back, I might have lost myself entirely due to the depletion of my sanity. Really? Elise's eyes sparkled with a rosy glow. And what do you feel about me now? She asked, her expression brimming with anticipation. What feeling? None at all. Well, if I must articulate a sentiment, I suppose I feel somewhat closer to you, Jiang Chen replied. Uncertain, he sensed that after utilizing the bond gem, the connection between him and Elise transcended that of an emperor and his attendant, intertwined by an invisible thread known as bond, albeit this feeling remained somewhat vague. If Elise's bat-like ears were visible at that moment, they would undoubtedly droop in disappointment. As she had calculated everything but the brilliance of her masteress form, the radiant body was immune to all curses, and love, in a certain sense, bore a resemblance to a curse. What a futile endeavor. Well, not entirely, at least the master returned. I still have plenty of opportunities, if all else fails. I shall resort to direct methods, she mused, her thighs tightening and her cheeks flushing. Jiang Chen instinctively distanced himself, sensing that Elise was concocting some mischievous scheme. He vividly recalled the last time she had tricked him into plummeting from a height of over 1,000 meters. The divine ceremony of the Pillar of Creation, Feast of Carnage, deducting life limits to exchange for substantial power amplification from the Pillar of Creation, while simultaneously commencing the Feast of Carnage. Each kill during the process grants corresponding amplifications. All amplifications dissipate post-ceremony. Use with caution. The details regarding the ceremony were firmly etched in Jiang Chen's mind, allowing him to initiate it at any moment. He believed this knowledge was particularly suited to him for two reasons. First, he possessed a talent called stability, meaning the deduction of life limits would not affect him, and he was curious if he could exploit a loophole. Secondly, unlike other malevolent deities, confronting the Pillar of Creation did not yield any amplifications nor adverse effects, unless a transaction was involved, marking a stark contrast to the cursed sovereign. This information was corroborated by another piece of knowledge he acquired from the observational logs of the Great Existence number 02. I need to rest for a bit. I entrust your safety to you both, Jiang Chen said, pressing his head, feeling an uncomfortable throbbing. He had absorbed too much knowledge, and his mind was in disarray. Yes, I shall ensure your safety, Elise assured him. As he reclined back onto the bed, he glanced at his attribute panel before closing his eyes, astonished to find his mental attribute experience had increased by nearly 10,000, anticipating that he would reach the next level in 2 or 3 days. It seemed his journey into the abyss had yielded additional rewards. With that thought, Jiang Chen succumbed to a deep slumber. Day 40 of the game. The daylight hours had once again diminished, and the temperature plummeted rapidly. The consequence was a swift rise in lumber prices, with everyone fretting that the temperature would continue to decline. Crackling sounds echoed as Jiang Chen casually tossed a slain willow beast into the firebox, rubbing his sleepy eyes and stifling a yawn. To his astonishment, he had slept for 2 whole days. During that time, the fuel chamber had long since consumed the remains of the willow beasts. The infinite train had not halted as it was fueled by Beelzebub's avatars. The poor little creature had been clamoring for food upon Jiang Chen's awakening, threatening to jump from the train otherwise. Yet, this sleep had been truly refreshing. The bloated sensation in his mind had dissipated, and he felt his intellect had significantly sharpened. One might say I am quite cultured now, wouldn't you agree? Today, we shall reach Waterfire Island, Leon declared. I am aware, Jiang Chen replied. In the interim, the old class leader had sought him several times, yet received no response. After replenishing the fuel chamber, Jiang Chen was summoned by Elise for a meal. Having gone 2 or 3 days without sustenance, he was indeed famished. The meat porridge revitalized him instantly. Ah, delightful, he exclaimed as he set down his bowl, which Elise promptly whisked away for cleaning. Jiang Chen opened the chat interface. Responding to messages from friends. Dragon Aotion. Brother, do you still have any willow whips? I have plenty of black bull-headed monsters here. Yes, how many do you need? Deep Blue. What about today's batch of venom? Is it depleted? It will be available shortly. Sea Emperor. I caught a batch of seafood. I can rent a shelf. Do you want to give it a try, brother? Is the seafood still available? Old class leader. If you're alive, contact me quickly. I'm alive, I'm alive. You finally responded. Where have you been these past 2 days? I ventured to a perilous place and returned to sleep for 2 days. Jiang Chen refrained from disclosing that he had been to the abyss, for it was too hazardous, and his mental attribute was too low to survive there. Is there something urgent, class leader? A few days ago, Nuan vanished without a trace. What? Jiang Chen shot up from his seat. That individual was a ticking time bomb. If she went missing, she could very well prepare a surprise for all players. Where is she now? She disappeared for a day, then returned. Jiang Chen sensed something amiss and promptly inquired, on which day did her disappearance and sudden reappearance occur? 3 days ago at noon. She reappeared the day before yesterday morning. This coincided with the time he had entered the abyss. Could it be related to him? After a lengthy discussion with the old class leader, they could not ascertain the cause. However, Jiang Chen learned from him that Nuan had yet to engage in any actions detrimental to players. On the contrary, she had provided substantial assistance during the last red disaster. Is that you, Nuan? Ah, you've discovered me, the old class leader replied. Chapter 131, Waterfire Island. Jiang Chen and the old class leader had established a codebook. Whenever Nuan was involved, the old class leader would invariably employ coded communication. This had been prearranged long ago. Therefore, when Nuan impersonated the old class leader without employing any secret phrases, Jiang Chen immediately sensed something was amiss. What he did not expect was that Nuan not only had the authority to monitor the chat channel, but could even forge IDs. Under Jiang Chen's discerning gaze, the old class leader and his friend list morphed back into Nuan, while the hidden old class leader reemerged. The authority of these troublesome entities. Jiang Chen's expression darkened. What troubled him further was that, armed with this intelligence, any player approaching him could potentially be an impersonation of Nuan, requiring him to expend considerable effort to discern the truth. What is your objective? Jiang Chen demanded, posing 2 questions, one regarding her current purpose, and the other concerning her ultimate goal. I have come solely to caution you. Do not approach the abyss. It is far more terrifying than you can imagine. Remaining within the game is your safest option, Nuan responded. Jiang Chen strained to analyze the hidden implications in her words. Firstly, Nuan was aware that he had encountered the abyss, but from where did she obtain this information? Could she possibly be surveilling him from a distance? Or was it the cursed sovereign? Secondly, her assertion that staying within the game was the safest option implied that there were individuals outside the game seeking to do him harm. Moreover, the phrase staying within the game was particularly worth pondering. It suggested that there would eventually be an end to universal game. Jiang Chen desired to continue the conversation, yet Nuan was acutely aware of his subtle tactics. Ultimately, she left him with a singular remark. Divine One, I harbor no conflict with you. You may freely instruct your friends to withdraw their unnecessary surveillance. Jiang Chen discerned her impatience. Should the surveillance persist, it was likely she would take action against the players. This matter warranted a mention to the old captain. Nuan ceased to respond, regardless of how persistently he messaged her. With a slight pout, Jiang Chen began to reach out to the authentic old captain. Jiang Chen, Captain, I have returned. Old captain, finally, you've responded. Where have you been these past few days? Jiang Chen, are you about to say that Nuan has vanished? How did you know? How could I not know? She disguised herself as you to toy with me. Moreover, one must question whether this old captain is also an impersonation. Zhang Weijian had taken considerable time to prove his identity, ensuring that the elder was thoroughly convinced. After a brief pause, the old captain sent a message. This intelligence shall remain between us. No one else must know. Jiang Chen fully concurred, as the seeds of suspicion had been sown, leading to a trust crisis akin to a calamity. This secret would rest upon their shoulders. In conclusion, he broached the subject of surveillance with the old captain, leaving him to deliberate whether to withdraw or not. Upon closing the chat interface, Jiang Chen felt an overwhelming fatigue. After a while, Leon reminded him they were nearing their destination. Adjusting his demeanor, he entered the cockpit and peered through the windshield at the external conditions. Thunder rumbled ominously as a flash of lightning illuminated the clouds. The closer he drew, the more frequent the thunderclaps became. Was this truly their destination? The sky loomed dark and foreboding. It was Jiang Chen's first encounter with such thick clouds after 40 days in the game. Furthermore, as he advanced, the darkness deepened, with not a single ray of sunlight penetrating through, as if night had arrived prematurely. Indeed, this is it, Leon affirmed. Suddenly, a sound akin to raindrops began to fall, as if a steam train had crossed some threshold. Initially, it was a mere drizzle, but it soon escalated into torrential downpours, with raindrops the size of beans hammering down. Jiang Chen wondered if all the rain withheld from the land of the deceased had converged here. He extended his hand to catch some. To his astonishment, it was warm. However, upon retracting it, he discovered the rainwater was entirely black, likely a mixture of ash suspended in the atmosphere and rainwater. He opened the weather log. Location, land of the deceased. Time, 1:48 p.m. Today's temperature, 29.36. Sunlight duration, 103 hours. Wind speed, level 6. Today's weather is clear, with localized torrential rain and conditions of high temperature and pressure. Travel is not advised. Having reviewed the weather conditions, Jiang Chen's curiosity regarding the forthcoming Firewater Island intensified. What sort of terrain could alter localized weather? It was noteworthy that no area on the 3 maps experienced a rise in temperature. Yet here, not only had the temperature remained elevated, it surpassed that of the pre-cooling period. Another lightning bolt slashed through the clouds, and Jiang Chen finally discerned something through the flash. Ahead, amidst the relentless downpour, a column of white smoke ascended into the sky, unimpeded by the rain. The source of the smoke resembled a flat-topped mountain, towering over 100 meters high. Yet it did not appear to be a naturally occurring formation. Jiang Chen was certain this was their destination. But wasn't it called Firewater Island? Water was present. Where was the fire? Where was the island? Brace yourself. We are about to ascend, Leon cautioned. Jiang Chen steadied himself. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the flickering lightning within the clouds, his lips quivering in apprehension. Is it wise to operate a train in such a storm? Are we not afraid of being struck by lightning? Fear not. It shall not strike us, Leon asserted confidently, yet Jiang Chen felt no reassurance. He was acutely aware of the materials comprising his train. A crackling bolt of lightning, thicker than a man, descended, nearly causing Jiang Chen to lose his composure. Yet it seemed to be drawn elsewhere, curving away towards a different target. Turning to observe, he saw a towering metallic column, hundreds of meters tall, struck by the lightning. Intricate patterns adorned its surface, and upon impact, the energy coursed down the engravings, its destination unknown. He spotted 3 more such columns from different angles, but the torrential rain obscured his view of anything further away. Leon, these metallic columns were intentionally placed by you, correct? Indeed. They are part of the long-term seal designed to contain that monarch-level monstrosity. Our sealing array is capable of harnessing energy from the lightning to sustain itself indefinitely. Before Leon could finish, a fierce roar interrupted their conversation, a sound imbued with fury, seemingly echoing from antiquity. The seal was indeed weakening, and the monarch-level creature was on the verge of breaking free. Upon hearing Leon's words, Jiang Chen's expression mirrored shock. What? Chapter 132, Monarch-level, Infernal Giant. Leon, you cannot be jesting with me, can you? Surely not. Jiang Chen desperately sought affirmation from Leon. However, the grave expression on Leon's face made it clear he was not joking. I return here every decade to repair the damaged array. But I noticed the seal was faltering during my last visit, and as I suspected, it has come to pass. To think that the monarch-level creature was on the brink of breaking its seal, Leon seemed all too aware of this. Then why did you bring me here? Jiang Chen inquired with a hint of resentment. He had never seen Leon so unreliable before. Because only you can mend the seal once more, Leon asserted decisively. Jiang Chen found himself at a loss for words, pointing at himself in disbelief. Me? When did I become so formidable? I was unaware. Yet he comprehended nothing about sealing. Noticing Jiang Chen's lack of confidence, Leon's gaze flickered. This fool had yet to realize his own uniqueness. He possessed a radiant form, bestowed by the goddess, akin to a divine emissary on earth, capable of compelling even the Pope to abdicate with a mere utterance. At that moment, I will direct you. You need only follow my lead. Relying on this fellow to repair the array is impossible. He merely needs to channel the abundant light energy within him. That will suffice. Jiang Chen exhaled in relief, but before he could revel in his good fortune, his vision pierced through the curtain of rain, revealing a magnificent figure before him. A towering, 50-meter-tall red giant loomed, exuding an overwhelming presence. Its fists alone dwarfed the front of the infinite train. Molten rock coursed through its exposed body, and its colossal head bore 2 massive horns. Rainwater struck its form, instantly evaporating into vapor. The white smoke Jiang Chen had previously observed was merely the result of this evaporation. The skeletal giant he had encountered before was but a mere child in comparison to this being, and this was merely the upper half of its form. Had it not been for the 6 golden chains binding every part of its body to 6 enormous metallic columns, preventing its movement, Jiang Chen would have turned to flee. Identification: Infernal Giant, Monarch level. Type: Elemental being, abyssal demon. Strength, agility, perception, dangerous commentary. Provoking it is tantamount to awakening a volcano. Nay, it is far more fearsome, for it has the capacity to conjure volcanoes at will, and those that erupt incessantly. Rationality 8. After ascending to the extraordinary, Jiang Chen once again beheld the ominous panel of the 3 question-marked monstrosity. At the moment of its revelation, he found himself questioning how Leon had managed to seal it away in the first place. Was such a feat within the realm of human capability? It was not until the infinite train entered a rainless zone that Jiang Chen had the opportunity to scrutinize the flat-topped mountain thoroughly. Yet, upon achieving a clear view, he was once more astounded. You have constructed an above-ground reservoir on flat terrain. The flat-topped mountain was not as Jiang Chen had initially presumed, a great mountain with its peak sheared off, but rather a reservoir, towering 100 meters high, built by the expeditionary force led by Leon on the plains. What he had perceived as a mountain was, in fact, its dam. When we encountered this monarch-level creature, it was in the midst of ascending to a higher tier. It was only after we interrupted it that we had the opportunity to inflict grievous injury and seal it away, Leon elucidated. The means of their sealing were remarkably rudimentary and crude. Are you not the fire demon giant? Very well, I shall construct a reservoir to submerge you within, employing a magical array to summon torrential rains, ensuring that the reservoir never runs dry and your injuries remain forever unhealed. The cold, rock-like lower half of the fire demon giant attested to the soundness of this strategy. However, the flaw lay in their initial design. They had not anticipated the durability of this seal. Their plan had been to seal it temporarily, awaiting the return of the expeditionary force to deal with it. But who would have thought they would never return, had it not been for Leon's continual repairs over the years? It is likely that the fire demon giant would have long since escaped. Listening to Leon expound upon the principles of sealing, Jiang Chen felt his worldview shatter. Was sealing not merely the implementation of a grand magical array to forcibly suppress? How had it devolved into the construction of a reservoir in your hands? Merely because magma cools upon contact with water and solidifies into rock. But that is physics. Are you not of the magical ilk? Why did you not simply slay it outright? Would that not have been more expedient? Jiang Chen voiced his bewilderment. Leon displayed a hint of resignation. Elemental beings are not so easily vanquished. None among us possess mastery over ice. Jiang Chen comprehended, akin to dealing with a snow woman. It is challenging to confront them without an opposing elemental force. Water is the rain from the heavens. Fire is the fire demon giant. And the island is the rock formed from cooled magma. Water, fire, island, everything is in place. No wonder the name is so casual. Now that the upper half of the fire demon giant has escaped its confinement, you cannot expect me to force it back down, can you? Assessing the size disparity between the two, Jiang Chen doubted his ability to do so. Look closely. This circular reservoir is vast, spanning hundreds of square kilometers, which is why Jiang Chen had initially failed to grasp its enormity. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the fire demon giant continuously spewing forth magma. Jiang Chen squinted. The magma was transforming into new magma demons. Though not as sizable, they had become the outstretched arms of the fire demon giant, intent on destroying the dam itself. Jiang Chen exclaimed in horror. Indeed, should the dam be breached and the water released, the fire demon giant would have an opportunity to heal, bringing it perilously close to regaining its strength. The fire demon giant had remained in a severely injured state since its ascension was interrupted. Otherwise, it would not have been ensnared by an ordinary reservoir for so long. In the distance, the fire demon giant seemed to have detected their unwelcome presence. Promptly turning its gaze toward Jiang Chen and his companions, its mouth agape. Ah no, a torrent of crimson magma cascaded directly toward them. Watch out. Jiang Chen drew his TNT shield, prepared to deflect the attack, but Leon intercepted him. No need. As the searing magma surged toward them, it was abruptly halted by a barrier when it descended less than 30 meters from Jiang Chen and the others. The magma slid down the transparent barrier and plunged into the water below, producing a flurry of bubbles. This was the safeguard we had established to prevent the fire demon giant from damaging the dam. But regrettably, 2 barriers had already been compromised. This was the final one. Should this last barrier fall to the small magma demons, they would be able to assault the dam itself, at which point the fire demon giant would be free. Jiang Chen had no desire to be pursued by a monarch-level creature across the terrain. Thus he had to avert such a scenario. What do you need me to do? There is a backup magical array below that requires your infusion of energy. This array was originally designed to suppress the fire demon giant. If we can restrain it for a while, the rainwater will extinguish the flames upon its body, submerging it once more. Chapter 133, Charging. Leon pointed toward the reservoir below. The magical array lay at the bottom. If Jiang Chen wished to energize the array, he would have to plunge into the depths. However, this reservoir was over 100 meters deep, and due to the cloud cover, not a single ray of light penetrated its depths. Why did you not situate the core externally? Would that not have been more convenient? The thought of descending into such immense water pressure made Jiang Chen's teeth ache. That array is passively triggered, only activating upon sensing the fire demon giant's escape. Leon glanced at the fire demon giant. noting the few chains that had been activated, and continued. However, too much time has elapsed, and the triggering mechanism has suffered considerable damage. It requires a fresh infusion of light energy. Very well, Jiang Chen conceded. Unable to argue further, the bullet Leon had fired centuries ago had struck true to his brow. If he must bear the blame, then so be it. One cannot allow the fire demon giant to truly escape. Remember to bring the church along. The power within you is insufficient for the array, while the church's strength is paramount. Finally, he understood why it was said that only he could repair the array. It was waiting for him all along. The church was something only he could carry down. Once the array activates, I will force the fire demon giant back beneath the water at that time. You must hurry out. Leon meticulously delineated the plan, assigning each individual their respective responsibilities. Jiang Chen and Iris would dive into the reservoir, while Leon intended to harness the power of the radiant skeleton to deliver a decisive blow to the fire demon giant. Well, he had also planned to borrow the resplendent holy armor for his descent, but it seemed that would no longer be possible. Leon required it for his own defense against the fire demon giant. Give me a few moments. I shall create a small device. Jiang Chen retrieved the ring of imagination, intending to craft an apparatus that would enable him to breathe underwater. With his current physical prowess, he could hold his breath for up to 10 minutes. Yet he deemed it unwise to descend to such depths without precaution. A safeguard was necessary. Identification, pink peach. Type, relic. Rarity, ordinary. Durability, 25/25. Wearing effect, contains 10 cubic meters of air. Once positioned correctly, it can be inhaled. Mana, 8. As white light flickered, a soft, fluffy bun materialized in Jiang Chen's hand, crowned with a pink cherry atop its white, smooth surface. Upon seeing what Jiang Chen held, Iris's cheeks rapidly flushed crimson, the color spreading to her neck. Though aware it was merely a model, she cast a furious glare at Jiang Chen. I merely wished to create an oxygen tank-like device. The ring of imagination has its own whims. Do you believe me? It was evident that Iris did not believe him, nor did Leon. After all, that drawing book still lay hidden with Iris. Forget it. No further explanations. Attempting to clarify will only worsen the situation. Thus, following the established plan, the infinite train No traversed above the reservoir, after which Eliza melded into Jiang Chen's body. Talent, Bloodbath initial embrace activated. Agility, 5, Perception, 3, Spirit, 6. Subsequently, Jiang Chen opened the door of the infinite train No and leapt down, plunging headlong into the steaming water's surface. How scorching! As soon as he entered the water, he was astonished by the temperature enveloping his body. It was shockingly high, around 60 to 70 degrees, enough to scald someone to a half-cooked state. Fortunately, Jiang Chen's current physique was far superior to before. This temperature barely felt like a hot bath. The water was exceedingly dark, rendering visibility nearly impossible. While the vampire's night vision was commendable, it proved ineffective in this murky abyss composed entirely of black water. Although he possessed an ability for echolocation, he dared not open his mouth at such a critical moment. Spider vision activated. Reluctantly, Jiang Chen expended mana to activate his spider vision. A monochromatic image materialized in his mind, allowing him to perceive the underwater surroundings even without opening his eyes. What are those? Within his spider vision, numerous humanoid entities radiating high temperatures were swiftly approaching from the depths. Are those fire imps? Can they truly navigate underwater? Jiang Chen was perplexed. Identification, volcanic stone man. Type, elemental creature. Strength, 10. Agility, 5. Perception, 6. Danger assessment. Another creature spawned by the fire giant. Do not be deceived by their seemingly clumsy demeanor. For when their searing fists strike your head, you shall think otherwise. This is troublesome, with so many stone men around. I hope the core of the magic array remains intact. Jiang Chen was not overly concerned about their numbers, although his strength was significantly diminished underwater. The same environment was not particularly advantageous for the stone men either, and they were likely even more suppressed than he was. Clutching the pink peach, Jiang Chen took a deep breath and began to dive, searching for the magic array's core based on the rough location provided by Leon. Suddenly, he sensed a colossal hand breaking through the water's surface, reaching down towards him. The surrounding water bubbled violently due to the intense heat. It was the hand of the fire giant. It had detected Jiang Chen lurking at the bottom, and now, it was reaching directly for him. Fearful of being seized, Jiang Chen unfurled the wings of his mantis armor and swam away with all his might. He narrowly evaded the grasp. The speed at which this behemoth moved was astonishing. Only through close proximity could one truly appreciate the fire giant's enormity. Its seemingly clumsy motions were, in fact, swifter than a high-speed train. Boom, boom. The surface of the water erupted with explosive sounds, accompanied by the roars of the fire giant. Jiang Chen understood that Leon was buying him time, diverting the attention of the fire giant. Ignoring the immense pressure of descending, Jiang Chen searched with renewed vigor beneath the water. After 5 minutes, he discovered a broken stone pillar. This was one of the charging devices Leon had mentioned, but alas, it was already damaged. Jiang Chen refused to give up, for Leon had assured him that there were many such pillars, and as long as one remained intact, it could be recharged. He continued to search along the traces. 3 minutes later, after finding several more broken pillars, he finally stumbled upon a complete one. Since he had found it, it was time to construct the cathedral. A golden radiance pierced through the depths, attracting the attention of all the stone men. The construction of the cathedral would require 1 minute, and during that minute, he must prevent the stone men from approaching. It seemed the fire giant had sensed the unwelcome presence, and under its command, the stone men launched a fierce assault on the cathedral under construction. It was nearly impossible to exert force underwater. Jiang Chen wielded the sinful bone cutter in one hand, cleaving through the advancing stone men. This equipment was most effective against creatures with hard bodies. However, their numbers were overwhelming, and Jiang Chen's speed underwater had greatly diminished, making it difficult to fend them off. Fortunately, the cathedral was completed swiftly, but a new problem arose. The intact stone pillar stood within the holy light life pool, frantically siphoning energy, and this process required time. In other words, Jiang Chen still needed to guard it, ensuring the newly constructed cathedral remained undamaged by the stone men. Damn it, do they intend to force me to waste resources? Chapter 134. The resounding strike to repel the monarch. Jiang Chen had no choice but to construct defensive fortifications at the bottom, tossing stone materials from his backpack to build a robust wall around the cathedral. It was fortunate that the stone men could not swim. Otherwise, this stone wall would have proven insufficient. Utilizing this wall, Jiang Chen slaughtered wave after wave of stone men, their lifeless bodies fortifying the barrier further. However, the sinful bone cutter indeed despised creatures devoid of flesh. The power experience gained from slaying a stone man was negligible, akin to that from a skeletal warrior. One must remember, these stone men were no weaker than typical monsters. He resolved to use the next intermediate enhancement stone on the sinful bone cutter, wondering what abilities it might bestow. Jiang Chen hoped that both physique and agility could share the experience gained from the sinful bone cutter, or at the very least, that the ratio of strength experience gained could be improved. Half an hour later, the energy absorption concluded, the pillar radiating a brilliant sheen, resembling that of jade. Jiang Chen glanced wistfully at the holy light life pool. Having absorbed so much energy, it would likely not produce holy water for at least a month. Daily income, 64,000 boom. 1,800-meter tall metallic pillars erupted from the inky depths, and golden chains appeared, binding the fire giant more securely. I must hurry back, otherwise, if Leon manages to force the fire giant back into the water, it would be disastrous. After spending so much time underwater, his mana was nearly depleted, but fortunately, the fire giant was on the verge of being subdued. Dismantling the cathedral, he was unconcerned about decompression sickness as Jiang Chen swiftly ascended. Just as he broke the surface, he beheld the fire giant ensnared by 24 resplendent metallic pillars, now unable to spew forth magma. Its power was effectively suppressed. This was favorable. It afforded time for the barrier to self-repair, and then he could confine it for another 100 or 80 years, at which point it would surely fall from grace, and he would no longer need to fear it. All of this was relayed to him by Leon, who explained that this fire giant had been injured for far too long. Its prolonged strength was the only reason it had yet to fall from its tier. However, this time, it had squandered so much remaining power creating fire imps and stone men, which not only failed to aid its escape, but also exacerbated its injuries. Undoubtedly, the fire giant would no longer have an opportunity to rise again. Jiang Chen, return quickly. Leon's voice resonated from the infinite train-no. Jiang Chen hastily shook off the filthy water clinging to him and unfurled his bat-like wings, soaring towards the infinite train-no. At that moment, Leon stood at the front of the train, wielding the judgment spear, which radiated a dazzling light. Identification, judgment spear. Type, treasure. Rank, master. Durability, 270,000, 270,000, self-repairing. Equipping effect, automatically master master-level spear techniques, inflicting an additional 100 damage to all evil beings. For every unit of light infused, personal defense attributes increase by 1. Usage conditions, strength 14, possess a just heart, possess a heart of light. Not long ago, Jiang Chen had upgraded Leon's judgment spear. It has been previously stated that Jiang Chen is a pragmatist. He would never hesitate to enhance his teammate's strength. Were it not for the fact that Elise was a living relic herself, rendering other artifacts ineffective, he would have undoubtedly equipped her as well. The upgraded judgment spear is an impeccable match for Leon, and this is precisely why the judgment spear has always been regarded as Leon's exclusive weapon. Originally an epic quality item, it had merely dropped 2 tiers, thus Leon was already well aware of the capabilities the spear would possess post-upgrade. Extraordinary Path, Paladin. Ability 2, with me, binds all soldiers of the light attribute under my command. In glory or in ruin, their fates are intertwined. It allows the gathering of the strength of all light attribute soldiers to unleash a devastating strike. The more light attribute soldiers, the greater the power. Leon's greatest concern was that if his power became too overwhelming, his body would be the first to falter. Now, however, this worry has been alleviated, as the judgment spear compensates for this flaw. Where are the troops? Leon bellowed. For the Emperor. Inside the infinite train, 5,000 radiant skeletons responded in unison. Follow me to vanquish our foes. Heretics, cleanse them. The infinite train glowed, or rather, it was the radiant skeletons offering their golden spiritual fire. Countless forces of light converged upon Leon, with 40 infused into the judgment spear and the remaining 60 absorbed by him. Name Leon. Class, Undead. Extraordinary Path, Paladin. Strength, 38, 18. Domination 3, with me 15. Radiant Holy Armor 2. Constitution, 37, 26. Judgment Spear 11. Agility, 22. Perception, 16. Spirit, 21. Should Jiang Chen have opened Leon's attribute panel at this moment, he would undoubtedly be left astounded by these figures. Could this even slay a monarch-level foe? Crack. The judgment spear emitted a groan under the immense strain, and Leon knew he could no longer wait. Absorbing such a vast amount of light attributes all at once was something he had never attempted even in life. A roar escaped him, seemingly sensed as a threat, as the flame demon giant abruptly directed its gaze towards the infinite train, at the man wielding the divine spear, exuding an aura of danger. Yet, the flame demon giant was bound tightly by 24 chains, immobile and helplessly watching as peril approached ever closer. Devastating Strike. Light's Guardian. Two formidable abilities stacked upon one another, causing even Leon's body, now enhanced with 20 times defense, to creak ominously. The horror of this impending strike was beyond imagination. Fear finally dawned upon the flame demon giant, as it realized it could very well be knocked down a tier by this blow. It began to struggle fiercely, attempting to evade the devastating strike. Alas, the reason it was called a devastating strike was that once you beheld it, evasion was no longer an option. Amidst Jiang Chen's envious expression, Leon soared like a meteor, trailing a golden arc as he collided head-on with the massive, bull-like head of the flame demon giant. Boom! The head of the flame demon giant exploded, akin to a watermelon bursting. Lava rained down like confetti, the scene reminiscent of a volcanic eruption. Jiang Chen hastily sought refuge in the infinite train to escape the deluge, kicking aside the hapless Xiaobai, who was recklessly steering the vehicle, to search for Leon's figure. Following the detonation of the flame demon giant's head, its body temporarily lost all strength, dragged down by the 24 magical pillars into the depths. TSK, it remains alive. Its vitality is truly resilient. A glance at the score revealed no significant increase, indicating the flame demon giant had yet to meet its demise. Chapter 135, The Ashen Volcano. The rain ceased, and the sky cleared. The thick cloud cover vanished, leaving the heavens pristine as though washed by hand. Jiang Chen piloted the infinite train through the sky, gazing up at the rare, exquisite scenery. Indeed, the summoning array that attracted the rain must only operate intermittently, otherwise, this place would have long been submerged. Leon was discovered in a corner of the reservoir. The body he had painstakingly manifested was now tattered, exposing the skeletal structure beneath. His chest was torn open, devoid of any organs save for a heart the size of a watermelon, which continued to beat. The radiant holy armor was in tatters, and even the judgment spear was reduced to just the spearhead, which he clutched in his hand. You may have had your fun, but now I must go through the trouble of remaking a batch of radiant skeletons, Jiang Chen quipped, unable to discern whether he felt joy or bitterness. The joy stemmed from Leon's full-force emergence, which granted him the strength to contend with monarchs, albeit only capable of delivering a single strike. Nonetheless, it was a remarkable feat. The bitterness arose from the realization that his radiant skeletons had become expendable, requiring 1 or 2 days each time to recreate. Thankfully, the skeletal frames remained aboard the train. Otherwise, it would have meant yet another loss. After retrieving Leon, only 4 capable beings remained aboard the train: himself, Elise, Xiaobai, and the engineer. This location was no longer safe. The ruckus had been too great, and he feared attracting other formidable entities. With the task of reinforcing the seal accomplished, leaving behind a modest abode, and confirming that the flame demon giant was incapacitated, Jiang Chen piloted the infinite train without a backward glance towards the next supply point, the Ashen Volcano. However, after Jiang Chen and his companions departed, an unexpected visitor appeared atop the reservoir's dam. A spiraling portal materialized, and a robed lich gazed malevolently at the dam. Once, they had no desire to release this monarch, but now, haha. Jiang Chen had initially thought it would take days to reach the Ashen Volcano, but to his surprise, the steam train only needed half a day's travel to encounter the active volcano, reeking of sulfur. Black smoke billowed skyward, seemingly on the verge of eruption. This place was, the flame demon giant's lair. It was here that we first collided with the flame demon giant during its promotion ceremony. Leon struggled to prop himself up. His flesh had yet to recover, and half of his face remained exposed. The army fought while hastily pursuing, eventually driving the injured flame demon giant from its lair. However, during its years of imprisonment, the flame demon giant had not ceased its efforts to activate the volcano, thus it remained in a state of activity. Before he could rise, Jiang Chen pressed him back down. Rest and recuperate until you are fully healed. Leon's rapid recovery was aided by Jiang Chen having made a small incision in his heart, filling it with nutrients. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen would not allow him to act recklessly. What if he could not recover to his former level of strength? Who would ensure his safety afterward? By this time, night had fallen, with only the distant volcano occasionally glowing a bright red. Jiang Chen had newly crafted 800 radiant skeletons and planned to maneuver the infinite train to a safe distance, leaving Beelzebub to guard it while he ventured with Elise and 500 skeletons to mine for Emberstone. Acquiring a sufficient quantity of Emberstone would enable the infinite train to ascend to the next level, unlocking additional functions, making this endeavor particularly significant. He circled the volcano and the train, finding nothing unusually alarming, yet he remained vigilant nonetheless. Beelzebub, on the other hand, was nearly overwhelmed by the intense heat below, anxiously urging Jiang Chen to depart. At this rate, I'm going to become a piece of roasted meat. Acquiescing to Beelzebub's plea, Jiang Chen found a spot neither too close nor too far, halting the train and instructing Beelzebub to keep a vigilant watch over it, ensuring no monsters could wreak havoc. Then, he lit an oil lamp, selected a barely navigable route, and led the 500 radiant skeletons up the perilous active volcano. A lone scouting skeleton inadvertently stepped onto still warm lava, only to be catapulted into the air by the noxious, hot vapors erupting from below. However, being a splendid skeleton fortified by Jiang Chen, this minor peril posed little threat to its resilience. With a mere shake of its bony frame, it righted itself once more. Elise, do you have any knowledge of where we might find the Emberstone? Jiang Chen inquired, his visage concealed by a gas mask. The landscape was awash with glowing magma, alleviating any concerns he had about his oil lamp failing to illuminate the surroundings. Yet after an exhaustive search, the elusive Emberstone remained undiscovered. I am uncertain, Elise replied. Her origins as a vampire, leaving her knowledge of the world largely derived from adventurous literature, thus rendering her unfamiliar with the particulars of volcanic terrains. Very well. Undeterred by the lack of an answer, Jiang Chen pressed onward, hoping for a revelation along the path ahead. Suddenly, a hiss echoed, alerting them to imminent danger. With heightened perceptive abilities, Elise had already discerned the source. Pointing delicately with her hand, Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon a fiery creature concealed within the crevices of the rocks. It resembled a serpent, though its exact length was indeterminate. However, its triangular head, the size of a fist, indicated a formidable size. Identification: fire serpent. Classification: elemental creature. Strength: 4, agility: 11, perception: 8, danger rating: a unique creature thriving in high-temperature environments, adept at ambush, as cunning as its serpentine relatives. Lacks conventional toxins, yet its fiery breath can inflict fire poison, exceedingly difficult to cleanse, known to consume Emberstone to amplify its fire elemental attacks. Upon reading the final line of the system's appraisal, Jiang Chen understood that allowing this creature to escape was not an option. While he could not guarantee that slaying it would yield Emberstone, he resolved to eliminate it regardless, trusting that the subsequent course of action would reveal itself. As a radiant skeleton traversed the rock fissure where the fire serpent lurked, it refrained from launching an attack. Ah, it seems you have set your sights on me. Fear not, for I have set my sights on you as well. Initially, he contemplated drawing his revolver to deliver a swift strike, but the concern of destroying any potential Emberstone within the creature's form led him to reconsider. He conveyed his intentions telepathically to the radiant skeleton nearest the fissure. You, go and eliminate it. Thankfully, his minions possessed a simplistic intelligence, obediently following orders without hesitation, unlike some who profess loyalty yet falter at the slightest request. Upon hearing the approach of the skeleton, the fire serpent recognized its discovery and ceased its concealment, darting from the crevice to seek escape. Jiang Chen, however, had already positioned his remaining radiant skeletons to block its retreat. Faced with no avenues for escape, the fire serpent emitted a menacing hiss, warning the skeletal sentinels to maintain their distance. Yet the radiant skeletons remained steadfast, executing their orders without a hint of fear. As the encirclement tightened, with no escape in sight, the fire serpent unleashed its signature technique, a torrent of flames. Its upper body coiled like a striking cobra, fiery patterns spreading from its belly upward. In an instant, a 5-meter-long flame tongue engulfed 3 to 5 radiant skeletons. Based on prior encounters, Jiang Chen knew that flesh-and-blood creatures would suffer immensely from this fire. However, the fire serpent seemed oblivious to the fact that skeletons were impervious to flames, particularly those reinforced thrice by Jiang Chen. Chapter 136, The Fierce Battle on the Volcano. With the flames surging forth, the foremost radiant skeleton swung its sword, catching the fire serpent off guard and severing half of its tail, leaving it writhing on the ground. The remaining 2/3 of its body, enduring excruciating pain, fled toward the gap where Jiang Chen stood, like a blazing inferno in its desperation. Fire serpent, how reckless you are! Jiang Chen chuckled in disbelief, finding himself regarded as an easy target by the creature. Nonetheless, he seized the opportunity for experience. It would be foolish to let it slip away. Grasping the sinister bone cutter, requiring a strength of 10 to wield, he hefted it with one hand. Though the fire serpent's agility of 11 was commendable, it could not match the swiftness of Jiang Chen's blade. With a swift motion, he cleaved the fiery serpent's head from its body, leaving it to twitch on the ground. Unaware of its demise, one of the skeletons approached, only to find itself bitten by the now lifeless creature, though its jaws were long since rendered incapable of movement. Experience gained, for strength. While this experience was lesser than that gained from aberrant beings, it surpassed that of the undead. Collecting the carcass, a radiant skeleton approached Jiang Chen, offering it with a semblance of reverence. For the emperor, Jiang Chen could not suppress a smile as he retrieved a dagger and proceeded to eviscerate the fire serpent's remains. Treasure. His eyes gleamed with excitement. As the dagger sliced through, it struck something hard, and upon prying it free, he unearthed a fire-red stone, resembling freshly ignited coal. Holding it in his palm, he noted it was not as hot as he had anticipated, though it was sufficiently warm to cook an egg. Emberstone can be used to construct an environment conducive to fire magic learning, serve as a spell-casting material, or facilitate building upgrades. Indeed, it was Emberstone. Since it was not a product of the fire serpent, it stood to reason that these creatures likely knew where to find more. He commanded the radiant skeletons to create a disturbance upon encountering any more fire serpents, so that even in the absence of discovering Emberstone deposits, they could extract it from the serpent's remains. 500 skeletons promptly dispersed, leaving only Elise by his side. Strange, I possess coordinates. Yet why are no monsters attacking me here? In other locales, lingering for such an extended period would have surely resulted in being surrounded by a tide of monsters. Although he had been the primary target of the recent fire serpent's ambush, Jiang Chen speculated that it was merely the effect of the 200 malice points augmenting his presence. Could it be that this area possessed a means of concealing his coordinates? Or perhaps some extraordinary treasure? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a surge of excitement ignited within him. If such a treasure existed, it would resolve his most pressing dilemma. From his pocket, he retrieved a monocle and affixed it to his right eye. Golden eye can sense high-value resources within a 20-mile radius, usable once daily. Instantly, an orange appeared in his field of vision. Indeed, there was something. Without further ado, Jiang Chen gathered his radiant skeletons and hastened toward the coordinates of the orange light. The path through the night was treacherous, particularly along the lava-strewn volcanic terrain. Though the light appeared close, in reality, Jiang Chen had to navigate a labyrinthine route to approach the target. It was not until the early hours of the morning that he reached the vicinity indicated by the golden eye, having slain several fire serpents along the way, yet encountering no other monsters. The probability of extracting Emberstone from the fire serpents was less than 50%. After such a duration, he had only collected 8 stones. Hiss! Upon entering a sunken valley, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped him from all directions. Fist-sized serpent heads emerged from the bubble-laden basalt, a veritable swarm he could not quantify. The collective hissing of their tongues issued a foreboding warning, the cacophony sending shivers down his spine. It appeared an ensuing bloodbath was inevitable. Drawing the sinister bone cutter, Jiang Chen refused to retreat in the face of the fire serpent's menace. Elise materialized behind him, clutching her golden short sword, prepared to support him against the imminent foes. 46 fully armed skeleton guards flanked Jiang Chen, while the remaining radiant skeletons continued their advance under his command. Hiss! The warnings from the fire serpents grew increasingly frequent, yet Jiang Chen remained undeterred. He would not relent until he obtained what he desired. With a sudden burst of energy, the fire serpents, no longer content with mere threats, unleashed their fury. They extricated more of their bodies from the basalt bubbles, launching an array of fireballs from their mouths. Jiang Chen, along with his skeletal minions, was instantly engulfed in a sea of flames. By the heavens, they possessed such an ability? He mused, recalling the fire serpent's previous ranged attacks, which had only projected fire tongues up to 5 meters. However, their current position was a daunting 20 meters from the nearest rock wall. Yet they could still strike him. It seemed the fire serpents had mastered the art of leveraging height to extend the range of their fireball assaults to an impressive 20 to 30 meters. Before the fireballs descended upon him, Jiang Chen swiftly pulled Elise to his side and raised the TNT shield above his head. The scorching fireballs struck like torrential rain upon a canopy, and the eyes of the lion-headed skeleton began to gleam, a signal that its power was nearing its zenith. Beneath the onslaught of fireballs, the radiant skeletons, though charred, remained undeterred. They brandished their weapons, rallying for the emperor and declaring the eradication of heresy as they fought valiantly. The flames had little effect on them, forcing the fire serpents to engage in close combat. Yet the radiant skeletons wielded their swords with lethal precision, dispatching several fire serpents with swift and decisive strikes. However, the skeletons were not without casualties, as some of the fully ablaze fire serpents posed a significant threat. This cannot continue, Jiang Chen thought, tilting his shield to assess the fire serpent archers above. These were the true menace. The radiant skeletons struggled to reach them, and if they continued to be bombarded by fireballs, their bones would eventually succumb. Retreat, he commanded, offering no explanation. The skeletons, loyal and obedient, complied without question. leaving a battlefield strewn with the remains of fire serpents and a few skeletons whose bones had been charred beyond recognition. Jiang Chen and his forces withdrew. Upon reaching the valley's mouth, he halted, for there were no enemies behind, and he no longer had to fear falling rocks. With a decisive wave of his hand, 10 ominous cannons emerged, gleaming with a dangerous sheen. You enjoy launching fireballs? Then let us engage in a duel. The psychic cannons boasted a range of 150 meters, far surpassing the fire serpent's capabilities. The cacophony of cannon fire erupted as the radiant skeletons retaliated against the walls of the valley, repaying the fire serpents for their previous assaults. The roles had now reversed. The shells struck the rocky walls, sending fragments cascading down, mingled with bits of flesh. What once shielded the fire serpents was now their tomb. Jiang Chen watched with satisfaction. It was not that he had denied them an opportunity. They simply had failed to seize it. The fire serpents, if they considered the opportunity to engage in a standoff against his 150-meter cannons with their 30-meter range, were truly underestimating their own capabilities. Jiang Chen was resolute. He would obliterate this den of serpents. The cannon fire raged on for a full half hour, during which the serpents attempted to break free but were met with fierce resistance at the valley's entrance, leaving behind a pile of corpses. As for climbing the walls to bypass the onslaught, one fire serpent had tested that theory, only to be swiftly dispatched upon revealing itself. Surely it must be nearly over? Jiang Chen pondered, surveying the valley now in disarray, filled with fallen rocks. Even if a few fire serpents managed to sneak through, they would pose no significant threat. Just as he considered ceasing the bombardment, the volcano atop the mountain suddenly erupted, spewing forth a torrent of lava. Damn it, why now? He exclaimed in frustration. After finally eradicating all the fire serpents, he had intended to seek out the unknown treasures, only to be met with this calamity. Surprisingly, the lava flowed in this direction, defying the topographical logic that dictated otherwise, as if it possessed a will of its own. While his radiant skeletons could withstand the fire serpent's flames, they could not endure prolonged exposure to the lava, nor could he. Thus, he had no choice but to lead his team downward. If they were encircled by lava, unless he and Elise could soar into the skies, their fate would be grim. As he turned, an anomaly emerged in the valley where the rubble lay. A colossal creature thrust upward, revealing its immense head, the scalding heat radiating from its scales threatening to reforge the surrounding stones into magma. Upon sighting the serpent's head, Jiang Chen gasped in astonishment. Had he not known that his infinite train was stationed below, he might have believed Beelzebub had clad it in skin for a grand entrance. The serpent's head alone towered over a story. Identification: Fire Serpent Lord, Lord level. Category: Elemental creature. Strength: 30. Agility: 25. Perception: 26. Danger assessment: as you can see, this is an oversized spicy strip. Should you wish to engage in a close-quarter duel with it, congratulations, you'll save on coffin expenses, for you'll be incinerated before you know it. A wave of dread washed over Jiang Chen. The Fire Serpent Lord had been slumbering at the valley's bottom, implying that he had likely trodden upon its body earlier, had it chosen that moment to ambush him. The Fire Serpent Lord, however, did not focus on Jiang Chen and his radiant army. Instead, it issued a warning towards the encroaching lava. Countless fire serpents in the distant mountain crevices responded to the summons, hastening their approach. Was it possible that something formidable lay hidden within the magma? Observing the Fire Serpent Lord's apprehensive stance, Jiang Chen's mind raced as he descended the mountain. Before long, the semi-liquid lava began to coalesce, transforming into a towering magma giant, standing over 20 meters high. A lava giant? No, it's much smaller than that, Jiang Chen gasped, nearly mistaking it for a fiery demon that had escaped its seal. Identification: Lava Giant, Lord level. Category: Elemental creature. Strength: 27. Agility: 20. Perception: 19. Danger assessment: a creature dwelling within volcanoes, composed entirely of lava, exceedingly difficult to kill. After a great battle, ensure it does not return to the volcano, or it will instantly recover from its injuries using the magma. Compared to the fire serpents, which still possessed some flesh, the lava giant was evidently a more formidable opponent. Yet, upon examining their attributes, the Fire Serpent Lord displayed slightly superior stats. The two colossal entities soon clashed. Their respective forces of fire serpents and lesser magma demons engaged in a fierce struggle, neither side willing to yield. The volcano erupted with increased ferocity. The Fire Serpent Lord, having gained the upper hand, battered the lava giant's incomplete form, yet the latter continually regenerated through the flowing lava, rendering the Fire Serpent Lord's efforts futile. This battle was beyond Jiang Chen's capacity to intervene. Merely approaching the two infernos would leave him charred to cinders. Opting for caution, he chose not to engage, leading his skeletons down the mountain, effortlessly cleaving through any unwitting fire serpents that dared to obstruct their path. By the time they reached the foot of the mountain, the flame stone had miraculously coalesced. The time was 3:24 a.m., and dawn was merely 3 hours away. Jiang Chen recounted the events to Leon, listening intently to the sounds of the fierce battle between the two lords atop the mountain, seeking his counsel. The Lord of the Flames was on the verge of ascending to the rank of a monarch. After hearing this, Leon provided Jiang Chen with a startling revelation. The imminent ascension of the Lord of the Flames was being thwarted by the magma giant that shared its territory, hence the fierce confrontation. This location was indeed peculiar. Having hosted a monarch once, it was astonishing that another could emerge after several centuries. Could there be some extraordinary treasure hidden below? Both Leon and Jiang Chen were intrigued by the orange light they had observed. However, concerned that the hint from the golden right eye might indicate a vein of flame stones, Jiang Chen retrieved it once more, preparing to examine it again. Now that it was the following day, the abilities of the golden right eye had refreshed. This time, the golden right eye still revealed the orange light. With the location unchanged, but intriguingly, the light was in motion, connecting this to the imminent ascension of the Lord of the Flames. Jiang Chen entertained a bold notion. The object he sought was nestled within the belly of the Lord of the Flames. Consequently, they would need to assist the magma giant in vanquishing the Lord of the Flames. Otherwise, they would be unable to dissect its belly. Yet, caution was paramount, as the magma giant might covet that very treasure. What a predicament! Jiang Chen's brows knitted together in frustration. Both the Lord of the Flames and the magma giant were elemental beings, and without corresponding countermeasures, vanquishing them would prove exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the surrounding environment favored them immensely, rendering Jiang Chen and his companions somewhat impotent in this volcanic milieu. A strategy to counter them was imperative. Jiang Chen racked his brain, recalling all the information he had encountered regarding water or ice. Finally, a vision of a unique structure flickered in his memory, the dreamlike ice factory. He had seen it during the initial days of the game in the regional chat. He wondered if that player was still alive. Opening the chat interface, he resolved to seek assistance from his old squad leader. Remarkably, he succeeded in locating information. The squad leader informed him, that individual is not a member of the Alliance, and the original owner of the ice factory has passed. The heir is his teammate. The condition for assistance is the provision of an ice element heart to upgrade the structure to level 3. Jiang Chen responded, "Thank you for your help." The information relayed indicated that the resources produced by the ice factory were precisely what he desired, and the Alliance would cover the cost of the ice element heart, alleviating Jiang Chen's concerns. Thus, it was time to upgrade his level 3 train. Glancing up at the battlefield on the mountain, Jiang Chen felt no urgency. It would be splendid if he arrived to find both parties mutually annihilated. Chapter 138, The Train Sonar. Identification, Special Structure, Infinite Train No, Level 3 Structure. 1. By inputting items containing energy such as bone coins, corpse oil, monster bodies, and special materials into the synthesis platform, the Infinite Train No can be activated. The more fuel, the greater the pulling force and speed of the train, fuel combustion efficiency. 20. 2. Any structure connected to the Infinite Train No will transform into a carriage. The more carriages, the slower the Infinite Train No will progress. The functionality of special buildings is unaffected upon transformation into carriages. Maximum speed, 170 km per hour. In the absence of carriages, average speed, 85 km per hour. Speed decreases by 4 km per hour for each additional carriage. Durability, 1. 250,000. Special building facilities, firebox, crushing horn, durability, 90,000. Blank special facility slots, 2. The Infinite Train No will produce a tremendous noise when activated, with a high probability of attracting nearby monsters. Materials needed for the next upgrade, 50,000 iron blocks, 100,000 stones, 120,000 wood, 300 flame stones, 1,000 bone coins, 1 primary mechanical core. Players, please note, as this structure is special, it lacks concealment effects. Please remain vigilant at all times. Ordinary huts transformed into carriages are similarly devoid of concealment effects. The upgraded Infinite Train No exuded a stronger industrial aura, and its imposing locomotive appeared even more formidable. Jiang Chen was exceedingly pleased, particularly with the substantial increase in speed following the upgrade. Additionally, the size of the carriages had also expanded. The previously limited capacity of 200 passengers now comfortably accommodated 400, and with a bit of crowding, even 500 could be accommodated without issue. The glorious skeleton sings a song of liberation. No longer must we cling to the train. Following protocol, he entered the train's interior to locate the 2 newly available blank slots. By inputting 200 iron blocks, 20,000 bone coins, and 20 amplification stones, a special building upgrade can be constructed, the Thunderous Whistle. Thunderous Whistle. Sounding the whistle can induce a daze effect on nearby monsters lasting 0.1 to 3 seconds. The stronger the monster, the less pronounced the daze effect. The pressure in the chimney accumulates every 10 minutes. The area control capability was precisely what Jiang Chen had been lacking, arriving at the perfect moment. He was thoroughly satisfied with the Thunderous Whistle's effect. As for the special material, amplification stones, they were readily available within the Alliance. By inputting 50 iron blocks, 100,000 bone coins, 10 amplification stones, 10 echo stones, and 10 display crystals, a special building facility can be constructed, the Train-Borne Sonar. Train-Borne Sonar. scans every 15 seconds, displaying the location of all monsters within a 16-kilometer radius. Energy consumed by the train-borne sonar comes from the heat energy converted by the firebox. A sonar system. Leon and Eliza were drawn by Jiang Chen's exclamation, their gazes converging upon him. Jiang Chen was overwhelmed with excitement. It was indeed a sonar. He had long coveted Out Yin's astrological pavilion, and now his wish had been fulfilled. With this device, he no longer needed to fear being ambushed or obstructed by monsters while driving. He could continuously monitor the surrounding monster situation. He could even exploit it to catch the monsters off guard. While it might not provide real-time monitoring like Out Yin's crystal ball with 8K resolution, Jiang Chen was more than content. He needed to procure display crystals swiftly. He must create the train-borne sonar today, without regard for the early hour. He immediately sent a message to the Dragon Group, the most likely source for obtaining display crystals. Meanwhile, in the Zone 08, the Misty Forest, a team of 500 was encamped in a certain area. This team had likely sustained the fewest losses during this great migration, thanks to Out Yin's presence. Any dangers were detected in advance, allowing them to circumvent even formidable lords. Out Yin himself had been elected as the captain of this team, supported by nearly all players. Life was indeed splendid. However, he alone knew the hardships of being the captain. During the day, they had to travel, and at night, he had to awaken every 20 minutes to check for any approaching monsters. The crystal ball of the astrological pavilion could only be utilized by him. His sleep quality had since plummeted, akin to a mother who had just given birth. Captain, wake up. Huh, has it been 20 minutes already? He glanced at his watch, noticing there were still 5 minutes until the next check, and irritation surged within him. Old Ma, if you don't provide me with a reasonable explanation, don't blame me for showing you what waking up rage truly means. Jiang Chen is looking for you. Oh. Upon hearing that Jiang Chen was in need, Out Yin's anger dissipated instantly, even though it had initially been an excuse to vent. Lord Jiang Chen, what brings you to me? I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to fulfill your requests. The obsequious demeanor elicited eye rolls from a nearby junior, much to the amusement of Out Yin, who happened to witness the scene. Get lost. I am not doing this for you, but rather to secure a master-level equipment for the guild. It is certainly not out of personal greed, absolutely not. Out Yin added to himself in silent affirmation. Do you possess a display crystal? Jiang Chen directly stated his intention. A display crystal? What could Jiang Chen possibly want with that? Rather than inquiring directly, he simply explained his own circumstances. I do have a display crystal, but I cannot part with it, as it belongs to my astrology pavilion's crystal ball. The crystal ball was of utmost importance. Even a master-level item could not compare to its value. Thus, if Jiang Chen wished to acquire it, he would have to endure the pain of refusal. You needn't give it to me. Merely sending a photograph will suffice. A request for just a photograph. What a peculiar demand. Although he didn't quite understand it, he could certainly oblige, and soon Jiang Chen received the image. You have received 1,000 bone coins from player Jiang Chen. A mere photograph had earned Out Yin 1,000 bone coins, leaving him utterly perplexed. I didn't assist in any way. Naturally, he could not fathom that Jiang Chen could conjure items from thin air, merely needing to know what they looked like. The ancient ring on Jiang Chen's right middle finger glimmered, and a perfectly identical crystal ball materialized in his grasp. Magic power, 5. Crystal ball, made of display crystal. Possesses special functions when used with the astrology pavilion. Astrology pavilion not detected. It must be said, having the ring of imagination was exceedingly convenient. It was a pity that the crystal ball's divine surveillance capabilities could not be replicated. That should suffice. Invested materials, 50 iron blocks, 100,000 bone coins, 10 amplifying stones, 10 recording stones, 10 display crystals. Congratulations. You have successfully constructed a special building facility, vehicle-mounted sonar. With the successful construction notification, the crystal ball was embedded into the control panel of the cockpit. Beep. It began to operate autonomously. On the green mesh map, red dots emerged in a well-organized array. Simultaneously, on the system map, a perfect circle with an 8-kilometer radius appeared, centered around Jiang Chen. Chapter 139, The Mouse in the Rice Jar. All magical creatures within a 16-kilometer radius were marked on the map, including the 2 absurdly large overlords on the mountain. The 2 giant red dots overlapped, suggesting that the battle was indeed fierce. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen's long-desired Dream Ice Factory had completed its upgrade and sent him an item. Temporary ice machine, produced by the Dream Ice Factory, can create low-temperature ice balls by inputting water and bone coins. Low-temperature ice balls can rapidly absorb surrounding heat, lowering the temperature for 1 minute. The temporary ice machine can only exist for 3 days, after which it will revert to clear water. The item was excellent. Yet Jiang Chen felt it inadequate. In exchange for a Snow Maiden's heart from the Alliance, he received a temporary ice machine that would only last 3 days and was mass-producible. That player certainly knew how to conduct business. It is worth noting that a single Snow Maiden's heart could produce 3 Snow Maiden potions, each currently valued at 420,000 bone coins in the market. Conversely, the mass-produced ice machine hardly seemed to hold 1,000,000 bone coins worth. according to Jiang Chen's contract with the Alliance. That Snow Maiden's heart was among the materials he exchanged for points with them. In other words, Jiang Chen had spent his own money on something utterly disproportionate. Glancing at the ID, Delkai's, the moment he saw the name, he understood. It was yet another group of vampires. He began to suspect that the death of the original owner of the Dream Ice Factory might have been suspicious, as it was precisely the sort of thing that those individuals might do. However, Jiang Chen intended to procure a few more ice machines to prepare for potential encounters with fire-type magical creatures. Thus, he reluctantly contacted the other party privately. 500,000 bone coins. Delkai said an unyielding price. What the hell? The old captain sold me a Snow Maiden's heart for only 300,000. And you dare to charge me for a mass-produced item? Yet the other party remained adamant at 500,000. Seemingly aware of Jiang Chen's need for the ice machine and determined to capitalize on it, showing no shred of goodwill. Alright, fine. A mere nobody who can't even defeat a pseudo-lord, and yet you dare to bite the hand that feeds you. It's time for you to witness the influence of the number one on the leaderboard. Typically, Jiang Chen disdained using his power to coerce others. But this time he was genuinely enraged. He sent a message to the captain, detailing the situation. Upon hearing this, the old captain was taken aback. He told me he provided you with 10 temporary ice machines? Damn it, how dare he deceive me? Just wait, I'll handle them. After settling matters with the old captain, Jiang Chen was left stunned. Not only had the other party extorted him, selling something worth 30,000 bone coins for 500,000, but they also attempted to exploit the information gap for a profit. Had it not been for Jiang Chen's close relationship with the old captain, he might have truly fallen victim to their deceit. The old captain was both shocked and furious, astonished that Jiang Chen almost began to believe the alliance was unreliable, jeopardizing the trust between the two parties. He was also enraged that these individuals were becoming increasingly brazen, thinking he was oblivious to their underhanded tactics. That night, a private message from the alliance was sent to every team leader's backend. These messages were undeniably significant. Even the team leaders of the merged districts had to rise from their beds to scrutinize them closely. After reading, they closed the chat interface and collectively cursed, "Damn it." The alliance's message was straightforward, merely urging them to ensure that the squid people in their teams did not get too close to the owners of special buildings. This simple warning sent cold sweat down the backs of dozens of team leaders. Investigate thoroughly, leave no stone unturned. Long Outyen declared furiously. He had previously suffered an attack from the squid people due to the astrology pavilion and harbored a deep-seated hatred for them. Similar scenes unfolded across various districts. It was not until they conducted thorough investigations that they were shocked by the findings. After the merger of the 5 districts, each new district contained approximately 50 special buildings. However, who would have guessed that 1 to 2% of these special building owners were squid people? To claim that these special buildings were randomly assigned by the system upon the arrival of the universal game was a ludicrous assertion that no one would believe. If it weren't for this large-scale investigation, this group of squid people disguised as other races would have remained hidden, and they would have been none the wiser until disaster struck. Even more alarming was the revelation that the squid people, after joining the migration, had the audacity to plot against the special buildings within their teams. In some instances, they had already succeeded. Given that Jiang Chen had been extorted, what was it that these squid people would not dare to do? In a private squid people forum, a screenshot circulated depicting the incident of Jiang Chen being extorted. 500,000 bone coins. I 1T drop a single coin. If Jiang Chen wants an ice machine, he must pay up. Delkai's was exceedingly pleased with himself. That mere Jiang Chen is nothing to be concerned about. Ha ha ha. Comrades, today Tola has granted me yet another special building. Yet that lowly slave occupying my residence refuses to return it. Can I endure this? I concocted a plausible excuse to lure him out of the camp. And together with my comrades, we apprehended him. Not only did we compel him to surrender the means to construct crystals, but we also reclaimed every resource from his backpack as interest. Taurus surely favors you, my brother. And how did you deal with that individual? How to deal with him? Naturally, I disguised the scene to appear as though he had been slain by a monstrous being. There are no surveillance cameras here. How could they possibly catch me? Humph, but now you've been caught. Who are you? I do not recognize you. Who brought you in? Oh no. He is an undercover agent. Players in the private forum hastily withdrew, yet their messages had already been captured in screenshots, along with their IDs, and forwarded to the leaders of various districts. The district leaders promptly began apprehending individuals based on the list provided, compelling them to expose their fellow conspirators within the teams. Those who reported might receive leniency, but the obstinate would be executed on the spot. This frightened the cowardly rats, who had only dared to hide in the back, causing them to panic and reveal their accomplices. Unsurprisingly, once it was confirmed that no further troublemakers remained among the team, those instigators were publicly executed before all their comrades. In a group averaging 4 to 500, only 2 or 3 were involved. Their deaths would not impair the overall strength in the slightest. In fact, with their absence, efficiency would likely improve significantly. As dawn approached, the old squad leader sent a private message to Jiang Chen. Delkai's has been dealt with. His ice factory has been acquired by the Alliance at a high price. You can now collect from it without any further expense. Perhaps no one could have anticipated that this grand purge was instigated by a greedy squid man striking the tank, bringing it all down upon Jiang Chen. They can only blame themselves. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had already crafted several hundred low-temperature ice spheres, intending to utilize them with Exploding Skeleton 20 to deliver a delightful surprise to the two fire-based lords above. Chapter 140. The Exploding Skeleton achieves MVP. Exploding Skeleton 20. A project the engineer had labored over for more than a month was now presented to Jiang Chen. Before him stood a remarkably spirited skeletal figure. Why so spirited, you ask? Because it approached Jiang Chen with precise marching steps and rendered a salute, almost as if to say, "Commander, please give your orders." Jiang Chen couldn't suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, yet he scrutinized Exploding Skeleton 20 closely. Externally, it appeared to possess fewer components than a typical skeleton soldier. However, its soul fire was more than twice the size of that of Exploding Skeleton 10, exuding a rather unstable aura. Identification: Exploding Skeleton 20. Class: Undead. Agility: 10. They firmly believe that art is synonymous with explosion. Hence, upon receiving orders, they will swiftly charge towards their target, delivering a monumental embrace of detonation, damage radius 5 to 6 meters. Please do not mourn for their gallantry, for a successful explosion is their greatest honor in life. The engineer beside him beamed with pride at his creation. Art is explosion. Jiang Chen, filled with trepidation, took a step back from the exploding skeleton. The previous version had been capable of inflicting severe injury on a false lord. This enhanced variant. After a moment of apprehension, his heart ignited with fervor. What would happen if I bestowed a domination buff upon the exploding skeleton? The stats displayed only agility, leaving Jiang Chen unable to predict what would occur if he enhanced them with domination. Would the explosive power increase further? Eager to experiment, he proceeded to do so. As the green soul fire transformed into a golden hue, its size remained unchanged. Paradoxically, it appeared more stable than before. Yet, Jiang Chen's danger sense warned him to maintain a safe distance from this creature, lest the consequences be dire. No wonder the domination cost me 300 bone coins to complete. I'm already covered in goosebumps. It is worth noting that Jiang Chen's blessings for the skeletal knights only cost less than 100 bone coins each, showcasing the immense energy accumulated by exploding skeleton 20. This entity is perilous. Master, please keep your distance, Elise suddenly interjected, positioning herself protectively in front of Jiang Chen. Even Leon, whose injuries had yet to heal, was drawn to the suppressed violent energy. The guardians flanked him, allowing them to witness the might of exploding skeleton 20. You proceed straight for 100 meters and obliterate that boulder. Upon receiving the command, the exploding skeleton saluted Jiang Chen and resolutely turned, resembling a valiant warrior marching towards certain demise. Upon reaching the designated spot, it activated its hidden reserve energy, Golden Iron Beast GIF. Boom. The tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the volcano, causing a cascade of boulders to tumble from above. Even from 100 meters away, Jiang Chen could feel the intense tremor. The primary target, the massive boulder, had been shattered into countless fragments, mingling with other debris. Hiss, he inhaled sharply. Leon, how do you find the power sufficient to pose a threat to beasts below the monarch level? His gaze sparkled with excitement. If only such a weapon had been available during the expedition. Jiang Chen surmised that the explosion's power equated to the force of a full-strength strike of 25 points. Engineer, what was the cost of the 20 version of the exploding skeleton? Regardless of the cost, Jiang Chen was prepared to pay any price for its use. A full-strength strike of 25 points. If I could produce several more, wouldn't that be enough to slay a lord? While other players needed to circumvent lords, I could simply create a few cannon fodder to dispatch them. Who would dare believe such a tale? 500 bone coins. The engineer held up 5 fingers. Jiang Chen calculated in his mind, factoring in production costs and domination consumption, it would barely exceed 1,000 bone coins. Profitable, indeed. Then what are we waiting for? Construct, immediately. Start by producing a carriage. Soon, he envisioned himself on the Infinite Express, selecting one to cast down at will, daring anyone to defy him. While awaiting the engineer to produce more exploding skeletons, Jiang Chen lingered until noon, during which he and Elise fused to scout for information from the skies. Fortunately, the two lords were still engaged in their internal conflict, having not lost their whereabouts. Devour, devour, devour. The wheels turned, and the upgraded Infinite Express roared to life once more. This time, Jiang Chen had no intention of trekking up the mountain. He would ascend by train. The old squad leader had supplied him with 9 additional ice machines, and now 10 ice machines were operating simultaneously, producing 20 ice spheres per minute. He intended to let the two lords atop the mountain experience the power of the low-temperature ice spheres from exploding skeleton 20. The battle atop the mountain raged on, with the clash between the two colossal beings nearly altering the surrounding terrain. Logically, the magma giant should be no match for the Fire Lord. However, it was fortified by the advantageous terrain. Each time the Fire Lord neared exhaustion, the magma giant would leap into the lava, emerging rejuvenated. The unfortunate Fire Lord was being worn down to the brink, unable to shake off its tenacious foe. Everywhere was lava. The magma giant could emerge from any position. If that creature were not bound to the volcanic terrain, I would have left long ago. The Fire Lord seethed with frustration, having been almost trapped since acquiring that artifact. Constantly harassed by the bothersome magma giant. At long last, as it reached the pinnacle of its ascension, poised to liberate itself from the clutches of the magma giant. This audacious creature dared to intrude. Once it completed the exalted rite and ascended to kingship, it vowed to lay the volcano to waste. This thought led it to recall the human who had summoned the magma giant last night. Had it not been for the intruder, its sanctuary would not have been discovered. Once I become king, you shall not escape your fate. With a thunderous roar, the colossal form of the Fire Serpent Lord was hurled into the air by the magma giant. Upon landing, it suffered little harm and seized the opportunity to entwine itself around the magma giant. The Crimson Serpent, undeterred by the heat, sank its fangs into the giant's neck. Endless waves of heat dissipated from the magma giant's form, absorbed by the Fire Serpent Lord. Conversely, the magma giant's body began to petrify. Should the Fire Serpent Lord siphon away all its energy, it would be reduced to a mere statue. However, such an endeavor would not be so easily achieved. For the Fire Serpent Lord had already been ensnared by the magma giant for far too long. Suddenly, the immobilized magma giant, ensnared by the serpentine body, transformed into a liquid state, seeping through the serpent's coils before reassembling itself outside. This maneuver thwarted the efforts of the Fire Serpent Lord once more. At that moment, a tremendous rumble echoed. The infinite train was approaching. The pressure within its engines surged, and as it barreled onto the battlefield, Jiang Chen pulled the whistle. The sound, akin to nails scraping against glass, invaded the minds of all creatures outside the train, causing the Fire Serpent minions to writhe in agony, their serpentine forms curling and thrashing about. The lesser fire imps fared even worse, losing consciousness and transforming into mere puddles of molten rock. Younglings, the Emperor's trial has arrived. Jump. Jiang Chen opened one of the train's carriages, and golden exploding skeletons, each cradling a peculiar ice orb, cascaded into the magma below like dumplings into boiling water. The magma giant was the primary target of this onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions reverberated continuously, shaking the very mountain itself. Especially at the epicenter where the Fire Serpent Lord and the magma giant clashed. Strangely, the crimson magma ejected by the blast was not as searing as one would expect. Instead, it rapidly solidified in midair, turning into gray-black rock by the time it landed, as if all its heat had been instantaneously siphoned away. Both monstrous lords were momentarily stunned by the sudden third-party intrusion, the blaring whistle momentarily disorienting them. Following swiftly were the relentless explosions from the exploding skeletons, leaving them no opportunity to react. If it were merely the exploding skeletons, each delivering a blast of 25 points of damage, it would have been manageable. Their robust physiques could endure a dozen hits. However, the key lay in the fact that each skeleton wielded a low-temperature ice orb. The explosive force not only wounding them, but also shattering the ice orbs into crystalline fragments, each capable of covering a radius of 20 meters. These were no ordinary ice orbs. They were specially crafted to absorb heat more efficiently. Consequently, the first orb caused the flames entwined around the Fire Serpent Lord to flicker, eliciting a piercing scream from its massive crimson head. This was genuine damage inflicted by the clash of elemental affinities. The magma giant fared even worse, receiving specialized treatment. Not only did its molten form rapidly diminish, but the magma cascading down also began to harden, making it increasingly difficult for the giant to recover from its wounds. The infinite train loomed overhead like a dragon, observing the fierce clash of low-temperature ice crystals and high-temperature magma as they produced billowing clouds of steam. Yet, these vapors soon reformed into ice crystals, cascading back to the battlefield, which had been ravaged by the exploding skeletons. Crack, crack, crack. In the next instant, the sound of shattering ice crystals echoed from below. The Fire Serpent Lord, emanating an aura of cold, saw its scales fracturing, losing all semblance of its earlier intimidation. At that moment, all it desired was to flee from this place. Another round of such bombardment would spell its demise. But Jiang Chen had no intention of letting it escape. This time, it was his target. With a ferocious dive, the colossal dragon surged downward, its sharp horns gleaming like claws. The impact was tremendous, nearly bisecting the Fire Serpent Lord while the trailing carriages ground its tail to a pulp. Blood splattered profusely. Yet Jiang Chen felt it insufficient. He maneuvered the train to make another pass. Having expended its energy against the magma giant, and now severely wounded by Jiang Chen's ambush, the Fire Serpent Lord seethed with indignation. Just one ritual away from ascending to kingship, why did all these disturbances arise? Perhaps the fury stirred something within. As the Fire Serpent Lord opened its maw toward the descending infinite train, fiery energy coalesced between its fangs, the brilliance blinding Jiang Chen, who stood behind the windshield. His instincts screamed at him to evade the impending danger, But he understood that the infinite train had already been targeted. There was no time left to dodge. It was a race to see who would strike first. With a sudden thrust of the control lever, the powerful recoil pressed him firmly against the back wall. Roar! The steel behemoth thundered forward, charging headlong into the primal beast at a staggering speed of 130 kilometers per hour. A mere 100 meters closed in the blink of an eye. However, the fire serpent lord's breath amassed even faster. And just as it was about to unleash its fiery torrent, a figure clad in a gothic gown landed atop its head. A golden spear forged from blood piercing through its jaws. The pent-up breath met a sudden halt. Not entirely, for it obliterated half of the fire serpent lord's skull, leaving it akin to a burning torch. Elise! Jiang Chen cried out in desperation. Elise had moved with blinding speed, appearing atop the fire serpent lord's head before he could even comprehend her presence. While the fire serpent lord had destroyed half of its own head with its breath, Elise also suffered the consequences, unable to evade in time. Despite the overwhelming anxiety coursing through him, Jiang Chen did not forget that the fire serpent lord was not yet truly vanquished. With a heart full of vengeance, the horns of the infinite train pierced through the fire serpent lord's vital spot, resulting in a massive serpent head being severed from its body. Is Elise still alive? After halting the train, Jiang Chen neglected the corpse of the fire serpent lord and hurriedly searched for Elise. I am here. Her faint voice reached his ears, prompting him to rush towards her. As he unearthed her from the debris, his heart sank at the sight of her condition. She appeared as a tattered doll, her body in shambles, and even her magically woven protective garb was in tatters, unable to sustain itself. The severity of her injuries was evident. Elise's wounds stemmed from his misjudgment. He had underestimated the fire serpent lord's capacity to retaliate. After this incident, Jiang Chen reflected on whether his recent string of successes had led to complacency. However, the immediate priority was to heal Elise. He retrieved intermediate healing potions and restorative elixirs from his backpack. The restorative elixir was for Elise, while the healing potion was for himself. Jiang Chen severed his own wrist, placing it near Eliza's lips, allowing the golden blood, along with the healing potion, to swiftly mend her body. Due to the rapid recovery of the wound, Jiang Chen made several additional cuts. It's enough now, my master, Eliza said, her body restored to its former state, though her voice remained exceedingly weak. Jiang Chen fashioned a garment from the ring of imagination and draped it over her, his gaze filled only with concern, devoid of any ulterior motives. Would you like to rest within my body for a while? He inquired, cradling Eliza's petite form in his arms. No need. This is quite satisfactory, Eliza replied, burying her face in the nape of Jiang Chen's neck, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Leon, standing nearby, pondered, should I leave? Or should I stay? The half-threatening look from Eliza compelled him to make a choice. Here's what you sought. A crimson stone was tossed to Jiang Chen, accompanied by a fire element heart. He hastily caught it with one hand, only to find Leon had already returned to the train. The crimson stone bore a striking resemblance to the flame stone, yet it was markedly different. The flame stone was merely the size of an egg, while the crimson stone was as large as a basin and resembled a red crystal. Identification: Royal Vein Original Stone, Fire Type, Ultra Rare, the core of the Earth Vein Power. Capable of absorbing energy from the Earth Vein to enhance the speed of gaining experience across all attributes, can be used as a special building upgrade material. Chapter 142, A Smile Harder to Suppress Than AK. Identification: Royal Vein Original Stone, Fire Type, Ultra Rare Material, the core of the Earth Vein Power. Capable of absorbing energy from the Earth Vein to enhance the holder's speed of gaining experience across all attributes, can be used as a special building upgrade material. Can also be used to spawn flame stone veins. Why is there no stealth or similar function? Jiang Chen mused, his expectations utterly dashed by the reality of the identification results. He had expended considerable effort, convinced that within the body of the Flame Lord resided a treasure capable of cloaking coordinate exposure, yet the item in his possession proved to be entirely unrelated. Could the ceremonial promotion have influenced this? Eliza, nestled in his arms, observed Jiang Chen's furrowed brow and spoke. What do you mean? Aside from the aberrant pathways, the ascension of magical creatures, much like humans, necessitates a specific ritual to attract divine attention. Therefore, during this period, the site of the ceremony is likely to undergo some peculiar change due to the deity's presence, such as becoming imperceptible. In essence, the ashen volcano was not shrouded from coordinate exposure due to the Royal Vein Original Stone, but rather because it had been chosen by the Flame Lord as the site for ascension. Eliza elucidated clearly, and Jiang Chen quickly grasped her explanation, aided by the knowledge he had acquired in the abyss. Alas, another fruitless endeavor, Jiang Chen lamented, his disappointment commensurate with the magnitude of his hopes. Within a single day, he had traversed 2 locations, gleaning scant rewards and nearly confronting 2 sovereigns. Yet, it was not entirely in vain. He had secured an exceedingly precious Royal Vein Original Stone, vanquished 2 lords, and elevated the infinite train to level 3. However, Jiang Chen knew he must reflect, for his carelessness had resulted in Eliza suffering grave injuries while saving him. Henceforth, he must approach encounters with Lord-level magical beings with utmost caution. The consequences of reckless ambition were dire. How do you feel now? I believe I require a bit more time in my master's embrace to fully recover. Eliza mischievously plotted. Though aware she had latched onto him, Jiang Chen recognized that Eliza had been injured to protect him, so he indulged her whimsical desires. He allowed Eliza to hold the royal vein original stone while he carried her toward the train. A searing wave of heat flowed from the crimson stone to Eliza and Jiang Chen, the experience points on their attribute panel visibly surging at an astonishing rate. To speak candidly, this original stone was indeed a remarkable asset. It was no wonder that after nurturing a fire demon giant, one could also cultivate a flame lord. Calculating the pace, Jiang Chen estimated that the stone could provide him with 5,000 experience points daily, absent any enhancements. Employing various augmentations and talents, he paused, making a concerted effort to suppress the elation bubbling within him. 20,000 experience points daily. If it weren't for the magical tide trailing behind him, Jiang Chen would have wished to remain atop the volcano indefinitely. The energy within the original stone could likely sustain them for about 2 weeks. He planned to find a spot away from the lava to construct a modest abode, ready to return for replenishment once the energy was depleted. His heart raced with excitement, hands trembling as he endeavored to maintain composure, methodically arranging subsequent plans. Yet, the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth was impossible to contain. 20,000 experience points daily, not to mention the additional experience accrued from various ingredients, implying that Jiang Chen could potentially increase 2 attributes each day. Would this not mean he could ascend to legendary status by the end of the month? Moreover, he would not require a promotion ceremony. For the so-called bottleneck did not exist for the Emperor pathway. Gasping at the realization, he was struck by an overwhelming chill. To ascend to legendary status in 2 months, who could have imagined that? At this moment, Jiang Chen found it increasingly difficult to suppress his grin. It was worth noting that when he began, his lowest physical attribute was a mere 3 points. How much time had passed? Perhaps 40 days? Yet, his physique had already surged to 18 points, with the prospect of even greater increases ahead. The survival talent. Truly, you are my beloved. This talent, which had initially seemed inconspicuous, was finally revealing its formidable nature. My master, whom did you just profess your love for? Eliza, nestled in his arms, wore a sullen expression, her nails digging into her palm. Just moments ago, she had finally heard the word love from Jiang Chen's lips, but regrettably, her name was not included. Thus, who was this wretched woman? Leon? The Spider Woman? The Snow Maiden? Or perhaps Beelzebub? Surely, it could not be those skeletal beings? At that moment, she resembled a mother tigress, poised to pounce. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was oblivious to her inner turmoil, or he would have been thoroughly unnerved. He, who had long since abandoned his picky eating habits, would never consider taking action against such creatures. Yet, in his current euphoric state, he did not dwell on such thoughts and instead held Eliza even closer. Of course, it is you. Eliza, I am utterly in love with you, he exclaimed without a second thought. The bond between Jiang Chen and Eliza could provide a tripling of both physical and agility attributes, making these the fastest growing areas of their development. How could Jiang Chen not love her? Naturally, this affection transcended any singular aspect. It was pure and innocent. However, what was said with little thought struck deep in Eliza's heart. Like boiling water, Eliza's entire being was suffused with a rosy glow, steam rising from her head. Almost immediately, she felt as if all her strength had drained away, threatening to slip from Jiang Chen's embrace. Had he not reacted swiftly, she might have truly fallen. Happiness had arrived so unexpectedly, her gaze becoming dreamy as she murmured to herself, "Oh no, this girl has truly lost her mind." Concerned for Eliza's well-being after her injuries, Jiang Chen resolved to return her for a thorough examination. "My soldiers, there is no need to collect the remains on the ground. Let us return to the carriage." The bodies of the flame demons had already been obliterated into fragments by the exploding skeletons. Even gathering them for fuel would not suffice. So Jiang Chen decided to leave them behind. The corpse of the Fire Lord has been secured in his backpack, and Leon has retrieved the elemental heart of the magma giant. Thus, there is little left to linger over. After leaving behind an ordinary structure, the infinite train sets off once more. Name, Jiang Chen. Age, 24. Extraordinary path, Emperor. Exclusive to the Emperor. No longer constrained by legendary and heroic bottlenecks. Abilities, balance, domination. Sovereignty, strength, 14, 111, 3,457, 19,000. Heart of Justice 1, Pick Gloves 1. Constitution, 20, 171, 13,583, 24,000. Radiant Blessing 1, Tentacle Belt 1. Agility, 16, 101, 3,899, 18,000. Mantis Light Armor 3, Radiant Wings 1, Gale Boots 1. Perception, 16, 141, 126, 22,000. Radiant Guardian 1. Spirit, 29, 271, 8,660, 35,000. Heart of Light 1. Mana, 21, 28. Intelligence, 88. Stamina, 92. Life, 100. Talents, Survival, Lone Warrior, Stability, Bug Slayer. Radiant Body, Charismatic, Bloodbath Embrace, Temporary. Spells, Iron Body, Spider Vision, Silk Puppet Technique, Feast of Joy, Source of Curses, Song of the Siren. In summary, his attributes have increased by 5 points over the past week, a number that is poised to double in the near future. Chapter 143. How to spend 1,000,000 points is a pressing conundrum. The game has reached its 41st day. Time, 1436. Invested Firelord's Corpse, 235. Congratulations. You have obtained 1435 bone coins, 563 snake jerky, and 38 snake skin warmers. Identification, snake skin warmer. Type, relic. Grade, ordinary. Durability, consumable. Wearing effect, adheres to the skin to provide warmth, suitable for use during menstruation, and has anti-inflammatory and analgesic properties. Within the bone carriage of the infinite train, Jiang Chen glanced at the silent Alith in his arms before picking up a piece of red snake skin to examine it closely. The scales were intact. If applied to the body, it would surely cause a bloody abrasion. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen bore no disdain and had no immediate intention of selling it. As the temperatures continued to drop, this item would likely become a sought-after commodity. He resolved to hold on to it until the weather turned colder, at which point he could sell it for a handsome profit. Next came the Corpse of the Lord. Invested Firelord's Corpse 1. Congratulations, you have obtained 9,431 bone coins. And the Book of Burning. Detected that this item is a certificate of slaying a Lord-level monster. Additionally dropped 1 bronze crystal chest. Upon opening the bronze crystal chest, 2 luminous orbs floated within, 1 yellow and 1 blue. The sight of these system orbs reminded Jiang Chen of the knowledge orbs found in the abyss. Could it be that the system orbs were a mimicry of those from the abyss? Such musings were swiftly cast aside. Overthinking would only serve to aggravate him. He reached out with both hands to touch the orbs. The blue orb yielded 50 ember stones, while the yellow orb expanded into a suit of armor. Weighing heavily in his grasp, surely over 100 kilograms. In earlier days, he would have struggled to lift it with one hand, and even now it was somewhat taxing. Identification, fire scale armor. Type, relic. Grade, exceptional. Durability, 42,000, 42,000. Wearing effect, Constitution 2. All attacks deal fire attribute damage, capable of accumulating fire poison within the opponent, forming a burning mark after 6 consecutive hits, which the wearer can detonate at will. Wearing requirement, strength 10. It was a full-body armor composed of tightly overlapping, resilient scales. Jiang Chen gently caressed its surface, the fiery texture filling him with delight. It could be alternated with the mantis light armor to counter different foes. He stored it away with his transformation pocket watch, continuing to wear the mantis light armor for its practicality in daily movement. The fire scale armor was too cumbersome for regular actions. However, with the transformation pocket watch in hand, he need not worry about switching it out quickly, even in the midst of battle. Book of Burning. Upon reading, you may randomly acquire a fire attribute spell. Current reading attempts, 1. Please peruse while in a sound mental state. Current intelligence, 90. Feeling relatively stable, Jiang Chen opened the book. The densely packed text resembled tiny burning figures, entering his body through his hands. Congratulations, you have learned the spell, Flame Pillar. Flame Pillar consumes 5 mana. Allows you to mark a specified location within a 15-meter range with a fire sigil, causing a pillar of flame to erupt from the ground. Lasting 30 seconds, additional mana may be consumed to extend the duration. This was quite promising, particularly suitable for ambushes. As he contemplated the skill's description, Jiang Chen began to envision scenarios where the flame pillar would be advantageous. At this point, the only remaining item from the slain Lord-level monster was the elemental heart of fire, which Leon had extracted while the magma giant was temporarily immobilized by ice. Although it sounded simple, Jiang Chen doubted his ability to accomplish such a task himself. Determining the location of the elemental heart was no easy feat. Or else the Fire Lord would not have struggled for so long against the magma giant without success. Leon had mentioned that he had systematically studied how to deal with a king-level flame demon giant. Yet the elemental heart of the flame demon giant was no longer its weakness, rendering his methods ineffective. However, it was unexpected that he now had a chance to apply this knowledge to the magma giant. Yet, how to handle this elemental heart posed another dilemma. Should he sell it? The price would likely not be favorable, considering it was extracted from a Lord-level monster, and other players might lack the resources to offer something Jiang Chen found appealing. Currently, he had no shortage of bone coins. Not selling it would leave him with an item of little immediate use. Ultimately, he decided to keep it for the time being, planning to sell it when other players' resources became more plentiful. He stored the elemental heart in the tier of the goddess and checked his points balance in the system. Current discretionary points, 43 million. Having spent 250,000 points upgrading Leon's judgment gun, a considerable sum remained. Jiang Chen felt a twinge of frustration over how to allocate his points wisely. Other players gazed enviously at the leaderboard, where total points had surpassed 2 million. Their envy palpable. With the Emperor's Bloodstone in hand, His growth would proceed steadily. He resolved not to gamble on luck. He knew others could not afford special buildings, so there was no rush on his part. After a minute's contemplation, Jiang Chen chose to forego the special building scroll and random talent chest in favor of investing his points in intermediate enhancement stones. Exceptional: Mantis Light Armor, Radiant Holy Armor, TNT Great Shield, Sinister Bone Knife, Giant Warhammer, Golden Hammer, External Stomach, Fire Scale Armor. His gaze swept over all the exceptional items. Which to choose? The Radiant Holy Armor would bolster Leon's combat power significantly, allowing him to unleash even greater strength post-upgrade. Next, he opted for the Golden Hammer. Although master-level items possessed self-repair capabilities, the repair speed was insufficient, and the Golden Hammer's daily durability of 5,000 points was proving inadequate, with 500,000 points still unspent. He also selected the Sinister Bone Knife, hoping its subsequent features would enhance the experience gained. The Sinister Bone-Cutting Knife is an indispensable choice for Jiang Chen. Whether he can reach the legendary status by the end of the month hinges on its performance. With 3 intermediate enhancement stones and a total of 750,000 points amassed, he still has yet to devise a plan for half of his resources. His gaze wavers over several exquisite items, yearning for the superior-grade Rose Revolver, as the combination of its ranged capabilities and his spider-like vision is simply perfect. However, elevating it to master level necessitates at least 2 intermediate enhancement stones, which feels somewhat like a loss. It seems prudent to wait until he has an abundance of points to spare before attempting such a venture. Unsure of how to allocate his remaining points, Jiang Chen decided to enhance the 3 exquisite items he had already selected. Chapter 144, Those Ordinary Players at Last. His strength has reached a commendable 8 points. Ingo, utterly exhausted, relinquished the fitness equipment, drenched in sweat. He is merely an ordinary individual, unchanged before and after the advent of the universal game. His sole stroke of fortune lies in his prior passion for fitness, granting him a slightly better physical constitution. Thus, upon entering the game, the system assessed his strength at 6 points, marginally higher than the majority of players. Yet, this slight advantage has led him into perilous encounters with monsters, resulting in a greater share of resources allocated to him within the teams he later formed. After all he has experienced, Ingo has come to profoundly appreciate the significance of attribute points, dedicating every moment of free time to training. After 40 days of relentless effort, he finally surpassed the 8-point mark in strength. An indescribable sense of achievement welled up within him. Observing his updated attribute panel, he swiftly captured a screenshot and shared it on a small forum for 4. Ingo, I declare myself the leader of the 4 great ancestors of the dead. Anyone object? Accompanied by the screenshot, the image promptly incited a flurry of reactions from the other 3. Ho Qing, you, a newbie, dare to secretly compete against us? I swear I'll punish you. Han Ba, jealous. Jiang Chen, let me see, TSK, flaunting your 8 points of strength? Not cool, little bro. You should learn from the number 1 player, like me, who never showcases. Upon encountering such derision during his moment of glory, Ingo retorted furiously, you imposter. When the esteemed Jiang Chen returns to the 4 great ancestors, I shall kick you out. This place no longer has a spot for you. Ho Qing, Jiang Chen, he's jealous of you, smirking. Jiang Chen, no worries. As the premier player, I have the capacity to endure, pats chest. Ingo I. The small forum erupted into chaos, with Ingo's single comment inciting 8 prohibited words. Ultimately, it was the player named Han Ba who brought this farce to a close. Coincidentally, since Jiang Chen's ID gained fame, the other Jiang Chen in the district channel has been fervently posting about their shared name. I share a name with the Great One. The serendipitous coincidence caught the attention of the other 3, leading to the formation of the small group known as the 4 Great Ancestors of the Dead. Although they are scattered across different regions, they motivate one another, vowing to endure until the day of regional merger when they can reunite. This has, in effect, become their driving force for survival. Ho Qing, when will Jiang Chen return to his rightful place? I want to cling to him. Jiang Chen, what? Do you genuinely wish to evict me from my home? Ho Qing, if Jiang Chen is willing to join the 4 great ancestors, I wouldn't mind kicking you out. Ingo, 1, Jiang Chen, Han Ba, they're bullying me, sob sob. Han Ba, clenching fist, I'm male. Ho Qing, by the way Ingo, don't you have a strength 1 piece of equipment? With your current power level, you could apply to be a squad leader in the alliance. Among the 4, except for Han Ba, the others are all alliance members, and they share virtually no secrets among themselves. Ingo, that is precisely my plan. If I can successfully pass the review, I intend to use the squad leader's privileges to request the last 3 blood fruit, as my contribution points are nearly sufficient, and the squad leader discount would provide additional benefits. Jiang Chen, blood fruit. How enviable. When Jiang Chen sold them, they were merely 1,500 bone coins. Unfortunately, I lacked funds back then, and now that I finally have money, the price of blood fruit has surged, and it's limited in supply, making it inaccessible without connections. His words resonated with the sentiments of most players. However, it is an unavoidable reality. The initial affordability of blood fruit stemmed from the high value of bone coins at that time. If one were to convert that into present-day purchasing power, it would be unaffordable for the overwhelming majority of players. Furthermore, the primary source, the Great Maritime Expedition, has departed from that island, leaving only previous stock in circulation. Naturally, prices have risen correspondingly. If Jiang Chen desired bloodfruit, countless would eagerly rush to bestow it upon him for free, right? As the tallest player among the quartet, Ingo is acutely aware of the distinction between top players and ordinary players. It is no wonder he exerts himself to ascend. Now that my strength has reached 8 points, I should have narrowed the gap with Jiang Chen somewhat, right? He remains uncertain, for that man is shrouded in mystery. Hanba, what do you think Jiang Chen looks like? This inquiry piques the curiosity of all players in District 07. Due to Jiang Chen's lack of teammates, no photographs of him have ever surfaced, and speculation about him abounds. What manner of individual could slay a lord by the second day of the game's inception? It is known that even the pseudo-lords still pose a challenge to 90 of players. Yet that man achieved this feat on the very next day. Consequently, rumors have circulated regarding Jiang Chen's initial values, claiming his strength, agility, and constitution to be 9, likening him to a cubic warrior. While this seems absurd, many believe it. Should one reveal to them that Jiang Chen's actual initial values are 4 for strength, 5 for agility, and 3 for constitution, they would vehemently deny it, insisting one is deceiving them, as that starting point is lower than the vast majority. Ingo, recently, District 78 has been selling a type of monster eyeball that can enhance high perception attribute experience at quite a reasonable price. I recommend you procure some. Jiang Chen, when did this happen? How come our squad leader hasn't informed us at all? Ingo, it was snatched up as soon as it was listed. Do you think such fortunate tidings would reach you? I suggest you contact players from District 78 for private purchases. Though the Alliance is a tight-knit entity, some leaders can indeed keep valuable items under wraps. Had it not been for a slip of the tongue from one of his subordinates that reached the ears of the old captain, he would have remained oblivious to the fact that several leaders under him had secretly struck a deal with Zhang Yang. As long as the old captain remains unaware, they would monopolize the monkey's eye for an unspecified number of days. Even the old captain could experience a day of information blockage, let alone those ordinary players. Often, by the time news reaches their ears, it signifies that the resources have already been claimed by other players. Ho Ching. Thank goodness the 07 district has an alliance willing to support us. Otherwise, how many more would perish? The other 3 wholeheartedly agreed. Chapter 145, Master Level Artifact Exhibition. Hall. Jiang Chen caressed the 4 enhanced artifacts. They emanated either a radiant or sinister aura, unmistakably indicating their extraordinary nature. Except for the sinister bone-cutting knife, whose updated wearing effect was somewhat unsatisfactory, the other items proved to be unexpectedly formidable. Identification, resplendent holy armor. Type, treasure. Grade, master. Durability, 360, 000, 360, 000. Wearing effect, strength 4, can transcend extraordinary limits. Those who possess a heart of light, upon donning this item, can transform it into a celestial form, freely manipulating their essence. During this period, they may cast spells while being impervious to all physical harm. Reference, Uchiha Obito. In celestial form, speed increases by 300. The higher the mental attribute, the longer the celestial state can be maintained. Guardian of the Stars. The starlight shall safeguard your soul. Immunity to mental attacks of 25 points or less. Usage requirements. Constitution 15. Possess a heart of light. Identification, Sin Cleaver. Type, relic. Rank, master. Durability, 210, 000, 210, 000. Wearing effect, mental 3. With the Sin Cleaver, for each enemy slain, corresponding experience in strength attributes is gained. The more enemies defeated, the stronger the will to kill becomes. Original Sin of Slaughter, for each enemy killed. The Cleaver accumulates a portion of original sin. Expending sanity to resolve this sin grants a substantial amount of mental attribute experience. If the original sin accumulated on the Cleaver remains unresolved for an extended period, there is a probability that it will transform into a formidable vengeful spirit, harboring intense hatred towards the wielder. Usage requirements, strength attribute 15. Identification, TNT, Great Shield. Type, treasure. Rank, master. Durability, 400, 000, 400, 000. Wearing effect, Constitution 3, can transcend extraordinary limits, capable of withstanding all physical attacks with a strength below 23 points, and absorbing the impact generated by attacks, accumulating it within the shield. Note, if the accumulated impact reaches the shield's limit, maintaining this state for an extended duration will deplete durability. Lion King Shockwave. Range. The beast's maw on the front of the shield can release the accumulated impact as a light wave. Each strike equivalent to a full strength attack of 20 points. No recoil when used. TNT Bomb. When the impact is fully charged, it can be released, with explosive power equivalent to a full strength attack of 38 points after installing the bomb. Please maintain a distance of over 1 kilometer from the explosion center to prevent collateral damage. Usage requirements, strength 15. Identification, Golden Hammer. Type, Treasure. Rank, Master. Durability, 420,000. 420,000. Wearing effect. Can restore 120,000 durability daily. Applicable to treasures, relics, and buildings. In addition to the 3 items initially selected, Jiang Chen has acquired a TNT Great Shield. The premium grade items can already unleash an attack power of 30 points. One wonders if the upgraded version would be even higher. The result did not disappoint him. Not only did it reach royal level attack power, but it also provided an additional means of ranged attack, transforming a piece of armor into a weapon. Coupled with the Dream Ring, Abyssal Tome, Judgment Spear, and Radiant Longsword, I now possess 8 master grade items. Perhaps the total number of master grade items in the entire 07 district does not surpass mine. Jiang Chen was still too conservative. The reality was that the master grade items in the 07 district could be doubled and still not match his count. Currently, aside from Jiang Chen, the only organization possessing master grade items is the Alliance, with a total of 3 items, 2.5 of which were purchased with points Jiang Chen had spent. Leon, your radiant holy armor is ready. Take it. Leon, who had been waiting for some time, displayed a hint of excitement, a rare change for his typically serious demeanor. In this world, only 2 things could elicit such a reaction from him: the radiant goddess and his beloved knightly armor. It should be noted that when the radiant holy armor was first donned by Jiang Chen, Leon was quite apprehensive, fearing that Jiang Chen might damage it. Now, with the radiant holy armor and judgment spear restored to a semblance of their former glory, Leon was naturally pleased. Leon reached out to grasp the radiant holy armor, but as he attempted to take it, he felt a resistance. Observing Jiang Chen's unwavering grip, Leon silently exerted more strength. To his surprise, as he applied force, Jiang Chen matched his effort, resulting in a stalemate between them over the radiant holy armor. Let me wear it just once, just for a moment, Jiang Chen implored. Despite the panel of the upgraded radiant holy armor appearing only slightly altered compared to before, those who truly understood the nuances would recognize how extraordinary even the minutiae were. For instance, the addition of the ability to manipulate its form at will. Although direct attacks could not be launched in celestial form, one could easily release the celestial state at the moment before striking an enemy, allowing for a seamless continuation of the assault. Immunity to physical attacks, a truly cheeky strategy. Previously, such a feat was unattainable due to a 1-second delay in activating the celestial form. However, this delay was eliminated in the upgrade. Furthermore, an additional defense mechanism against mental attacks was introduced, effectively compensating for the vulnerability of the celestial form to interruptions from mental strikes. Thus, the allure of the radiant holy armor to Jiang Chen now surpassed even that of the 6-eyed Spider Queen. No, Leon adamantly refused. He was well aware of Jiang Chen's character. If he were to experience the benefits of the radiant holy armor, he might never reclaim his beloved armor. Suddenly exerting force, he wrenched it from Jiang Chen's hands and swiftly departed, lingering not a moment longer. One need not fear a thief, but rather a thief who covets, he thought. No, Leon, how can you be so cruel? Ouch, that hurts. Elise, be gentle. The soft flesh at his waist suddenly throbbed. It turned out a delicate hand had spun around 360 degrees. Just a moment ago, she had professed her affection, yet with the arrival of a new toy, her soul seemed to be snatched away. I knew it. A man's words are the least reliable. The more she pondered, the angrier Elise became. She immediately retaliated against Jiang Chen. Anger aside, Elise believed she had grasped the crux of the matter. Her master did not truly favor beauty. Rather, he was enamored with powerful relics. Thus, I must become the most beneficial relic for my master, making it impossible for him to part with me. Elise convinced herself she had discovered Jiang Chen's weakness, and henceforth, she dedicated herself to this pursuit. 10 minutes later, after soothing Elise and allowing her to return to her own form to recuperate, Jiang Chen turned his attention to another master-grade item on the operating table, the Sin Cleaver. The upgraded Sin Cleaver provided a new avenue for acquiring mental attribute experience. Had it been earlier, Jiang Chen would have been elated. However, its cost was the expenditure of sanity, overlapping with the side effects of the eye of the resident monkey. In other words, to enhance one aspect, Jiang Chen would have to sacrifice another. Perception, 15, mental, 28, basic state. The disparity was so vast that logically, Jiang Chen should prioritize addressing his shortcomings. However, after a moment of contemplation, he arrived at a different conclusion. My mental attribute is my highest. Balance can compensate for deficiencies in other areas. So enhancing my mental attribute will be the most beneficial for me. Chapter 146, Debuff? No, this is my positive buff. The game has entered its 42nd day. Time, 7:01 a.m. Darkness has just receded. Currently, the duration of daylight is merely 10 hours, and the minimum temperature at night has plummeted to 0 degrees. With Jiang Chen's high constitution, this temperature is inconsequential to him, but for players in other districts, it proves quite challenging. Fearing that the temperature may continue to drop, the prices of wood and fabric have surged by 30. Many players lament their inability to afford warmth. Leon, if you encounter a volcano on the way, do inform me. Jiang Chen stretched, loosening his muscles. Last night, I spent the entire evening in the bone tomb, activating a staggering 500 radiant skeletons. However, the void remains immense. And such a laborious task must be endured for yet another day. All right, Leon, who had also sat in the cockpit all night, replied nonchalantly. Jiang Chen noticed that the resplendent holy armor was already adorning Leon's form, filling his heart with envy, and he reluctantly diverted his gaze from the armor. By the way, take out your weapon. I'll repair it for you, he said, producing a small golden hammer that seemed to be crafted from pure gold, exuding an air of opulence. Upon hearing that his holy armor was not being borrowed, Leon let out a sigh of relief. He handed over the half-repaired judgment spear. Unperturbed by the prospect of Jiang Chen borrowing his long spear, as he was well aware that Jiang Chen held little interest in polearm-type weapons. Thus, parting with it was far less burdensome than relinquishing the resplendent holy armor. TSK, Jiang Chen thought, observing Leon's two markedly different attitudes, truly wishing to refrain from commenting. Upon receiving the judgment spear, Jiang Chen inspected its remaining durability, noting it had just over 50,000 points left, although it was gradually regenerating. Relying solely on its own restoration would take no less than half a month. Bang, bang. 2 strikes of the hammer were delivered, fully exhausting today's quota of 120,000. The spear, once merely a fragment, was swiftly restored to its full length. Yet, its surface remained riddled with fine cracks. Complete restoration would necessitate another repair by the following day. After returning the spear to Leon, Jiang Chen made his way to the third carriage to partake in breakfast. The sensation of being served was delightful. A radiant smile graced Jiang Chen's face. I'm glad you like it. It is my duty, Eliza replied with a gentle smile, her heart swelling with joy. Keeping my master plump and healthy ensures he won't be able to part from me. How are you feeling? Is it better now? Thanks to you, I'm almost fully recovered. To dispel any notion that Eliza was merely putting on a brave face, Jiang Chen opened Eliza's panel for a personal inspection. Durability, 2,090,000 to 100,000. It appeared she was indeed much improved, which reassured Jiang Chen. His concern stemmed from the harrowing memory of extricating Eliza's battered form from the rubble the previous day. Accepting the bowl of rice porridge that Eliza offered, he found breakfast consisted of monkey head mushrooms simmered with blind rat meat, which he relished wholeheartedly. What is this? Jiang Chen inquired, pointing with chopsticks at an additional red square dish on the table, its surface coated with something resembling syrup. It's blood tofu made from giant's blood. Blood tofu coated in syrup? What sort of culinary approach is that? Expecting the flavor to be less than palatable, he was taken aback by Eliza's eager expression and decided to taste a piece. To his astonishment, it was remarkably delicious, causing his eyes to light up. Indeed, one must not underestimate the culinary prowess of the blood race. Constitution experience, 200. Consuming 50 milliliters of giant's blood daily grants 50 points of constitution experience. However, with the enhancements from the survival talent and Eliza's imperial attendant pathway, this value surged fourfold. Speaking of the survival talent, he contemplated an experiment to maximize its utility. Survival. The more dire the circumstances, the greater the experience gained in all attributes. Long ago, Jiang Chen had pondered what constituted a dire situation. After over a month of exploration, he began to discern some patterns. The first condition, a hostile environment. For instance, when Jiang Chen was alone in a district, his talent provided a 15-fold boost. Following the Red Calamity, with coordinates continuously exposed, the boost escalated to double. By nightfall, immersed in darkness, this enhancement would double once more. The second condition, danger encroaching. During a magical tide, the boost typically ranged from 3 to 5 times, considerably less than the initial encounter with the head spider army. Jiang Chen speculated that this was due to his increased strength and the presence of both Leon and Eliza, along with 2 major troop types, rendering ordinary magical tides no longer a threat. However, should a Lord-class magical creature emerge from the tide, the enhancement would rise exponentially, reaching a peak of 20 times. The third condition, proximity to death. The nearer one is to death, the higher the multiplier provided by the survival talent. This was the direction Jiang Chen intended to explore in his current experiment. Previously, he would have hesitated to attempt such a thing, but now, with Leon and Eliza by his side, he possessed the capital to risk trial and error. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Chen and Eliza made their way to the last carriage. Inside, there was a cage containing a living ghoul. As they entered the carriage, the noxious stench assaulted their senses, prompting them to cover their mouths and noses. The ghoul, detecting the scent of living beings, sprang to life, extending its claws through the bars in an attempt to attack Jiang Chen. Its murky eyes brimmed with a thirst for slaughter. Jiang Chen's objective was simple, to inflict a layer of corpse poison debuff upon himself. He aimed to observe whether this would stimulate his survival talent. Therefore, he rolled up his sleeves and approached the cage, preparing to endure the nausea and allow the ghoul to inflict a bite, only to be stopped by Eliza. Master, if you wish to contract corpse poison, you can simply let your wound come into contact with the ghoul's tainted blood, There is no need for it to bite you. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. Is that feasible? To be honest, had it not been for the pursuit of strength, he would have had no desire to let such a revolting creature as a ghoul bite him. Absolutely. Eliza affirmed. That's splendid. With that, he used the sinful bone-cutting knife to swiftly dispatch the ghoul. The fetid blood gushed forth, pooling on the ground. Jiang Chen did not delegate the unpleasant task of collecting the tainted blood to Eliza. Instead, he gathered a small basinful himself. The rancid odor was nearly as overpowering as that of the ghoul itself. Taking a sharp dagger, he plunged it into the palm of his right hand, the pain instantly registering in his cerebral cortex. Though painful, it was merely a fleeting discomfort for Jiang Chen, blessed with the sensation of the sacrificial blessing. Without removing the dagger, he immersed his injured hand into the tainted blood. Am I truly capable of contracting corpse poison as a being of light? The being of light only promised immunity to curses, and Jiang Chen approached the situation with a mindset of trial. Whether it was due to his elevated constitution or the nature of the being of light, an hour later, his status bar remained unchanged. However, after donning the fire scale battle armor, he felt an unbearable heat within his organs. You have contracted fire poison. Fire poison status. Upon infection, your internal organs will experience agony akin to being seared by flames. Prolonged exposure will result in a continuous depletion of health, potentially leading to death. You have contracted corpse poison. Corpse poison status. Following infection, the area of infection will begin to decay, with toxins spreading through the bloodstream, causing a series of symptoms including high temperatures, fever, and inflammation of the brain. Severe cases may result in brain damage and death. Half an hour later, almost precisely the same interval, the two negative statuses appeared in succession. Jiang Chen was suddenly elated. He withdrew the dagger from his palm, cleaned it with fresh water, and retrieved an animal eyeball, the eye of a dwelling monkey, from his backpack. Jiang Chen tossed it into his mouth, biting down to consume it. Rationality, 3. Perception attribute experience, 40. Success. An eye of a dwelling monkey typically grants only 10 points of perception attribute experience, yet now it provided Jiang Chen with 40 points. Beyond the customary double enhancement of the survival talent, an additional doubling has been granted. The stimulation from negative statuses is indeed effective for the survival talent. From this moment forth, the negative states that countless players have shunned will serve as a catalyst for Jiang Chen's rapid growth. Chapter 147, Frantic Self-Mutilation. Currently, the only negative statuses that can be added to the body are these two. Jiang Chen has learned of two additional types from the regional channel, one being frost poison and the other thunder poison. However, frost poison conflicts with fire poison, making simultaneous acquisition impossible, while thunder poison lacks the necessary infection conditions. Let us leave it at that for now. Casually tossing the corpse of the ghoul to Beelzebub in the last carriage, Jiang Chen, enduring the sweltering heat, began to contemplate his next move. Fire poison tormented his internal organs, rendering his entire chest cavity akin to a furnace. The corpse poison posed no significant threat. It seemed suppressed by his radiant physique, currently confined to the site of his wounds without spreading further. Next, he aimed to lower his health below 50 points and his sanity as well, thereby infecting himself with a mental negative status. Should other players become aware of Jiang Chen's frenzied self-mutilation, they would undoubtedly deem him insane. A typical player would immediately seek remedies upon contracting any of these four states, yet he not only voluntarily infects himself, but also craves more. Of course, Jiang Chen possesses his own confidence. Holy water, healing potions, and sanity restoration potions can swiftly rejuvenate his condition. With Leon and Eliza providing protection, he need not fear being caught unprepared in an unforeseen situation. As for the suffering inflicted by negative statuses, he regarded it merely as a form of spa treatment. Once he accumulates all four negative statuses, the enhancement of his survival talent will stabilize at a 6-fold increase, and by nightfall, it could potentially double again, allowing the consumption of materials like the head fruit to be maximized. However, before that, he must venture out for a significant undertaking. Currently, Jiang Chen has yet to engage in the madness of inflicting wounds upon himself, and his sanity remains intact. Thus, he intends to leave the infinite train to test the effects of the upgraded sinful bone-cutting blade. Traversing through 8 carriages, Jiang Chen arrived at the cockpit. Leon, reduce the train's speed to 30 kilometers per hour. Eliza and I will step outside for a bit, and we will catch up in half a day. Understood. Be careful. Without inquiring about Jiang Chen's intentions, Leon began to decelerate. Glancing at the onboard radar crystal, Jiang Chen noted a horde of monsters 5 kilometers ahead preparing to ambush. Target locked. They are the ones. Stowing the fire scale armor into his backpack, he donned the mantis light armor using the transformation pocket watch, instantly feeling a great deal lighter. He then returned the fire scale armor to the transformation pocket watch for easy access later. Eliza, let us go. Upon opening the door, Eliza unfurled her golden wings and swiftly ascended with Jiang Chen. At maximum speed, Eliza could reach 80 kilometers per hour, but considering her stamina, Jiang Chen requested Leon to further reduce the train's speed for ease of return. The 5-kilometer distance vanished in the blink of an eye, and below, 100 or so monsters gazed up at the sky, their ethereal flames radiating an intense desire for slaughter. All undead, Jiang Chen frowned, as he harbored a disdain for the undead due to the sinful bone-cutting blade's aversion to them, along with his own. The primary concern being the meager rewards. Nevertheless, he resolved to treat them as an appetizer today. Retrieving the TNT Great Shield and strapping it to his back, he activated his ability, Balance. Spirit, 10, Strength, 4. Agility, 4, Perception, 2. Strength, 18, 12, Heart of Justice, 1. Pick Gloves, 1, Balance, 4. Constitution, 23, 18, Radiant Blessing, 1. Tentacle Belt, 1. TNT Great Shield, 3. Agility, 20, 11, Mantis Light Armor, 3. Radiant Wings, 1. Windrunner Boots, 1, Balance, 4. Perception, 19, 15, Six-Eyed Mask, 1. Radiant Guardian, 1, Balance, 2. Spirit, 16, 28, Heart of Light, 1. Sinful Bone-Cutting Blade, 3, Balance, 10. At his signal, Eliza released her grip, and Jiang Chen plummeted from dozens of meters above, descending directly into the ranks of the undead squad below. For his current physique, such a height posed no challenge. Boom. A bone fiend was shattered upon impact, its skeletal fragments scattering in all directions, obscuring the vision of the surrounding undead monsters with the ensuing clouds of ash. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chen brandished the sinful bone-cutting blade. The hefty and formidable blade immediately showcased its astounding destructive power. Crack! The 2-meter-long blade swept through, leaving a trail of shattered bones in its wake. Strength experience, 7. Strength experience, 6. Jiang Chen was no longer the novice who had just entered the game. Facing over 100 undead, even with 2 pseudo-lords among them, he boldly advanced with his blade. With each monster felled by the keen edge of the bone-cutting blade, the blade darkened incrementally, signifying the accumulation of original sin, the very sustenance for Jiang Chen's growth. 5 minutes later, as Jiang Chen delivered the final blow that crushed the skull of a skeletal mage, the battle came to a close. Overall, he garnered over 700 points of strength experience. Had it been aberrant creatures, the yield would have been at least 2 to 3 times greater. Exhaling slowly to steady his breath, Jiang Chen sheathed the bone-cutting blade and addressed Eliza, who stood nearby. Let us move on to the next location. He paid no heed to the fallen, undead corpses. This route was a necessary passage for the train. He had informed Leon that any monster corpses he dealt with along the way could be halted for Beelzebub to consume. That child had not feasted in quite some time and was soon to throw a tantrum. Time, 13:27. On the vast expanse of scorched earth, a plume of black smoke suddenly rose. A careful inspection would reveal a human sprinting at a pace of 50 kilometers per hour, the ashes swirling behind him. To the left, 1 kilometer ahead, 200 monsters were rapidly approaching. Hearing Eliza's warning, Jiang Chen halted to allow the monsters to come to him while he took a moment to recuperate. Meanwhile, Eliza soared higher, surveying the scorched plain from above. Since departing the train that morning, Jiang Chen had been engaged in relentless combat for over 4 hours. Aside from the initial lift provided by Eliza, the remaining time had been spent sprinting across the barren land, all in pursuit of amassing agility experience. While the returns were not as extravagant as those from strength experience, he had still accumulated a substantial 800 points, ample for an ordinary player to train for a week. Moreover, whether due to the infections of corpse poison and fire poison, his constitution experience was also increasing remarkably. Thunderous sounds erupted. A massive cloud of dust suddenly billowed ahead, as if an army were charging forth. Here they come. Jiang Chen was not swayed by the intimidating spectacle. As he drew the bone-cutting blade, he carefully assessed the composition of the approaching monsters. There were split-mouthed beasts, undead, and seemingly enormous devourers. Upon spotting the devourer, Jiang Chen heightened his vigilance against the subterranean threats. These creatures were treacherous, and one must remain cautious. Chapter 148, Astonishing Surge in Attributes. Time, 1647. Eliza returned to the infinite train, cradling a completely exhausted Jiang Chen. After half a day's fierce battle, his current condition was mental negative, brutality. Sanity level, 38. Physical negatives, fire poison, corpse poison. Health points, 41. Stamina, 7. Brutality, a state of combat where the desire for destruction is magnified infinitely, indiscriminately labeling anyone who dares to impede as an enemy. Prolonged exposure to this state may lead to a distortion of character. Elise gently laid Jiang Chen down on the bed, leaving the blanket untouched. His temperature was alarmingly high, and his skin appeared sallow and emaciated, with cracked lips. His body resembled a towel wrung dry of moisture, and the heat emanating from him could almost cook an egg. This was a manifestation of his increasingly severe fire toxicity. Although he could suppress it by drinking ample water, he deliberately refrained from doing so. It seemed that his deteriorating physical condition had allowed the corpse poison to spread, rapidly claiming dominion over half of his body. Pungent pus seeped from his wounds, and his vitality waned with each passing moment. Amidst the accumulation of these dire afflictions, his survival instinct surged, amplifying to an impressive 8 to 9 times its original capacity. As darkness descended, Jiang Chen would be poised to employ several methods to enhance his attribute experience. The kettle began to whistle, and Elise poured the contents of a small jar of tea into a cup, followed by the steaming water. Jiang Chen listened to the sound of boiling water, swallowing hard. However, his mouth could no longer produce saliva, and each movement of his throat was akin to a burning agony. He watched the hands of his pocket watch tick by, feeling as if the moments before nightfall stretched interminably. At last, at 5 o'clock, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Elise, the vile aloe juice, Jiang Chen uttered hoarsely, with deft fingers. She opened the iron can and brought it to his lips. Miraculously, he managed to consume the viscous slime in one gulp, displaying a skill rivaling that of a circus performer, leaving Elise utterly astonished. After downing a can of aloe juice, Jiang Chen felt a slight replenishment of his strength. He then retrieved the royal pulse crystal and held it close, accepting the tea Elise offered without regard for its temperature, gulping it down in one go. He coughed, having choked due to his haste, and Elise gently patted his back to help him regain his composure. Mental experience, 3,384. Opening his attribute panel, Jiang Chen was elated to see the significant increase in experience. The suffering he endured had been worth it. The small jar of tea could yield 4 more infusions, albeit with diminishing effects, yet it still promised around 11,000 mental attribute experience. Next came the monkey's eye fruit. Crunch, crunch. He consumed several in quick succession. Mental experience, 4,423. One by one, he tossed the monkey's eyes into his mouth, treating them like candy. Once his sanity fell below 20, he would drink a bottle of basic sanity recovery potion. Perception experience, 112. Perception experience, 115. Perception experience. The reason he did not follow the initial plan to use his sanity on dispelling the sin of the bone knife was that he suddenly recalled the concept of sanity resistance. In simple terms, by consuming the monkey's eyes in abundance, his mind would gradually develop a certain resistance, preventing his sanity from diminishing. Just as his consumption of the vile aloe juice had not affected his sanity in the slightest, the experience continued to surge until late into the night. But as the burden of negative states became unbearable, he took out the holy water to cleanse himself of them. He then cradled the royal pulse crystal and drifted into a hazy slumber. Upon checking his attribute panel the following day, he was taken aback. Strength experience, 28,654. Constitution experience, 17,623. Agility experience, 15,347. Perception experience, 16,789. Mental experience, 21,036. The total experience approached 100,000, resulting in an increase of 3 attribute points in strength, constitution, and agility, while perception and mental attributes were on the verge of another breakthrough. Initially, he had anticipated gaining 2 attribute points in a day, but confronted with the reality, Jiang Chen found it hard to believe. Am I dreaming? He pinched himself, feeling the sting. This was no dream. Current attributes: strength, 13, constitution, 19, agility, 12, perception, 15, mental, 28, blank state. At this rate of growth, achieving legendary status before the end of the month was a foregone conclusion. Overjoyed, Jiang Chen rose to share this good news with Leon and Elise. However, as he stood, his body succumbed to weakness, collapsing back onto the bed. What is happening? Jiang Chen wondered, as his life, sanity, and stamina were all in healthy condition, yet he felt utterly drained. It was as if he had engaged in a vigorous battle with 10 maidens the previous night, leaving him feeling thoroughly exhausted. In simple terms, Jiang Chen was depleted. Your essence is diminished. You have overindulged, Leon admonished as he opened the carriage door, his tone suggesting that Jiang Chen had indeed engaged in some unspeakable activities the night before. It was likely due to his rapid advancement. Such self-inflicted torment consumed his foundational strength. Jiang Chen smacked his forehead, feeling as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. His 2-month dream of becoming legendary was shattered. That method could only be employed once every 3 days, not too frequently. Understood. After reminding Jiang Chen, Leon returned to the driver's seat. Unbeknownst to Jiang Chen, Leon wore a faint smile, pondering whether this was indeed the person chosen by the goddess. How long had it taken him to reach legendary status? 33 years. And he was still considered a rare talent by the church. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen needed only 3 months. It was only such individuals who could rise swiftly in a short span and assist the goddess. However, his accelerated growth came with drawbacks. Lacking experience. Should he encounter a warrior of equal caliber, it would become a fatal flaw. I must slow down his progression to rectify this weakness as much as possible. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, unaware of Leon's meticulous plans for intense training, continued to consume his potions. Elise, what exactly did you make me drink? The effects are so pronounced. Elise smiled gently. Just drink. Do not inquire. Though her smile was soft, Jiang Chen, knowing her well, was aware that this cunning girl had undoubtedly devised something mischievous. Gazing at the inky concoction, he hesitated. Damn it. I've already consumed half. A few more sips won't harm me. As long as I remain oblivious, it shall remain pure. Chapter 149, The Fate Dice. Congratulations. You have secured first place on the leaderboard for the 5th week in Zone 501. Rewards have been distributed. Please check your inventory. On the 43rd day since the game began, Jiang Chen claimed his reward from the previous day, a bronze probability treasure chest. Identification, Fate Dice. Type, Treasure. Grade, Superior. Durability, 600/600. Wearing effect. Roll a 6-sided die to obtain the following effects based on the result. 1. You will experience random attribute weakening for a period. 2. You will attract the attention of targets within a certain range for a period. 3. You will encounter misfortune for a period. At 4 o'clock, in the forthcoming period, you shall receive random attribute enhancements. At 5 o'clock, for the next while, you will be graced with the favor of fortune. At 6 o'clock, you will gain all the aforementioned benefits, which will be doubled. A 6-sided die, appearing to be crafted from silver. The Destiny Die? An equipment for gambling with luck. Upon witnessing the system's introduction, Jiang Chen immediately surmised that this item might be exceptionally well suited for the lucky star. That girl has always possessed remarkable fortune. However, he refrained from impulsively gifting it to her, and instead stroked his chin, meticulously examining the artifact. Unlike an ordinary die, the surfaces of the Destiny Die bore no numerical values. It likely needed to be cast to reveal its outcomes, presumably to prevent cheating. Outcomes 1, 2, and 3 yield negative effects, while 4, 5, and 6 produce positive effects, each with a probability of 1 and 2. No, attracting the attention of magical creatures does not count as a negative effect for me. The tide of monsters has consistently followed closely behind me, and it cannot get any worse than that. Thus, for me, the negative effects only encompass outcomes 1 and 3, with no effect at outcomes 1 and 6, and positive effects at outcomes 1 and 2, rendering my chances of winning quite favorable. Jiang Chen planned to study it further over the next few days, ideally attempting to exhaust all negative effects to see if the so-called misfortune effects were not as pronounced. If they proved to be negligible, he would keep the equipment. Conversely, it would be sealed away, as he did not wish to tether his safety to the capriciousness of the Destiny Die, unless absolutely necessary. Now, let us see how fortunate I am today. With a gentle flick of his right hand, the 6-sided die spun through the air, its faces revealing themselves in that very moment. It appeared that upon being cast, it would revert to a normal die. As it landed, Jiang Chen's gaze followed the die's roll, ultimately halting when the face with 6 indentations faced upwards. 6. A grand opening. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. When did my luck become so splendid? You have rolled a 6, gaining the enhancement effect. Luck doubled. Perception 2. Countdown. 5 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Although he gained the effect of doubled luck, the explanation was rather ambiguous. The precise enhancement could only be discerned by Jiang Chen himself. What can measure luck? The answer: opening treasure chests. Yesterday, he had defeated 8 pseudo-lords, and fortunately, he had not foolishly opened them all at once. Now was the perfect time to conduct an experiment. 8 bronze crystal chests were lined up in succession, and with swift hands, Jiang Chen opened them all. Dozens of alluring system orbs hovered within each chest. Blue and white, blue and green, 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 blue and green. Half of the chests yielded blue resource orbs, boasting a probability of 50, which during normal circumstances would only be 15. Of course, this could be attributed to the limited sample size of the experiment. But such a probability was astonishing. If misfortune and luck were indeed proportionate, under normal conditions, rolling a 2 would increase the likelihood of misfortune by 15 to 20. Not excessively high, the Destiny Die could indeed be utilized. After a brief validation, Jiang Chen temporarily accepted the role of the Destiny Die, akin to the Golden Eye, becoming an essential item for his daily routines. He had yet to utilize the treasure hunting count for the Golden Eye today. Jiang Chen exited the goddess's tier, donning the monocle over his right eye, closing his left eye, and scanning the surroundings. The highest value treasure within a 20-kilometer radius was quickly located. A yellow dot, signifying an extraordinary grade. A smirk crept across his lips. Indeed, today was a fortuitous day. Typically, the Golden Eye could only discern green or blue treasures, but this was the first time encountering a yellow dot. The massive red iron ore and the orange royal crystal were locations Jiang Chen had identified as treasure-laden, incomparable to this random search. Leon, take a turn and change direction. The green and blue treasures were insufficient to halt his advance, but an extraordinary grade was different. Even if it was not an exceptional item, it would still yield substantial resources for Jiang Chen. He could not afford to miss out. Feast upon it. The infinite train number took a curved path, accelerating towards the direction Jiang Chen indicated. 20 minutes later, the train arrived at its destination. Gazing at the familiar mine, Jiang Chen fell into contemplation. Surely, there wouldn't be head spiders lurking within? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a dark green slime shot forth from the depths of the cavern. A typical person would likely fall victim, but Jiang Chen was no ordinary player. He tilted his head, narrowly evading the attack. Spider vision, activate. Perception 2. The world transformed into shades of black and white, allowing him to discern the positions of the magical creatures concealed within the cave. The lithe form of a half-human, half-spider creature dangled from the cavern's ceiling, poised for ambush. Indeed, it was a cluster of head spiders. Unlike the weakened spider mother worshippers he had initially encountered, this was their prime state. One spider mother worshipper, 6 advanced forms, and hundreds of head spiders. Regrettably, the sunlight boxes had been exhausted, making the cleanup considerably troublesome. Sunlight boxes could only be produced by the warm sunlight room, and the current warm sunlight was no longer the same as before. Thus, Jiang Chen had ceased trading with her. Upon learning it was a spider mother worshipper, Leon raised his spear, eager to charge in for the kill, but Jiang Chen halted him with a hand. Leon, perplexed, glanced at the massive bone cleaver Jiang Chen produced. I should be more adept at dealing with them than you. Leon had been pursuing spider mother worshippers for centuries, and his assertion was no exaggeration. Jiang Chen chuckled, revealing 8 gleaming teeth. Consider it practice for me. You can merely observe. With such an abundance of experience packets, he could not let them slip away. Leon nodded in agreement. The radiant skeleton remained outside, while Jiang Chen and his companions ventured into the mine. The magical creatures within posed no threat to them. Jiang Chen led the charge, wielding the enormous bone cleaver. Although large weapons were ill-suited for the narrow terrain, his extensive training with Leon was no trivial matter. Barring exceptional circumstances, they adhered to a rigorous 2-hour regimen daily. With each swing, he accurately dispatched multiple head spiders. No matter how covertly they attempted to ambush from their hidden spots, they were utterly exposed under spider vision. Strength experience 9. Strength experience 11. Even the advanced head spiders could not impede his progress until he had advanced 200 meters. The spider mother worshipper, which had remained in hiding, could no longer contain itself and launched a surprise attack when Jiang Chen feigned a vulnerability. A cold smile crept across his lips. I shall spare this spider mother worshipper for now, keeping it alive to produce toxic spider venom. It should be more enduring than the advanced forms. Chapter 150, Scorched Earth Rice. Just as Jiang Chen prepared to sever the upper and lower limbs of the spider mother worshipper, intending to capture it alive, a short sword struck first. The silhouette grasping the golden short sword appeared in an instant above the spider mother worshipper, and then, before its 6 astonished eyes, delivered a decisive blow. Uffed. The spider mother worshipper's body toppled, spraying thick, viscous liquid that formed an alternative fountain, splattering everywhere. Iris, what are you doing? I was planning to use her to produce toxic spider venom. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Chen exclaimed in frustration at the waste. It seemed she had recalled the colorful illustrated book she had confiscated last time and acted on her own accord. Had Jiang Chen known her intentions, he would have vehemently protested, for how could he harbor any thoughts towards magical creatures? The spider maiden, though possessing a striking visage and an alluring figure, complemented by 8 slender limbs, is a mere distraction. Jiang Chen, seemingly oblivious to the flaws in his aesthetic judgment following that divine encounter, found the strongest follower of the spider mother slain. Consequently, the subsequent task became rather straightforward. Jiang Chen transformed his grief and indignation into formidable strength, mercilessly slaughtering the remaining head spiders, deepening the original sin accumulated by his cursed blade. It was only after vanquishing all head spiders that he sought the treasures of this journey. His gaze swiftly fell upon the treasure, obsidian. Tons of obsidian. There must be over 1,000 pieces. It is astonishing that such a quantity could be found within a single mine. Although slightly taken aback, Jiang Chen quickly stowed them all into his backpack. With each piece of obsidian currently valued at 2,500, this venture would yield a profit of 2,500,000 bone coins, in addition to a corpse of a spider mother follower. Presently, certain leading migration teams had completed their rendezvous and commenced the construction of level 5 walls, causing the price of obsidian to soar. After estimating his haul, it indeed promised to be a lucrative endeavor, though bone coins hold little significance for him at present, as the materials he desires are readily supplied by the Alliance, who would refuse the allure of wealth. Moreover, should he deplete his supply of fiery willow, having bone coins could serve as a substitute in the absence of other fuels. Truly a fortune. Current savings, 11 million. He must be the player with the highest savings in District 07, as only he possesses such abundant spare currency. Much like a hamster hoarding food. Each day Jiang Chen gazes at the rising bone coins. A wave of joy washes over him. He wouldn't fully utilize the obsidian himself. Within the week, prices would surely escalate. Then, he could liquidate his stockpile, potentially doubling his savings. If he were to accumulate his savings to 100 million, it might be deemed an achievement in its own right. With this thought, anticipation bubbled within him. Of course, even if the system did not recognize it as an achievement, he would suffer no loss. It would merely serve to inject some amusement into his otherwise mundane existence. Jiang Chen and his companions did not linger in this place. After collecting all the obsidian, he retrieved only the corpse of the spider mother follower and a few evolved specimens. The sheer volume of head spider corpses made retrieval cumbersome, and with the encroaching tide of monsters outside, he could only salvage the most valuable remains. After depositing them into the synthesis station, he anticipated obtaining 1 or 2 summoning scrolls. They hastily exited the cavern. Boom! The sound of the psionic cannon echoed as the luminous skeleton clashed with the approaching horde. Had it truly been less than half an hour since they had last stopped? So many monsters had already converged. They needed to leave quickly. With a shout, Jiang Chen quickened his pace. However, after only a few steps, he heard a crack and found himself stumbling. He turned to see a collapse that resembled a burrow of some creature. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Upon hearing the familiar sound from below, Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. The name of this creature sprang to his mind, the blind rat. A creature possessing considerable aggression, yet lacking corresponding offensive power. It was akin to scorched rice. Indeed, today was a fortuitous day. Having just finished one nest, he had stumbled upon another. Let us see how many tubers were down there. Although the tide of monsters was gathering, and every second wasted heightened the risk, Jiang Chen deemed the blind rat worthy of his attention. This little creature, a high-grade delicacy. Though it would yield no bone coins when deposited into the synthesis station, could easily fetch 500 bone coins in a personal store. Naturally, Jiang Chen would not part with such a hard-earned delicacy for mere pocket change. It was far more enjoyable to keep it for himself. As he reached into the burrow, the blind rat clung to his fingers without letting go. Unfortunately, its strength was too feeble to break the skin. In no time, he extracted 2 larger specimens, and fortuitously, a nest of newborn blind rats. Although he craved a stir-fried blind rat feast tonight, reason dictated that he should nurture them instead. Given sufficient sustenance, the blind rats would mature from birth to adulthood in merely 10 days, and within half a month, they could reproduce. The last nest he discovered had succumbed to the weight of the ore, but this one was alive and contained both a male and a female. He would have to endure a few days. Soon enough, he could relish in the freedom of the blind rats. Wiping his mouth, Jiang Chen tossed the wriggling blind rats to Iris, trying his best to refrain from fantasizing about tonight's banquet. Boom! The infinite train's carriages intercepted all monsters, while the psionic cannon roared, shattering one beast after another. However, the primary force repelling the horde remained that colossal crimson figure, Beelzebub. This creature regarded the tide of monsters as a buffet, devouring them with abandon. Jiang Chen promptly dove into the train to ignite the locomotive. Woo! The booming whistle echoed, causing all monsters to clutch their heads in agony. Beelzebub, enough eating, it's time to hit the road. Ah, so soon. I haven't had my fill yet. Reluctant as he was, Beelzebub obediently complied with Jiang Chen's command, transforming into a carriage of the infinite train. Eat, eat, eat. The train surged forward, its crushing horn displaying its might, carving a bloody path through the horde. Subsequently, the 100-meter-long train ascended into the sky like a great dragon, leaving all monsters trailing behind. Chapter 151, Leon's Special Training. The train resumed its original course, progressing steadily. At the current speed, it would take a maximum of 6 days to reach the vicinity of the coordinate point. Leon reported to Jiang Chen. The initial plan had been for 24 days. But with the infinite train's upgrade midway, the speed had increased by half, shortening the journey to 19 days. Moreover, as they drew closer, Jiang Chen felt an increasingly potent connection to the coordinate point, where unknown secrets awaited revelation. Deposited head spider corpses, evolved 6. Congratulations. You have earned 107 bone coins and 180 milliliters of corpse oil. Jiang Chen felt disheartened at the lack of spider summoning scrolls. It seemed he would have to procure the ingredients for the venomous spider liquid from other players. Deposited corpse of spider mother follower. 1. Congratulations. You have earned 200 bone coins and 50 milliliters of corpse oil. Detected this item as a kill certificate for a Lord-level monster, granting an additional drop of 1 bronze crystal treasure chest. Seizing the day's streak of good fortune, Jiang Chen promptly opened it. Inside floated a blue orb of light. As he reached to touch it, it transformed into an item in his hand. The 6-eyed mask, superior grade. Jiang Chen already possessed this item. The effects of duplicate items do not stack. Since Iris could not utilize it and Leon had no interest, it would have to be sold for bone coins. An item that could enhance attributes, selling it for 100,000 should not be unreasonable. Were it not for the necessity of pairing it with spider vision to fully harness the mask's potential, Jiang Chen would dare to double that price. It is worth noting that equipment capable of enhancing attributes is exceedingly rare. When Jiang Chen had previously enlisted the old class leader to search, it took considerable effort to find a player who was desperate for funds and willing to sell the Pikachu gloves. The 6-eyed mask was ultimately purchased by a member of the Alliance. As a fellow member, Jiang Chen generally inquired within the Alliance before selling equipment. If there was a need, he would sell to the Alliance. Only if it was unnecessary would he place it in his personal store. However, to date, very few items required his inquiry before being sold off. Perhaps due to his prolonged detachment from the masses, Jiang Chen seemed oblivious to the fact that even the resources inadvertently slipping through his fingers could significantly advance the growth of an average player. After all, as of now, nearly 1/3 of players remain unequipped with superior items. The most formidable weapon in their possession is likely the Psychic Flame Spear exchanged for 200 points at the system store. Yet its usage is so taxing on bone coins that they often hesitate to employ it. Jiang Chen. Leon opened the bone carts compartment, calling out to Jiang Chen, who was busy crafting a radiant skeleton. What is it? Is today the special training session? Setting down the skull he was working on, Jiang Chen stood up, preparing to climb atop the cart. Today, your opponent is not me. Follow me. Who else could it be? With a sense of curiosity, Jiang Chen followed Leon to the next few compartments until they reached the penultimate one. Before they could approach, Jiang Chen heard a cacophony of sounds from within, reminiscent of someone undertaking renovations. Is your opponent inside there? He asked uncertainly. Indeed, 2 elite monsters await you. Your adversaries for today, Leon affirmed. He typically referred to the pseudo-lords as elite monsters, likely because they had not previously adopted the term pseudo-lord. Just 2 pseudo-lords, Jiang Chen thought dismissively. As long as he remained focused, he could likely clear the challenge without sustaining injuries. Just as he prepared to open the door to the compartment, Leon raised a hand to halt him. Leave all your equipment behind. This time, you are only permitted to carry a standard iron sword. Furthermore, he instructed Jiang Chen not to resist mentally. Subsequently, through an incantation, Jiang Chen felt as though his body had suddenly gained an excess of weight, as if he were encumbered by hundreds of kilograms. Each step required twice the effort he was accustomed to exerting. This is a special trick employed during night assessments, designed to help you rapidly adapt to every muscle in your body, Leon elucidated. Your growth rate is exceedingly rapid, and the previous training methods can no longer keep pace with your development. From now on, this state will accompany your daily training, and I will gradually increase the weight once you have adjusted. Although Jiang Chen's actual weight had not changed, something he could sense, his mind was led to believe otherwise. No wonder he was instructed not to resist mentally. It was merely a deception to mislead his brain. Given his current mental attributes, breaking free would have been quite effortless. Yet doing so would defeat the purpose of the training. Thus, he complied with Leon's directives. Am I allowed to use magic? He inquired. The purpose of this special training is to help you acclimatize to your own strength. You may use any abilities that belong to you. That works for me. After a brief moment of adjustment to his new physical state, Jiang Chen opened the door to the rear compartment. Identification, Skeleton Warrior, Lord Level, Pseudo. Type, Undead. Strength, 14. Agility, 17. Perception, 16. Danger Assessment. In life, it was a master of martial arts, proficient in various weapons, and in death, it has perfectly inherited these abilities. A skeleton warrior, indeed a formidable foe. Jiang Chen's lips twitched, despite its seemingly low attributes in his eyes. The skeleton warrior could easily be regarded as a gatekeeper of lords. Between lords and pseudo-lords, there exists an insurmountable chasm. Usually, he would approach such encounters with caution when equipped. Now, bereft of all gear and burdened by an overwhelming debuff, the prospect of clearing this challenge without injury appeared utterly impossible. The 2 skeleton warriors, initially engaged in dismantling the modified steel compartment, turned their attention towards Jiang Chen as he entered, their eye sockets flickering with spectral flames. They lunged at him in a coordinated assault. Their iron swords, left intentionally by Leon, slicing mercilessly towards his neck. Ability, Balance, activated. Strength, 13-16, Constitution, 19, Agility, 12-16, Perception, 15-17, Spirit, 28-19. In an instant, his attributes were allocated, and the compartment erupted into a cacophony of clashing metal as an unimaginably fierce battle unfolded in the confined space. Although Jiang Chen's base attributes surpassed those of the skeleton warriors, their martial prowess was formidable, and the burden he bore hampered his performance. Under the relentless assault of the 2 skeleton warriors, he could barely hold his ground. Were it not for his constitution of 19, he might have faltered within the first minute of combat. Steel body. In the 5th minute of the skirmish, as the 2 skeleton warriors momentarily distanced themselves, Jiang Chen unleashed his spell. The first skeleton warrior's iron sword struck him, yet, instead of flesh being rent asunder, a resounding clang echoed as the sword was deflected. Seizing the opportunity, he thrust his iron sword like a viper, aiming for the neck connecting the skull. Crack! The blade found its mark, and a skull engulfed in green spectral flames was sent soaring. At last, one had been vanquished. Jiang Chen, bloodied but triumphant, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. Steel body. Consumes 1 point of mana, granting the body the hardness of steel for 1 second. Against larger monsters, this skill may prove entirely ineffective. However, in combat against foes of similar stature, it is nothing short of miraculous. Its instantaneous release allows for swift cancellation, delivering unexpected outcomes, making it a valuable defensive technique. The sole drawback is that one cannot move while the steel body is active. After another 3 minutes, Jiang Chen finally dispatched the second skeleton warrior. Health, 67. Truly, the gatekeeper of lords had drained a significant portion of his health in the process of defeat. Just as he began to recover from the adrenaline surge, the myriad of wounds covering his body suddenly ignited with pain. He hastily consumed a vial of basic healing potion, watching as his health gradually restored. Though the battle had raged for only 8 minutes, Jiang Chen emerged from the encounter with invaluable insights. Not only had he gained a clearer understanding of his true capabilities, but he had also deepened his control over his body and identified recurring errors in his combat style. Previously, he had relied heavily on equipment, rendering such mistakes undetectable. Should a day come when his gear is rendered useless, these errors could become fatal weaknesses. Yet, with the battle concluded, why had Leon not yet released him? Jiang Chen attempted to open the compartment, only to find it locked from the outside by Leon. Just then, the rear door swung open, and a creature was hurled inside, followed by the door slamming shut. Identification: Gray Corpse Demon, Lord level, pseudo. Another one. Jiang Chen quickly raised his weapon, entering a combat stance. The previous battle had already drained much of his stamina, and engaging in another high-intensity fight would likely prove overwhelming. How long could this ordeal possibly last? Rather than lamenting Leon's excessively rigorous training without a moment's respite, Jiang Chen understood the good intentions behind it. After all, monsters on the battlefield would not grant you a moment to breathe. Only through pushing himself to the limit could he fully integrate all his abilities. He believed that. After this special training session, his combat prowess would ascend to an entirely new echelon. The battle within the carriage raged on, with Beelzebub dispatching a pseudo-lord almost every 10 minutes. If Jiang Chen could not resolve the conflict within this time frame, he would soon find himself besieged by 2 pseudo-lords, significantly increasing the difficulty of his predicament. Leon stood guard at the rear door of the third-to-last carriage, vigilantly monitoring Jiang Chen's skirmish. He would only intervene if Jiang Chen's life were in peril. Fortunately, this eventuality never arose until the conclusion of the training session. 3 hours later, Leon pushed open the door and announced the cessation of the day's training. To Jiang Chen, the sound of completion resonated like celestial music, causing him to collapse onto the ground, utterly drained of energy, with not even the will to move a finger. Had it not been for the magical elixirs sustaining him, he would have been exhausted within the first half hour. His body felt as if it had doubled in weight while enduring intense combat. Even with a physique rated at 19 points, he could hardly withstand such strain. Please collect the corpses of the magical beasts. They will serve a purpose. Jiang Chen murmured weakly. He intended to seize the last 20 minutes of his fortunate time to open another wave of treasure chests. He had counted. Over the course of 3 hours, he had vanquished 17 pseudo-lords, and he anticipated that 17 chests would yield a wealth of treasures. Leon paused, contemplating the numerous beast corpses strewn across the carriage. Very well, I shall compensate Beelzebub with the remains of other magical creatures. I can afford to offer more. During this training, Leon had coordinated with Elise and Beelzebub. Elise was tasked with piloting the train, adjusting the course should the onboard radar detect any pseudo-lords, while Beelzebub was responsible for capture. However, Beelzebub required an incentive to work, and the payment for this occasion consisted of the slain pseudo-lord corpses, alongside Leon's promise of an additional 500 ordinary magical beasts. Yet, since Jiang Chen had spoken, alternative compensation would have to suffice. Summoning his final reserves of strength, he opened all 17 treasure chests, retrieving a selection of useful items, while selling the remainder at internal prices to the Alliance. 1,000,000 bone coins were credited to his account, but Jiang Chen had no time to count his newfound wealth before succumbing to a deep slumber. Leon lifted the unconscious Jiang Chen, tearing away his tattered outer garments to reveal his robust physique, and submerged him in a pre-prepared medicinal bath. The pale green elixir was swiftly absorbed by his body, aiding in the restoration of his primal essence. However, within 10 minutes, the tub had transformed into mere water. Subsequently, Leon adeptly retrieved Jiang Chen and placed him into another vat filled with a differently colored potion. This concoction was far less gentle than its predecessor, causing ripples of discomfort to dance across Jiang Chen's forehead in his dreams, though he remained blissfully unaware due to sheer exhaustion. Remarkably, he did not awaken from the pain. His tolerance for suffering is evidently impressive. Perhaps I can afford to increase the dosage slightly, Leon mused. Having trained several cohorts of prospective knights, he executed these procedures with remarkable familiarity, exhibiting precise control over the potion's effects. In his estimation, Jiang Chen's initial immersion in the medicinal bath would significantly enhance his physical prowess, although the extent of this improvement remained uncertain. After all, these methods were intended for knights yet to ascend to the extraordinary, while Jiang Chen had already transcended such limits. Leon, however, had not anticipated that as he increased the potion's potency, it would be absorbed by Jiang Chen in less than a minute, causing his eyelids to twitch in response. What a substantial deficit. It is nothing short of miraculous that you have survived. Jiang Chen himself likely had not foreseen that his rapid growth rendered his body akin to a sieve, leaking vitality at an alarming rate. Should this relentless growth continue, it was likely that his body would collapse before he could ascend to legendary status. Thankfully, Leon recognized the signs in time. Otherwise, this ticking time bomb would inevitably detonate. Let me ponder this. What could swiftly replenish one's primal essence? So many memories elude me. Leon thought long and hard before finally recalling a suitable formula from the fragments of his memory. The water of life. It is ideal for newly ascended church members, replenishing their essence in light of their sudden surge in power. Although Jiang Chen has long surpassed that phase, his growth rate is comparable to that of a newly transformed individual, making it a fitting match. Unable to procure the ingredients for the water of life, Leon decided to document the formula first, intending for Jiang Chen to address it upon awakening. Unbeknownst to the slumbering Jiang Chen, he was on the verge of acquiring a recipe of immeasurable value.